It's a system breakdown on the smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. No matter how hard I try, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. And the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now. Hold on tight, better roll your light. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Hold on tight, better roll your light. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Towards the sky, and the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now.
Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. Yeah, I was in the corner looking for company. herself as misery.
Broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night. Did I deserve what you did to me? Am I living in a fantasy? Why can't you see I just want some peace? But I wanna keep taking it, taking it. My world is turning black and blue, but I'll take it all for you. I wanna keep taking it,
You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, trying to be the one who holds the gavel. If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. Throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger but it wouldn't shoot. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen the guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, oh child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel.
Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Believe in a sinner that will never mend. Love is always grimmer. Through the eyes of a killer, through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Sharp as a weapon, laying in your hand. The devil laid down his deeds till you understand that death is a lesson and it's sharp as a weapon. Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire, rain, and the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire, rain, and the darkness is one. Through the eyes of a killer. Now fate is a blessing to the ones who roam from the Garden of Eden. What have we become? We've all been written by the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer, we're born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire, rain, and the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire, rain, and the darkness is one. Through the eyes of a killer, no more salvation, only damnation. I see the world through the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer. the things you've got and the things I've done. Fire rain and the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire rain and the darkness is one. The eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Believe in a sinner that will never mend. Love is always grimmer. Through the eyes of a killer, through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Sharp as a weapon, laying in your hand. Death is a lesson, and it's sharp as a weapon. Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire in the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire in the darkness is one. The eyes of a killer. Now fate is a blessing to the ones who roam from the Garden of Eden. What have we become? We've all been withered by the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer, we're born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. Through the eyes of a killer, no more salvation, only damnation. I see the world through the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. The eyes of a killer. The eyes of a killer. The eyes of a killer.
If you've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel, if you've been paving your own way, trying to be the one who holds the gavel, if you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. If you've been locking your own chain, throw away the key with your mind unstable.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Day number 2 in one of the most hotly anticipated tournaments of the year. We are here for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring Finals, and we have got ourselves an opportunity not only to crown a champion, not only to be able to take away the lion's share of the prize pool, but also spots in the Esports World Cup as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to get things going. My name's Galaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Pig as well as Fear Dragon to get the day underway. Pig, yesterday we had an absolute barn burner. It was a brawl in the hall. It was an absolute bamboozler.
Bobbies were dazzled. Yes. It was indeed an exciting day. Lots of good surprises for us and fun matches, disruptor shots flying, Gumiho taking people out with all sorts of wild builds, Oliveira, the reigning world champion, coming in fine form, looking like an absolutely unstoppable force in TVP. It was awesome.
It definitely was. Fear Dragon looking back at the games from yesterday, as you can see here as well. We had some upsets left and right center, and obviously we've had some players also returning from the forefront. We've got some scenarios where Serral's back from the military, well, currently still doing the military, but still looking phenomenal. It was a good day.
Yeah, it really was, and I feel like even though some of the series may have been a little bit more one-sided in terms of the scoreline or even in terms of length, they were all still really fun or very interesting games for the most part. I think this is just overall been a very fun event just to see where everyone's form is at, especially talking about like Serral and a lot of the other players that are recently returned.
Oof. Yeah, there was a lot of question marks around how Serral, of course, would perform, and obviously he looked phenomenal. Likewise, we had the likes of Dark looking very good in some of these series, going over towards Cure and Reina as well. So many opportunities for things like the Lurkers to be able to get a lot of damage done, but here we are back into day number 2, and we're changing gears a little bit. Everything yesterday, best of 3s, getting it all good to go. Today, though, all best of 5s, all basically elimination matches.
It's going to be awesome. I mean, best of 3s are good, right? We get to see a lot of different players play each other, but there's something about a best of 5 in StarCraft where there is so much more chance for comebacks, for turnarounds, and for those reversals that have become so common in the last few years of StarCraft 2. So for me, you get to this stage, I mean, hearts and dreams are going to be shattered. You're going to have all sorts of emotions running high and low throughout the day. So yeah, it's awesome. It's going to be the dichotomy of competition.
And I would say, in terms of when we get to the knockout bracket, I would say not all knockout brackets are made equal. There's some that seem very brutal, to say the least, and there's some that seem a little bit easier, but I mean, it's at this level of play, Fear Dragon, all of them are all very difficult, nevertheless.
They're all definitely like world champ, or they're at least world caliber level players at this point, so they're all still going to be strong, but you're absolutely right, James. When we start looking at those brackets, you're going to start to see, oh, well, it's like, I would much rather be in this part of the bracket versus this part of the bracket, especially depending on particular types of players who maybe want to avoid a particular race or maybe want to avoid a particular region of the world. Like, you're going to notice some trends.
People are trying to dodge America? That's what you're saying?
Everyone's trying to dodge America. I mean,
yeah,
too strong in America.
We're too strong.
yeah, of course.
My boy Trigger just going to run through his entire bracket, so.
Wishful thinking. We've got ourselves as well 4 players that have already made it into the playoffs, of course. Unfortunately, we started off the day with so much Protoss, watching them being able to actually do all right as stats to begin with. Then it kind of petered off a little bit, and unfortunately for Protoss Fear Dragon, they weren't able to get anybody to the playoffs just yet. It is 2 Terrans and 2 Zergs that have made it so far.
You're right. There are no playoffs or Protoss playoffs right now, but there are still a lot of Protoss in the knockout bracket. I think we still have like a Stats, we have an Astrea, we have a Classic, we have a Creator, a Nightmare. I mean, there are still a lot of potentials, especially with Hero, I think, still sitting 1 round away from making it to the playoffs.
Pig, you think some Protoss are going to make it?
It'd be very unlikely for it to not happen. I mean, honestly, you look at that bracket, it's like there is a Protoss in all of the first round matches except for Clem Rogue. You've also got Hero waiting in round 3 as well. When, more than half of the field right now in this knockout bracket is Protoss, it would be kind of crazy. But, I mean, Shin, Raynor, Hero Marine, Clem Rogue, these guys could absolutely ruin those Protoss dreams. You never know.
They could. They could keep the Protoss down where they... No, I'm not going to do that. All right, well, I'm getting word that Ravi actually has something to show us from yesterday. So let's take a look-see. I'm not sure what you've got, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I just was... I wanted to make up for the Telestrator stuff from yesterday, so I wanted to, update one of your beautiful photos here and give you some of that facial hair that you have right now. Get a little mustache going.
Why this photo?
I don't know. This is just what the producer gave me.
They're evil. This is like, how old is this? This is 12 years, 13 years.
That, I mean, from the complexion, you clearly were living in Finland at the time. I
don't know how to change the colors, so I'm going to get your glasses here. Look at those beautiful glasses.
Your drawing is immaculate, yeah.
Yeah,
What do you do?
We started off the day, and you kind of looked at me and said, "How do I look?" And I'm like, "You look stunning. You look gorgeous, James."
And I said that's the correct
I
answer.
I wanted to update your old photo to look as gorgeous as you do now.
I look better now.
It looks about the same now.
Although
I missed the Jamie Lannister look. It was pretty good.
I miss having long hair as well. Like, yeah, but it's such a pain to do. You mess around on broadcast and all that stuff. When I'm not on broadcast anymore, I'll have long hair again. It'll be really fun. All right, where are we going? Go away, Fear Dragon. This was almost as bad as your previous segment
Sorry,
from
I was just
yesterday.
giving cat ears on this photo.
Cat ears? No.
Giving you
I
a
don't even like
tail.
cats.
Yeah.
I'm allergic. All right, okay. Knockout bracket. Let's take a look at that before Fear Dragon does anything else that's questionable. So, important. Here are the knockout brackets. Of course, we will have 4 players join. Already 4 players in that round of 8 from this. We said that yesterday was grueling, Pig. It is going to continue to be grueling. As I said, not all of these are made equal. Some of them are insane, but it's all still very difficult for all these players.
Yeah, it's always. I mean, this format it really does weigh doing well in the regionals and trying to get through, you know, the winners stage into the playoffs as quickly as possible, or at least getting that jump through to round 3. Guys like, you know, Hero Marine, Rainer, and Hero and Shin all already waiting there. But look at that bracket for, I mean, that top side especially. Gumiho, Nice, Clem Rogue, Hero waiting at the end of it. That is an incredibly tough one, but there's none that are easy. They're all quite stacked, and it's obviously 1 best of 5 and you are out of the tournament. So it's all brutal at this point. This is why, for me, this is always a very exciting day of StarCraft, because you get to see so many great performances. If you make it from round 1 through to the playoffs, you've already just had such a cool story in this tournament.
Yeah, it's potentially a big run on the cards. Fear Dragon, do you appreciate that Astrea is playing against Scarlet in that first round? Or?
I really love the bracket rigging that happened to just make sure that all of the NA players are just going to be facing off against each other. I mean, at least Trigger's in a different part of the bracket. But I mean, I actually want to talk about that whole Astrea Scarlet section of the bracket, because it is interesting to note no Koreans in that section of the bracket.
True.
So it is going to be a guaranteed non-Korean in the playoffs. So.
Oh, that's the WCS welfare system right there. Oh, cool.
Yeah, we decided to region lock the bracket a little bit.
Whoa. No, let's not go there. All right.
What are your thoughts on region locking, Jen?
Uh-oh. Well, a long time ago, I was... never mind. Okay, we've got ourselves the schedule. It is best of 5s abound, as previously mentioned. 8 best of 5s today. Everything in the knockout bracket is best of 5, so you have the best chance to be able to recover even midway through a series. And then when we get to the quarterfinals, obviously, Maru, Dark, Oliveira, and Serral are waiting in the wings to be able to pounce on anybody that's had to go through the grueling knockout bracket. Imagine, Pig, you able to go from knockout bracket, the first round, go all the way through, and then your reward is going up against one of those 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. That's a real prize, you know? I go, I just beat 3 players in a row. Now I get to play Maru in the quarters. That's awesome. That's just an absolutely winning prize. But hey, turns out that's what you need to do to actually win a StarCraft tournament in 2024. So if you make it through from round 1, it just shows that you're in fine form to actually make it to the semis, maybe the finals as well.
Yeah.
And I do feel like it is kind of a testament to the fact that I feel like this event, more so than maybe some of the previous events, there really are just a lot of players who are up for grabs in terms of actually winning this event. If you make it to top 8, I feel like almost any one of those top 8 players could very well just end up winning the event.
Yeah, coming in, you kind of have an idea of this person's probably going to win, this person's probably going to win. This time around, I was like, there's 4 names on the tip of my tongue that I'm like, they might be able to do, but there's still so many on the fringe that could quite easily make it happen as well. And of course, we want to thank our sponsors for joining us here for the tournament as a whole. We have, of course, Blizzard, who was able to create the game and keep everything going and ticking along nice and hunky-do. And then we've got Monster here, as you can unleash the beast at home. There's some brilliant pictures of me drinking some Monster from yesterday. I'm going to post some of those. Adela did an absolute stellar job with that, so thank you to her. And thank you to Monster for joining us for the tournament as a whole. We've got also US Air Force, as you can be flying high with US Air Force if you go over to www.airforce.com and check out everything that they are about. And finally, we also have ESL Shop joining us, which you can take a look at some of the cool collaborations that are going on with not only the people in the backstage, the unsung collaboration, but also the Basement Dweller collaboration that is going on alongside Machine from CS2 as well. So that is all that done. Damn, I did that very nicely. That was slick. I don't know why.
We're so proud of you, James.
Thank you. Yes. thumbs up for me, I think. All right. Let's talk about a scenario that I am very excited about. And this is not hyperbole. This is nothing like that. We have our first match coming up. It's Clem versus Rogue. I'm so hyped for this one, considering we have two players here. Rogue is back. He technically, for a lot of people, is in conversation for one of the greatest of all time. And now he's playing for Falcons. And now we get to see him back on international soil here, Pig.
And what a test it is. He hasn't been back for long, and to already be facing one of the most ridiculously aggressive Terran vs. Zerg players in the world, a player whose tempo, momentum, and speed are unmatched. If you don't stop him from being the offensive player, from being the player who's microing in your face, Clem is impossible to stop. So Rogue has to play a very clever series, something which he is historically known for.
Yeah, I really do feel like Clem, coming into this, is a little bit favored to me, just coming into it in terms of overall standings. I mean, Clem was the player who did end up winning the last kind of big event in terms of back at Atlanta for the DreamHacks. But it's also worth mentioning that neither one of these players have actually, for this particular event, been tested in this matchup very much. Rogue played a lot of ZVZs and stuff. Clem played a lot of PVTs, or TVPs, whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
But this is going to be the first time that they're really facing off in that Terran versus Zerg matchup, and we're going to see what they're kind of ready for.
A big test, as you say, kind of for Rogue. It's weird to be saying that, really, that it's a test for Rogue, a guy that we've known is synonymous with excellence when it comes to his past years in StarCraft 2. But it is no secret that going to the military, coming back, it is no small feat to make that happen. And then you're going up against someone like Clem, who made his name on this matchup, because you have to go up against Serral. You have to go up against Rain in the region, and he came out in flying colors.
I mean, this really is. It's the old man Rogue, clever, intelligent, strategic player against a guy who is just from a different era where they're faster.
Yeah.
Their ability to play the early game, just micro very well, but also to play up to 12 command centers and have ghosts and liberators all over the map. The pace that Clem plays is a true test. But, of course, on the other side, there is, can he get rid of the cobwebs from yesterday, some of his series? Some people saying, he's playing pretty good, but not quite at that peak level. Yep. But this is the matchup that he loves. It's his comfort zone, so if he can kind of reset today and bring out that A game, I think it's a very scary match for Rogue. Clem has to be the favorite here.
Should be. And of course, yesterday it wasn't the easiest road for Clem. I think maybe a little bit off for all of that. But when it comes to this matchup, we usually don't think he's whatever going to be off.
Yeah, I mean, Pick kind of already said it. It's just Clem in TVZ is magnificent to watch. It is an absolute delight and an absolute treat. But I really think that one of the things that scares me a lot for Rogue is just if Clem gets to that late game, that is where Clem looks so scary to me. When he has that late game army, he has all the tools and the resources available to start doing that multi-pronged, very fast-paced aggression from a lot of different sides, to use that ghost control to control that very difficult to control army. That is where Clem to me is so scary. Is Rogue going to be able to handle that, or is he going to try and just smack things down before it even gets to that stage?
Yeah, because, I mean, I guess smack things down before it even gets to that stage is something that Rogue was very adept at in the past, and kind of made people almost look foolish whilst also doing that, Pig. And I suppose even if you do go away to the military and, you're away gone for so long, your fundamentals in your mind are still there for Rogue. Like, 100%. He is still world-class.
100%. I mean, Dark showed us years ago when Clem was on an unrivaled win streak in the matchup where people said, wow, Clem can't be beaten.
Yep.
And then Dark was the first one who initially said, hey, he's very good at attacking, but if you just constantly backstab him, hit him with counterattacks or Ling run-bys, you always can rely on Clem moving out and attacking into you. And if you're ready poised to hit him with a counterattack at that moment, that's been traditionally the way to get under his skin. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Rogue mixing in a lot of Ling run-bys, even Ling floods coming in when the Hellions are on the wrong side of the map. That usually is the way to take Clem from a nearly impossible player to beat to someone that's like, maybe mortal, maybe.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get to it then. Let's head over to the stage as Choba is ready to go and ready to intro this match.
Thank you very much, Killaris. We are kicking off day 2 live from Dallas here for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals. As the desk explained, it is the knockout round starting today all the way into the playoffs. So do or die for all the players. And maybe fortunately, maybe unfortunately, one of the players will have to kick off day 2 once again for us. Once again against another legendary Korean player. Can he turn things around this time for a victory? Ladies and gentlemen, we kick day 2 off with Clem versus Rogue.
Rogue might have been a world-class player before military, but this is the true test for him. Does he keep that class Or has Clem simply gotten too good over the years that Rogue has been absent, Wardy?
It's a very good question. I think at the end of the day, it's almost just too soon for Rogue to be at an offline event, yet here he is. He came back, what, a month ago at most, and he has just been pretty good. He's definitely, you know, had some kind of portions of his game which look reasonable, but he's still not 100%, and so this is going to be a challenge. Amazing that he made it through the bracket yesterday. Did that on a lot of ZVZ as well, though. I feel like ZVT, this mechanical beast, is going to be a whole different thing for him. He did play Clem once since his return. It was actually a 2-0 for Clem, but one of those games was weirdly close. Like, it shouldn't have ever really been that close. And Rogue was able to really kind of, you know, give Clem a little run for his money, so that's the only thing that's got me having, like, a little bit of hope, because otherwise I'm kind of all about the idea of, you know, but this should just be kind of Clem.
Yeah, it should be, I feel, 85% Clem, honestly. Rogue's TVZ didn't look super amazing in his GSL group, and that was kind of combined with Cure not being the best at TVZ either. So when you go to Clem, who this is his comfort pick, if he was feeling weird, feeling bad, and they're like, well, what do you want to do to get better? He'd probably say, I want to practice versus some Zerg. Let's get that skill up. Let's get that confidence up. So this is Clem, still I feel at the pinnacle of TVZ. If you want to say that Maru is still better, okay, fine. But you cannot disagree that Clem is top tier in this matchup. And Rogue has to prove that he is. And, you know, even before Rogue went to military, Clem was already doing pretty well against the guy. So this is back when Rogue was that, you know, the world champion and one of the best players in the world. So I really got to give this to Clem. But I think everyone definitely has their eyes on this guy. Is he back to claim a championship? In the top left of Site Delta, he is the Red Zerg, Rogue.
In the bottom right, our blue Terran player representing Team Liquid, of course. He is our Atlanta champion. He did not have a great day yesterday. He's looking to turn it all around today and make a deep run. We have ourselves the blue Terran player, Clem.
It's nice and early here in Texas. Thank you all for coming out and really cheering for Clem, but I absolutely believe that while Clem can be a fan favorite, Rogue is going to be much discussed, especially if he does end up winning this series. It wouldn't be the first time that we had someone that was unexpected to win and unexpected to advance to, for instance, the World Championship because of one tournament. I actually referenced this earlier when we were kind of discussing what are the possibilities of Rogue, and I was like, well, I remember when True just came into Montreal and was like, okay, I'll pick up this seed. That can happen, but it's rarely or never really, it's never happened when someone's been out of practice for a while, right? So that would be a first. But Rogue's, I think, one of the more promising people to say, okay, he'd be the first to do that.
What a stat that is. Clem's run rate versus Zerg is his lowest versus any race.
And then there's a Protoss.
Simple.
I'm sorry.
They're like, wait, someone said the lowest of something, Protoss? Okay.
Yeah. No, his TVP has been great, but it also, obviously, whenever you see a win rate, you really got to wonder what exactly that means. And he's farming a lot of TVPs more so than TVZs.
There's a competition, right? It's like, oh, I've played against a Serral and a Ro8,
Yeah.
and all of these players who are obviously extremely good. And then the Protoss players, there's a lot of Protoss players in Europe. There's some obviously very good Protoss players, but there's also just a lot more of them. So obviously
many.
that kind of level dilutes a little bit. So
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense that may be the fact. As Reaper shows up, this is multi-racks Reaper. So Clem just wanting to kind of get control early, wants to be across the map, start showing off his micro a little bit as well. So yeah, kind of interesting because I feel like we really took a step away from these multi-racks Reaper openings, and then Q used them a bunch against Ro8 yesterday. Yeah, they haven't gone completely, but to see them kind of having such kind of use in this event is kind of surprised me a little bit.
Well, it was surprising to me to see him not do it at all and then do it all the time versus Raynor. So I really wonder what's the decision-making there from Cure specifically, I suppose, but from Clem, I think he just likes throwing this in once every best of 5, especially, if not twice. I mean, and he did practice with it almost exclusively for a while, a year ago, I guess, at this point. It is into a 3CC. It was 4 Reapers, which has a really strong chance of actually killing a 3rd hatch if that hatch was taken. This is something that Rogue didn't actually do. He's not trying to reach out for it, knowing that it could probably be canceled. He's still going to be careful about his actual micro, though. The Reapers jump in, could absolutely grab a Queen if he's not careful. No transfuse yet on them. All 4 Reapers will be able to evacuate. But I also wanted to say, like, we're talking about Clem. He faces a lot more like Protoss than maybe Zerg on a day-to-day basis. You got to talk about Rogue being in the Korean scene. Obviously, is going to get some of the top-tier ZVT practice when it comes to ladder and performing in those tournaments over there. It's not been a very long time, so that's why we have to put a little more doubts on Rogue. As the Speedlings catch up to the Reapers, though, that is a, well, almost nice catch. Obviously, you want to get all those Reapers if you actually go chasing after them. Only grabbed 1.
Only got 1, lost quite a few lings. It was a good kind of grenade and turnaround from Clem. He was a little unlucky that the first Reaper got caught, but otherwise, like I say, good control, put himself in a good position, and was able to make the most of what was looking a little bit troublesome. Third hatchery now down from Rogue, and Clem just continues into that stim pack, that bio play to follow on, because he's already got the barracks in place. The starport coming online as well, and of course that's all syncing up for our next stage of this. We're even still going to build some Hellions too, so just give that extra safety against any kind of higher ling numbers here. So a couple Hellions to help out with those Reapers. And yeah, we're really setting up towards those medevacs and then that push, and it's a Roach Roaring as the first choice from Rogue in this game.
I'm just looking at Rogue's camera, and I'm getting all like wiggly jiggly. I'm like, Rogue he's back, man. He's in a tournament. He's facing another top-tier player. I wanna see what he really can do. And apparently it's gonna be Roaches. So Clem, he's gonna have to be mindful of that possibility. He'll clearly get some type of scouting eventually, but so far no scout on it. Liberator's on the way out, so multi-pronged aggression as Clem builds up to bio. Rogue adding on his lair at this point, and we are waiting for, I guess, the first, try to push in with the Hellions. Queens are on guard.
Well deflected, well defended. Let's just have a couple more Hellions making their way up that right-hand side, so we will have all of them gathering. Then a Liberator on the way too, so actually going to have Clem with that Liberator. We know how good he can be with an early Liberator. It was one of the things he always used to do, like 8 Hellions, 1 Lib was his thing. The Liberator stays alive for so long. He's so careful about kind of utilizing it, but not in a way that's like, oh, I'm not going to kind of put it in positions. He was still good at keeping it alive when putting it in positions to deal damage, so always an annoying Liberator to play against. It comes across the map right now. Behind this, the stim is finishing. We're just missing really the medevacs to kind of get a party going across the map.
I'm looking at why he owns only 1 barracks producing, but I want to see maybe the main base. Because I'm also looking at his camera if he was disappointed, but he might already be up to 5 racks. We'll take a look at that later as we focus in on the harassments. Hellions trying on the 3rd, Liberator to the natural. So far, Rogue is on top of things, but this is where Clem, I feel like, first made his really cool entrance. When you saw him microing these 2 sets of units years ago, you're like, okay, this kid has something, right? So Rogue is going to be chested to the best of his ability. So far, so good. You have a couple of tanks on the way out. Have we seen that Roach Warren as of yet? I don't believe so. No, we have not. So you haven't seen too much else either, so you got to be wary. And just frankly, if you are going to be facing Rogue, a Korean Terran, or generally just as Clem, you know, you've had a weakness versus Roaches in the past. Starting off with tanks is the better option. This is obviously to fight versus Roaches, as Ling's going to run by, actually. 4 SCVs go down, and the Roaches will stop this drop from doing any damage. Now Clem has to worry primarily about that 1-1 Roach push, which Rogue is looking to set up to. 1-1 is almost 70% done. Hatchery's going to be canceled, however. That's a nice takeoff with 15 Marines still actually running around, keeping tabs on where the army is.
Moving about the map here with these medevacs and just doing a good job, right? And obviously Siege Tank production is on the way. The preparations, as he said, for that eventuality of the 1-1 Roach push is being made. So Clem is getting himself set up nicely. A little bit late on the armory for 2-2, but other than that, looking good. Look how committed Rogue's going to be. Nidus Network as well. So this is a double down on just the Roaches. We had a second factory from Clem. Obviously, again, this is all just going to be about the defense. It's going to be about making sure there's not a random Nidus that goes up that allows Rogue to start pulling you apart. These are things you've got to be on top of as Clem looks for the cancel once again in this space. It's going to come easily, and that is huge.
Nice little grenade there to stop as many Marines from dying for that snipe. So he's managed to save about 8 units right there. But yeah, Nidus Swarm addition can absolutely be trippy. You get that into the natural with the main base. Suddenly you have to divert attention. Suddenly you're not using your SimCity as much with your bio. Your bio is not protecting your tanks that are already siege and don't really want to move, right? So that is an absolutely big concern. Clem knows what is up. He's ready to defend the head-on attack as he actually kind of engages first, draws them into the tanks. But where is that Nidus Swarm going to go? Oh no, there's 2 tanks firing away here. That one of the natural is going to be rather strong. 3rd tank even as we head more into that 3rd base. And with the Roaches gone, the Ravagers have to be very careful.
Very comfortable defense so far from Clem. There's a Nidus coming up in the main base at the same time. We're going to get that picture on picture. It looks as though that's one thing Clem's not looking at. So this is an opportunity for Rogue, as he didn't do great at the front. But with this Nidus popping up, Clem's had no idea. His Marines are spawning, running past it as well. Now Clem has to deal with units in the main base, and this is the split that you talked about. Now it becomes way more complicated. How do you spread your defenses when you are, in the lower army supply? Roach Ravaging now again on top of these siege tanks as well. That is a big deal. SCVs are pulling in to try and protect. We are starting to kill a lot here as Clem is just going to have enough to hold on, or has Rogue found enough angles to deal damage in?
He's making it work, kind of, but you really have to wait for the calm to get a good sense of how much the Terran can make a comeback. And we're not quite there yet. Factory and 3rd CC have to lift. 4th is being built, but you can see that it could be in a very vulnerable situation. If that is canceled, I think that kind of is it for Clem's chances of a comeback. But if he manages to get on 4 bases once he's gotten enough of a defense up, then maybe there's a recovery there. But the defense still has to be happening as another Nidus Worms enters on the main base. The Nidus Worm itself will be killed, but Roaches and a Queen up there being a bother as Clem continues to try and deal with that 3rd base. This double-pronged attack from Rogue was an excellent addition to the usual 1-1 attack. Has it fully killed the Terran? It is difficult to discern if Clem can actually hold on here, as that 4th CC does finish and can even head over to the right side.
A little bit of extra economy will not go amiss, but Clem still needs to get some units up. Yep, there's another Nidus in the back. And that's going to be too much. At this point, Clem cannot hold on, and Rogue is going to open the series with a win. And it feels as though, well, the Roaches work out.
Yeah.
I don't want to be brutal, but I feel like I kind of look at this game and I'm like, I feel like Clem played badly, or the Rogue played brilliantly.
Well, it was kind of simple, right? And simple doesn't mean that it's easy to defend, so I don't want to get that twisted, but it was a very practice-looking build. It was like 1-1 Roaches. Okay, we're very familiar with that. Add a little Nidus Worm, that's a little pepper, but not totally uncommon. And then it just worked. Like there was a lackluster defense kind of all around, especially not finding that Nidus Worm. That is a real kick in the gut there, but then it just kept on going and it worked, right? And there is still a chance that a Terran can hold if they have one location to hold with. Marines in front of tanks, SCV pool as well. But when you get your production camped, when they have the access to get around any tanks or Sim City that you have, that is 100% a killing blow, which is why we had Rogue redirect all of his reinforcements to the main base. And that is when Clem tapped out. But I'm kind of with you. It just felt very uninspired. Rogue kind of did a thing, and then Clem died.
Which, like I say, there's no fault to Rogue, because I think what he did very well. He kept the Niduses coming, he put them in fairly obvious locations, but locations that were working, right? But Clem, the start was so good for him. He cancels the 4th base twice over. The first defense, the Roaches try and run up the natural. They get blocked by the depot. They don't kill the tank there. Those Roaches die. That whole first attack was not good for Rogue. He had to get the Nidus in. So at that point, if you're Clem, I really feel like the one thing you should be doing is eyes on that mini-map. Make sure there's no possibility, because that's the one way you lose a game. So something to think about going into game 2, as we'll see if Clem can pick it up. But right now, in the bottom right of Golden Aura, our red Zerg from Falcons with a 1-0 lead is Rogue.
And at the top left for Team Liquid, he is Clem. Nice little shock and awe opening, I feel like, for Rogue. I actually quite like it as a choice, especially now in retrospect, because it won. But it does force the aggression onto Clem, right? You're really subverting what we expect from Clem, which is that very heightened mid-game aggression that he can even win against slightly worse Zergs against right then and there. And Rogue, by going Roaches in general, does kind of take over in that part, in the mid-game. Clem's not supposed to be pushing into him. He's defending, exactly what happened. And then you add the Nidus Worm, which I feel like is actually a really nice morning skill check. Are you warmed up? Are you awake? Because otherwise, Clem, he's 12 hours deep into a tournament. I feel like he doesn't miss that, because it was right next to his barracks. It was absolutely on the mini-map. It wasn't hidden.
It is almost when you're playing against Clem as well. It's good to check if he's awake sometimes, because Clem's known for maybe not being the most morning of base players.
No, he's a night owl, man.
He absolutely is. But definitely feel like as well, Clem didn't look too bothered about that first game. I think he knows, okay, I just got to sharpen up a little bit. Like, if you're going to bring out that sort of build again, I'm going to be so ready for it.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. And one of the things I was going to mention at the start is this is the best of 5. Like, this is not just like a couple cheeky builds and you're through to the next round.
Yeah.
You've got to play a solid series. You've got to have a lot of different game plans. It's going to be really interesting to see how varied Rogue can play across the course of like a longer series, because that's not something we've really seen him playing online so far. He's played a couple longer matches and like a couple show matches and so on, but you know, here in a bigger event, playing like a longer best of 5, you just got to have so much more prepared to really see success. So that might just be kind of, you know, a problem for Rogue as well, that this is now a best of 5 base, because these couple Lings going to get onto that Reaper for some damage, but of course the Reaper is going to pull back with 1 kill to its name, and a 3rd CC coming back at home from Clown.
Right, 3 CC versus 3 hatch so far. Yeah, what's scary though from Rogue, you know, we had that MMA quote where class is permanent, and that seems to be very true for Rogue. But if you're thinking about what would be hurt by being away for, I think it's 18 months, then I would say fundamentals, right? And you try and get back on that pretty quickly. But what's going to stay, I think, is confidence. I don't think Rogue, you look at Rogue and he's ever not confident, even if he has never played StarCraft in 10 years. Then you have build order planning and reading kind of like the way that a best of goes. And Rogue was always very good at that. You know, Rogue was a mastermind of controlling an entire series, an entire tournament, even if sometimes individual games didn't look like the absolute best. So that's really scary when he gets his first build order plan to work out, and then you're like, well, no, I'm never going to get shocked by Nidus from Roach again, right? But then suddenly he's going low drone, Massling, Baneling, and then you lose to that too, and you're like, okay, now I'm down 0-2 versus this guy. I thought I was supposed to win because this guy's back from the military. What's going on? This is a very dangerous thing to do here, but it might just work out. Speed's definitely not done. 2 Hellions looking to get a lot of damage done. The Reaper is dead. It's all up to them. I think he got 4 drones. That'd be okay. Ooh, that's tempting. That's tempting. There it is. 6 drones, and 1 Hellion will escape.
Well, got there in the end, and getting the Hellion out too, like you say, a little bonus compared to what you expect. So now we've got 3 Hellions still here. Link speed is about to finish. We're going to start to dive in again. The Queen's nearly finish off that Hellion hurt from before. Clem decided to turn around just in time, but this was good. Obviously, that final shot, able to get those extra drone kills. Got +4 on that one. That really makes us beneficial. And now Clem into the Banshees as well. That's going to help you in case you play against any Roach stuff in the future. But of course, it's such a good way to open where you can harass, you can deal some damage, you can put the pressure on your opponent, and you can start to play your game and focus on your game. So that's going to be a big plus from Clem. I like the way he's taking it.
I wonder if he's going to go ahead and go straight into Widow Mines this game. That is something that Clem has preferred in the past. You know, tanks are kind of a necessary, I don't want to say evil, they're fine. You can go tanks and then go into Widow Mines. But if you could go straight into them, that's where we've seen Clem actually win some of those first pushes, because his control of Marine Widow Mine medevac is so damn good. And if he's going to go Banshees, he's kind of got some type of protection versus surprise Roaches, but then also just that thought, would he go Roaches again? Does he think he can actually get me with that style? Maybe yes, maybe no. It would be scary to call when you're facing against Rogue, who could still add on a Roachborn. Lair is on the way. No indication of any other additional technology besides that speed. And Clem's harassment, while pretty good, he did just lose 4 SCVs, so it's kind of made up for a little bit.
And Italians are still lurking, of course. They want to just try and push back that creep spread best they can, try and limit it, especially on a larger map like Golden Ore. You don't want the creep to get out of control. There's a lot of different places to kind of control the creep, so just trying to shut it down a little bit early is nice. The Ling's already setting up to run by a little bit too. That's one thing that Rogue did do well in the early game last time as well. He had that one Ling run by ready, got a few kills out of it, so he was already showing the ability to kind of be aggressive, and he's going to find 3 SCVs right here. The majority of these Lings are going to say get out, but they actually tend to fight away some of these Marines. I'm just going to trade for a little bit. Maybe not the greatest, but
yeah.
Either way, I still like the idea that he's just being active. He's looking for opportunities. He is absolutely here to mean business.
Well, the reason it's kind of sad is that those Banshees just got revealed. It looks like he was actually trying to keep them a little secret because he didn't send the first one out immediately, and then suddenly 2 popped up. And I don't think Rogue has done very much scouting as far as the main base of Clem in either last game or this game. So yeah, his Lings got in, that's right. So he did actually see what was going on. All right, so this game didn't count, yeah. So the Banshees, I mean, they'll eventually still help out, and they will help out defensively, even though it's not Roaches. Baneling can be tracked by that. 4th base, obviously not going to go down anytime soon, but maybe a couple of drones will. Just skirt outside of that score. Oh, the Overseer is there as well, however. Yeah, I don't know about this.
Yeah, it makes it very awkward, but we do have the escape through the left side, so now the Hellions show up on that load ground, but there's nothing really there. Queen is to meet them as the Baneling speed continues up. You mentioned Ling Bane, so there is the switch up from Rogue. Big map, going to play that Ling Bane style, something that can be swarmy and very good at controlling the size of a map like Golden Aura, or a map the size of Golden Aura. And Clem getting his finishing touches to his bio upgrades. When that 1-1 combat shield is there, you do expect him to start fighting. It's going to be interesting because Ling Bane is the sort of thing where if you don't have a great macro setup, it can just like roll over and die very quickly if there's just an outclassing of unit numbers. Run by again though, and Rogue is just going to jump on this, look to cancel the factory perhaps. Doesn't get any SCVs here, but he doesn't get the factory either. So that's a bunch of units that don't do anything, and that means even less to defend against this Stimin. Now I'm very worried for Rogue because he doesn't have Banelings ready. They're still morphing, and Clem is going to get a lot of damage done. He's already killed so many Lings. He's getting rid of a bunch of these Queens. By the time the Bane showed, they're the only thing that Clem really has to fight, so he's going to be able to get rid of so many of them. Bane speed is just now finishing. We'll have to just lift up and go, but Clem got so much value from this first set of medevac play.
Baneling speed hits as the Banelings waddle in. That's a bit scary, but Clem controlled that very, very well. I think you could tell that he was wary that the defense would happen a little sooner. And then, you know, realized he could get a couple extra moments there. The Banshees were hard at work killing an Extractor, which actually can help. But then I would still say you'd want to keep one of those Banshees alive just for the spotting of the run-bys, which Rogue has been insistent upon. So I actually think it'd be really, really helpful. It's currently killing a Hydralisk Den, though, and that would also be pretty good. 4th CC not going to be canceled. Enough Marines were there to stop that from happening. The Hydralisk Den is going to be saved. Okay, that's not going down.
Spawn moves into position. Meanwhile, the Ling run by gets denied pretty much, so Clem looking a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident. In this game, there's been a lot of moments where Rogue has just gifted off a few Lings here and there, and that adds up, and that's where the supply difference is really coming from. Clem looking good, and Rogue definitely in a spot of bother as we have Clem pushing forward. Going to clean that creep. Got on top of this base. Okay, well, Ling Bane Hydra is ready to greet this little group of units, but it is just a little group. Clem has so much more behind it. And that's the thing, when he pushes for real, this could get very scary for Rogue extremely quickly, as we're even going to drop across toward the main, and Clem just playing with positions, playing with ideas, keeping Rogue busy. He's dropping on the left-hand side as well, gets the first Baneling here, we'll start to get some of the Hydras. Next Baneling cannot stand up to these Marines, and so we're losing units, and once again, Clem finding value, and that's definitely what this game has been all about so far.
Clem's kind of kicking butt right now.
Yeah.
This is a good game for Clem. Okay, a little mistake there up against the Baneling. Still otherwise good. He's on a 20 supply lead. He's definitely keeping Rogue down. And his tank count is really getting quite high. He is dedicated to double tank production. So 8 tanks. Maybe he leaves 1 or 2 at home for the defense, but if you got 6 tanks even on the front lines, and especially some of these positions, that is extremely difficult to break without a really solid pre-setup, or of course Vipers, which we're nowhere near. There was a mistake from Clem. He did forget +2 armor, so this is really a 2-2 attack like it probably should have been. Nonetheless, I think he's given himself enough of a lead, 30 in army supply, that this is going to be a real struggle for Rogue to hold. This could be coming to an end if this is not the right collapse. Tanks left a little unguarded, but, you know, off of creep on the right side against the Marines, and then the Hydra still being targeted there. Lots of Banelings going down as they try to retreat, and Clem holds on to that 30 army supply lead.
Still has so many Marines as well, as you can just pull back into this tank fight, and if these Marines are protected by the tanks, the Banes will never reach, and then they will overwhelm the Hydras. Drop on the left side as well from Clem means that he is working through a hatchery during this over there. Yes, that part gets deflected, but his main army will not. And Clem brings it back to tie this series up with Rogue at the start of knockout bracket round 1.
Clearly got into his groove. And it was only Marines, but that absolutely worked out. Rogue was a little underprepared for that 4th base defense. I think that really was the start of the bad times for Rogue, but he also struggled a little more with the Hellion defense. The thing is that his Ling run-bys looked really great. It looked like they were getting in there and really bothering Clem, like back when we used to see Clem versus Raynor all the time. The run-bys were a big sore point, and Rogue clearly had, picked up on that. The aggressiveness of the Hellions leaves something open in the defense of the Terran. So that looked good, but then when it came to the actual battle, mechanics versus mechanics, being prepared for the multi-pronged aggression, that's where Rogue started to, well, look weaker, not look like the Rogue champion of free military.
This fight was definitely a little awkward up on that top side. Like you said, the tanks were exposed, but there's just so much Terran. And obviously by the time a few tanks survive and enough Marines survive, there was never going to be a hope for Rogue to hang on in there any longer. And that's how Clem tied it all up. Take us to a game 3 now here in Dallas. Get this set in a couple of moments. Of course, a lot of matches happening right now, Zombie Grub. And there's a whole bunch of matches happening across other streams, so make sure you go check all that out too, because there's some cool games. Gumiho's currently leading over Nice, Beyond leading over Trigger, and Stats leading over Creator, so Lots of action happening all at once as we've got so many games to get through today, including this Rogue Clem Game 3, which looks as though we're ready to head into.
It's going to be on Oceanborn in the top left as the red Zerg. He is Rogue.
In the bottom right, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem.
Looking for another at DreamHack Championship. Won winter, wants to win spring. Be pretty nice. Had a lackluster Katowice. It actually could have been much worse. He kind of barely escaped from the groups. So it was, at the end, an okay result. Still not what he wanted. Looking to improve upon that here. And given what was on paper one of the easier draws, just because Rogue is fresh off of the military. But with that first game showing the power of strategy and build orders, he never discounts Rogue. And I want to say you don't want to discount him even if he doesn't do anything tricky. Like, just because that last game didn't look very good. Like, I don't think he's going to lose every single Baneling game. But if it happens, that would kind of maybe be in the line of expectations. Okay, Rogue can be a little tricky. He can do some different build orders. He can do some different styles. Fine. But when it comes to more of a straight-up TVZ, this is where Clem should shine. He has SCV scouted, wary of a very early cheese, which doesn't happen too often in the matchup anymore, but Rogue would certainly be one of those guys you'd be scared of going for an early Roach Rush.
Kind of seeing our players' point of views here for a couple of moments as they work their way through the early game. Lots of clicking around on the hatchery and the command center. Some rallies and patrols being made. Clem going to block that third base a little bit with the SCVs, just trying to make a little bit of a delay on that, basically, as Oceanborn is not really the map you'd want to take another third base on as a Zerg, because you'd be expanding outwards or towards the Terran. That'd make a lot of the Terran pushes much easier, so got a little delay in the fight happening right there. Reaper should be showing up in a second as well, which will make this drone have to get away. We don't get the block on the extractor, but you can see the plan from Clem all being played out there.
Yeah, there's micro on both sides here. Currently won, I suppose, by Clem, but that is the benefit of SCV scouting as a Terran, besides the fact that you see if it's a pool first or a hatch first, you can actually get a little block there. The Lings are going to try and go across the map, and even if there was a Marine, and there is, that is a decent amount of Lings. Reaper's kind of picking up on this, it looks like. I want to pull back. Clem 3CC, feeling safe to do so. It is kind of prerogative on Rogue to do something to get a lead or really throw off Clem. And going back into Roaches, I think, is just the best way to throw off Clem. Not that he always loses, especially nowadays. Maybe 2 years ago, especially if he was facing Dark, he would lose a lot of Roach games. He's fixed that, but it's the way to, as I said, take the power of the mid-game away from the guy. So maybe that could be Rogue's plan again. But so far, just trying to make sure this Reaper doesn't get any more Lings.
Yeah, wants to obviously minimize that. The Reaper pulling away to the side. Hatchery will take a little hit. Overlord chilling out overhead. Ling speed finishing. Of course, now the Reaper will get chased back more easily, but there's Hellions on the way to support it. As the early game really pans out as you mostly expect it to. So those Hellions will be joined up. One little Ling here would like to get through for some information as well, and he's going to see the starport moving across towards the tech lab, so that's pretty good info to see. So again, little things that Rogue can pick up on early, just trying to piece together the parts of the puzzle on these early stages of Terran versus Zerg. As that Reaper will have a Hellion buddy in a moment and keep on poking at the front to try and deny some group spread.
Clem is going to dedicate to the Cloak. The Banshees might offset a very fast separate build, like a 2-1-1 after 3CC, but they are useful, and I think their use far outweighs any downside, particularly if you're still otherwise confident in your macro game. I don't know what this Queen's doing.
Chilling. Going for a little bit of vacation off onto the creep. He apparently on the road to the Esports World Cup, it would look like.
The Queen's got to get started early, man.
Yeah, they take a while to get there.
Double Evolution Chambers on the way right now. Rogue, let's see, in just a second. +1 melee. You can still have you can add 1/1 Roach missile and just add Roachborn later, but it is going to be melee. It will be Banelings, and Rogue will be going into a similar style to that last game. Don't want to say a completely identical style as of yet. Doesn't have the gas for +1 carapace, but that'll be on the way too. Clem on his own upgrade, just starting the engineering base actually. So finishing up his production. Stim has started. The first Banshee did just race across the map, so it doesn't have the cloak yet, but because it raced across the map, gets 2 drones for that Spores ready.
Getting there early is very nice, and 2 drones is obviously really great, so not a bad start at all. I feel like this is just such a nice opening when you're kind of the comfortable player, right, as the Terran.
Yes.
You just have control of the Hellions, you get control of the Banshee, you're safe against most things. The Banshees really provide a lot of added defense in a lot of scenarios, so it just sets you up so well. And not only, it's not just like you're playing safe, you have options to harass, so you've got a way to deal damage too. It's such a catch-all kind of style, so I think it's going to be something that we probably see Clem really sticking to, as we apparently are finding queens out in the center. Detection not near enough. I believe that's 2 dead queens, and that is a huge pickoff, as now going to see the Hellions even joining in on the fun, and it's not a good day to be a queen.
That scan in the main was really nice. Not only did it see if there was any shenanigans on the way, but it also saw an actual lack of lair, because he saw the main, he saw the natural with the Banshees, and the third with the Hellions. And the third is very rarely the lair anyway. So there's no Overseer. So he's able to push a little bit more with the Banshees. Rogue was cognizant of that. That's why he put that Spore Crawler at the front. You got to keep moving it, basically. If you want to keep spreading creep, you got to keep moving that Spore Crawler until that Overseer is actually finished. Lair will finish. Burrow is on the way. He did get Burrow last game. We didn't get to see it highlighted, but I do love when Zergs do early Burrow. I know there's reasons to why not to, but I just think it's so useful, and it's so obnoxious, too, when the Terran thinks they can replant a third that had a lift, and it's blocked. Nice position for the Marines. That could have been a little deadlier. Instead, it is going to be a better trade, I would say, for the Marines. Tank was there to help out, and Banshees are still perusing, still grabbing drones every here and there. It's adding up a lot. I'm worried this game is going to look a lot like the last, perhaps even worse.
The amount of queens that are just starting to kind of fall down. You can see Rogue is a little disappointed as well. He gets a little shake of his head because he knows he's just playing a little bit messy right now, and that doesn't fly when you're playing against Clem. And now he's just finding opening after opening. Clem is really just picking Rogue apart with some Banshees to the point where once 1-1 and combat shields are done, we might just be talking about one push of doom. Clem finally loses a Banshee, but the damage dealt here is magnificent, and he is going to be absolutely loving his position. Clem in a great spot now here in Game 3. And yeah, the next push is going to be extremely tough for Rogue to hold with the lack of numbers that he's working with.
Yeah. He might have Banelings prepared for the push, which was one of his problems last game. They were still building, but I don't know if that really is going to be enough. With the tank sieged up, blasting away on the limited number of Banelings that are available, and still plenty of Marines, a 40 supply lead for the Terran as they push in. Rogue's got to make some real great connections or a really upsetting run by, as they do get a quick pickup here. This is not the main push, right? It didn't bring the splash. It is the harassment that is supposed to be paid attention to. Clem with a big mistake, I would say. Rogue does need more of that, though. That was one mistake. Rogue would like for Clem to make about 20.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, Clem's not going to be as devastating with his push, but he's still going to be on a 30 army supply lead, so we'll do the math on that. I like this from Rogue. Don't want to fight straight up, go counterattack. He knows Clem's going to be pushing, so counterattack is absolutely the way to get something done, but Clem is somewhat ready for it. A few Marines left at home. Everything wasn't just rallying across. The tank sets up a good siege position, actually, with the Marines able to choke up with that tank, and now there's nothing over here, so that's the risk of counterattacking like this. And yes, you're getting SCVs, but you're going to be losing a lot of drones. We pull back to the tank here. The tank shot is brutal on the Banelings. 4th base down, and Rogue is feeling the pain of Clem.
Great tank focus fire, both defensively and offensively, right in the heart of the Banelings as they come in. The Banelings are going to get shot once again. There's still a few of them, but a split, some focus fire, and all the Banelings are gone, leaving only Lings and Queens. Even upgrades with the power of Marines under Medivacs, really showing their strength here as Rogue is forced to flee. Banshee comes back into the main base to be a little bother. Rogue is just being suppressed over and over and over again. He is getting to a hive, shockingly, but what would he do with that to actually make up for all the deficit?
I've got no idea. Like, a Viper and some like incredible blind cloud that makes all the Marines run into Banelings.
Yeah.
I've got no good answer realistically. I see Rogue dying before anything comes off of the hive, but we will see him counterattacking again, so he's going to try and stay in. He's just looking for Clem to make mistakes. He's creating opportunities where Clem might make mistakes, which is absolutely the way to play this. That tank really ate so many of those Banelings up, and Clem will push forward again. But those Banelings are ready, so Clem, without too much splash damage here, may be hesitant to continue, and he will just lift up. Might just go towards the main base and just force his opponent to keep on running around. A lot of Clem's splash damage is on the other side of the map. Queens defend. And Rogue will keep on hanging in there. It isn't super pretty, but he's still somewhat just about surviving.
Yeah, another... This happened yesterday, too. Sport Crawler still left over after the hatch died. Managed to grab a medevac. Still didn't take out the pressure coming in from the... And now I guess triple medevac drop. Run by once again, but Clem has a lot of units back at home at this point. Very clear that he is still building up. This time around, he will have a legitimate 2-2. The armor was made at the same time. Rogue's upgrades are actually quite fast, so you definitely can't stick around with only Marines being surrounded, especially as Cracklings is on the way. Rogue's gonna try and dive towards those Ultras, but Clem already building a couple of Marauders, gonna have some good defense to begin with, and just numbers anyway. He is up 50 supply, so even though Ultras can be good against Marines, they can jump on top of them. I mean, how many can Rogue actually get? Rogue had to get a second Macro hatchery, by the way, in the main base because of the loss of the hatchery, and that's not making it look very pretty. But as you say, he is still in the game, technically.
He is not dead yet. Problem is 50 supply is halfway to being dead, or 50 supply deficit is halfway to being dead. Like you say, you get the Ultra Cavern, and then what? You start kiting this plane, and you've got no money for Ultras, so not even that worried. I do like Adrenal Glands. Obviously, those Lings still a part of the game and may make it worthwhile if you start counter-attacking once more, which might just have to be the plan of Rogue. But the numbers just do not lie. It's a 50 supply deficit. It is just so rough to come back from this because it's so difficult just to have units to make anything happen. That's the problem we're in right now. Maybe if Clem stepped back and Rogue got a chance to build up and gets them all, then he can be talking, but Clem is pressuring, Clem is fighting, and he's forcing Rogue to have units right now, and Rogue just can't get any more.
Nice little thing that happened there. I think Clem knows Burrowed Banelings could happen, so he pre-split. Now he's going to have to split for real as the Banelings crash on in. They looked like they were doing well, and then the rest of the Terran army came, and then it wasn't very pretty. Clem's still holding on to a dominating supply. The last few Banelings trying to get those connections will be denied, and without Banelings, Rogue does not stand a chance. Clem goes up 2-1.
Some solid micro at the end there from Clem as well. Tank shots, target firing Banelings multiple times over, just guaranteeing the cleanup as Clem set the tone with those Banshees and harassment in the earlier stages. And that really just led to a point where you start pushing, and you should never really need to stop. Rogue did the right things, I think. From behind, he counterattacked. He tried to make Clem make mistakes. He was just that behind, and Clem didn't make enough of those mistakes. There was one time he caught a few units in the medevacs, but otherwise, Clem just made sure that Rogue was not getting back into this, and that was just absolutely brutal. So tough game for Rogue, and I think he was a little bit sad as well because he knew that the Banshees got way more done than they should have done. He was clearly disappointed in his defense there, and once that opened, it just snowballed so hard as well. This was the one moment where Clem looked as though he maybe made a bit of a mistake, but he was just still in such a dominant position. And even this defense was really smooth. Like, the tank siege is up, Marines can choke up with it, just makes it so much easier. And then that just means that you've got absolutely nothing at home as Rogue here too. Just honestly very solid play for Clem. Looking great when these games look normal. I think it's time for Rogue to get a bit crazy.
I think so. I mean, at the very least, I think you go back to Roaches, although I did not remember what the fourth map was. So, but I feel like you still have to. Like, you're clearly not doing hot versus Ling Bane. Now, this was a lot because you messed up in the early game defense, to be fair, but then you have that second map that kind of showed that even if you don't mess up as much versus the harassment, you still struggle versus this guy. And Rogue would certainly know how to upset, especially, I think, a non-Korean. And that's what he did in the first game. He's got to do it again here to actually take us to Game 5.
Yeah, I think you're right about Roaches. I think Roaches just at least stabilize some of the parts where Clem is kind of getting away with the game already. So play Roaches, then just go from there. It's Crimson Court up next. Don't really love Roaches because obviously it's just like narrow. Tanks are going to set up, and how do you ever really play around that? So I don't know. This is not the prettiest of scenarios, but let's see if this madman, who is such a great strategist, if he can dig himself out of this hole. In the bottom left, our Red Zerg player is Rogue. Defund the Zerg Cabal.
In the top right, Team Liquid up 2-1. He is Clem. So if Clem were to win this game, go 3-1, he would be facing Gumiho next. Gumiho 3-0, nice. And an update with Hero waiting in the wings after that. That would be pretty exciting. I think TVT between Clem and Gumiho is fun. I do favor Clem a little more there. Clem's road forward. looking strong now that he's gotten the extra points here. He seems to have control over Rogue as far as when that Ling Baneling style happens. It's a little different with Roaches, but Crimson Court being the map was a really important thing to note because it is a very awkward map. It's one of our new ones, kind of. It's been like 2 months.
It's been a while now.
It's more new than Oceanborn. And with the newness, a lot of the maps came with some particular features. So this one does have the mineral wall going to a potential third. And then you have a middle base that can be used to jump off point for the attack, alongside a Rich Vespian Geyser, of course.
So map always to me just seems like such a dream for a Terran. It's like you take a base in the middle of the map and it's a reasonable base to take. It's like, okay, and why isn't the Terran ever going to stop attacking, right?
Right, yeah.
So definitely feel as though it'll be interesting to see Rogue's approach, whether he can figure out a way to handle all of that. Maybe again get in there before it all sets up, get those Roaches on the go, maybe get some Niduses working. These are the things I think come to mind. Maybe even, I don't love this idea as much, but maybe even something like a super quick land, like fast mutas, right? Just throw the game off a little bit. Like,
yeah.
I don't think I love that as much as the Roaches, but anything a bit different, I think, is going to give Rogue a better shot at things here than just letting Clem play 3CC into bio, trading for Ling Bane very well, and then just winning out from there.
Exactly. It doesn't matter whether you have a strong or a strong opinion, good or bad about a particular style. I think at this point it's just do a different style. Creeper actually got killed there, and the Reaper's going to survive. This is not the start you want when you're down in your last life in the tournament. And I know it doesn't seem like a lot. It further increases the fear that Clem is going to out micro in the early game again and get that. I think it was something like 25 drone kills from all the harassing units, not the real main attacks. And you just can't take that damage as a Zerg player.
No, it's a little bit excessive, isn't it? A little bit excessive. Reaper is going to dance around with these coins, just trying to find as much as it can. Of course, Reapers can regenerate, so make use of its HP.
So he is going into a slightly different build here. You see there's no starport, so he's not going to go for, you know, what could be safety Banshees, but then they got highlighted as if they were supposed to do that much damage in the last game. They usually aren't, guys. But instead of saying, well, I still need to be safe, or dang, those Banshees did really well, Clem maybe is thinking, I am killing this guy as soon as I get to like bio and drops. Let's just get there faster, because apparently he's also not trying to kill me early. And of course he's double checking that with the SCV Scout, with the Insistent Reaper, which does finally go down. So he feels kind of safe doing a different, basically greedier build order without that technology to protect you. You are a little vulnerable. Perfectly fine in this scenario.
Gets you to that comfortable bio stage fastest as long as you get there safely, which he was not able to do in game one. Then I think Clem's going to be feeling good, and he's just doing everything he can to make sure of that with the Reaper scouting so diligently as well. Rogue is making a lot of overlords because he's just straight up supply blocked. He's not really added anything on in this game yet. So right now I'm watching a man that might just kind of like fall apart when Stim hits and Marine Stim in. It's a lair at 430. Now that's not a fast lair, but he still hasn't built anything else up.
Yeah.
Blink Hydra maybe? Just...
That was a kind of brutal supply block, really.
Yeah, 66 out of 66 for a long time as well.
Yeah, and you can see he just busted out so many drones that would have already been mining. That's a big problem. Meanwhile, you know, we don't really talk about Clem's mechanics because his macros are going pretty much flawlessly here. He's got to start on location, no problem, no Lings running around. Rogue is going to choose Roaches, and I think it's been clear that we like that. But then we got to start talking about how the map looks and how you can position those tanks. Clem will get eyes on the Roaches eventually, and by the last 3 games, he defaults to tanks and was going pure tanks anyway. So there shouldn't be a situation in which he's completely blindsided, but that didn't stop him from losing the first game. Now, granted, that was more than Nidus Worm, but I could very well see Rogue doing the exact same thing as game 1, because that's what he won.
Rogue needs Roaches right now. He can't build them yet, but these Marines, they have Stim, they have Medivacs. There's not even Ling speed. This was a build which was honestly a little bit on the greedy side from Rogue. You can see his face is already looking a little bit exasperated because he starts 11 Roaches now, and the Marines already stimming into a base. This is problematic. The drones are going to pull in, and Clem is going to find himself an amazing opportunity. Queen transfusions are very good, and Clem realizes he can't fight the Queens, but he will get another drone or 2, and that undoes a lot of the work lead that Rogue had set up for himself. Now, yes, the Roaches are popping. Now he's going to start looking more comfortable, but Clem has already done some very major damage, and it was so cheap for Clem. He lost basically nothing here.
Right, exactly. It was so cheap. This might go back to what I was talking about, Rogue not getting a lot of main base scouting. I don't know if you saw that it was a 2-on-1, but it took the Banshees again. But it didn't have any units. You're right. It was completely unitless in the beginning. Now it is clear that it is Roaches. Thief on the Lings, and the Roaches will appear and defend this soon. Hopefully. Maybe.
At some point.
Okay.
Never.
The Queens are good enough anyway. It's fine.
Good, yeah.
But Clem should be preparing for the defense back at home, as the Hellions even see more Roaches and potential attack paths. So scan of the main base. Might have also been looking for a Nidus Worm, but of course you don't know if they put that at the natural or the third base either. So far, no Nidus Worm, and I do have less faith in a direct Roach attack working against someone who has so much experience being roached. People tried to kill him with Roaches for a very long time. It was the Nidus Worm that really added the trick. Clem taking this super seriously with bunkers on the way.
Well, bunkers aren't going to get to finish, though. He took a little while to actually start them, so both bunkers are likely going to go down, while the Roaches actually just want to die through. There's no Ravages here, because Rogue is just going to send it. I don't love that, because obviously Corrosive Files would be so nice. Knocks them down, so some of those further out siege tanks down. Without the Ravages, it's just brutal, and the tank in the back is just going to sit there a long time. Finally, some SCVs pull in. A little bit late for the party, but better late than never, as now we get rid of these Ravages. This is a case where you can give up SCVs as Clem, because your tech is going to be so much better as long as you survive. The Roaches are always going to be a little bit swarmy in numbers, so giving them some SCVs to ensure your ability to stay in this game is almost always a good thing. So 6 SCVs down, I still feel good for Clem. He's got a worker lead, and he just needs to figure this out, as that factory is in a little bit of trouble, which is actually kind of nice, but Clem will now fight, and he's got an okay position here, and we really are still very low on that Ravager count.
It's a very low supply for a Roach player. This is not a supply in which you're really scared for the Terran. Even if it was Ling Baneling, this is not enough. So he went kind of fast, right, before the Ravagers had joined up, before obviously he was maxed out, nowhere close to maxed out. But he did hit kind of while he had 1-1 upgrade advantage. Didn't matter. The tank couldn't be destroyed, to your point, and Marines were plentiful enough to hold strong with a little SCV help. And then Clem's 1-1 did kick in. So now that he's rehealed, he's got more medevac energy, he's got tanks repositioned, now he's going to be really fine even on the direct fight, I would say. As the supplies still do not look good for Rogue. Now there's a 30 or 20 army supply lead, actually, as more units got made, and that is a lead. It just doesn't feel as good when it's Roach Ravager. One tank not siege, but one had a couple of blasts. One's on the high ground as well. Another one pops into the natural, but you can see the Marines can go toe-to-toe with the Roach Ravager. Now the 20 supply lead is in Clem's favor, as Clem takes the 3-1. He was just better in TVZ. The first build was great from Rogue, showed his class, showed how he's still a very dangerous player to go up against. But when it came to adjusting into a more normal TVZ, Clem found his footing. And then the Roaches were a little too on the nose, as well as being a very inefficient build, I would say, too, with the supply block. So nicely done to Clem. He's got his confidence back, perhaps after a frustrating day one. And then he goes into a TVT versus Gumiho.
Look at Rogue, man. He's ready to learn. He's got that replay open. He's looking to figure out what he needs to do next time. There's always going to be Rogue the underdog here. And hey, he kind of, managed to grab himself a map, which was a great start. Clem, you have to say, what a run he's going to have to go through. TVT versus Gumiho, then he plays versus Hero. Your round evade opponent ain't much easier. It's just going to be a tough day. But hey, it's a very doable bracket if Clem starts to kind of level up a little bit, and he looked so comfortable after game number 1 of this series. Let's head on over to the stage and hear from our victor of that first series, Clem.
Thank you very much. Hello, gamers here in Dallas. I present to you your winner of the first match today in day 2. It is Clem. Give him a big round of applause. All right, Clem, we unfortunately didn't have a chance to talk to you yesterday after the opening match, but now we do. How do you feel about that win?
It feels good always to start with a win. I felt like yesterday wasn't quite going my way, so I was like, okay, maybe tomorrow is going to be a new day, and yeah, starting with a win is really good, of course. Gives some confidence always.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think about that confidence, that's something, obviously, that's the theme for you, finally kind of shaking that monkey off your back in the previous tournament. But now that you are starting off day 2 with the win, still a long road to go. How are you feeling about the upcoming matches against Gumiho? And then, obviously, after that, if you move on, it's Hero after that as well.
Yeah, well, I'd say I feel okay, but TVT is always a bit scary, especially for me offline. I tend to struggle a bit in TVT, so yeah, we're going to have to see how that goes. If I somehow manage to beat Gumiho, I would feel quite good against Hero, but yeah, I have to focus on the next match first, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, feeling pretty good.
All right, well, obviously, long day ahead for you, so we won't keep you any longer. But once again, gamers, it is Clem winning his first match of today, moving on in the knockout bracket. We'll send it back to the desk.
God, I wish Choba would call me a gamer. We've got ourselves the big gamer winning, though. It is Liquid Clem, as he is able to dispatch of Rogue. We had an interesting start to this series. Rogue obviously coming out with the first victory there, and unfortunately for Clem, a little bit having sweep of the sweat off his brow, but he was able to recover from it all. I can't speak, but Clem can definitely speak with all of his actions here, being able to advance on pick.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a little scary at the start of the series, but the moment Rogue started playing Ling Bane, Clem decided to show him the power of the Clem Marine. The unit efficiency in Game 2 was just out of hand. I mean, it was like 3-1 with those Marines, just never getting hit by the Banelings. And once he gets going, he doesn't stop. It was good to also see some more safety precautions here in this final game. Tanks on the high ground, kind of pulling back with the Marines, waiting for a few more units, not being as rushed with his engagement. That first game, of course, caught off by the classic 1-1 Ro8, which I'm Rogue, he's done that so many times at big world championships, big tournaments over the years. He's a master of hiding it. It did catch Clem off guard in game 1, but we just saw that like when it comes to the back and forth and the speed, even with the Ling run bys getting SCV damage a lot, which is what you need to do, it felt like Clem was playing at an impossible speed.
Yeah, it really did feel like the Ling run by seemed like it was maybe, Rogue's going to be able to get some early game advantages and carry them out. But Clem was finding so much counter damage. I mean, the Banshees come to mind in one of those, I think it was like game number 3 or something, where the Banshees are just cleaning house, killing off like 12, 13 drones, continuously getting little advantages there. Clem just did a really, really nice job as soon as it wasn't just a Nidus Roach all in, and he just seemed super secure and fine.
Yeah, a bit of a clash of styles, and it does feel like Rogue still has a little bit to kind of learn about what's going on here in 2024. It's understandable, right? You're gone for so long here, and for Rogue, it felt like a lot of his tactics here were just a slam in the face. Is this going to work? Okay, not much finesse to it, whereas Clem, when you're able to see him kind of start really flexing out in game 2, that's the finesse that kind of someone like Clem, who is now a recent champion, is going to show.
It's the layers of constant interaction, right? It's the ability to completely micro, not just one thing, but many, many phases over and over. And that's why Clem has that clutch ability to fight back from behind and make those sort of comebacks where, yeah, Rogue is a master of hiding attacks and surprising you with them. I love the Nidus edition. I just haven't seen that like with the Ro8 all in so many years. I'm like, oh, I forgot we used to do this, you know?
Yeah.
But Rogue's like, I remember. Dude, I've got like a notebook in my brain with thousands of really vicious attacks. So it's cool. I think Rogue's already making a very quick rise, but with so little time out of the military, back playing full time, obviously he's still got a little bit of work to do before you take down basically the best TVZ player in the world.
Yeah. Very impressive stuff. Let's take a look at that knockout bracket then here and see what's going on, because we also confirmed who Clem is going to be going up against. It will be Gumiho, who took out nice 3-0 in that first round. So good job by Gumiho so far. One of those two players will be going on to play against Hero. So really, their road does not get much easier. Unfortunately, we're saying goodbye to Rogue, but I can only imagine, Fear Dragon, that in the upcoming tournaments, Rogue's going to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue has clearly showcased that he is recovering from all of his potential lost skill very, very quickly. So I don't think anyone should be doubting Rogue in the upcoming events. But yeah, maybe a little bit too early for him right now. That rest of the bracket, though, that's so exciting. The potential of being able to get Hero now versus him is so exciting.
All right, well, that brings us on to a break here as we are getting more StarCraft action right after this. We actually have a banger coming up, as it's going to be Astrea going up against Scarlet. Fear Dragon's happy. Everybody in the audience is happy. I'm happy. We'll see you out in a few moments.
안녕하세요. 스태츠 김대엽입니다. 네, 안녕하세요. 클래식 김도희입니다. 스타2 초창기 시절에 그리운 점이 있나요? 제 생각에는 군단의 심장 시절 때 그래도 도호 형이 되게 잘했었기 때문에 도호 형이 그때 그 시절을 되게 그리워할 것 같아요. 네, 맞아요. 옛날에 이제 군단의 심정 그때 시절에는 거신이 굉장히 셌어가지고 그때 거신을 아직도 가끔 생각하는데 지금의 거신은 너무 약해서
지금은 웃을 수 있는 대회 중에 겪었던 당황스러운 순간이 있나요? 솔직히 제가 아는 도우 형 성격상 뭔가 좀 사고를 치거나 뭔가 그럴 성격이 전혀 아니기 때문에 좀 되게 좀 웃을 만한 약간 그런 사건이 딱히 없을 것 같기는 한데 만약에 있다면은 해외 대회 때 뭔가 좀 그런 사건이 있지 않나 그렇게 예상을 한번 해봅니다.
항상 생각나는 거는 이제 2018년인가에 이제 IEM 월드 챔피언십 결승전을 가서 이제 우승자가 될 수 있었는데 그때 제가 좀 멘탈이 좀 약했어가지고 그때 이병렬 선수한테 4대0으로 진 게 이제 지금에도 항상 생각이 나고 네, 그때가 너무 아쉽네요. 네. 네, 그때가 항상 생각이 납니다. 팬에게 받은 가장 이상한 선물?
이상한 선물?
뭐 저도 그렇고 이제 딱히 그렇게 팬분들이 이상한 선물은 줬던 기억이 없고 아마 대업이도 보통 팬한테 선물 받은 거면 이제 뭐 자신이 찍힌 사진들이나 뭐 이렇게 뭐 프로토스 유닛 인형이라든지 뭐 좀 이렇게 귀여운 거나 좀 그런 걸 많이 선물 받고 있어가지고 네, 대업이도 딱히 이상한 선물을 받았을 것 같진 않네요.
이상한 선물이라. 분명히 좀 과거를 돌이켜 생각을 해보면은 분명히 되게 좀 특이한 선물이다라는 게 분명히 있었을 텐데 지금 제 나이가 나이인지라 기억이 안 나네요. 근데 제가 최근에도 그 생일이었어가지고 팬분들이 제 생일날 선물도 챙겨주시고 그러셨단 말이에요. 그래서 진짜 너무 감사하게 생각하고 네, 좀 질문과 좀 별개의 좀 답이지만 정말 팬분들 정말 항상 너무 감사합니다. 네. 네.
내가 뽑았네.
선수로서의 평범한 하루. 좀 제가 도우 형의 좀 평범한 하루를 예측해 보자면은 일단 굉장히 좀 늦게 일어날 것 같아요. 굉장히 좀 한 오후 3시, 4시쯤 일어나가지고 이제 늦은 한 끼를 먹고 이렇게 해서 좀 핸드폰으로 막 유튜브, 막 넷플릭스 이렇게 좀 시청 좀 하다가 한 저녁 한 7, 8시쯤 되면은 이제 그때부터 좀 게으르게 연습을 하지 않을까 라는 예측을 한번 해봅니다.
거의 맞는 말이긴 한데 다들 이렇게 좀 늦게 일어나는 스타일이어가지고 저도 좀 오후에 일어나는 편이고 또 일어나자마자 바로 연습을 하면 또 힘이 드니까 좀 핸드폰도 하고 TV 좀 보고 네, 밥도 먹고 하다가 이제 좀 밤에 연습을 많이 하는 것 같습니다. 좀 낮보다는 밤에 이렇게 연습에 집중이 잘 돼가지고 좀 밤에 게임을 많이 하고 근데 뭐 딱히 취미는 없는 것 같네요. 그냥.
근데 사실 이렇게 도우 형을 예측한 이 대답이 사실 제가 그렇게 하고 있어가지고 거의 게이머들 거의 비슷한 것 같아요. 네.
그치.
일단 저부터 말씀드리면은 도우 형의 추측은 한 반은 맞고 반은 틀린 것 같아요. 네.
저는 뭐 대업이가 근데 좀 이렇게 많이 맞춘 것 같아가지고 한 70%, 80%는 맞춘 것 같습니다.
예스.
대업이가 뭐 잘 예측했다기보다 그냥 제 생활 패턴이 좀 뻔해가지고 대업이가 좀 날로 먹은 것 같네요.
없지 않아 있죠.
All right, the good news is we are about to get into a series where we are definitely going to have an American or a North American moving through into the next round. The bad news is we're definitely going to have a North American losing this game. So we have ourselves Astrea going up against Scarlet to find out who is going to be able to move on. Joining me, I have Wardy, the man himself, the Ditto himself, and we have State to talk about this one. Scarlet is back on board. She's ready to go.
I'm very surprised that Scarlet kind of made it through in a way. And before my mic went in, I want to say I was impressed because I feel like I went live stream.
Very surprised. Wow.
Wow, Wardy. No, I'm genuinely kind of impressed that she made it through the bracket because she did not have an easy bracket. She had to take out a Nightmare who's on form. She took down, I think, Bunny on the way as well. Like, it was a genuinely impressive little run from Scarlet. So I thought it was really, really cool to see her doing so well. I mean, it's always a pleasure to see Scarlet do well. It's always a pleasure to see her show up and actually deliver. And clearly that's what she's been doing so far. She obviously lost out in the Americas region, trying to get here as well. So now this is an Americas region matchup as well, so that makes that very exciting. I'm honestly really excited because when Scarlet plays well, she plays very well. It's super fun to watch, so yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, two opponents that very much know each other, right? Because of what you're mentioning in terms of them always playing each other in the regionals. If it's not Trigger being able to ascend to those heights, it is Scarlet that's giving Astrea a run for his money on the other side. And Astrea on the other side, I've mentioned it yesterday, he's a bit of a wild child. He'll bring some aggression. He'll bring some exciting builds. He'll sometimes bring a lot of oracles as well, which is fun to watch. So what are you thinking, State, for Astrea?
Yeah, Astrea, Trigger once described him to me as kind of a free bird, the way that he plays the game.
Yes.
He is just happy to do anything and whatever makes him happy, and he's really creative as a result. Even in GSL, we've seen him do some absolutely obscene Nexus first builds in PvZ. We've seen him really think outside of the box, and there's a reason why for a while now he has been the best player in the Americas, is he just has this kind of unique approach to the game, and he's very good at going with a flow. I think it's going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah, there's also a revitalized vigor on the side of Astrea. Obviously now when he's on Virtus Pro, I believe that there was, a negotiation process in the making for that. Multiple teams were interested, and Virtus Pro is what he settled on to try and get himself towards Esports World Cup. So that's an exciting kind of move here as well. What are you thinking for Astrea?
I think he's in a great spot because he's obviously in a really comfortable position for Esports World Cup to begin with. So that's already why he's able to kind of pick and choose his team a little bit, right? Which is really nice to have in StarCraft 2. So he's got to be feeling good. He's probably got the deal he was happy with, the deal he really wanted to get. And that allows you to just sort of focus up and play your StarCraft 2, right? Do you feel like Astrea over the past year and a bit has been kind of a little bit like, I'm going to take a bit of a break, now I'm going to try again. So he's kind of been like here and there in StarCraft, but for an event like this in America, I really feel like he's going to show up. I really feel like he's going to bring it. Yeah, yesterday was a little bit rough for him, but Scarlet is someone he's very familiar with. He will see this as a very winnable matchup as well, I would say. Not easy, but winnable.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, this is a great series. Like, what a great round one knockout match.
Yeah, and, well, I was about to say technically this knockout round is doable for them. I mean, the final boss in this knockout round is that Reyna staring them down over there. So who knows how that may end up going if they're able to get past Spirit or Lambo on the other side. But how about yourself, State, when it comes to Scarlet? Because for me, Scarlet always rings true as somebody who is just kind of a genius of RTS. It doesn't matter how long she's, maybe on a break or doing other projects and things like that. She always comes back and is always cool and great.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter which RTS it is. Sasha is just probably the best person in the world at finding an RTS and finding the ways to exploit it in a way that is obviously legal, but kind of breaks the game a little bit in terms of strategy. She is not afraid to think outside of the box. I think even her open bracket matches, I was watching one of these days, during one of the sections I was on break, coming through with proxy hatches, with some kind of crazy cheeses and PvZ. So Astrea, I know he's familiar with Scarlet. I know they play a bunch. They used to live together in Korea. They used to train together. They often compete against each other. He's still going to have to watch out.
All right, fun abound here. One North American will rise, one North American will fall. Let's head to the stage.
That's right, StarCraft fans. It's a North American matchup, and one that didn't happen too long ago, obviously, for a spot in the winner stage, but all the same, now they meet in the knockout bracket here live from Dallas. Get ready for this matchup to move on to round 2 of the knockout stage. It is going to be Scarlet versus Astrea.
a North American classic to kick off our second best of 5 of the day. It is Scarlet versus Astrea. Indeed, a rematch of the regionals. It's never really a question if they will play, it's when they will play. I'm incredibly excited for that. That series was great, but I know someone who's even more excited, because I don't think there is one individual on the planet who loves NA StarCraft more than you, Robbie.
I'm quite excited about these two players facing off against each other. I think they were talking about this on the desk. Guaranteed one of the North Americans is going to advance another round into the knockout bracket, which is going to be the upside. Downside is one of them will get eliminated here in this particular match. And these are two players who played in the regionals. Astrea did get the better of Scarlet over there, but it was a pretty close 3-2 series. And it's kind of funny, if you look at the historical record against each other, if you literally just go back 2 years from today, Astrea is 10-1 versus Scarlet. But it's not what you would expect, because a lot of the time when they play, it is kind of those closer series. They have an interesting dynamic, and I feel like very strategic games against each other.
Yep. Map-wise, it's incredibly close as well. Series tiny bit more in favor of Astrea, I believe it is, right? Who's won a couple more. Is that correct?
This is, I'm looking at the stats for the last 2 years, but it is a lot closer if you look at their whole record.
I believe historically, all time, and map-wise, they're like 1 apart. So it's really hard to predict what is going to happen between these two. There are moments where Scarlet's going to win a couple times in a row. There's moments where Astrea is going to win a few in a row, but none of those online series really matter. These are the ones that matter. And also keeping an eye on the rest of this bracket. Like, it's obviously never going to be easy. Knockout stage this deep into the tournament. Everyone is going to be good, but I think they'll look at it and be like, well, it might be doable. You know, the winner of this will play against Spirit Lambo. Never going to be easy, but it could be Clem, it could be Gumio, right? It could be Stats or something, and that's obviously a little bit more terrifying. So there's a whole lot to fight for as we're going to kick things off on Golden Aura. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of our Canadian Zerg player representing the Shopify Rebellion. What a weekend it's been for them so far. This is Scarlet.
And up here at the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Protoss player representing America and Virtus Pro, he is Astrea.
A very different first day for both of them. As Wadi already mentioned on the desk, yesterday wasn't really Astrea's day, but it wasn't really Clem's day either. And Clem just came out guns blazing, looked pretty much as good as he always did. Maybe could have done something about it. Nidus in the very first game, but other than that, I feel like I saw the real Clem. Yesterday wasn't Astrea's day. There's a good chance that today is going to be very different. Scarlet, on the other end, actually had a really good day, taking out a Protoss like Nightmare. Nightmare's been getting a lot of praise, not just from the fans, but also from a lot of pro gamers who play against him. They're like, no, Nightmare is legit very, very good. He's not one of the Korean Protosses. He's up there together with Hero as the very best in certain matchups. So for Scarlet to get a victory over Nightmare is impressive. Also winning the upper bracket final of that open bracket against Bunny. I mean, Bunny recently joined a new team. I'm sure Bunny came here with hopes and dreams as well. So an excellent day for Scarlet. Same momentum is on her side, but hey, it's a nil day. None of those things truly matter.
No, absolutely. It's going to come down to these two players duking it out right over here. And I do feel like always, stylistically, I've loved how Scarlet always typically plays against Astrea, because I really do feel like she tends to get a very good read on whatever a player is potentially going to try to do. And as long as she has that read, she's able to just make really, really smart decisions, which I think is what Zerg players really excel at a lot of time. But Astrea specifically can be a little bit trickier to read, because he doesn't just play always the pure standard Protoss.
No, Astrea plays in the own way. This is why a lot of people love Max Angel, because he's A, world-class Protoss player, but B, he can do it in his own way. He will look at certain builds and be like, yeah, I know this is actually not the most optimal thing, but it's really fun. And we often talk about his ability to macro. He's incredibly good in building probes. Sometimes to his own downfall, where he just gets a little bit too carried away. It's like, mate, you're being all in, and he knows he's being all in, but he's still just building probes non-stop because he's programmed to do that. He knows that he cannot get too crazy, he cannot get too tunnel visioned. And even when it comes to having fun, you can still have fun at a very high level, but he might have to dial down just a little bit, because obviously results matter here.
Yeah, and I do feel like if you look at Astrea's creativity in the last year or two, I do feel like he's kind of gotten a little bit more subtle about the different changes he makes from the standard things. I think he's willing to do a lot more of the standard stuff, a bit more so than he has in the past, where sometimes it would just be, Astrea, you're truly just going off the beaten path. But now it's a little bit more subtle of changes, so I'm interested to see what he's going to start busting on out. For now, it's all looking very, very normal and standard. Two adepts doing their typical little harassment, just getting a scat out on drone counts, ensuring he's not about to be all in, which is also something you have to be watching on the lookout for Scarlet.
As you guys just saw with Clamoroke, obviously we're playing best of 5s here, and you could say like the first game of best of 5 is kind of important, but it's not the do or die all. It's a must-win game, but Golden Aura is legitimately a pretty damn good Protoss map. You can kind of just stabilize, lock down on 4 bases, a couple of cannons and batteries are gonna keep you safe for a long time. And then keep in mind that Astrea's day yesterday wasn't that hot. I do actually think the first map here is incredibly important for Astrea, more so than Scarlet. Some of the better Zerg maps will come. I think this is the best Protoss map that we'll be playing on of these 5. So for Astrea, this really kind of is a must-win.
Yeah. Now we do have the Void Ray coming out after that Oracle. And I know this is something that a lot more Protoss players have been doing the last couple of months. And so, what do you think about it, Kev?
I'm a hater. I'm sorry. If there's maybe one map where I can be like, yeah, the Void Ray isn't all that bad, it might actually be Golden Aura, because of course you can just like float it around a little bit, check for some Overlords. Scarlet barely has any Overlords, by the way, in the other part of the map. She's very good. There's a few Lings are going to work on this pylon, and Scarlet will get this pylon. That's actually ultra nice, because now there is no shield battery. There won't be a battery for a long time. Astrea is also temporarily supply blocked. Oh my, okay. And this is one of the reasons why people like going Void Ray. I had the discussion with Raynor about this yesterday as well. I was like, man, I just don't like the Void Ray. He's like, now on certain maps it's really silly, because he was mad about the Void Ray of Hero on Ghost River. He's like, if you go Oracles on Ghost River, they show up so freaking quick. It's really silly to go Void. He's like, but if you want to do something like 2 Stargate Fleet Beacon and you want to properly hide it, then it makes some sense. But Scarlet wasn't born last night as this Oracle, by the way. It's a little too deep, takes a lot of damage. The moment that Scarlet sees Oracle into Void Ray, I think some of her alarm bells will go off immediately, and I'm sure she's already thinking about 2 Stargate Fleet Beacon being a real possibility here.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing what her reaction to the kind of thing is, as she did see, I think, the Void Ray to one of the Lings just kind of getting poked around by a little bit for the Void Ray. But the first carrier is already on its way on out now. 2 carriers already getting started. This is going to be that fun period for a Protoss player where your carrier is going to be coming out soon. You may have your first 2 carriers, but that is going to be the point of vulnerability if Scarlet decide to get hyper-aggressive. Is Scarlet actually going to continue to get, churn out more units, though? She is still making a couple of drones, but a lot of Lings right now.
I think all of these drones so far are fine. It's really good that Scarlet wasn't too worried about a random Zealot all-in or a bunch of Adepts with Resonating Glaive, because if Scarlet is sitting at like 52 drones, he makes a bunch of safety roaches, as we often call them, she'd actually be in trouble, because those safety roaches really slow the Zerg economy down. Scarlet hasn't really slowed herself down at all, has barely lost any workers. Astrea is now dropping the Twilight Council in the Forge, by the way, behind all of this. I don't think that these carriers are going to be able to do a whole lot. I would kind of like old school Roach Hydra here. And there is the Hydralist then going down immediately. I don't think this is even the kind of game where you need to go into a Lurk and then drop the Infestation Pit. I think if you spam pure Roach Hydra, the way the Dark likes to do it as well, of 70-something workers, you bring some creeps. Actually, the Hydra then gets cancelled, goes for the Spire.
Oh.
I don't know if I love that choice. It would be great if Astrea would make a 3rd Stargate and go Stargate units all the way. But obviously we can see that the follow-up is ground units. And I really think Roach Hydra would have been excellent here.
Yeah, I'm always really curious also when it comes to, say, a map like Golden Aura. You're talking about how easy it is to defend those couple of bases and everything. I wonder if that's maybe factoring into why she doesn't feel like a Roach Hydra is going to work out quite as well. But she is still going to move out with at least a handful of roaches. The kind of awkward thing about this is those roaches don't really have an escape as soon as Astrea notices, but that's assuming that the Stargate units are actually back at home.
There's very little at home. Astrea is going to be forced to recall, but this is lovely by Scarlet, because at this point these carriers, they're supposed to be annoying on the other side of the map. Deploy all these interceptors, put some pressure on the Queens, maybe grab a Queen or 2. Actually, fantastic attack by Scarlet. It's not about the damage that she's dealing, but it's about the damage that she's not taking at home. And she can still, by the way, be incredibly aggressive with just pure Roach, Ravager, Queen, Corruptor. Because it's going to take a long time until Astrea has proper splash damage. I mean, the Templar Archives is done. Are we going to fire up Storm immediately? I kind of doubt it, because you need some other units to really tank for Storm. I mean, Scarlet is playing a really good game. 90 workers, 4 bases, plenty of creep. Would love to see a 5th hatchery go down as well, but yeah, I feel like 8 minutes into Golden Aura, a great Protoss map. Scarlet's got to be pretty damn happy with how this game has gone for her so far.
Yeah, and it's all coming back to a lot of really nice strategic reads, a lot of strategic decisions around what Astrea is doing. And Scarlet now going to have 16 Corruptors out on the map in a few seconds. Any kind of little pressure that Astrea tries to do with those carriers is going to be very difficult to get done for a while. And Corruptors are seen by the Oracle. The Oracle goes down, and there was only 1 Oracle on the map.
Yep. Put Mapu on Yell. I don't know who's in charge. Show us how many drones have gone down. I feel like it's 2 or something? Yeah, literally just 2 drones. Scarlet has gone up to 90 drones, 89 at this point after we made a spore or a gas, whatever, hatchery apparently. I mean, Scarlet, her economy is flying. She's played a very good game, and I think this is going to be incredibly difficult for Astrea. Of course, Archons near batteries are fantastic, but this is where some of these roaches can morph into Ravages, and Corrosive Ball is absolutely fantastic in gunning down these cannons and batteries. This is going to be an incredibly difficult hold for Astrea.
It really is. The Overlords are going to abandon the creep highway on that right-hand side, and instead, Scarlet opts to go for the left-hand base. The Corruptor's actually just going for the Caustic Spray on the Nexus. It is going to be taking quite a bit of damage, ignoring the single Void Ray attacking, ignoring the Archon. The Nexus goes down, and Scarlet has already done a significant amount of damage with that.
Yep, but since he is stuck on lair tech, you do kind of need more. You can't just really be like, oh, I killed the Nexus, this is awesome, now I can go home right now. Because Astrea's army is tiny right now, Scarlet, her army is massive, and this is where you want to keep on trading, start working on these gates, look for a pickup on one of these carriers. Of course, you got to be careful with the Corruptors, you can't really put them above the Archons. One carrier takes a lot of damage. I mean, Scarlet is playing close to the perfect ZVP here. Astrea does have a couple Zealots on the other side of the map working on a hatchery, but even if this hatchery falls, it doesn't really make up for the bases that Astrea's losing.
Yeah, Immortal is going to be losing its shields there. The Corruptors just diving in on top of the carriers. The Archons are getting a lot of big splash damage done on those Corruptors, so quite a few of them end up falling. Is Scarlet able to continue putting on the pressure over here? This is an awkward choke point.
Look at the bank of Scarlet. I think Scarlet's kind of wondering what he should be building. What else is there? He wants to make sure he's not overproducing Corruptors or anything. I think he just made the right amount of Corruptors as the third carrier goes down as well. And at this point, Scarlet should just be able to send it. Nothing but Lynx, Roaches, Ravages. Can drop an Infestation Pit as well. I don't know if Astrea can really hang in there a whole lot longer. These Zealots have been okay-ish, but Astrea needs a little more than okay-ish.
Yeah, he did manage to kill one of the hatcheries, but it was a hatchery that wasn't really mining just yet. Scarlet can still continue to churn out more and more units. She's remaking the hatchery that she ended up losing over there. And Corrosive Vials are continuing to try and rain down and find a little bit of damage, but Scarlet feels like she's sort of stalled out over here at the bottom of the ramp. You were talking about it before, Kev. Golden Aura, it's so hard to move up these little choke points.
Yeah, but this is great army rotation here by Scarlet as he grabs one of the Immortals as well. Battery overcharge, not good enough to save that Immortal. One or two of the static defenses got picked off. The Zealots are still being a nuisance, and Astrea's supply is starting to stabilize a little. Scarlet realized that Astrea was still using the Stargate. I don't know how she saw it. Maybe she saw the Cybercore spinning. It's like, okay, if you're still going for air upgrades, there is a good chance that you're going back into carriers. Just made a few more Corruptors. I still really like where this game is going for Scarlet, but she does need to start spending her money a little bit better. Because at this point, yeah, that doesn't really look all that hot. The Infestation Pit goes down. Get one more base, maybe because all the queens were on the other side of the map. Scarlet didn't have the larva anymore. That's
maybe
there's a chance
and
that
she lost that hatchery, so I guess it is just even less larva now.
Yep. I guess that's why she wasn't able to spend her money. I still think it's okay, but Astrea's army in the future is going to be a whole lot better. Now the Stalkers have Blink. +2 is done on the ground units as well. So Astrea is going to be a little happier as he actually has some proper micro potential now at home.
Yeah, Zealots are going to find the gold-based hatchery, even if they will end up sacrificing their lives in the process for it. At least knows also where all those Roaches and Ravages are, and knows that Scarlet is not getting hyper-aggressive. The 4 Corruptors that are out are going to try and go for Caustic Spray on the Nexus. It should not die, I want to say, but I don't see anything on the minimap coming this direction.
Corruptors deal crazy damage, man. It's like, it's a little, then all of a sudden it's a whole lot. We do cancel it at the very last second. And Scarlet has a couple of Corruptors on top of the War Prism as well on the right side of the map. And at this point, Scarlet maxed out, obviously on a lot of basic units, knows that it won't hurt to just keep on trying, as that Corrosive Ball actually did a lot of damage to the carrier too. That really helps. Astrea makes another attempt, going up to 5 bases. Scarlet still here, is going to deny this one as well.
Oh, so annoying. Even scouting ahead with a couple of the Corruptors, so that the rest of the Corruptors, they missed the Caustic Spray. A little bit of a missed micro there from Scarlet, as she definitely had the time to actually get that as well. But Mothership and the carriers are making a little bit of push out onto Creep, taking out some of the Creep Tumors, taking out some of those units. Scarlet going for a counterattack. It does cancel that Nexus in the top right, but she needs to be able to hold on here.
Yep, and it's also very important that this is where she's got Larva available, because these Protoss armies will always be difficult to clean up. Like on Creep, sure, the Roaches and the Ravages have micro potential, but we've got a bunch of Immortals in the mix. They've got +2, +3 is close to finishing up, and plenty of Storms. Like if Scarlet cleans this army up one time, I think she's gonna be fine, but it won't be easy.
Storms coming down on the left and the right-hand side. The Archons taking so much damage on the front line, but the Corruptors come in from behind, sniping off 1-2 of the carriers. Storms blanketing the army, but is there enough on the ground? Scarlet is overwhelming Astrea.
What a fight by Scarlet. Perfect engagement. Very good job as well. Not too afraid of these terrifying Protoss armies, as there is a mothership that was actually just doing nothing. Kind of weird, right? That would have been very useful with the main army. Could have used the cloaking ability, even if there are overseers in sports. It's always nice. Could maybe keep your High Templars a bit safer. Astrea is going to have a very, very tough time rebuilding all those High Templars, those 4 Immortals, those Archons as well. And Scarlet is still maxed out. Has always had some money in the bank. Greatest fight on the way. Adrenal Glands on the way. I would like to see Scarlet just kind of go for it. Look at these army supplies right now, Ravi. Even the bad fights are going to be completely fine for you.
Yeah, and I think Scarlet senses that as well. She is just going to go for it. If she knocks out even one of these bases here for Astrea, he's simply not going to have the funds to replenish this army. It's already going to be difficult. Time War coming down on top of the ramp, making it awkward for the Roaches and Ravagers, but Corruptors are just going to sacrifice their lives to get the Nexus, while the Roaches and Ravagers rotate around. The Banelings finding the probes and also finding the Nexus, and that is going to shatter Astrea's economy.
An excellent ZVP coming out of Scarlet, showing us why he had such a strong day yesterday, taking out the likes of Bunny and Nightmare. He's off to a great start here in this best of 5. Astrea is going to try perhaps for a little bit longer, but he knows that he is dead. GG gets called. Scarlet takes a convincing 1-0 lead on Golden Aura of all maps. I mean, that's really got to give you a lot of hope if you're a Scarlet fan, if you're rooting for a Canadian Zerg here. And Astrea will probably just look at it and be like, that wasn't the build. I mean, at one point, Robbie, we were looking, Scarlet's economy, monstrous. How many drones died? 2. I can't think of many high-level PvZs where the Protoss kills 2 drones at minute 9, and we're like, yeah, we're completely okay with this game. You just need to do a little more as a Protoss.
Yeah, when you invest in the fleet peak and you try to go over that double Stargate, that little counterattack we just saw on the screen there did so much enforcing the recall, because Astrea was looking to get damage done with that. The Oracle, yeah, if it gets just 2 drones, it's a single Oracle. Sometimes that does happen, but you want to get some kind of pressure on your opponent. And Scarlet just went completely untethered in terms of any kind of damage she took.
I really love that this is where Scarlet decided to take this fight as well. Like, these fights can get scary. Sometimes the Zergs are a little bit indecisive. They run in range, they eat a couple shots of the Immortals, the Archons fire 1 Storms, and they run away again. But Scarlet realized she has triple sport quality there. It's like, let's just go ahead and take this fight. My economy is bigger. Even if you do well, it's going to be okay for me. This is where I want to make the final line of defense, as he didn't just take an okay fight, he took an absolutely fantastic fight. No idea what Astrea's mothership was up to, by the way, at that point.
Yeah.
Maybe he was like waiting to take a bit of a fight and then
maybe recall there.
Yeah, and then recall to the bottom left, try to take out the gold as well, so you win a bit of a skirmish and then you take out the base, but none of that happened. I think, honestly, one of the biggest kudos to Scarlet that we can give is that she didn't misread what was happening. She didn't get to see everything, because as a Zerg, it's sometimes difficult to really see everything, but she never slowed down when it came up to drone. And it's like, I'm just not that worried. I see 2 basic adepts, nothing else. I see 1 Oracle, and then a Void Ray as a follow-up. I feel that Scarlet put 2 and 2 together real quick and realized that she was completely safe to fully saturate 3 bases, and that's when a Zerg player can just grow so freaking quick.
Yeah, I really feel like Scarlet hit her stride there with her biggest strengths. Is just the ability to read the game, to understand and say, okay, this is what you're doing. These are the signs that you've showed me. This is what I need to do to react. This is how I'm going to strategically place my units around, and she took full advantage of it.
How many ZVPs haven't we seen where the Zerg has all the time in the world to drone up, but they get worried. It's like, what if it's Hero and 8 gates and charts are about to come online? They fire up 8, 9 roaches at 42 or like 50-something drones, and all of a sudden it just feels like they're stuck for a little while. And then the carriers, they don't need to do a whole lot because the Protoss is completely fine economically, but that did not happen. Scarlet had a great read on the game as we have loaded into Alcyone. Bottom left side, an absolutely fantastic tournament for her so far, and for the entire team of the Shopify Rebellion, this is Scarlet.
And up here at the top right-hand side of the map, we have our blue American Protoss player from Virtus Pro looking for that first W on the board. He is Astrea. Hometown hero Astrea.
Really cool though, like we're now obviously a couple hours into the second day, but so far not a single Shopify Rebellion player has lost against anybody that's not on the Shopify Rebellion. Like what a weekend.
That's a good stat, actually.
Yeah, like they've been boot camping together. I think Harstam said he was in Toronto for around like 2 weeks. I know Beyond was there as well. Scarlet obviously was there. Lambo spent some time in Canada. and they've all did what they were supposed to do so far. They've literally only lost against each other. That's not a stat that's gonna last for the entire weekend, of course, but incredibly good run by Beyond, Harstem, Lambo, and Scarlet so far. Can be sad.
I guess that does mean that Beyond ended up taking that 3-1 victory versus Trigger. A little bit sad for my boy Trigger, as I think last time I saw it was 1-1, but Beyond really be able to play up this event.
Yep. As we see, there was a time that a lot of Zerg players like taking the gold first here, even against Protoss, right? Like, how do you like that, Rafi?
I mean, I'm always a fan of anything that's a little bit less standard on any of these maps, but I do feel like taking the gold on this map, I feel like we saw so many players just find ways to be annoying, to find ways to punish it, to make it really awkward, whether it be a depth behind the mineral line or any kind of other pressures that were coming on out. So I get the desire to just kind of steer away from it.
What I enjoyed is, I think I saw Max Specs do it a couple times where they actually go double gate before they expand, just to get those adepts even a little bit earlier. And then like that one queen or the spine crawler that they're trying to build is just not good enough to keep those drones safe. And yeah, I feel like it's already risky against the regular 1 gate fast expand with then adept somewhere and oracles floating around, or just straight up resonating glaive adept, like 4 gate with a prism. But if they open up double gate before they expand, then those adepts show up ever so much faster. And then it really does feel like as a Zerg, you're like, I love the gold, but just can't really justify it.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Now, Astrea is going to go for a pretty similar opening as the last game, but we'll see what he actually makes after the first Oracle. I think it's still just in production right now, so...
Please, more Oracles. I'm done with
Oracles, no Void Ray today.
No. I like maybe Golden Aura, I can live with it, but in the end it didn't really work out. And an absolutely brilliant, like little Ling Roach attack just to get those units home. Great defense here, by the way, by Scarlet. As he picks up one of the very first adepts. These are all things that do really start adding up. Because 1 adept at a time, not that terrifying. 2 adepts together is always terrifying, especially if it's double Oracle that's flying around as well. And Scarlet, her DVP, is just looking incredibly on point.
She's so on point. I mean, that was just with a single queen and 2 Zerglings as well. Now, it is going to be that second Oracle coming on out, additional gateways being thrown down as well.
Kind of fun if both players supply block there for a split moment. Scarlet, her supply block lasting a little bit longer, but as painful as that can be in the early moments of StarCraft 2, obviously as a Zerg, as long as you're injecting, now you can just build 7 drones at once. Maybe it's supposed to be 4 or 5, right? But you'll survive.
Yeah, few extra seconds of lost mining time. Not going to be the end of the world there, but third Oracle going to be also on the way here. So Astrea is going to be looking to play a little bit more of a normal game rather than the double Stargate kind of play that was going on for Golden Aura. And is able to find 1 drone already over there. A little bit of mismicro with the Oracles that turns a little bit wider there and ends up taking quite a bit of damage.
That's too much. That is so much damage. From here on out, Astrea is basically forced to keep that ultra low HP Oracle at home, and then you can maybe work on these links. I love how quickly Scarlet just retargets, goes for the adept, grabs another adept, now runs away as soon as his Oracle activates Pulsar Beam. Scarlet is just getting the best of Astrea in all these tiny skirmishes so far.
I really feel like it's whenever I see these 2 players play, it really is half of the time I feel like Scarlet's able to get a really nice strategic read on Astrea or something, but then just mechanically feels like she's losing out on all these little engagements, all these little trades.
Not today.
But then today, it's sometimes we do just see the peak level Scarlet where she's just on point on everything, and Astrea just kind of struggled to find his stride.
Could really have something to do with that Shopify Rebellion bootcamp, right? Like 2 weeks of non-stop video gaming, hanging out with your teammates, firing each other up. Scarlet really is on point. She's making all those correct calls in the heat of the moment as well, taking the right fights, going up to 4 bases now, and is indeed going to take the gold. Astrea's follow-up is going to be the Blink Stalker with +1. Scarlet, her Lings are going to have very quick access to +1 melee. It is, of course, important to have a few Roaches or ideally Ravages as well, so you can just spam those corrosive balls, keep this army at bay. Yeah, so far I truly love everything that Scarlet has done. Maybe taking the gold as your 4th base is a tiny bit risky. It'd be a lot safer to just take it at 6 o'clock, right? But hey, if the Link numbers are going to be high enough, if Roaches, Roach speed, by the way, very important. This is not an upgrade if you ever want to delay. I hope Scarlet didn't forget about that, because the layer just finished up. I still think that Scarlet should be able to get away with everything she's been doing so far.
Yeah, nice job by Scarlet with the Ling run by over at this 4th base location, being so annoying, forcing some Warpins back at home. The Lings may even take care of one of the Stalkers there. Scarlet also set off one of the stasis traps that was on the more forward location over here, but it looks like this hatchery is getting awfully low. I think that Scarlet should be able to save it here, though, especially with so many queens there. Surely one of them will have a transfuse if she really needs it.
Well, there is a stasis trap, but Scarlet noticed there is a stasis trap, so she just sends a couple of Zerglings forward. Those 2 Lings activated. Double drop alert, by the way. Scarlet going very heavy, maybe on some Queen, Roach, Ravager, Ling aggression. And since Astrea is very focused on his own aggression, he's obviously not building any cannons or batteries, and he's going up to 4 bases very early. This is actually going to be incredibly difficult, because right now you look at the army supplies, 40 against 68, you're like, oh, that's not that bad. But I think if we blink a couple of times, the Scarlet is probably going to explode, and it's going to double, if not almost triple the army supply of Astrea. And if Astrea does not pick up on the fact that this is happening, it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to stabilize. You need cannons and batteries here, Robbie.
Yeah, a handful of gateways is not going to be enough, and Astrea is trading out a lot of these Stalkers, just hit points or shields away for some of these links, so there is some value from that, but the Drop-A-Lord actually dropping a handful of these links into the natural expansion of Astrea, even forcing even more multitasking out, where he's not going to be building out any of these shield batteries and cannons. We see the Queens coming out from the Drop Overlord, and now Astrea must be realizing what's coming his way.
Yeah, but we have Steve Probes fighting Zerglings in the main base, but these Zerglings have +1 melee. That's not a fight that you really want to take with your Zerglings or with your Probes. You need to have a couple of support units there, whether it's an Adept, the Zealot, the Stalker, perhaps one Oracle. Astrea really is just kind of running out of steam. A lot of these Stalkers are very low in HP, and this would look so different with a cannon, with a battery, a single overcharge, but this base is unsavable, and obviously Astrea knows that. Now, at this point, it's just how many Stalkers can we at least get out of here? That's still a decent amount, right? With 20 Stalkers, you absolutely have a chance. I think it's a great call not to go everything or nothing, trying to keep that Nexus alive. But it's not just the Nexus, it's the 20 probes that have fallen as well on the side of Astrea.
And Scarlet morphed in even more Drop Overlords, so she is going to send a handful of these units over to the main base of Astrea. Probe may have actually just caught wind of it as it was going down to plant down a pylon, but is Astrea going to be able to handle this? It looks like he's going to just go for the counterattack with Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, I do kind of like it. And Zealots with +1, by the way. Obviously, the Zerglings don't have armor. They can actually do very good. So Astrea says, you take out my 4th base, I'll take out yours. 4 Stalkers, by the way, left behind there. That's actually a very decent amount. And Astrea is going to wipe in a few more pylons. He's going to get a safety Void Ray now as well. Just to kind of like, I want to stabilize Void Ray and I want to gun down some of these Drop-A-Lords. What I did notice is Scarlet again was floating a little too much money during that attack. And I think that's because all the Queens are going to go forward, as there was a slow Stalker warp in. That's why it took forever for that Stalker to be finished up. I think it was that bottom pylon that's just a little bit too far away from the Nexus, so you get the slow warp-ins. Astrea absolutely has a shot here, but if Scarlet is on top of spending her money and stops supply blocking herself because she's losing the Drop Lord, I still think she's just going to have a few too many units.
Yeah, but this is going to be the power hour for Scarlet right now. Before she really feels the impact of losing that 4th base for so long, she is continuing to push on forward. A lot of the links caught in the stasis trap. The Stalkers doing their best blink micro to try and push on through, and it looks like it is going to start to be enough. She finds so many of her Queens getting lost to the Stalker volleys, and now the Lings are also going to end up falling soon too.
The average unspent resources is just a little bit too high, and Scarlet did lose a couple of drones here and there as well, especially to those Stalkers. They're on top of the gold, so 55 drones. That's not a spot that Scarlet really wants to find herself in. There is a lot of creep that she can work with, and I think she still has a decent amount of Queens. If she gets on top of everything that she currently has, just blows up a little bit, slows the game down a tiny bit, it should still be fine. But Astrea probably looks at his army right now and says, hey, my army's actually pretty good. The problem is the no robo, right? And so much creep. Obviously, Scarlet, throughout her entire history of StarCraft II, has always been complimented on her creep spread. And it's really hard to take care of this much creep with a single Oracle. And if you know that the Zerglings at this point have +2 melee, how deep do you really want to go with those Stalkers?
It's so dangerous right now, though, for Scarlet. Scarlet finding a perfect lane run by. This is so critical right now to distract Astrea, as a couple of Zealots are going to be warped in to try and deal with this. But at the same time, Astrea is trying to do his Blink Stalker micro on the front lines. Has a lot of Blink Stalkers over here, but that is a lot of Roaches and Ravagers that have been made. Scarlet has had the time bot that she needed, and she is getting counter damage done too.
Yep, because now she's been able to spend that money, right? That's been sitting on for a little while. But even if her economy wasn't that great, she already mined all those resources. And it's the creep. Like if those Stalkers are battling on the edge of creep as they kind of blink into a set of corrosive vials, the Ravagers are just going to push this back. And Scarlet really doesn't need to continue attacking, but she still has Lings, and Lings with +2 melee, as even Adrenal Glands have been fired up already on the production tab. That's going to take a little while. Should be able to take a great fight here against them Zealots. A Void Ray doesn't really make all the difference. I mean, Astrea's doing his very best, but it just kind of feels that Scarlet has the better tools at the moment. He's got the better upgrades, and with all the map visions he gets from all the creep that he's been spreading, it's just an easier game for her to play.
Yeah, it really is.
Roaches, by the way.
Oh, God. These Roaches are so annoying for Astrea to deal with right now. The warp in of Stalkers also going to get killed off by the corrosive vials. Scarlet is just simply playing from a better position after all of the little leads she has garnered for herself. Or I should say not little leads, big leads from the earlier stages of the game. Astrea looked like maybe it was going to make something happen a bit later on, but loses the Voider, so now the Ravager is going to go uncontested. Queen doesn't even need to help out over here, and Astrea has just simply not been able to secure a 4th base this whole time.
Yep. It's the Queens as well that were brought the very first time. Scarlet attacked the 4th base and killed a lot of these Oracles that made this so damn difficult for Astrea. Scarlet doesn't really need to make this attack. She could have waited for a couple of her key upgrades to kick in, but she says, I believe in my army. I think it's good enough. It's always hard to attack into such a big concave though of Stalkers. Even if the attack doesn't totally go Scarlet's way, he knows that he's kind of safe because Astrea cannot step on creep. These Lings are about to become a whole lot more powerful, as we can see that the DreamHack Lens is about to finish up and Stalkers alone against Zerglings on creep. This is not a place you ever want to be, Robbie.
Yeah, all the Oracles have been picked off as well, especially with those Corrosive Vials in that last fight. It looks like a single Oracle is actually still left out on the map. Templar Archive is going to be on the way, but Astrea is a 3-base Protoss player facing off against a Zerg player on 5 bases with 5 tech and Adrenal Gland Lings in large numbers here.
This is not a good fight for the Stalkers, by the way. Choke point or no choke point, it doesn't really matter. Astrea's microing over here on the right side, but what he really needs to do is warp in a few more Stalkers at home because these Lings are feisty. That robot could have actually been picked up there. If the Lings click on it, it disappears in no time. I do think Astrea managed to sneak out a single ops, but he needs another base. He desperately needs to get his hands on one more base, and Scarlet is just refusing to let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, establishing that right-hand base has been so difficult. Do you think at this point you just try and establish the left-hand base? I mean, either one of them is going to be hard to defend.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters what you go for. Scarlet's going to be there, and Scarlet's going to deny it, mate.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Psystorm is going to be on the way. I think this is the kind of big play that Astrea is just hoping for, as he is sitting at half the supply of a nearly maxed out Scarlet at this point. I think Astrea knows he is on his final legs here, but he is just hoping and praying that he can get some big storms, some big juicy storms to pull himself back in this game. He's got a lot of High Templar, and he has a lot of hoping to do.
Yep. I mean, the storms might be big, and maybe if we get a great battery overcharge, if there is a battery here, there is a tiny chance. Faceless Preppy goes down, but gets taken out immediately. There is storm right now. If there's enough energy, yes, there is. A couple of absolutely fantastic storms by Astrea, but there is still so much Zerg. And don't forget that these Lings are mighty powerful. GG gets called. Scarlet takes the 2-0 lead, and is just continuing to be very impressive over here at the ESL Masters Spring Championship, Robbie. What a run it's been so far.
She's playing really mechanically well in that early stage of the game, but just strategically, Kev, it feels like game number 1, game number 2, Scarlet has been able to just get a good read on exactly the strategic decisions she needs to make, where she's moving her army, when she's attacking, where she's attacking. She just keeps finding these nice strategic advantages, getting the lead, and then carrying it forward into a victory.
Yep, and obviously because he's bringing all the Queens forward, we can see that over here. This was a crucial moment where if Astrea would have picked up just a little bit earlier that this was happening, these fights are often close now. If you look at the army supply right now, 51 against 76, but it's Blink Stalkers, +2 is about to come online. A lot of Zerg players will tell you, like, that doesn't look all that bad for the Protoss, but that's only ever the case if you have a cannon and a battery or two to fall back on. Without any static defense, Stalkers just can't really hold the line, and you're going to be forced to sacrifice that base. Leave it up to Scarlet to cover the entire map in creep. And then even when Astrea from time to time had a competitive army, even once or twice, maybe at this point you can say, Astrea's got the better army, but it doesn't matter. He cannot step on creep. Scarlet has created so much map vision for herself, just makes her feel so safe at home. And then, yeah, even if the macro was slacking a little because the Queens were battling Oracles, it's okay, because he's going to have time to spend all that money.
Scarlet doing a fantastic job here, and Astrea now going to have his back up against the wall after Scarlet claiming a 2-0 lead there. Beautiful ending to that game as well. But I mean, this is going to be a tough run. I hate to say it, Kev, but Astrea's had a really tough run for this event. I mean, you have to remember he came in through the winner stage. He lost in those first 2 rounds and is now sitting in the knockout bracket at elimination. he is still looking for that first series victory here.
Yep, opens his weekend against Hero Marine. A really fun game on Crimson Court. If you guys missed it, you can definitely go back into the VODs and watch it. And that was a game where he was in all sorts of trouble for the longest time. And when he finally started winning it, he lost all his spellcast. It's a silly moment. 20 minutes into the center of the map. And then you kind of go back, right? And that's not really how StarCraft II tournament works. And if buts and maybes don't count. But what if he does win that first game against Hero Marine? Maybe he's got a completely different weekend, right? He feels like, all right, it's my time to shine, taking the 1-0 lead. I should be able to win this series. You move into the winners match. Perhaps somehow you get momentum on your side. Lord knows. It did not go his way against Hero Marine. Dropped to the lower bracket. Lost against Shin. Now losing against Shin 1-2 I don't think is a bad result, because Shin really is top tier, especially I think in ZVP these days. But yeah, it's still not his weekend. Still looking for that first win. But it's going to be incredibly difficult against this Canadian Zerg, who just seems to be on point after a bootcamp with her team. In the bottom right side of Side Delta, up 2-0, it's Scarlet.
And up here on the top left-hand side of the map, this blue Protoss player who I know loves the crowd energy. So if you want him to continue to turn this series around, give your energy up for the blue Protoss player from Virtus Pro. He is Astrea.
If I go back to the Stone Age, I do think back of some of those weekends I had as a little Warcraft 3 gamer, where the first game was very close and I was in the lead, and then I didn't win, and that just kind of ruined the rest of the weekend. And that's obviously silly, right? If you're a pro gamer, especially if you're experienced like Astrea, you should be able to shake off a painful first loss and realize that the weekend is long and it doesn't all come down to the first game, but that really can have an impact on all these other games, because you keep on telling yourself, why did I do that? Why did I throw? What if I just had a better start to the weekend? Then maybe you just start feeling different. And yes, it's about skill, mechanics, strategy, reading your opponent, but being in a mentally happy place whenever you're playing a big offline tournament is so incredibly important as well. Confidence truly is key in StarCraft.
Yeah, we have a little stat on the screen also saying that the last two best of fives that Astrea played versus Scarlet, he actually won being from 0-2 down, so he has absolutely mounted comebacks against Scarlet before. But I think you're absolutely right. In this kind of situation, I feel like Astrea is one of those players that he does his best when he's enjoying himself, when he's having fun, when he's vibing. And it's hard to find that same kind of vibe. It really takes a lot of experience to say, I've lost my first two series to the tournament. I'm heading into game number 3 at elimination point. If I lose any games from here on out for the rest of the series, can I still just bring out the most fun version of myself and really enjoy myself in this game? It's hard. It takes a really lot of experience to be able to do that.
Yep, and I hope that he can prove us wrong, right? And he can say like, nah, it's okay. I always have fun playing StarCraft. I'm Max Angel, and I'm one of the very best Protoss players out there. But yeah, we just need to see a few things go his way. And I mean, PvZ, we barely even spoke about it because the openings have not gone its way at all. But you look at some of the other world-class Protosses, and Adapts here, Oracle's there, and we're like, all right, 5 drones, kind of decent. If it's like 7 or 8 before the 5th minute mark, you're like, oh yeah, these are the kind of games that Protoss players look for. Astrea has barely been able to find some early game success. And we can talk about Blinkstalk and micro and positioning and batteries all we want, but PvZs on this level, they are often decided in the first 6 minutes. Either Zergs are going to be very happy, or Protoss players are going to be very happy. And so far, Astrea has just had nothing to be happy about in this best of 5.
It really, really is tough for Astrea to find a little bit of a break in all of this. And I really do wonder when Scarlet comes into these series, I feel like she's, again, very good strategically. She's very good at kind of reading her opponent, picking out the right build orders for the right times. And I do always wonder when you're up 2-0, this is one of those moments in a best of 5 where you say, well, there's never a better time to take a risk. But if everything's been working so far for Scarlet, does she need to take a risk? And what would you feel in this situation, Kev? Does Scarlet need to take a risk and go for some kind of cheeky aggression, throw Astrea off his game even more, or do you just continue as is?
Yes, he might have something special planned for Side Delta. I assume that this is Astrea's map pick as well, because obviously Golden Hour was Astrea's map pick, then Elcyone was Scarlet, her map pick. I guess that we are now, but at this point there's only very few maps left, so I think both players are kind of okay with Side Delta. I don't know what Scarlet likes. Maybe there's a chance that she throws in some something feisty like a Spire build. We've seen Mudas be pretty popular, but it's mostly against the Protoss players that go heavy on the Immortals and sometimes even go Robo before Twilight. Astrea has not done that. Astrea goes for a Void Ray once more, so it's Oracle into Void Ray. What I do like though, Ravi, is that he's selling it like it's Golden Aura, but we can already see in the production tab that it's different. Probably it's going to be Zealots with +1 and charge, and I kind of like that, but Scarlet is not crazy, and I don't believe that she's going to be on autopilot, so I'm sure she's going to do whatever the hell she can to get a little sneak peek on what's happening on the other side of the map. If Scarlet would have the exact same response as he had on Golden Aura, where it's like nothing but drones forever, yes, he's going to straight up die against a bunch of Zealots with +1. But Scarlet will probably think like, I think you're playing the series here. You're making it seem like it's A, but it's actually going to be B. And it will be super interesting to keep a close eye on every single unit Scarlet sends to the other side of the map and see if she can catch a little something of what's happening. She's already going up to 67 drones. Wow. This is where she needs to start. I'd love to see a Baning Nest, by the way. I actually think I'm a bigger fan of a Baning Nest here than I am of a Roachworm.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's how she's going to end up reacting. She sends her Lings further forward, sees the Adept at the wall. Nothing too crazy so far. I mean, not a whole lot to read just yet. So this is going to be a little bit tough for Scarlet to try and figure out what exactly is going on. I guess in most, was there +1 weapons already being researched?
No,
air weapons?
Astrea waited with that for a little while. I was looking at that as well. Scarlet's obviously checking to see if the Cybernetic score is doing something. It's not. Would have been very cool, by the way, if Astrea was going to fire that up. But then he might be like, no, now I'm actually like trying to oversell it because I didn't do that on Golden Aura. So if I'm doing it right now, it's like I'm trying a little bit too hard. Still no tech building though for Scarlet. No Roachworm, no Baning Nest. Does have a decent amount of links. Is going to get the Spine, but that's a lot of Zealots. And the follow-up, by the way, double Robo. I love it.
Yep. Slow Zealots getting spotted by those Lings in the center of the map, but Charge is about to finish up, making them a nice, speedy Zealots. Double Robo follow-up, like you were saying, coming in right at the front lines, but this is where Astrea is looking to get some damage on. This is not something uncommitted. He needs to get something done here.
Yep, and I would just go for these Evo Chambers immediately and then send those Zealots deep into the main base. Couple Zealots into the natural. For the first time, it is best of 5. Astrea sees a scenario that he should be very happy with. The Baning Nest ain't done yet. The Hydra Den ain't done yet. And even if these Lings do have +1 melee, the Zealots should be a little bit too powerful because they're two-hitting these Zerglings.
They are absolutely slaughtering a lot of these Lings, but he's not actually fighting with a lot of these Zealots just yet. He's going for the drone line. He's finally pulling back some of these units, but realistically, Scarlet has not actually lost almost any drones. It's just Lings so far for the most part.
Yeah, we're not done yet though. Picture in picture, just a couple of Zealots is good enough to take out that Spine Crawler at the triangle base, and they're going to get on top of drones now as well. Queen's obviously having a hard time. I mean, Scarlet's going to be very happy that Astrea didn't have like a pylon and a gate somewhere on this side of the map. Because 10 more Zealots, and I believe this would be the end. Now it looks like Scarlet is going to be able to clean this up eventually, but not before obviously losing that economic lead that she created for herself. Does still have all 5 hatcheries alive, but I think Astrea is going to be more than happay with this. He's up in workers. He should be able to warp in a lot of units. He still has all those gates, right? We're already working with double Robo. I personally would like to see a Robo Bay as well in the near future. But maybe Astrea thinks like, I don't want to be too crazy. Let's focus on Immortals and Archons first, and we'll worry about the Robo Bay later.
Resources lost, definitely favoring Astrea there by quite a bit. And the Oracle also still continued to jump back in, finding a couple of drones that were mining gas, messing up that gas mining for Scarlet, and just being as annoying as possible. Scarlet is trying to just re-drone all of the drones that she wasn't able to make earlier on. All of those Lings that got killed off that could have been economy, she's now having to replenish. But in the meanwhile, Astrea should feel pretty comfortable defending that 4th base for a little bit, unless Scarlet really decided to go ham, but she's still firing up more drones.
Yeah, Scarlet obviously fell back all the way to the low 60s, and that's not a drone count you ever really want to be on, unless you're already maxed out and you're like, all right, this is it, we're just going to send it. Fires up a hive, by the way, and drops the Lurker then 8 minutes and 25 seconds into the game after losing Queens, that many Zerglings, couple drones as well. I do kind of like it, because pure Hydroling Bane is just not going to cut it. It will never show up before the Immortal count is crazy high, before the Archons are out, and plenty of High Templars will be able to storm. So yeah, if that's not gonna work, why still try it? Why not just drone up? You have those 5 hatcheries to work with and try to get some Lurkers out.
We've absolutely seen Lurkers turn around as EVP here and there, where especially I feel like a lot of pros players still struggle to find those perfect engagements against the Lurkers. Even if they are in an advantageous spot, you take one bad fight against them, one bad angle, and things can turn around so quickly. So I don't hate the decision in the slightest. And I like that Astrea is still staying active with these little Zealot run-bys, just keeping Scarlet a bit honest, making sure that she's dealing with a handful of these Zealots here and there, and just keep an eye out on what she's up to.
Let's assume nothing happens in the next 2 minutes, right? When it comes to somebody taking lead or finding a great fight, taking great damage. Would you prefer a Robobay and more Robos, or would you like to see Astrea maybe start dropping some Stargates and also complement his current army with a couple carriers or something?
It's tough because I feel like if you said like a minute and a half or something, I almost would be okay with just continuing to make the Immortals and complementing with additional gateway units and putting on the pressure, kind of like he's doing this move out right now. If he did decide to not do anything for a bit, I would not hate a Robobay at all.
And then there's a few more Robos, right? Like,
yeah.
Why do we have to stay on 2?
yeah, no, I'm actually totally okay with that. This is one of those scary moments, though, where you see the Protoss army and you're like, it doesn't look that big, but all of those units hit so hard. And this can be such a glorious fight for the Protoss, or it can be a miserable fight for the Protoss.
Yeah, I think as long as you don't walk into the Lurkers when they're all burrowed, you're going to be okay, especially because these Lurkers, yes, we have Hive Tech, but we don't really have Seismic Spines yet, we don't have Adaptive Talents. And by the way, Astrea has answered our question. He says, no, +1 air weapons, Fleet Beacon. We don't have to go too crazy and build all the Stargates immediately, but let's at least start getting ready for that final stage of late game Protoss. Don't hate it, completely fine, love the move out as well. You kill a hatchery, you disengage, as long as he doesn't do anything silly, because these are a lot of High Templars. And if a bunch of Zerglings can get on top of them, yes, you can spam storms, but then often you're storming your own High Templars as well and they die. And Scarlet, her Lurkers do have Seismic Spines now. Then you're gonna have to respect them a little bit more. The Nidus just finished up. We already saw one devastating Nidus earlier today on Side Delta out of all maps. Let's hope that Astrea is paying attention.
Yeah, different matchup, but still just as scary. Love the little stasis traps coming down right around where that creep was, but Astrea may have to have that recall ready and off cooldown.
What's very cool about world-class Zerglings like Scarlet is that they'll never just Nidus and hope it comes online. What Scarlet is going to do is like, hey, here's 30 Zerglings. You should really pay attention to all these Zerglings. I've got links here, I've got links there. And while as a Protoss, you feel like, I'm defending everywhere and I'm pulling my probes away. That's when that Nidus gets dropped. I would love to see Scarlet use those links on the minimap right now. Those are 12 o'clock. Those are the ones that you kind of want to send into that triangle. And right when that's happening, or you feel Astrea is looking elsewhere, that's when you try to get that Nidus up. Because this game is a game that's favoring Astrea, but if Scarlet is able to unload 20 Lurkers in the main base, Astrea is going to have a very difficult fight taking that fight. And here we go. Here are the units, and at the same time the Nidus, and the Nidus is so important, Robbie.
It really is. Now these Lings and Banelings are going to be able to bust on through. It looks like the Zealots and the Immortals are looking for opportunity to try and get something on the other side of the map, but the Lings and the Banelings make their way on in. The Nidus Storm comes on up, but it won't be alive for very long because the Zealots take quick care of that. 11 probes going down, but a lot of drones going down on the other side of the map thanks to the Zealots and Immortals that didn't come home.
All hell broke loose over here. We're looking at 3 or 4 different fights at once. These Lings having a good old time. This is not an army that has a lot of splash damage, but it's still a pair. Oh, Astrea not paying attention there for a split second. In the end, it's okay though. The ultimate crisis averted for the Protoss player because Astrea took care of the first Nidus. And the first Nidus should be the most scary one, the most terrifying one, especially if you're A, out of position, and B, you're battling on 2 different fronts. That's still a lot of spiky boys. What's the lurk count right now for Scarlet? I guess 15 or so? 17 lurkers, but these storms are absolutely fantastic.
We have the Revelation also out on these lurkers, so the Immortals are able to get quite a bit of damage on, but now that the shields are gone, they do need to back off for a little bit. Another Nidus Storm going to get shut down. Astrea is so on top of those, but these lurkers are still finding that extra damage on those probes mining.
You think with a couple Zealots coming in from the top right, that should be good enough, because those storms were amazing, and the Immortal count is so high. We're still looking at 10 as a time warp has gone down as well. The Mothership actually died as it flew over a couple of those Hydras that were just chilling there, working on probes. I would love to see Astrea just take care of the lurkers on his side of the map, but he feels that it's still time to find some more damage with 5 Immortals, 2 High Templars, and a Zealot.
Scarlet's economy is kind of shattered at this point. I mean, especially as she loses the mining at this location, she is effectively, I want to say, like maybe a 1-base mining Zerg, if even that, really.
Yep. Astrea is going to lose that important base as well, but yeah, that doesn't make up for the 23 drones and the hatchery that's gone down. If all of these Hydras and Lynx, by the way, they should be able to jump on top of this army. Mothership died, so I don't think we've got double recall available, and I believe we've already used recall once. But yeah, Astrea's numbers keep on going up. Meanwhile, Scarlet's having an incredibly tough time replacing some of those units, and there is one hero, Serral, just going to town on drones and Lynx in the main base. Astrea has pretty much done it at this point.
He really is in a fantastic position at this point, and the carriers are just going to be the cherry on top of the cake that he has been able to build them up for himself. It's been a very, very rough series, and he's going to be losing a couple of these Immortals, which definitely sucks a little bit, but the warping of Zealots, target firing down the Lurker Den, something that Scarlet truly just cannot afford to replace right now. So I was going to try and save it. It is going to be a little bit too late. And Astrea really cementing himself a solid lead in this game.
Yep, this is one last thing that Astrea needs to do, and that is take care of these Lurkers. And if there's nothing to tank for these Lurkers, I do really think that it should be good enough. But Astrea says, hey, if there's no anti-air, maybe my Oracles can just lead the charge. We've got a Void Ray as well, and that is going to do it. All 6 Lurkers get picked off. This Nidus is going to get picked off as well, and Scarlet is just running out of steam. Lynx do get on top of an exposed base, and that's nice. Few more probes as well for Scarlet, but Scarlet needs a whole lot more than a few workers.
Yeah, Scarlet is doing her absolute best to be as annoying as possible to really make Astrea work for that W, but he gets his first win on the board in this series. Can he do it, Kev? Can he mount another 0-2 comeback?
Yeah, will history repeat itself? What is it, like a month ago or 5 weeks ago that we had that big series in the online regionals that obviously let Astrea in the end go into the upper or the grand final where Trigger was waiting. As Trigger, I believe, was the one who won the upper bracket final, if I recall that correctly. And then Astrea, of course, went on to win it all once more. Because that's just what he does, man. I don't know how he does it, but that's just what he does. He keeps on winning the regionals. It obviously all started with Astrea going Oracle into Void Ray, similar to Golden Aura, but where on Golden Aura, Astrea had a very slow follow-up. This time around, it was Hero and his 8 gates and +1 Zealots with charge. If Scarlet would have just dropped the Baneling Nest a little while earlier, basically when we were talking about it, as he thought perhaps he would need it, you know, you have 6-7 Banelings there, and that looks like a completely different game. Those Zealots won't get anywhere near as much damage done. For the moment that those Zealots went through that first Evo, that was the first time Astrea truly had something to be very happy about in this best of 5, and I think it's safe to say he played it out very well.
Yeah, very nice job by Astrea to just sell that story like you were saying, going for that similar Void Ray opening and everything, but really just the Zealots not getting scouted until they were making their journey across the map as Charge was not even finished just yet, making sure that he's hitting the absolute perfect time and giving Scarlet as little time as possible to really deal with that, knocking down the Evo Chamber, all of those moves really cementing that victory there. And our hometown hero is finally getting one on the board, but he still does have a tough road ahead of him. Scarlet has absolutely had a solid read on him in those first 2 games, and Astrea still has to find a way to make sure he can win the next 2 games and make sure that he can deal with the fact that Scarlet has been playing so well this entire tournament.
Of course, there are a few more series happening while we are currently enjoying Astrea versus Scarlet. Scarlet, her teammate Lambo, is currently all tied up with his good friend Spirit. So a nice little European match in the first round of the knockout stage, 1-1. We had Classic getting the best of Elaser in apparently an absolute nail-biter. As Elaser was down, he managed to send it to game 5. But it's Classic with a 3-2 victory over Elaser, who will move on. And Cure and Nightmare currently all tied up in the first round of the knockout bracket.
All right, guys, we're heading into game number 4. We're going to be starting over here in the top right-hand side of the map. Still 1 game away from victory from Shopify Rebellion, the red Zerg player. She is Scarlet.
In the top left side of Ghost River, representing his Neil team, welcome back Virtuous Pro. It's the man who's fighting out of San Diego, California. It's Astrea. Ghost River to me screams Roaches, Ravages, and Swarmhost. I know that Scarlet loves Swarmhost, I think especially on some maps in particular. As Astrea, by the way, tried to hedge block, goes into the main. We'll see that Scarlet went for an earlier pull, an earlier gas, because this is obviously gas and pull before the expand. This is also something you truly have to respect, by the way. I often think back of that grand finals of IM Katowice between Rogue and Zest, where Zest scouted these kinds of openings a few times, and he was like, yeah, don't really need to do anything. And we're like, no, like, if you see this on the ladder, you get all in 100 out of 100 times. And maybe in a professional tournament, not necessarily. And there's a good chance that Scarlet just opens up like this to scare Astrea a little, but you still have to respect. Just make sure that you keep on scouting if you're Astrea, because Roaches, Ravages, Lynx, Link Flood, Baneling Boss, all of it is possible if they go pool and a very early guess.
Scarlet especially is the kind of player who is not afraid to throw out those kind of build orders, especially if she is going to be up in a series already and she's willing to take those risks. Something that comes from many, many years of experience, coming all the way back from StarCraft II in 2011. it really is a scary thing to deal with. Just the fact that Scarlet can have such polar opposites of playing those late game stages, playing the early game all-ins, and playing those mid-game cheeses.
He's still mining gas. Actually, and it feels like that's a fully saturated extractor, right? So
yeah, all three.
Speed on the way. Roachborn,
Oh,
there
boy.
you go. As I said, you don't see it very often, but if I see this on the ladder, Ravi, all my alarm bells go off. And I cancel the Nexus, I build a fort immediately. No, don't do that, guys. You need shield battery overcharge. But yeah, Astrea might just look at this and be like, yeah, okay, it's kind of scary, but it's not all that scary. And it's so important to gather as much vision as possible, because Scarlet is going to be mega aggressive here on Ghost River. Goes for the 1 gauge fast spend Robo, by the way. That's technically a great choice, but you still need a battery.
Yeah, he's still going to need to have an idea of what he's up against. Now, the Adept did manage to take out 2 of the Zerglings there for Scarlet. 4 more Lings are seen in the center of the map. 6 Roaches on the way, and the Adepts, I think they shaded backwards, so they're not actually going to be able to get as fast of a scout over here on any of this.
No, like you're also afraid of losing the Adept, you know, because if it's in a Link flood and you just don't have enough firepower to keep the Lings at bay, you're like, okay, that's annoying too. But if it's Roaches, that kind of requires a different response. Astrea has all the right tools to hold this. Get another pilot on the low ground, you get a shield battery. But that's not something that pro players do unless they are 100% convinced they're getting all in. And since he's getting a prism, that gives me the feeling Astrea is looking to find damage. He doesn't need to find damage. Will these shades see it? Oh, I love it by Scarlet, pulling those units away, keeping Astrea in the dark for a few extra seconds. And every second right now is so magical for Scarlet. Without a battery, without a second pilot here, Astrea is in all sorts of trouble.
Roaches are going to be diving in on top of those Adepts with the wall is open for a moment. The sentry throws down the force field. Warp gates are trying to finish up. The force field gets knocked down once. Not another crucible available. These Roaches trying to track fire down. It looks like an Adept over there, dude. They do manage to get it, but these Roaches on the inside of the wall do get taken out.
That's actually pretty good so far by Astrea. I think he's doing about as well as he could with how little units he had available, but that pylon is indeed starting to run low on HP. Queens are even making their journey here as well. The shield battery is here. Don't forget that the Warp Prism could also power that shield battery. Scarlet knows that he has to take care of that battery immediately, but there is an Immortal in the mix now. And a Warp Prism and an Immortal should always allow a Brothers player to dream. Not too many Zerg units remaining anymore. Is Astrea pulling off an absolutely magical hold here?
One of the Warp Gates are depowered, so the number of reinforcements is definitely going to be lowered, but like you were saying, Astrea keeping all of these units alive with that Warp Prism. Corrosive Bile is going to stop it up with the Stalkers. It does get taken out over there. Adept very low on hit points. Another one of the pylons getting very low on hit points, and those Corrosive Biles should be able to finish the job.
Yep, Scarlet really doesn't have too many units here anymore. Sure, Astrea has lost a couple of workers, but he's going to be okay with this. Any worker lead is obviously fine. Some very low HP units for Astrea instead of that Warp Prism, but for now, Astrea is going to push the Zerg units back, using that Warp Prism right now to power at least one of these gateways. I would have loved to see a shield battery on the high ground, right? All that Warp Prism micro would have been awesome if you can just heal up those units a little bit.
It would have made things so much easier. Actually, the Cybernex Corps managed to survive over there, and I want to know, Scarlet did not stop making units during any of this time. She didn't say, all right, this all-in is over. No, it's just been non-stop Lings and Roaches and Ravagers.
I think Scarlet got a tiny bit impatient right after that first force field went down. I think in her mind it was always going to be just a single force field, but it's a second force field that actually bought Astrea so much time and allowed him to kill 2 Roaches for pretty much nothing. Links could work indeed on the Cybernetics score. Astrea is looking really good in this game, but it could still all fall apart real quick as well.
Yeah, there's no Warp Prism to save that Immortal on the low ground, and remember that the Warp Prism is not here either, so that Ling surround on the Immortal is almost going to get a Corrosive Bile, finishes it off, and Scarlet snags a nice little victory there as the recall happens.
And don't forget, Cybercore just died, so you can't really warp in any more sentries or stalkers. A couple of slow zealots is not going to do a whole lot for you. With the Warp Prism and 2 Immortals, Astrea should be fine, but you can't build any batteries here either. It is still scary, right? I feel like Astrea is almost there. You can see the finish line, but it's still a lot of Zerg units that are going to come his way. One micro error and it will still be a Scarlet victory.
And this is so dangerous too because the wall is completely open. The sentry does not have a lot of energy. Even just having the Lings run straight into the main base will be extremely problematic because Astrea has power units, but it's a small number of units.
And what I love that Scarlet is doing is that he's actually banking up the numbers up to the point where a little bit of Warp Prism micro is not going to make the difference anymore, right? Immortals have a very hard time killing a crazy amount of Zerglings, and since the Cybercore was done, here we go. It's a full stand for Scarlet, and now finally there is a shield battery, but is that just too late?
Another Immortal is going to pop on out and make its way down toward that bottom of the ramp. The Lings are going after these pylons yet again. This is going to depower one of those few remaining gateways. The Immortals are still standing strong, though, and they are putting in some serious work on this army.
Yeah, Astrea will be able to keep these Immortals alive for days with that Warp Prism, but his life could have been so much easier than what it actually is right now. Scarlet is going to try to get on top of these batteries. Corrodes the Boss, taking out a couple of the Zerglings too. Shield battery overcharge for a split second, heals up some of these Immortals. Scarlet will get some probes, will get a gateway, a couple pylons, but he will not get the kill. And it is safe to say that Scarlet was looking for the kill. You're looking at 4 Immortals and a Prism at this point, as Immortal number 5 is on the way. And Scarlet is still just kind of building units for the longest time. Now finally is going to drone up a little bit. But the biggest problem here as a Zerg player, as these two queens are so far off creep, Zergling's going to try to save it, and I do think will save it. If Scarlet can get a little more done in the natural, perhaps he can turn this into a game, but he's going to have such a hard time, if this game stabilizes, not to take silly damage from the Warp Prism and the Immortals.
Yeah, another one of the queens does end up falling, so the Warp Prism is going to have even less to worry about. Another shield battery fishing up on that high ground is going to make things so much easier for Astrea to mount the defenses. Yes, he loses the gateway. Yes, he doesn't really have a lot of warp gate warp-ins, but his Immortal count has just grown ridiculous. The Warp Prism micro has been so clutch throughout this entire game.
Yep. Oh man, what a game here on Gulls River. Scarlet still on 23 drones, is trying to macro her way out of this. And it's not the point that he will die immediately. I think what he's most afraid of is just that he's gonna die slowly but steady.
Yeah.
As a Zerg player, you kind of need some tech, right? You need a strong economy to deal with Warp Prisms and Immortals. They will always find some damage. Astrea's most likely not gonna do anything silly, and this Prism is still incredibly healthy. It has never really taken any damage.
I mean, the queen count actually also got reduced earlier because so many of them moved across the map. So even the fear of your Warp Prism taking a lot of damage is not that high. And I love that he just focus fires down the queen, because you take care of those, there's not really a lot to be afraid of.
I'm smiling because look at the minimap, Robbie.
I do know one perfectly well-known North American strat on the ladder, which is I'm really far behind. What if I just hide an expansion? Maybe things will work out.
As a Protoss, you see it pretty often. As a Terran, not that often, but every now and then to try to sneak it in. The hidden Zerg expand is a unique one to me, because creep kind of gives it away. On the other hand, why would Astrea check the bottom right side of Ghost River at this point, right? There really is not a whole lot of reason for him to do so. And if this actually works somehow for Scarlet, if he's going to be able to get some value out of it, I will absolutely love it. And it's another NA Classic for the ages.
It truly will be if that ends up being the case, but Scarlet has still got a bit of a road ahead of her to try and make sure she doesn't take too much damage to the Warp Prism Immortal Harassment. I think she finally does have a critical mass of those units, but speaking of critical mass, that is so many Immortals.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of Immortals, but Immortals do have a hard time battling Zerglings, Ravages. That's kind of where you want some of these other units in the mix. And it's kind of funny as well, because now we're 10 minutes in, and it's just a couple of basic Zerg units battling a Prism and 2 Immortals. But hey, if anybody has had a lot of practice getting cannon rushed, I would say it's Scarlet, with all of her years lathering on NA. And so probably consider this at one point as like, this is some sort of a weird cannon rush scenario where I've got a low economy, they've got a low economy, and there's a Prism and 2 Immortals flying around. But yes, he's been here and done that.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of a printf game for sure. Absolutely. In many ways.
Turkey Dano.
Yeah, eat your heart out. We got that Roach Warren being rebuilt, a Baneling Nest also on the way, but you just see the stark difference in the tech that's being built right now. Scarlet, Roach Warren, Baneling Nest, Astrea, a Templar Archives, Charge, +1 weapons. It's just a very different point in the game for both these players.
Astrea obviously needs to make sure that he always keeps an eye on his Warp Prism, because the Ravager count is pretty high, and Zerg players do love to get lucky and spam those corrosive balls, and once in a blue moon, it will net. I love that Scarlet is taking this base, because if he never takes this base, then Astrea, his alarm bells will start going. I was like, okay, this is just a little bit too weird. Why are you not even trying to expand, right? I mean, this hidden base could eventually start playing a very big role. Man, as long as Scarlet doesn't have a lair, it is going to be difficult. Because even if Scarlet gets a couple Banelings, and we love Banelings against a lot of Zealots with +1, that's great and all, but you have to worry about Archons too. And all these Immortals.
Oh,
and
the Troll transfer.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Actually,
that's a big reveal.
Away.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, it's going to make things a lot more awkward, because now Scarlet has to dedicate resources to ensuring that that location is defended against the Warp Prism, but it means that the rest of the attack is going to be a lot more effective. The Immortal's getting really low on hit points there, but does get the pickup. This is a tough one, and I have to say, Astrea has not halted Immortal production at all, Kev. He is, I think, going up to now number 11 there. Or, yeah, number 11 Immortal.
I mean, this is Astrea still having a bit of that fun, right? That we were talking about earlier. As Astrea now sees the creep in the bottom right side, and at this point, your heart does sink a little. You're like, how long has this been a thing? You know, am I actually in trouble? I don't think Astrea thinks he's in trouble. He'll look at his army and be like, my army is awesome. These are slow banelings. It is one absolute last final all-in coming out of Scarlet, because Scarlet has never fired up a lair. Scarlet doesn't have access to baneling speed. Truly, this is it. Upgrades favor Astrea. Does Astrea have a couple batteries and cannons, by the way, near the third base? I mean, there is a world where Scarlet, her army is still great. And I do really think, by the way, that this War Prism and those two Immortals, they need to be at home. Right now, Astrea, these units need to be at home. Otherwise, your Immortals could get surrounded and they could all die.
Yeah, so many of these Immortals are going to be very vulnerable to the Lings if they manage to get surrounded. But the Archons holding strong on the left-hand side of this engagement.
Oh, no.
The Lings on the right-hand side do manage to break through, though. Now it's just the Immortals. The War Prism is finally back home. The Archon is putting in some work against those Lings. Does Astrea have enough to actually defend over here? It becomes way closer than it should have been.
It's 5 Immortals, a Zealot, and a Prism at the moment, and there are still 22 Zerglings out on the map. I don't really quite see them. That's a fantastic attack by Scarlet. That really is about as good as he was ever going to do. And that's, of course, because that War Prism was not there. If the Prism would have been there, that fight really would have looked different. Astrea did recall it rather quickly in the end. This game is just a gift that keeps on giving, because Scarlet has been so incredibly committed for such a long time. And somehow we keep on finding ourselves in these scenarios where Scarlet's in trouble, but she's more than allowed to dream, as that previous fight really was damn good for her.
It was amazing, and she's still got a lot of these links if she finds those Immortals by themselves without the War Prism or away from the shield battery, or the fact that there's no wall of the natural still, so the Immortal in the main base going to be taking damage, the shield battery getting target fire down, which means that the pros of the natural are going to also be vulnerable. Suddenly, all the alarm bells are ringing for Astrea.
Oh, look at the natural. That's so many workers going down. In the main base, we have workers going down as well. And Astrea did not have a great economy. He's still microing with his War Prism on the other side of the map, but Astrea really needs to start paying attention to whatever is happening at home. 24 probes have just gone down. Astrea is only down to 28 workers. It is still lair tech, by the way. Imagine, or excuse me, hatchery tech. Imagine if that Templar was a Dark Shrine. A Dark Shrine could have won this game.
He literally just won the game outright, but man, I cannot believe it. Astrea is so good at scrappy games. He thrives in these kind of scrappy situations. But Astrea, he's up against the ropes for sure. We'll see if he can still manage to make some kind of defense happen, but the wall not being in the natural still hurts so much.
Couple of links morphed into banelings in the main base, so a few more workers have gone down. That's an additional 7 or 8 workers falling on the side of Astrea, down to 29, but what Astrea does have is a really good army, and at this point, Scarlet's probably wondering, like, should I, like, tech up? Is that an option? I don't know if that's an option, as the Archons and Immortals are leading the charge, and they are still more powerful than those Ravagers and Lings out there. But what a game, man. This is insane. This reminds me a bit of that really unique game that Bly and Neeb had once upon a time. Yeah. That just kept on going on forever.
The never-ending Bly all-in.
Yeah, well,
that's kind of what we're getting right now, is +2 weapons is done for a Protoss player against a Zerg that doesn't have a lair.
You'd still think, is it too late for a Dark Shrine? Like, I don't think it is too late for a Dark Shrine. Hatchery tech, 4 hatcheries, a single Sport Rod. That's the only detection that Scarlet had. I mean, come on, we definitely had a window at any given moment where we could have snuck in a Dark Shrine.
No, absolutely. I mean, Astrea's not exactly lacking gas in a lot of these situations either. He's got a low worker count, but this is one of the beauties about mining gas and having Archon-heavy armies, is that if you have a lot of bases but don't have a lot of workers, your gas mining doesn't actually get affected nearly as much.
And Scarlet, by the way, has rebuilt that hatchery that she lost, her triangle, what was supposed to be her third base, that died earlier against those Immortals. It's actually been rebuilt, so you can probably transfer a couple of workers as well. We have a few more slow banelings, keep that in mind, because we have never teched up, so we don't have any of those cool upgrades. As Astrea now fires up Storm, I mean, that's cool enough, but it's going to take a little while, and he's not that rich. The Zergling count is high. Can't really run Zerglings into that many Archons. Oh, I love those Zealots, by the way, on hold position, making it more difficult. As we have a couple of Baneys coming in from the left side. Absolutely love this game. Can these slow Banes find what they are looking for? It doesn't really seem to be the case.
Yeah, it looks like they all do get taken out. Maybe one probe dying over there, but the Ling's going to continue to try and be so annoying in the natural. This is getting awkward, though, because every time Scarlet does these run-bys, she is also sacrificing all these units, so she needs to find damage with these.
Might be an opening at the third base at this point, as there's only one battery that's going to normally help out there. A couple of corrosive balls get spammed. Immortals are forced to disengage. Scarlet finds more worker damage, finds a pylon perhaps as well, getting a battery. Another pylon getting picked up. Does spot that the Templar Archives is spinning, so should know that Storm is on the way. What can she really do about that? Yeah, not a whole lot. You just kind of have to accept it.
Yeah, I feel like she did find a little bit of worker damage there, but Astrea still maintaining a little bit of that worker lead, and now Storm finished on up. I know a couple of the warp gates got depowered, but Astrea should be able to repower those, and I feel like Astrea is going to be happy with how those trades went.
Yep. Maybe Scarlet this was thinking like, maybe your main and natural like almost mined out as well, so you're just a one-base Protoss, and if you're just gonna sit there as a one-base Protoss forever, perhaps I can still turn this into something. Are we ever going to see a lair, by the way? The Darkstrike threat.
I don't want to
is
see
still
it
there.
anymore. I just, out of principle at this point, I don't want to see it anymore, Kev.
I do like this, by the way. Scarlet trying to create one more attack path. Even if there are not too many workers in the main base and the natural to kill, there's still a lot of pylons. There are still a couple of very important production facilities. So getting extra ways to find yourself into the natural or main base of your opponent is obviously fantastic.
And that's exactly what Scarlet looked like she was threatening there for a moment. It looks like she's going to try and reveal this army first, draw it even further out of position, then try to move in forward.
You can win this fighting just Scarlet, right? Like that's a lot of roaches and ravages, Robbie.
No shield battery over there either for those Archons to help us stay alive. Storm is coming down on the south side, so Astrea should have no problem winning that engagement. And at the other side, it looks like it is getting a lot closer.
Shield battery overcharge from the high ground coming in clutch. One of the Immortals does get surrounded by the Zerglings. Those two Archons, if they stay near the battery, they were going to be okay, but they're going a little bit further away from the battery. I still think this is a fight where Scarlet should be able to do well, but where are those extra Immortals of Astrea? They should be coming real soon. The recall gets activated, 2 Archons die, but that's a lot of Immortals, and that's when the roaches have to start running away.
Yeah, but we see the picture-in-picture that Astrea is actually managing to hold on the south side as well at the same time, cleaning up a lot of this army for Scarlet. Scarlet finally dipping in supply below Astrea for the first time in a long time in this game.
Slow roaches off creep obviously have an incredibly difficult time. Don't forget that Astrea managed to get +2 a long time. We are seconds away from +3 melee for Astrea. And maybe all of that would have been okay-ish for Scarlet if she at least was able to cancel the 4th base, right? And she was close, he put a lot of damage on it, but she did not manage to cancel this Nexus or kill this Nexus. And that means that this game is now looking perhaps more grim than it's done in a very, very long time for Scarlet.
It really is. And Scarlet's going to make another hatchery, but she still refuses to fire up that lair as we now approach the 20-minute mark almost of a Zerg lair without a lair. And I like that Scarlet is just hard committing to it, but this may be one of the final big commitments she can really make because it does feel like she's starting to run out of steam here.
+3 melee for Archons and Immortals against a Zerg player without a lair. Yeah, slow roaches against Immortals with +3. That is just never going to work. GG gets called. Astrea wins an epic 20-minute game on Ghost River that started off with a 18-drone Roachling attack that had so much potential, by the way. If it wasn't for that second force field that shaved off those 2 roaches, I really think that Scarlet finds the damage that she's looking for. Perhaps straight up wins, but I don't think she expected back-to-back force fields. There was a single force field that took care of it with the Ravager, and then she led the charge with the roaches. Well, if those were 12 Lings streaming in, that would have gone a whole lot better. It's these 2 roaches that acted such a good force field by Astrea.
They really, really did. Astrea managing to mount such a narrow defense there. Getting the Warp Prism back immediately as well was such an important decision for Astrea to make. And also continue to just make more and more of those Immortals after basically your Warp Gates are depowered. You didn't have Warp Gate potential or many gateway units being made in the first place.
Like the game was kind of over at this point, but because Astrea was flying around with the Warp Prism and the 2 Immortals, if these Immortals cannot get saved by a Prism, now it's coming in from the top left after Recall was used. But this is where Scarlet found an absolutely fantastic fight against an army that was normally a lot stronger than hers. But yeah, with that many Zerglings getting full surrounds on Immortal, truly an NA game for the ages. I absolutely loved it. I think almost everyone loved it, besides Scarlet.
Yeah, and I will definitely guarantee you, those are one of the kind of games that Astrea absolutely loves. walks out of and says, what an absolutely ridiculous game. This is why StarCraft is really fun. I'm ready to move to game number 5. And I have to say, Kev, when we were talking about Scarlet being up 2-0, talking about Astrea having lost his first 2 series, again, understandable, tough opponents in that kind of winner stage, but it just has not been his event. It was hard for him to find that kind of motivation, or it's very difficult to find that kind of fun. But after a series like this and how that last game went, I have to imagine Max Angel's going to be in a pretty good spirits right now.
These are the games that Max lives for. We know it. He loves it. I think at one point he could have done a few things different as well. And of course he could have re-walled off and he could have gone for a slightly more complex army. But at one way he's like, oh no, I embrace the craziness. If you're forcing me to stabilize on 5 Immortals, a War Prism, and 1 Slow Zealot, I'm gonna build 6 more Immortals because I'm Astrea and this is the kind of stuff that I love. Incredibly fun series between these two. Kind of series that they deserve. Could be a premiere, perhaps for the first time this weekend. A player from the Shopify Rebellion will lose against somebody that's not on the Shopify Rebellion, because that record is still going strong. Jan getting a win over Trigger, and at the moment Lambo's also taking the 2-1 lead over Spirit. Last time it was Scarlet being up 2-0 and Astrea completing the reverse sweep in the online regionals. Will this time it be the other way around? We do go to game 5, or will it still be Scarlet?
Scarlet actually is showing that Liquipedia page right now, checking how her teammates are doing and everything, seeing who she might be playing off against. I'd actually love if Lambo was not in game right now, is just watching the series and thinking, I have to play the winner of these two. I have to play against players who are playing like these incredibly insane strategies, these unhinged strategies. This is a North American special, but regardless, one of these players is going to get to advance on after the course of this next game. And Astrea just taking a short little break.
What was our 5th map again? I know we vetoed Dynasty, Amphion, Crimson,
Ghost
Court.
River, and then...
What is that? I know. Oceanborn?
I think it was Oceanborn. I think you're right.
We haven't played Oceanborn yet, and I don't think Oceanborn was vetoed. So, well, that's a very standard map to basically end things up.
I actually really was surprised that it came as the final map. I thought it would come earlier.
Yeah. I think like both players, both races in general are okay with it.
Yeah.
But it's maybe not like your favorite. I totally understand Golden Aura from a Protoss point of view.
Yeah.
Then started picking Site Delta as her first map. Maybe a tiny bit surprising, but nothing too wild, right?
Yeah. And we've definitely seen how the maps have influenced some of the strategies picked, especially when we talk about that Golden Aura or even the Site Delta or Ghost River. Actually, another good example of it. They really have been 2 players who have heavily considered what map are we going to be going to, how are we going to try and approach this in terms of what builders are strongest on this map. And man, I feel like Scarlet has definitely been losing a lot of that momentum in the last few games. That absolute stalwart defense against anything that Astrea was kind of throwing at her from the first 2 games really doesn't feel like she's had the chance to kind of maintain that in the last 2 games.
Oh, do you know what's coming up next on the main stream, by the way?
I think we're going to be going to one of the, I don't know which, but one of the round 2 matches.
So like Gumio, Clam, Beyond Stats, or like across the entire bracket?
I believe it's probably going to be one of those, and I'm imagining...
All right, we have just heard an audible that we have decided to go for Stats versus Beyond. So that's going to be the next best of 5 here on the main stage. Do love it. Haven't seen Beyond yet, right? On the main stage.
No, haven't seen Beyond on the main stage yet, and he's been tearing through a lot of people.
Yeah. He obviously has been playing pretty well. And Beyond a TVP at an offline event, I feel like it's guaranteed fireworks. So such a fun day. We've got 8 best of 5s in total, and this is only our 2nd best of 5 of the day. As it seems that Max Angel has returned to his seat for that one final game on Oceanborn. He'll be like, this place again. I've been here before. Down 0-2, things not really going my way. And in game 3 and 4, we turn things around. One final game, Oceanborn. Something special you'd like to see from Scarlet?
Oh man, I feel like it's a little bit scary for me when I think about this, but going into a game number 5, Scarlet sometimes not afraid to throw out some of those super early cheeses yet again. Oceanborn, though, I don't know. I wouldn't actually hate to see a much later macro game, because I feel like the closest we got to it was, what was it, game number 3, where we had a lot of like the lurkers and everything kind of getting started, but it really wasn't the feel of a late game situation.
Because it wasn't fair, because Astrea got himself in a very good spot,
exactly,
right? Like, you have a lot of the games in StarCraft 2 these days where players are good enough to hang in there for a little while, and they are ready to get either some carriers out or like play some late game Terran, get a couple Liberators and goals. But if one player is just ahead, that it's not truly the straight up macro game that people love, where both players have a bit of money in the bank and are able to make moves without necessarily feeling like they are committed. It felt that every move Scarlet made there was incredibly committed because of all the damage he took from the Zealot. So I'm with you. There's also, I don't know, I wouldn't hate just like one push, like old school Roach Ravager Queen, German Taxi, you know?
German Taxi,
What Lambo absolutely loves, because I do live for those moments where it's game 5, we just saw a ridiculously cool game 4, and then it comes down to that final bit of maybe Blink Stalker Micro, one battery overcharge for the Aegis, one pickup on the Immortal. It doesn't always have to last forever, Fear Dragon. Sometimes that one push at minute 8 or 9, perfectly fine.
I do feel like that is the more likely scenario in my mind between these two players, but we're heading into one final game for this best of 5 to determine who moves on to the next round and who gets their tournament run cut out early. Starting down here on the bottom right-hand side of the map, our Canadian Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion, she is Scarlet.
It's been an amazing tournament for her so far. It's been a now much better second day as well for this man in the top left side. It was a vintage Astrea performance there on Ghost River. A lot of Immortals, War Prisms, all the good stuff. Representing Virtus Pro, it's Astrea.
You know, historically, Kev, I really do think that while Scarlet is absolutely the kind of player who might find those later game stages, I feel like it's a little bit more common that she gets aggressive.
Go ahead. What do you think of this, by the way, Ravi? Game 5. I mean, you were starting to talk, and I saw your eyes perk up as well, where you're like, I'm talking about something else, but Nexus first.
Yeah, this is a bold move for Astrea, and it's scary to me because Scarlet has absolutely shown in that last game that she's willing to get aggressive. I know in game number 5, she's not afraid to get aggressive. She's not afraid to put it all on the line in that final game in a best of 5 series, much like Jaedong did to her way back in the days, a story she'll never forget. But I mean, so far, what really can Scarlet do to punish this kind of opening at this point?
Not a whole lot, actually. Like, Nexus first is not that common, and it's not because it's super risky, because it's actually really not that risky as long as you scout. Obviously, if you play Nexus first and you don't scout, yeah, then you're rolling the dice, and you can be in all sorts of trouble against different openings. But if you go Nexus first and you scout early enough, you can see the timing of the gas, the timing of the pool. There isn't really anything that Scarlet can do right now. It's like, oh, you went Nexus first, let me go ahead and build a whole lot of circlings. That would just be the end of her immediately. There will be a wall off, there will be a battery, cybercore, sentry, whatever. That doesn't really work. But the main reason why I feel like we don't see Nexus first ultra often is I like playing it a lot myself, but it has one downside. And that's that the first units in general are a little bit later, and then it's actually a bit harder to contain the creep. That's annoying. Astrea is obviously completely aware of that, and because of that he says, I'm gonna go double gate instead of like one gate Stargate. We open double gate, double chrono, so I can still get those adapts quickly to the other side of the map and make sure I can keep the creep at bay.
I like that decision a lot. He's going to be able to send those 2 adapts straight across the map. Also following this up with another one of those Stargates, a very, very kind of standard, typical play from him so far in terms of what he likes to go for as the follow-ups from these early gateway units and everything. Scarlet, just going to be adding on a couple of these links to deal with the adepts, but no big overreaction or anything like you said. You can't really do a whole lot this late on to deal with the kind of early Nexus.
Yeah, maybe if Scarlet would have gone for a similar opening to Ghost River, where it's like early gas, early pool, later expand, then you can still decide to go first. But even then, like Oceanborn is not the tiniest map out there. And as a Protoss player, if you scout it then you can obviously start playing it very safe immediately, get an early battery. It's like people don't play Nexus first very often because they're so worried. It's just because they like the timings of all the stuff that they're so used to as well. And obviously StarCraft 2 is a game where every half a second matters. You don't want to be in an awkward spot like, do I chrono boost here, or do I now drop the tag? Where do I move my units? There are certain scenarios that you get ultra familiar with, like just stuff like even queen positioning, right? When you do the same build over and over again, and if you're not really used to those timings with Nexus first, then it doesn't even really make a whole lot of sense to play Nexus first. As Astrea, by the way, is going up to 3 bases very quick, despite the fact that he already had a quick natural. Has an Oracle out, has 2 gateways. Before Twilight Forge or a Robo whatsoever, Astrea says, it's all out macro for me in game 5.
And that's so interesting to me because I really wonder, how does Scarlet respond to this kind of stuff? Because when I think of series between these two players, I know Scarlet can play those hyper late game PvZs. I mean, she has some phenomenal ZVPs in the past against players like Neeb, where they would go to the ultra late game. But I feel it it rarely comes out versus Astrea, and I do wonder if she's going to get a little bit more aggressive because of this.
I think that Astrea is going to be a little bit more aggressive as well, as we have 6 basic adapts. That's obviously different than 1 or 2 random adapts, and this is something that Scarlet is absolutely going to have to respect. There's no Ro8 one yet. Now these adapts don't have Resident Blade, but Astrea is still going to let the Shade finish up, and I don't hate it. Keep an eye on the minimap, because there are still oracles flying around as well. Scarlet is aware of those oracles, and she's kind of worried about them, does not want to end up losing a queen. In the end, the adapts will shade away 1 oracle. Maybe activate Pulsar Beam. No, thought about a stasis trap there, but in the end said, nah, not worth it. And I kind of like the decision not to go for it, because Scarlet was already looking. And dropping a stasis trap when your opponent is already looking is kind of silly. By the way, it's a Robo and a very quick Robo Bay. We haven't really seen this throughout the entire event. If there was ever a Spire moment for Scarlet, I would almost say this game is the Spire game.
Oh, that would be fascinating to see from Scarlet. I mean, she's definitely also been mixing things up throughout the series, but Astrea has absolutely been keeping things fresh on his end as well. Robotics Bay going to be finishing up relatively shortly, but well, I mean, Scarlet's not really going to have a whole lot of vision of things for a little bit, so this is going to probably take a little while for her to actually catch a wind of.
Yep. I mean, it's going to be difficult. You're going to try it. A couple of roaches do get fired up. We have a Hydra then being dropped down as well. We saw Hydra then on Golden Aura. Then it got cancelled for Aspire because Scarlet just wanted to get some Corruptors out to deal with carriers. Now, this game we wouldn't get Aspire because we are worried about carriers. Well, maybe Mutalisk would actually be pretty damn good, because there is a chance that Astrea even goes Zealot Charge here, right, before he goes Blink. That means if you can just get like 12 Mutas or so, you're going to have the time of your life. It is actually going to be Blinked up for Astrea. A bit of like old school parting here, right? Double Robo, Colossus, Blink Stalkers. That's what parting brought to IM Katowice a couple years ago, and he was playing it throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, who needs those Heart of the Swarm, Legacy of the Void units? Stalkers and Colossus, always a tried and true standard, but as the big Gateway Flood comes on out, and that first Colossus is going to be popping on out, Thermal Lance nearly halfway done. Astrea is going to be well set up to take any kind of early fights, and those Colossus absolutely can also shred through those Hydras as long as they're able to get into a good position against them.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried for Scarlet, by the way, because this can really turn into one of the scenarios where if you're stuck on lair attack for a little too long, yeah, you're just gonna get A-moved. There's absolutely nothing you can do with just Roaches and Ravages and maybe a couple Hydra Zerglings against all these gateways, Immortals, double Robo Colossus. You need something like Vipers or a bunch of Lurkers, right? Like anything that's crazy. Aspire earlier would have been fantastic. Spamming Roaches and Hydras of 76 drones. And this is a straight up build order nightmare for Scarlet. Her army is just not going to be good enough. I mean, I know we've seen Dark full of miracles, right? Now Scarlet is bleeding out a couple of Zerglings as well. Things are not looking too hot for our Canadian Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, to hold off with just pure Roach Hydra or some of these Lings and the Hydras, you really do need overwhelming numbers, or you need a massive kind of sandwich concave, an ambush or something. And Scarlet definitely has some creep thread going through different parts of the map. There's a potential for something like that, but she is going to be banking a lot if that's what she's hoping for.
I'm very worried for Scarlet, because I kind of think that she's expecting just a couple Archons, right? And this many Hydras would be fantastic against Archons. Astrea really has all the tools to deal with this. Now, losing 2 Oracles before the battle starts, that's perhaps not the way to go for it. As Astrea fires up a couple of Disruptors now, and Scarlet is going to see these Colossus. It's going to be like, oh, will she try to surround this Protoss army? He's at least working on the 4th Nexus, gonna get a cancel, get the violence, immediately drop Team Station Pit though, and I do love that call. I wouldn't go for it, but Scarlet is thinking about it. He really does want to train out her army.
She's gonna just try and dive in toward the natural, goes for the Warp Gate, sends a bunch of the Lings and the Roaches, I love that decision, into the main base, forcing Astrea to react to that. A Disruptor does pop on out. It makes things awkward because the rest of Astrea's army is not moving into the natural.
This is how you turn a build order nightmare into something promising as the Disruptor gets picked up as well. The Nova does not connect. Scarlet is, I want to say, doing a really good job and not truly taking these fights. Just kind of running away, right, and buying time. Trying to make this hectic, but Astrea is doing a good job as well in his own main base. Sure, a couple of the buildings are unpowered and whatnot, but in the end, he only lost 2 probes. How the hell did he lose 2 probes there? I saw 15 Roaches run into the main base, Ravi.
It was absolutely wild, but I guess they were focus firing down one of the pylons that was powering a lot of the gateways, and just Scarlet not really finding the damage that she was looking for with that big attack. And now the Colossus count is growing. Yes, Scarlet has Infestation done. Hive is on the way, but Astrea should have a theoretical window right now to attack, right? With +2 weapons fishing?
Creep is scary. Creep is always scary because Roach Hydra does perform a whole lot better on creep. They get a bit of that speed boost, and then they can actually just right-click on top of that Protoss army. Scarlet is trying to just do whatever the hell she can. Knows, of course, that yes, if they are forced to fight straight up, this Protoss army is a whole lot more powerful. Scarlet is waiting, counting down the seconds right now until Hive is done, and the moment Hive is done, you fire up a couple Vipers immediately because Astrea does not have a good answer for Vipers, and everything is going to be good here, right? Blinding Clouds, even a Parasitic Bomb and a Colossus. Scarlet shouldn't really commit to these fights. I'm okay with like pretending it like you want to fight, but really taking the fight off creep, I don't think that's quite the play. I'm gonna say Scarlet does have a lot of money in the bank, so it's alright. Just needs Vipers. Blinding Clouds and Abducts are going to be phenomenal here.
Hive is done. Vipers immediately fired on off. The Warp Prism is going to go down immediately. Scarlet's so ready for that Warp Prism. That's a big victory for Scarlet, as she is still going to have to deal with the main army on the front lines. The Vipers may come out, but they still need time to get energy as well for those Abducts.
We are about to get +2 missile attacks, and I think Scarlet can send some units down that top ramp, right? So then you can maybe get a bit of a surround on this immediately. The Disruptor count only at 2. Will Astrea recall? It kind of feels like he wants to recall, or he thinks he's just going to stick here and fight. Fires the Nova forward, gets the Queen, gets the Hydra. The Colossus are exposed though. One of them does die. These Novas are hurting forward, blinked by Astrea.
And Astrea is starting to just do a little bit too much damage here to this army of Scarlet. The supplies are even up. A Zealot run by on the right-hand side of the map. A slow Zealot run by. His charges only just now finishing up. Abducts finally coming out, but going on the Immortal rather than the Colossus or the Disruptors.
I kind of like it because Scarlet is remaxing on 20 Roaches, right? So Roaches on 3 might be able to get on top of this, but the Disruptor does get a perfect shot of, and Scarlet, her supply plummets. That Disruptor gets saved as well. As the Zealots are still doing their thing. Is history repeating itself once more, Ravi?
Oh, the hatchery goes down to the final Zealot, and that is 3 hatchery snipes there that Astrea managed to find in a very short period of time. Scarlet is going to go ahead and rebuild 2 of them at the same time, but now we have High Templars being added, and Archons are going to be available. Storm is on the way. +3 weapons is close to finishing here for Astrea. It feels like he's still finding additional level ups and upgrades for his next stage of the fights.
What a turnaround for Astrea. A nightmare Friday where things didn't just really go his way. A bad start to the Saturday morning as well. Down 0-2 against the Scarlet. That just really seemed to be on fire, but he has really turned this series on its head. It all started with a couple Zealots inside Delta. And here in Game 5, things are looking mighty fine for Astrea. He's not quite there yet. He's still going to have to respect the Vipers, the Abducts. But he is just in such a phenomenal spot. And he does have an answer for the Vipers too now. Templar Archives is researching Storm, as that's going to finish up as well. The upgrades for Astrea, we didn't even mention that, but those are absolutely fantastic as well. +3 attack, +2 armor. Meanwhile, Scarlet just working with +2 missile attacks.
Yeah, she has +3 on the way, but it is only about halfway done. And with how aggressively positioned on the map Astrea is, it's not necessarily unlikely that Astrea is going to be able to try and find some kind of trades while he still has that upgrade advantage right now. But for the moment, he's at least just establishing his 4th base, cleaning up some of the crease rate, because that crease rate has started getting a little bit out of control.
Yep, and I think that's the only thing that's kind of keeping him maybe a tiny bit timid at this point, where he's like, oh, that's scary.
The Vipers!
Yep, the Stalkers blink forward as they see those 2 Vipers trying to get some energy from the Spore Crawler or the Extractor, and Scarlet just finds herself in even more trouble. The Lurkers don't have all their upgrades yet. Stalkers are a little bit low on HP, but nothing is going to stop this well-upgraded Protoss army, in the hometown hero does it again, down 0-2 against Scarlet, just like in the online regionals. Completes the reverse sweep as he will advance into the next round of the knockout bracket, where he will be duking it out with either Spirit or Aleppo, as those 2 are still tied up. What a best of 5.
What a best of 5. What a comeback between these 2 North American players. But Astrea reigns supreme. Our American hero gonna be getting a good old smile on his face there as he enjoys this crowd that is cheering him on. The banners in the crowd as well, absolutely loving it. But what a victory he truly earned after such a rough start in that series.
A rough Friday, a rough start to this best of 5 as well. But it started with a couple of Zealots, and look at him now. Let's hear from the man himself as he's on stage with Will.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we hear the crowd cheering, but let's hear it one more time for Astrea, bringing it back from that 0-2 to win in this match. I mean, now that's 2 times just in the recent matches that you're able to make this comeback. Sure, you and Scarlet know each other very well, but how do you do it? How do you stay in the game just that focused?
I don't know.
It just comes naturally. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know. After the first 2 games, even though I lost, I was pretty sure based on the way the games went that I could do it if I played well. So yeah, I just did my best. And obviously, I can't always make those comebacks. It's better if I get ahead from the start, but a little luck, a little skill.
You take what you can get. A W is a W. Now let's talk about the path it took, though. I think we have to talk about that Game 4 in Ghost River. I mean, everyone was holding their breath. You were just able to hold on. Did you have an inkling that the whole time that, you know, I just have to wait this out, I'm able to win, I'm able to tech up, or just every time you're fighting back, were you still a little bit worried during that game?
Yeah, I never really knew the state of the game. I thought that all I needed to do was hang on, but I'm not 100% sure. So I was really trying to get all the information I could, but I really didn't have a unit to spare to scout. So it was a really tough game.
Right on. Well, moving on now, still staying alive in the knockout bracket. Your opponent will be either Spirit or Lamble. They're still duking it out. Do you have a preference in which one you meet?
Maybe Pilter, maybe Spirit.
All right, well, we'll see if that comes true. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Astrea as he moves on in the knockout bracket.
America, beep, yeah. I mean, that was unbelievable. What a whirlwind of a series we witnessed here. Astrea making the comeback happen against Scarlet. I thought it was doomed. Scarlet was looking fantastic early on, Wardy, but Astrea manages to recover. And what was that game for? What?
Yeah, that game 4 was absolutely ridiculous, and we'll be talking about that a little bit more very soon.
Yeah.
But there's the general series. Scarlet just came out swinging, and after their results in the Opens, I was like, man, she's really looking good. And then Astrea was just like, no. He really turned it around, played a couple of different setups, and just was very well set. I mean, it felt like, yes, obviously game 4 got very weird, but game 3, game 5 felt pretty comfortable for him. You know, he got good build orders off. He put himself in good positions. He really executed as well. He sharpened up around the edges. So, yeah, that was a nice disruptor shot as well. Just all around kind of cool to see Astrea pulling off a comeback. I feel like we've not seen much of that, right, so far. We've had, you know, some series. Obviously, this is our first day of best of 5, so it's nice to see it go the full 5-game distance and to see Astrea keeping his cool and staying confident.
What do you think, Steve?
That was one of the best games I've seen all tournament. And the fact that Astrea was able to bring it back from the 0-2 with that heroic hold, especially in game 4, I basically couldn't believe it. I mean, there are so many highlights, you can't really capture that moment. There were multiple times in the early game where there was basically just one Immortal, a Warp Prism, and a handful of units holding off the onslaught of aggression of the natural expansion. And there were a couple of fights at the third where there's like 5 Immortals and a Prism, and that's all that's left, fighting this swarm of Lings and Roaches and Ravagers. It was just incredible.
Yeah, very few games have I, like maybe 10 times during the game saying, it's over, right? It's over, right?
Yeah.
It's over, right? When does this end? When does it end? It was what a recovery here by him.
Yeah, so I got a couple of things actually to talk about from that initial game. I mean, it came so close to getting shut down here at the very beginning. You see Astrea, he is struggling to hold on. The shield battery is coming in here in the natural expansion very late, but over the course of about 10, 15 seconds, I mean, just the fact that this Warp Prism is able to continuously micro back with the units, any one of these units go down here for Astrea and it becomes nigh impossible to hold, but he was able to just basically ironed out the defense, locked down this position, and it was some pretty incredible stuff. And then later on, I mean, as I said, there were so many highlights, it was almost hard to really capture everything, but the last critical fight where Scarlet was trying to go for a Hail Mary play and come in, you look at this army that Astrea has assembled, and right here we have all these Bailings coming in from this side, the probes, they have to retreat. Scarlet comes in, and from this angle, she can tell that there's basically not a lot to play with. There's nothing but Archons, Zealots, Immortals with +2 ground weapons against the unupgraded Zerg army that she can't even engage. So later on in this, she decides she's going to go forward. She's going to try and attack into the main base. She's going to try and lay siege on the third. She sections off the Lings, goes for the counterattack, and it looks like it might be enough, but the fact that Astrea from this position is able to stabilize, is able to get Storm come in, he sections off just enough Zealots and Archons and holds here at the third base with this Immortal force. I mean, look at how many Immortals we have right here. It is absurd. I think Astrea maybe made 15 or 20 Immortals over the course of this game. It was just absolutely phenomenal stuff, Galeris, and I can't believe what a treat of a match we were witness to in that one.
Yeah, very rarely do you see a match go 20 minutes where Scarlet's stuck in this dilemma of, I have 42 workers max. during those 20 minutes, Wardy. And if I can't get this done on what is a relatively low economy for a Zerg, it's also eventually going to fall apart.
The problem is, right, you're just stuck. And it's like
you're stuck, yeah.
You want to keep on fighting because you don't want to let too many of those tech units come up, but
Correct.
then they do, but you still don't want to let even more come up, so you still are fighting the tech units with basically nothing at all.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was a very awkward situation, one you don't see every day. I actually didn't mind how she played it. I think, you know, given the situation, it's probably the right call. Like, yeah, it didn't work out, but it was close many times.
Yeah, for sure. What a series. What a series here in the knockout bracket. Let's check in with the results that have gone on so far down there as well. We have other things coming on, and we have Beyond versus Stats. That's actually going to be our next matchup that is going to be going on. We had Spirit advancing 3-2 over Lambo down there as well. I'm sure I didn't manage to catch that series, but it was probably a slobber knocker on the other side. And now Astrea will be playing against him for the honor of playing against Reina later on. Cure versus Classic is also going on down there. Any thoughts, State, on this bracket?
A lot of Protoss potentially making it to the playoffs.
Hooray!
Every single bracket here, the knockout bracket, has a chance of having a Protoss come in, and I would love to have a little bit more parity there. The top 8, get some battlers, get some gamers in there from all 3 races, but we'll have to see if the Protoss actually survive, because I feel like they're in a good spot right now, but this kind of weekend format, they've been struggling recently, so we'll have to see if they deliver.
Just recently, huh?
I'm putting it gently.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. They did come in with some high aspirations, some high hopes. All right, we're going to a break. When we return, we have more. As I mentioned, that match just before is on the way. So we'll see you in just a few.
네, 안녕하세요. DKG 소속 프로토스 유저 김준호라고 합니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 탈론 e스포츠 박영호입니다.
젠가 게임을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 성공 가위바위보로. 가위바위보. 먼저 하시죠.
근데 이게 책상 자체가 좀 기울어져 있어가지고
맵이 지금 좀 됐어?
어차피 바꿔도 되잖아요, 그죠? 찍어도 바꿔도
확인은
되죠?
돼. 움직이면은 바로 빼야 되고.
바로? 너무 쉬운데 그러면? 오, 잘하신다. 보드게임 좀 하셨나 보네.
야, 처음엔 쉽잖아. 예민해.
짚는 거마다
예민해.
아니 이게 됐다.
근데 이거 처음에 이렇게는 안 된다.
그렇게 안 하죠.
톡톡까지는 가능. 예민해. 와, 바로 빡세졌다.
아니 이게 지금 힘을 안 들이고 있는 애가 있는데 여기 있네.
제발. 뽕. 올려주세요. 이거 올리는 거 맘대로잖아.
네, 그쵸. 세로로 그냥 올리셔도 돼요. 이걸 안 빼신다고? 하세요.
왜 그래. 잘했다.
올리는 거 자유라고요?
자유죠. 그거는 좀 아니잖아, 진짜. 그래도
게임은 할 수 있게?
바로로는 해야지. 이거 너무 얌생인데?
그러니까.
그래서 아까 내가 근데 이거 빡세다. 지탱이 너무 안 돼 있다.
여기 있는 걸 빼야겠네.
아씨. 왜 이렇게 잘 찾는데 이제 양상해지기 시작했어.
너무 흔들리는데 이거?
오 잠깐만 없다 이제. 아 여긴 안 되고. 오 큰일 났다 이제 진짜.
벌써?
아 찾았다. 너무 흔들리는데?
오.
너 이제 진짜 힘들 거야. 오 뭐야?
아, 보여요 저한테는. 어딨지? 이거 맞죠?
어. 왜 알려주고 있냐 이거?
아 이거 없애야 된다니까 맥 짚는 거.
아 자세 안 바꾸면 너무 빡센데?
아닌데 대충 하자면서 이렇게 했어요.
아니 너도 열심히 하고 있잖아. 뭐야?
아 진짜 없는데 이제는 어떡하지?
오씨. 야 이제 올라가는 것도 빡센데? 아 내가 말하자마자 떨어지네.
자
그래 너가 이겼다.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Here at the Brawl in the Hall, we come at you with banger after banger, and now we've got another one on the way here. That previous one was absolutely insane. How can we follow that? We will certainly give it a good old try. We've got Björn going up against Stats next up here, Pig and Rotterdam to talk about this one. Björn, we haven't got the opportunity to see him yet on the main stage, Pig, but he's here, he's raring to go, he's always smiling, he's always happy.
Yeah, you know, yesterday I hung around at the venue a bit after everyone finished. The players were filtering out, the audience was filtering out. I was leaving the player area, and I saw one guy queuing ladder, and it was Björn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Literally queuing Korean ladder games when everyone was going to get dinner and going back to rest. He's like, you know what? I've been here for like 8 hours playing today. I need a few more practice games.
That's some dedication here, and Björn, we know him as a guy that, yeah, is willing to work hard for something like this, is willing to try and put some power on the table, but going up against Stats, no small feat.
Not at all. I mean, Stats, we were coming into this weekend talking about Stats is PvT, and all the Koreans were hyping Stats is PvT up to me, and I was like, I believe it, guys. You guys really don't need to convince me, as we're going to take a look at some of these shots of Björn, who really has had a great weekend, by the way, up to this point. It's a shame, because literally 20 minutes ago, the Shopify crew all together, they were perfect throughout the weekend. The only players they lost to were other Shopify Rebellion players.
Right.
But now Lambo just losing a nail-biter against Spirit 2-3, and obviously Scarlet losing her nail-biting series against Astrea means that all of a sudden it all comes down to Björn as he goes up against this man. The Koreans, they all love his PvT. They're like, that's really good. He's beating Maru in custom games. We watched him against Clem, and yes, he did look really good, but it was a bit of an odd series. And if I think of TVP comparisons, I actually think that Beyond plays a bit similar to Oliveira, and we can see that if you bring that kind of feistiness, that kind of aggression to Stats, he can still struggle. And I think that Beyond in that matchup, I don't know if you agree, Pick, is a bit close to Oliveira than he is to Clem.
Yeah, 100%. I think also stylistically, we've seen, for whatever reason, with the new map pool, the new patch, sometimes Beyond does get a little bit more passive. The previous patch, I felt like he was always on the edge of, is he going to dive in and go for that finishing blow? Protoss were always on their toes. There's a lot more 3 command center. There's a lot more, okay, I'm going to sit back a little bit. And that's dangerous against these macro beasts like Stats, man. They'll get out of control.
The Korean Protosses absolutely love. They do this really different than the European Protosses, where they'll go double, triple Stargate carrier, fleet beacon when they're like 142 supply. Like Classic does it all the time, especially on El Sayani. But Stats loves this as well. And we've seen it already a couple times throughout the event. Their ground army is not all that good, but they win the fight with 6 carriers in the sky. The Viking count is non-existent, and they just run straight into the Terran main base, get on top of the production, and win. And this is really unique, because in general, most of the time it's like European Protoss, Korean Protoss. They kind of play the same, but the Koreans feel very confident in having tiny armies and still transitioning into carriers as long as they're on 4 bases.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's go over now to the stage with Chobra. Is it a banger? Is it a Bobby Dazzler or a barn burner? Will, you decide.
Well, I don't know if I have the right to decide, but what I did hear is that Dallas made Koreatown official last year, but this might not have been what they had in mind, as we do have 2 Koreans duking it out to stay alive in round 2 of the knockout stage this weekend for the StarCraft II Masters Spring Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this next matchup? It is going to be Beyond versus Stats.
It's 2016 all over again. We got big names. Beyond versus Stats. Stats coming back from the military, but looking very, very strong, particularly in this matchup. At the same time that Beyond is starting to experience a bit of a downfall in the matchup. Can he actually come together and defeat Stats? Or will Stats fall to the grand champion that was BlizzCon 2016?
We'll have to wait and see, ZG. So excited to get into this match. And you're right, it's all kind of coming to a head in a moment where Beyond is maybe not having the success that he is used to having, both in the GSL and abroad. Whereas Stats, if you've been following the GSL in Korea, Season 1 had a terrific performance, absolutely breakout. Season 2 came oh so close to having another top 8 result. He's looking very strong, and up until this weekend, I was thinking, mostly a PvZ specialist, a PvP specialist, but as he showed in the very first match of the ESL SC2 Masters here in spring, taking down Clem, this guy's got it in all matchups right now.
He does seem to. I agree. It looked like PvP was his only ticket into Katowice, for instance, and then he didn't have a super great performance. A little here and there versus Clem, but not overall. And then over the past few months, it's just been steadily increasing until suddenly you're watching him and you're talking about him as if it was pre-military. This is no longer a, well, you got to keep in mind, mechanics might not be good, meta's not cut up to date. Absolutely not. In fact, Stats seems to even perhaps be setting the meta, setting the lead here for the Protoss race. And people were hoping that it would either be him or maybe Trap. After Hero did his work, I suppose, when he came back, right? One of these guys has to put in the work to get Protoss up into that round of 4 at least. Can he do it? As we go into Golden Aura for game number 1 for Twisted Minds, the bottom right, he is the red Protoss, Stats.
And spawning in the top left, the blue Terran for Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. Your big cheers for Beyond from the crowd. All-time fan favorite here in StarCraft II.
Yeah, kind of closely matched by Stats, though. I know Beyond has a really fun play style, very aggressive is what he was known for and is still known for, although in this matchup he's been a little uncertain. And Stats was just a, nice player to watch. Did everything correctly and tried to copy him, never could. And he would always do it with a smile. So that, I think, really, really impacted people. And they were like, this guy's so nice. He's so good. He's so handsome. I want to be like Stats. And now everyone's like Stats.
I'm telling you, it's one of the reasons why he plays such like a slow defensive macro style. He's just a nice guy. He doesn't want to get in your face and hurt you. He's like, I'm not going to hit you until you hit me. That's usually the way it goes here with Stats. So I'm interested in exactly how he's going to be approaching this matchup versus Beyond, because Stats and also Classic in Korea have been kind of deviating from what feels like the norm, not just in PvT, but also in PvZ, in that they're transitioning very quickly into the Stargate tech, especially Classic, not afraid to go into carriers, even on just 3 Nexus as he's getting ready to transition to that 4th base. It's a playstyle that Stats has also tried to incorporate into his play, sometimes with success, sometimes without it. But against a player like Byun, who you kind of know in the back of your mind is going to be on the aggressive swing of things pretty much from game 1 all the way to a potential game 5 and a best of 5, we might see Stats lean even more heavily into that defensive front here.
Yeah, it's going to be... I was talking actually to some fans as well during the signing, just kind of conversing and realizing that this is really a difficult match to call. My intro said Stats kind of on his way back up after military, and Byun's kind of on the way down, and that is actually true. He really struggled versus Nightmare, for instance, and then the rematch curse hit, and that's, you know, rematch curse. But seriously, he seems to be less confident and less aggressive. We are seeing a 3 racks, however, this game, which is definitely very aggressive, but Stats is opening with a Sentry, so he will be able to scout that fairly quickly. Defending it always can be a challenge, I suppose, but scouting is the first mode here. It's got a shield battery actually coming up in the natural, but in the mineral line.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many gateways Stats is going to go for here. Is normally with the Twilight Council, you'd expect at least 1 more to be thrown down in the natural to try and build a pseudo wall here for Protoss, but against the 3 racks like this, I'm really hoping Stats goes for at least 3 gateways and doesn't play too greedy trying to go into that 3rd base, because this can be a very dangerous push. If the 3 racks comes across the map and gets a lot of damage done with the opening salvo, the game is so hard as Protoss to play from that position. But this is another build that, on Byun's side of things, if it falls flat, very oftentimes it's almost game over there for Terran. You are setting your medevac tech so far behind, the factory tech is delayed. If you can't really get a cost-efficient trade or at least slow down the Protoss with a 3 barracks aggression, it's hard to play in the mid game.
Yeah, it can be. But there's another problem. I want to actually talk about this fact, but remind me of the other problem of the 3 racks later. But Byun has played more and won more TDP games than Stats. I believe that for Trigger, because Trigger's such a young gun. But both of these guys are pretty old. Byun has played so much StarCraft, though, where Stats was definitely more of that typical Korean who hit his build and waited for GSL. So that's still an interesting stat to me.
Yeah, Byun, especially lately, is one of those guys like Hero, like Dark, who will just grind, it feels like, almost every single online cup they can get their hands on. So, yeah, fun little stats there, as we actually have some units already streaming across the map here for Byun. And Stats, although I think he's only playing with the 2 gateways back at home, the 3rd one is in production, he has not really missed a beat in terms of warp gate. He already has 5 gateway units out. 2nd shield battery is warping in, so I don't think this is going to be too scary for him, but at the same time, if these Marines are able to skirt past those force fields with stim and combat shields and just quickly start stimming down all of these units here for Stats, it can be scary, but that's a lot of gateway units there, Zombie.
He also has a backup shield battery, right? So let's say that Byun sees, okay, that shield battery is targetable, let me snipe it. Stats, he probably should be thinking back shield battery overcharge if necessary. And then that should be very much an easy hold. So the problem of the 3 racks, though, and I've been seeing a lot more of them recently, but you do have a very late starport. So you don't have that multitasking drop aggression that a Protoss would have to be afraid of, but then you also have more decisions to make about the Colossus issue. Do you make the medevacs you need or the Vikings you need? That has actually been kind of a sore point for a lot of Terrans. I feel like against Stats as well, who's very dependable going into those Colossus, where either they go for too many, well, they go for Vikings, but they don't have enough medevacs. They run out of energy, they run out of health, they're not healthy going into the fight, or of course, they're healthy, but they have no Vikings. No way to directly counter those Colossus. So that can be a little tricky, especially when your starport's later, like a 3 racks.
Yeah, and I think for another Terran player, I wouldn't mind it too much, having that delayed starport, because, you know, the trade-off is that you're a standing army on the ground. It is better, it is bigger. You're able to pull units across to different locations with a lot more force than you would otherwise, but Byun being as aggressive as he is, it is concerning, because this is the kind of guy that, especially against a player like Stats, runs the risk of sending 2 medevacs into the main base and just losing them straight away if Stats is on point with his observer placement, because any starport units going down here for Terran, very devastating on the Byun side of things. You really cannot afford to lose medevacs. You cannot afford to lose Vikings, especially with the Colossus already powering up very quickly here on 2 bases, even before the third Nexus is done here for Stats.
Yep.
It's a terrifying proposition.
Yeah, you know, the 3 racks can be a very uncomfortable build for some Protosses to go up to, especially if they don't expect it. Maybe they open up like a Stargate as well. That can be very uncomfortable, but generally it can be uncomfortable. It's that Stats would probably be the guy that I would say is most comfortable. Yeah, you have to play more reserved and more defensive, but that is Stats. So I think he's pretty used to this and having a slower third base and build up. He knows that Medivacs are out. He has to worry about drops. As you can see, the Stalkers were in position. But to your point, really got to pay attention to Medivac snipes, because even if it's like a retreat issue and a Medivac gets sniped, that is going to be big as we move forward into Colossus. Double-pronged attack, but excellent split here from Stats.
Yeah, I love this split here from Stats. 3 high-energy sentries on the left side guarding the third base. The Stalkers can parry pretty much any drop that attempts to work its way into the main, and this is one of the advantageous features here of Golden Aura as Protoss is on 3 bases. Unless you're facing a tank push, there really isn't a lot of aggression that can punish you, and that's why Stats is powering so hard, quickly taking Gas Geysers number 5 and 6 here in the third base, already going into Templar Archives while adding in, I believe, I think I saw a second Forge there in production for a moment, or maybe it is just this first one? Yeah, just the first one here for ground weapons, but with all this AoE damage coming in soon for Stats, could be a big mid-game push, especially once he gets that 4th base up. I mean, the mid-game power of Stats' army is going to balloon very quickly here. Even just now, moving across like this against the bio wall Beyond has with these sentries shows a lot of confidence.
Yeah, the tricky part for the Protoss, right, is that if they get into position offensively on top of the Terran's third or natural, those Colossus are really good. Again, the Medivac versus Viking problem. The problem would be usually getting across the map, because if you do get surrounded by this larger bio ball, then you're in trouble. So Beyond has to keep the map control, even if you can't, obviously, like, go for it and punch it and try and win right here, right now. And that's where we're currently at. Stats not going to try and make a move on the field. Beyond not finding any opening, and we both go into additional command center and Nexus.
Yeah, Stats now with a 4th base. Storm about halfway done. I feel like this is the stage in the game where now Beyond can maybe start to peel Stats apart a little bit. You can see Stats trying to get a better split of his army. Beyond instead going to be pivoting all the way over here towards the 4th base. These Zealots looking to make a run by happen. Do get caught by Marauders and Marines. And we'll see if Beyond actually decides to take down those rocks and start to go for some double-prong attacks here on the 3rd and the 4th, because I do think there is some small window before Storm is done. But Beyond, again, kind of playing in the dark. Of course, we basically have God vision here as observers. We already know Storm only just now is completing. I think Beyond is just playing it safe. He wants to take the best engagement possible, possibly a maxed army engagement, with Ghosts, with EMP, to really mitigate the splash damage of Protoss.
We saw 2 Terrans try slightly different styles against Stats yesterday, though, because this quick transition over into Stargates has seemingly tripped a lot of them up. So one of them, kind of got blindsided a little bit and did not have the right preparation. The next Terran actually seemed to totally be preparing for the late Stargate game and still did not manage to beat it. So the question I have is Beyond going to be better up against this style of play, which is, macro, macro, macro into the Stargate. He does scout it. That's a good start, but I remember saying that yesterday about either Clem or maybe someone else, and it wasn't enough. Stats still won with that.
Yeah, but with Beyond being close to maxed out, I mean, I don't even think we've had much of any engagement up until this point in the game. There's a chance that before these Starport units or Stargate units kick in here for Stats, that Beyond is going to be able to set up some insane arc, potentially on the 4th base by taking down those rocks and coming in from 2 angles, where if he gets the EMPs on the sentries, on the Templar, he might just be able to run over Stats, but instead, it seems like Beyond is kind of content to play this a little bit more passively.
Yeah, so it was Oliveira who tried to more so, go mano-a-mano in that super late game. And I wonder if him and Beyond have been talking at all, actually. Because it does seem to be one of the main problems versus Stats, taking them into that late game, or any general Protoss, I suppose, into the late game. Attack does seem to be setting up here. Stats going to try and buy some time. That Storm does injure tons of units. Shield Overcharge is going to be available. Storm on top of the Vikings now as well. Little force field to create even more of a choke. Storm so far still available, and the Ghost just cannot get every single one of them out of the equation.
Yeah, about 3 more Storms left in the bank here for Stats, and he has been so efficient with the Templar up until this point. Look, only 4 Medivacs here for Beyond because of that late Starport. Even another Storm adding insult to injury here is Beyond, despite his army size being so much larger than Stats, just cannot catch a break. The Templar control was top-notch.
Yeah. Really, really nice. I love seeing him actually play more with the High Templars into the late game.
No.
I think sprouting them around your base is also an excellent move. We do have the Vikings landing, trying to go for some multi-pronged pressure. Stats does seem to be paying attention. EMP, though, on the High Templars. Where are the rest of them? Or does he? Well, no, he does need them. Where's the rest of the army, actually? Immortal's going to get targeted down. Where is everything? Stats. I thought he had more units, but...
He does. He's at 74 armies to play. I think he overcommitted to dealing with the Vikings. And now the carriers, they are coming out. The Vikings did get cleaned up over there down by the third base, but a really expensive trade on the top side there for Stats. I feel like a little bit of a better unit split there, cleaning up the Vikings and then winning. It could have been good on the top side, but now the Vikings are dead. He can really start to build some momentum with these carriers if he can get the interceptor count up. The thing is, I don't know if Bjorn's actually going to give him that much time. He is still pushing this position, GG.
Wow, one more storm would have done wonders there, but it was EMP. Shield battery is depowered. Big old mama coming in, though, with the hidden cloak there, and it's not going to quite save the day. I think eventually Bjorn is going to push through sheer perseverance, sheer numbers, as the mothership does go down. So does Stats. Bjorn managing to find that sliver of time prior to the carriers popping out to win with that ground army. Takes game number 1.
Yeah, what a patient game from Bjorn. Basically waiting until max supply and then some to get the perfect engagement on Stats. And the Vikings going down to the third base was such a good bait because Stats heavily overcommitted his army to try and clean those up, knowing that if the Vikings die, if Bjorn just throws away his Vikings, suddenly, if I'm stable, my Stargate transition is perfect. I have 3 carriers. There will be limited anti-air, and I can ride the game to a victory. But instead, Bjorn just absolutely hammering down the third base was so clutch. And despite Stats with an almost immaculate defense here on the third, just lost too much momentum with Bjorn splitting his army.
Yeah, I wish we could actually get into the replay and look at what went down here, because there was only one High Templar. Where the rest of them... That was my main question, really. I thought he had backup. I was literally just talking about how I love when Protoss put those storms around their bases for backups, because this is so common for Terran, right? They see that moment that they're winning, they're going to stim, they're going to run in. That's when you hit them with a storm, and it immediately kills their momentum. But I don't know where they went. I guess they died, got EMP'd, went over to the Vikings, not sure. But they were not there when it was necessary. And Bjorn gets that game 1. But I gotta say, that was a really tight timing. And to have that same scenario prior to the carriers popping, it's gonna be difficult. It really was a 10-second difference, honestly. Even if the Vikings did the proper multitasking force and the pick and choosing from the Protoss had to be difficult, at the end of the day, if the carriers are there helping those Stalkers and the Immortal with a shield battery, that's probably a hold up there. So just perfect timing there from Bjorn. And now we move on to Post-Youth, which I believe was his map choice.
Yeah, which is kind of insane to have Post-Youth right here, but I guess best of 5, the series gets longer, we get some more crazy maps. Let's see what Stats is going to bring to the table. Spawning in on the top right, the red Protoss for Twisted Minds. It is Stats.
Fighting. In the bottom left, as the blue Terran, we do have Shopify Rebellion's Bjorn.
The Shield of Ire. Man, that is a high quality. You got that printed out someplace fancy.
Yeah, that was not made here, that's for sure.
It's an expensive poster right there, man.
Yeah. You know, I'm so used to being the one on the commentary desk that knows any amount of Hangul.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm with State.
Yeah.
You could have done that.
I got your back, ZG.
Thanks, man. Thanks. We should really try and get the crowd to do some, very old school Pro League chants.
Oh, that'd be fun.
1, 2, 3, starts fighting.
It's almost like going to a Korean baseball game. I don't know if you ever went to any of when you were out there.
No.
But yeah, the fan chants are just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's a whole different experience going to anything in Korea as far as concerts go, because, seeing their K-pop concerts as well. That I went to one, and it was pretty insane. But we have Stats going into another Gateway expand as Bjorn opts for a 1-Rax expand by the looks of things. We do have this kind of in-base natural. We explained some of the difficulties of it in TVT with positional units. Not as impactful here in this matchup. You just get that safety on the high ground, half gold mineral, half blue. And so Bjorn gets some success, not necessarily off of his build order, of course, but just off of that constant aggression, constantly looking around for an opening. Finally worked out.
Yeah, it's
They're
surprisingly.
74-74.
I know, I was going to say, 148th map just played between Stats and Bjorn, and they're completely deadlocked, 74 and 74. I mean, what a close rivalry. And it's interesting, too, because both these players have kind of had different arcs in their career. Of course, Bjorn, one of the best in the world, in his era. Stats one of the best in the world in his era. Still kicking here in 2024. Beyond, he's always been one of the best players in Korea, even if he wasn't the top dog. But for Stats, really just kind of a renaissance in his gameplay, really revolutionizing defensive Protoss, especially this year, is so exciting.
Yeah, I don't know where the stats are coming from, but I'm reading it's 23 and 24 in matches against Stats, and 79, 73 for Beyond. So Beyond wins a decent amount, but then Stats edges up the game 3 or the game 5, I guess. But it is exciting because now we're getting them returning back to form and battling it out again, and that means that Stats or Beyond could actually make it completely even, 24 to 24, if he were to win here in this best of 5. Not done yet, though. We finally get some tech choices down. Twilight Council for Stats, and Beyond going into a 1-1-1.
Even setting some Widow Mines, gonna see if he can catch potentially an Oracle or something like that, but instead Stats, no, he's just playing this nice and safe back at home. Although we are on post-youth, this is about as standard as your opening is gonna get here for Stats. Probably 2-gate blink with a delayed robo. Third base behind it would be my guess, unless something absolutely crazy happens. And on post-youth, this is one of the maps that, at least in GSL, I feel like we've maybe seen it once or twice overall, I want to say.
In GSL, yeah.
The players really don't want to play on it. And even in ladder, I feel like if I don't have this map vetoed, I still don't get it because everybody else has it vetoed on the ladder. And
I guess, yeah.
I'm not sure exactly how build orders change, given that there's a couple of gold minerals here in the natural expansion, because the way your economy ramps up, it is slightly different. Once that base does get saturated, it's effectively just another normal natural expansion that mines out a little bit more quickly, but there is some deviation. Now Beyond coming in, actually targeting that gold base. There are 2 Stalkers and a Sentry immediately focusing down the medevac instead. Now they're going to be going for the Marines, as this drop may be packing a little bit more punch than Stats had expected. It was not just a straight-up Widowmine drop. It's got Marines and Reapers, and now already multiple gateway units going down. Probes getting pulled. This is an expensive hole here for Stats, Zombie.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised he pulled the probes in. You know, Marines don't kill buildings very quickly, so maybe they could have gone after that pylon, and that was the scary part. But I wonder why he didn't just pull the probes away and wait for more reinforcements.
Yeah, it's surprising. I guess maybe he felt like with only 2 gateways, he just needs some kind of buffer and no shield battery.
Oh, yeah.
To just give the Stalkers time to whittle down the Terran army, but that was really a great drop there for Beyond. Even adding in the 1 Widow Mine just complicate matters. 10 probes in total going down over the course of this game.
That is a bummer, though. He didn't even get the medevac. Not a great start for Stats, as he is down a game as well. That's not particularly good news, but I believe that he can recover. He is trying to by being a little sneaky. We got that middle base being taken from Stats. So I don't know if Beyond's going to scout that anytime soon. He's currently setting up some harassment. Raven looking for something to be done in the main base. I think it just scouted the robotics bay.
I saw the observer. Oh, actually didn't.
Okay. It probably will.
Barely out of vision. I think he saw the obs and it's like, okay, I'll bide my time. I'll wait a moment longer before coming in here with the auto turrets, potentially set up an attack on the front first. And until then, Stats just continuing to power up, rallying some probes out into this gold base. And this is the kind of risk that you need to take here as Stats after losing so many workers and so much momentum in the early game, but this is scary, Zombie Grub. This is the first real inkling he's getting of this siege tank aggression, and Beyond knows this is his time to go. Even dropping the siege tanks, boosting them on top of these 3 Stalkers. He knows he has Stats in a world of trouble, and yep, the Nexus gets canceled.
Yeah, that was completing as it got canceled, guys. So that is going to force Stats back on a 2 bases. Supply block as well that he's trying to get ahead of, but it just happens so quickly. Yeah. He also needs the gateways. Like, he just needs production right now. And he is trying to get them to the Colossus. I don't know if Beyond can necessarily break him on the 2 bases, but being able to siege up your tanks really nicely. You still got that Raven, although no interference matrix, right? I mean, that is still a threat in the back. It's a good game for Beyond. And he's trying not to over-dedicate here, but as he's waiting for Stim Combat Shields on +1, he'll probably dedicate a little more when those all finish.
Yeah, basically everything has gone Beyond's way up until this point. I honestly think that he can just sit back a little bit more if he wants to and just pounce on that 3rd base once it's done, once the investment is made and there's no payoff. And oh my goodness, triple auto turret dropped right here. Does finally scout the robotics bay. 6 more probes going down in total. A pretty good trade there for Beyond as +1 finishes, and he's getting ready to snipe another observer as he's really applying pressure on Stats' side of the map. And with concussive shells, combat shields both finishing up very soon, and these siege tanks getting ready to lay siege on this 3rd base, I wouldn't be surprised if Beyond went for 1 more drop and just, oh wait, I wasn't expecting this drop, Zombie Grub. 3 medevacs, really?
feels like it's going to be an unnecessary gamble, but then again, it's very unlikely that Stats has a lot of units, even if he does try to spread against a potential drop in the main base. He just doesn't have that many Stalkers. So yeah, there you go. 2 Stalkers in the main, right? Byun saw that with the Ravens. Figured to be the case from then on, and no shield bout to overcharge either to help out. The Colossus is a-coming. It's pretty quick, but that third base now not defended whatsoever. Stat's gonna have to focus on trying to punish this medevac drop as much as possible, but then he misses the cancel on the Nexus. Either way, it was a bad scenario, but now you have a killed Nexus, and that is worse.
Yeah, and Byun didn't get the best trade there in the natural expansion of Stats, but it doesn't matter. He's a 3-base Terran against a 2-base Protoss right now, and he is powering up with a huge army supply because Stats can't even punish this at 40 army supply. What do you do here as Stats? He's trying his best to chase it down, but the moment he sees how much army Byun has, some clutch force fields are going to buy him time, but he cannot really contest map control, and for the second time in a row, Stats has basically lost the Nexus upon completion. He hasn't yet mined out. And let's not forget, the natural expansion here on Post Youth, it's only got 6 patches. 3 of them, yes, are gold, but they're going to mine out so quickly.
Yeah.
He is on a timer. Look, even one of the patches almost completely gone.
Yeah, he's on a timer. You know, he's trying to basically stick to his road map here, Sun's the third base, which can kind of work out. Adding in another layer of AoE. It's not here now, though, and unfortunately, he needs it now. Colossus going down, High Templar with nothing to do but merge into Archons. Byun will take a 2-0 first game. A little more difficult. Second game, he won with that drop, really. But the excellent follow-up with the tanks to get that quick cancel is also very nice. It does seem like if he was hesitant about this matchup, he no longer is.
Yeah, that was a clean game from Byun. I think Stats was a little bit caught off guard by the composition of that drop. Because, you know, 2 Stalkers and a Sentry, if it's just a Widowmine drop, yeah, you lose 3, maybe 4 probes. That's completely fine. You retain your Stalkers, retain your Sentries. Nothing's really wrong in the world, but the fact that Stats brought in the Reaper and all of those Marines and forced the probes to actually get pulled to defuse the situation, so many workers go down, and then I love the way that Byun actually played behind that. I mean, the triple auto turret drop, he's able to kill another round of probes, and then we were a little bit skeptical of this triple medevac drop because we knew that if Stats holds on in the natural expansion, it's going to be a good trade for him, and indeed it was. You see a lot of Marines go down, even almost 2 medevacs fall. Instead, it's just the 1. But it doesn't matter because his economy is so stunted back at home that Byun just kills another 3rd Nexus, and what are you going to do with Stats? You can't just sit on 2 bases. You have to hold this, but you don't have the minerals to assemble an army to support the Colossus, and that is GG. Byun with an immaculate game, number 2, and now is only 1 map win away from advancing.
That job definitely messed up Stats, for sure. And again, whether or not he had to pull the probes, it was obviously going to be a chaotic hold. And so that was great at offsetting the guy. And then I think the map also really plays well into Byun's follow-up plan. If Stats were to take the gold, you know, make up for all that damage, which is exactly what he did. It's very pushable for the Terran. It's not over in the corner somewhere where it might be hidden. Now I move on to Asani for what could be the last game. If you don't want it to be, then cheer for this guy. In the top right says the Red Protoss. He is Stats.
And on the bottom left of Alcyone for Shopify Rebellion, hoping to get the 3-0 win over one of the best Protoss players in the world, it is Byun. Be unbelievable indeed.
Yo, those guys' guns was unbelievable, geez.
Yeah, man. I gotta go back to the gym. I'm feeling.
Yeah. Suddenly you were just like, gross.
I'm gonna pull down my sleeves next time on the guest segment. Or the desk segment. Don't look at me.
This is why I only wear sleeves.
Skin and bones.
I don't want to disagree with the stats, but the stats are wrong. I can't help it. Byun did win a series. But it was Stats, then it was Byun, then it was Stats, then Byun. I feel weird. Sorry.
It's like the what is the fact-checking organization that happens in America? I'm so far removed from
There's
this.
a fact-checking organization? Are you sure?
Apparently they're not doing a very good job.
Yeah, I don't think they are. Whatever they're doing.
Anyway, that's you right now.
Yeah, that's apparently me. I'm a real stick in the mud too.
Rain and a storm on the parade. But
Yeah. It was during a team league, so maybe that's the difference. One where they do play like best of threes though, rather than just best of ones. But still, it does seem like Stats, since his comeback, does have a good win rate against Beyond, though. That is true, 100% true. In this year, 2024, Stats has won more often, but now is really where it counts in this prestigious, very important tournament that gets you money, gets you points, and could potentially get you to the Esports World Championship. So can't do it here. Doesn't matter if you beat him in the Open Cup or whatever it was.
Yeah, exactly. And for Stats, this is kind of a tough break coming into this series, already down 0-2. I mean, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but the fact that he was able to take down Clem in the first series of the spring finals here at Dallas, I had high hopes for his PBT, but one of the things about matching up against a player such as Björn is they have so many unique and quirky builds they can come out with to just levy pressure on you, to get damage done. And Stats, although he is arguably the best in the world for Protoss at kind of rolling with the punches, absorbing the blows, taking the damage and mitigating it, and surviving into the mid and late game where he thrives, Björn, especially there in game number 2, just absolutely throwing a wrench into the machine that is Stats. And hopefully Stats here in game 3 and potentially in game 4 and game 5 can iron out the defense, because I feel like Stats versus Björn has the potential to be one of the best series of this tournament, or really any tournament it occurs in. But until now, and by the way, what a cute Widowmine placement there from Björn. Even with a patch, kind of with a notification that you know you're going to get there as Protoss. Still getting the kill on the Adept. I mean, this guy's got so many tricks up his sleeves. He's like a magician.
That was pretty cool. Not often where you'd find it. He also went for a lot more Widowmines too, something the Adept I'm not sure actually got to see because it died. I'm not sure it's all the factory building reactor. It is going to be a quad Widowmine drop, and that is something where you could just pull the probes away if you see it. And that is currently the issue. Does Stats actually know that there's going to be not just one, not just two, but all 4? And they won't have cloak or anything, but I'm worried, right? Because if this gets more than 7 probes, then it's just over. The series is over.
I want to take a look at Björn's player card again in the pregame segment, because that was some quick reaction time, dodging the pylon finishing so that it comes as a surprise here into the natural expansion. Still Stats with quick reaction, only going to pull 1 probe. Björn with a Clem-like move, going to be buying as much time as possible.
Oh, well, hold on there. Björn was the OG. Wait a second.
This is a new era, Zombie
Oh
Grub.
my gosh, no, you can't do that you can't do that to him.
Oh, no, that is not a safe place, buddy.
Yeah, okay, this has actually gone really, really well. He got too fancy, basically. You know, he could have either... Well, I don't think he could have rushed in. That would have been too dangerous. But when he realized he couldn't rush in the first time, he could have hovered and still been a threat, a really obnoxious one. Stats takes 3rd bases. Now he has to worry about like a Widowmine drop and the main push, right? And instead, it's all gone now. It did not do enough damage as is. It lost the medevac as well. It was committed Widowmine. It was 4, not 2. And there's no amount of pressure, really, that Stats has to worry about from that angle. Although Liberator is coming, and another Liberator is coming, so I might be wrong. Stats still have to worry about angles.
Yeah, it's double lib.
Yeah, that's an interesting follow-up.
Björn's been making some interesting choices regarding his starports recently. In game number 1, going for the 3-Rex, delaying the starport almost entirely as the first Liberator comes in and quickly has to retreat away. I think it will not die. Barely surviving there with 36 HP. But then here again in game number 3, not really prioritizing medevacs or Vikings at all. Instead, just going with area control, adding in 3 additional barracks. And so Stats is coming here into the main base with 4 Blink Stalkers, looking to one-shot some SCVs. And he's going to see no third command center, and he's probably going to be a little bit scared because pushes on Alcyone can be very scary with the siege tanks. And Björn is powering up for a deadly 2-base push.
He is, but his entire first 5-minute game plan has failed, which was to have the medevac do damage, and then most likely have 1 medevac of 4 Widowmine and 2 Liberators. That is a lot to keep track of while also being worried about the tank push that's incoming that you have to track and you have to stall. Instead now, again, no Widowmines, Liberator was injured, and now there's a second one. I mean, these could even pair up with the main push actually and still be kind of scary. It means that Stats can focus entirely on what he's seeing and what he has to prep for.
Yeah, Stats should have a very good idea of exactly what's coming. And even seeing this Liberator here on full HP means that Stats should know, if he thinks about it, that there's 2 Liberators on the map right now, that this push is going to be heavy committed, and it's not really the Vikings or not the medevacs or the drops he has to worry about too much here in the early game. It's the dead center push, and surprisingly for Stats, it seems like he's feeling very confident, Zombie Grub, possibly because of that early game. He's already dropping a 4th Nexus.
That is confidence. I am getting some flashbacks back to Stats versus Oliveira, though, where we thought that he was very well in the know about Oliveira's push and then still lost. that was a difficult map and a difficult push. It was faster as well, which kind of makes it more complicated for Protoss to pick and choose what they're getting. But I'm still like a little worried. This could push Stats too far all over the map, and then Beyond concentrates on one area, and Stats isn't there. It could be bad. But we got drops. Try and enter the 4th base. Not going to happen. And they're looking to try and get something started. Stats actually knows that there's a drop somewhere to the left as well.
Yeah, he is suspicious. Very, very suspicious. And he might be thinking this is a delayed 3rd command center, but Beyond is still heavily committed on 2CC going for this push. And if Stats is caught off guard or even a little bit out of position, this kind of army with Liberators and Siege Tanks, it's not one that you want to arrive on your doorstep unannounced. You need to know in advance so that you can kite with the Stalkers, with the Colossi, get some damage in, slow the push, allow your superior economy to pay off so that you can muster the forces you need to actually stop the push from decapitating you. But instead, Beyond being very quiet, very patient in the middle of the map, Stats doesn't know exactly where his army is maneuvering, but still quite clutch on the defense is Stats so far, able to blink forward, snipe off a couple of Marines, and now finally he knows this push is coming in. The target is the natural expansion.
That is an annoying area, and yeah, the Forge now is in a vulnerable area too, so that's not ideal. We got to cancel. He realizes he's going to lose it anyway. He's going to try and focus up elsewhere. I guess he had a second Forge somewhere else. So the Colossus range is going to take care of this, right? This is not the biggest problem, but it can lead to the next problem. I really wanted to highlight that probe, by the way, but we're kind of past that. This has been excellent scouting from Stats, honestly. He's tried to keep track of whatever is happening, but he still didn't quite keep track of the actual push angle, and that is why this is difficult, because these tanks and Liberators and this choke gonna be difficult for Stats to break on through. Charge Lot's coming in from another angle, however, jumping on top of those tanks. Actually do a great job there. Stalkers plentiful enough to take down the Liberators. Stats looking to hold here. Colossus number 1 goes down. Number 2 still healthy, still strong. Stalkers right backwards. More Zealots come in. And with those Zealots, that might just be the hold. Beyond is dedicated on this attack against a 4-base Protoss. And if it doesn't work, the game doesn't work. Stats will not go down easy.
Man, what a hold there by Stats. I was looking at you a little bit scared before that final engagement came in because it seemed like Stats did not have the best arc set up to fight into that. Beyond was able to work his way between the natural and the 3rd base. He was able to siege up with the tanks, with the Liberators, basically get to the position that he wanted to be in. And still Stats with his economy just had enough to break out, tie the game up. Again, I don't know if you can ask for a better engagement than that one. Stats was just way too powerful.
Yeah, I was with you. I was right with you. I was like, oh no, the tanks and Liberator is in the choke. That's not a great sign. But it was apparent that Stats had enough. I would love to see that again. I think we're about to in a hot second. Yeah, tanks. Oh, you know, the tanks, they weren't, man, I hate when that happens. You do focus fire with the tanks. Sometimes, but then they seem like they hit it or they just get distracted by the Zealots, is what I'm trying to say. So the shots didn't go off on the Stalker and the Colossus like they were supposed to from the get-go. And that does impact how many Stalkers were left to deal with the Liberators, which would have been problematic. Liberators still alive, right? It just seemed like enough with enough angles. Did the trick. Of course, the beginning of the game was not great for Beyond either, so that was supposed to be a situation in which the Protoss was already ragged from the early game, and instead, again, Stats had a lot of time to think through what he had to do and prep for the actual battle.
Yeah, those kind of 2-base and siege tank pushes, especially on a map like Alcyone, have kill potential if there is momentum, but luckily for this guy on screen right now, he was able to thwart that momentum. He's looking to tie this series up 2-2 for Twisted Minds. It is the Red Protoss. Stats.
And in the top right, we do have the blue Terran for the Rebellion. He is Beyond.
Gas first opening here for Beyond.
Also on Dynasty, which I'm not sure we saw today. Or yesterday? We must have. Right? No, it's best of 3s.
I don't think we did. We basically never see the crazy maps in the best of 3 sections of any tournament.
Exactly. So I think, yeah, it's the first time we're seeing it. There's 3 maps with pretty low like pick rates, but they're going to increase as we get more best of 5s. All best of 5s today, guys. Everyone trying to head into the quarterfinals that play out later today. And if they lose here, they are out. No more second chances. Probe Scout from Stats as he does need to be wary of Bjorn's openers. Haven't seen any proxies yet, but you can't discount it.
Yeah, with the gas burst opening here from Bjorn, we might see something like a proxy starport in this game, I'm wondering. Bit of an ambitious guess, but I really do want to see exactly where this gas is going to go here for Bjorn, because Dynasty is one of these maps, much like Post Youth that we saw in the previous game in this series, that is just so hard to read because there aren't that many pro games played on it, because, as you said, it usually takes the best of 5s and the best of 7s for it to really come to the forefront in the drafts. It gets deep in the drafts.
Yeah, now with the 9 map pool, it's made them more difficult to appear, but I did see a lot of PvPs with this map for some reason, and they do get weird. So the weirdest thing about this map, which we can't quite see as we look at the awesome speed of Bjorn, that's again a very precise player, not necessarily super fast. But if we do get to take a look at the map, you saw that Bjorn expanded in the command center on the natural that had the gold, the minerals that are blocking your opponent from harassing you, but only if they have melee units, right? So Stats actually takes the one that isn't harassable over the mineral line, but it's not the gold base either. So he's playing safer, and that does make sense. Everything a Terran has is a projectile. It's a range.
Yeah, and Stats actually going to be opting to go for this Stargate first here against Bjorn. And I wonder if that's him being suspicious of something super tech-heavy coming Bjorn's way, because Stargate units, in general, if you're able to get momentum going with them, if you're able to make some Phoenixes, if Stats decides to go down that path and intercept something like the first push of Cyclones with Marines, with a medevac, and just completely stop it in its track, it could snowball so hard, especially for a player like Stats, who oftentimes does not shy away from transitioning the carriers on 3 or 4 bases, as we were talking about earlier. And so it is going to be the Phoenix coming in from Stats. Bjorn, he is going for a Cyclone timing, and this is very dangerous for the Protoss player, because usually this goes very well for the Terran or very well for the Protoss. It's very rare that you have an interaction between these two builds where it's just kind of right in the middle, you know? And so, that's a cute little wall there, too.
Yeah.
Learned something new today.
Of course, Stats knows that it was gas first. You can just click on the gas and see how much was taken. Pros would know. Plebs wouldn't. But so he knows he was expecting something maybe dangerous from the tech, and it is something dangerous from technology. We got Banshees on the way. Now, Banshees are supposed to be countered by Phoenix, and you have a Robo. Almost everyone goes Phoenix Colossus, no longer Phoenix Charge. So you got the potential to make an Observer, right? But it's all about positioning. If they stack up 2 Banshees, you don't know about it, your Phoenix are out of position, your Observer's out of position, the Banshees can still be good. If you're going to go for a direct head-on attack, though, and a really old-school like tank push with Banshees, then that gets really weird. And this is not an ideal map for that either. It's pretty big, so I'd be surprised if that was what he chose.
I mean, he is building siege tanks, and it seems like Bjorn has been kind of leaning heavily into the siege tank play over the course of this series. But one of the weird things about these Phoenix pushes, or Phoenix compositions against siege tank pushes, is it feels like very early on in the game, if you go for a fast siege tank push, the Phoenix, they do wonders. They lift up a couple of siege tanks. There isn't much anti-air in terms of Marines on the ground to really clean them up and allow the siege tanks to enter the fight again. But if Bjorn is able to take it really slow and delay the expansions of Stats and get a huge bio ball to assist the siege tanks on the ground, and then you go for the push there as Bjorn, it could still be absolutely killer. As now the first Banshee coming in. A recall for the Observer actually is going to allow Stats to clean this up with pretty much no damage whatsoever. Very well done.
Bjorn, you can see a little shake of the head. He knows that wasn't the ideal setup, was it? And there was no time bot either. At the very least, when you have a situation like that, as the Terran, you're hoping that, again, it finds the Observer out of position, the Phoenix out of position. It at least buys some time before it inevitably goes down. Not the case there. And so Bjorn not with the greatest start to this game. Building missile turrets now, need to worry about the harassing. Actually almost tried to intercept the Phoenix, which is kind of cute. Not totally successful.
Yeah, and he is actually going to move out, or it seemed like he might there for a moment with the siege tanks and Marines in the middle. Now instead going to retreat as 3 SCVs go down here at the gold base in the pocket expansion, and the next Banshee now coming in, but look at the Phoenixes!
Oh, I saw that on the mini-map. Oh, man, a lot of injured Phoenix. 1 down as well. That was a mistake from Stats, and of course now the Phoenix are out of the position, and Bjorn would know that, so he's going to try and get some damage done with this lone Banshee, because Stats had such a strong answer to the beginning when he did not bother building shield batteries, so nothing to help out here. Maybe 5 probes, 6 maybe, if he's target firing. I mean, might as well just sack the Banshee now, right? Yeah, there you go. 6 is the number.
It's a pretty good trade there for the second Banshee. I think still overall, Beyond not going to be that happy.
Yeah.
Not that happy. 2 Banshees with Cloak, only getting 6 probes in total.
I think 6 probes per is actually what you would want.
Yeah.
So
at least something close to that, right? And
yeah.
At least he got a little bit there with the follow-up. That is a win here for Beyond, but he is in a pretty good position. He's now adding in a Forge. His Colossus count is slowly growing back at home. And even scouting like this, seeing the siege tanks back at the third base is kind of a sigh of relief here for Stats. And instantly he's throwing down the Twilight Council. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him take a 4th base relatively quickly as well, because you know that if Beyond is going to move out on the map, if he is going to try and pressure you and take down one of your expansions, it is likely going to be assisted by those siege tanks. So the fact that Beyond is so reserved back at home with those siege tanks that have to walk all the way through the main base, through the outdoor natural expansion to get even into the middle of this map, which is a very long map, there's a lot of room for Stats to play with. And yeah, instantly throwing down that 4th base. He's going to be a greedy boy here for the next couple of minutes.
Taking it at the gold base, where Beyond took his natural, means that is going to be a difficult place to hold if like the tank push did go that direction. But of course, as we develop the game, we're expecting more of a movement of the army of the Protoss as well. Stats can actually try and intercept whatever moves over there, at least see it coming. And then here's the army that Beyond is going to use, actually heading exactly that direction. You don't necessarily kill the Nexus, but you can bother the probes as long as you can, and then that's that. But Beyond on the natural gold base, he will mine that out eventually, right? It's going to mine out very quickly, and then it's going to open up another opportunity to hit him in the main base. So that's something you got to worry about also as the game goes on, and charge out run bys become more common.
Yes, Stats now powering up with his 2nd Robotics. His Disruptor production has begun, and 7 more gateways with +1 in charge. About halfway complete. So in a moment here, once this 4th base, especially with the gold minerals. Oh no, the Phoenix, what are you doing?
Okay, that is...
Almost every Phoenix goes down.
Well, people don't play Dynasty a lot, State.
Yeah.
And apparently he thought that was plenty of room over there in the corner. It was not. We're still at a point where Phoenix are absolutely influential. I mean, at no point do you ever want to throw away units in StarCraft. Okay, SCVs in the late game, but at any other point, no. So that was a straight up mistake. Stats now going to be dropped, and there is that Nexus now vulnerable. Phoenix 1 and 2 are going to try their best, man.
Yeah, their best is not very good. This Nexus might even go down. Recall coming through. Oh, watch out for the Colossus. One immediately gets Focus Fire down. Woo. Second one, a lot of damage from the Marauders, but is able to survive. And no, the Disruptors in the natural. This is a disaster for Stats, and it all goes back down to those Phoenixes.
Wow, this has all gone bad very, very fast. That seems to be what stops Stats from oh my gosh, advancing. As a drop on top of his lone Colossus will take that down. Beyond is all over the place. His army is extremely injured. Maybe he has to retreat from this battle, but look at the supplies. 60 supply difference. Beyond in favor is going to take the 3-1 versus Stats. A real turnaround, I feel like, actually, on his PvP. I was worried coming into it. Stats looked really good PvT. Seemed to be tripping up a lot of Protoss. Beyond looked a little more scared, as the desk said, more 3CCs, more passive play, but while some of those games did go to 3CC, he still was active on the map, and he still found those moments where Stats was weak.
Yeah, and a big sigh of relief there, too, because Game 4, it looked like it can go either way, but Beyond saw his opportunity, he pounced on it, and he made Stats pay in, like, what, a minute? He took it from killing the Phoenixes to instantly decapitating Stats with the drops, with the push of the front, sniping the Colossi, sniping the Disruptor in a game that looked like it might go very late and become very epic. In a fraction of a second is turned on its head. What a win by Beyond. Let's go to the desk and talk more about this series.
Thank you. Yes, by the end of this one, Beyond was absolutely all over Stats. 3-1 to him. He moves on to be able to find himself a spot against Hero Marine later. But we have got ourselves a great win coming out from Beyond Pig.
Fantastic play by Beyond. He really set the stage early on by finding a way through the defensive wall that was Stats. And as we saw in this final game, I thought things were going pretty well for Stats, but he got a little bit fancy with the Phoenix. Ducking around the backside, he got maybe 2 extra SCV pickoffs, but if you lose your Phoenix, you've got no anti-air. Yeah. And that gold base as the 4th is incredibly hard to defend, even with the Phoenix alive. With the Phoenix gone, it felt like he was helpless.
Well, a minute ago, the game looked perfectly fine for Stats. Indeed, everything that Pig is saying, and if you talk about a game where everything fell apart, right there, that's a perfect example. Phoenix is pinned into the corner, they start going down. Rico, that's painful, Colossus gets picked, Disruptors in the absolute middle of nowhere. That's a real shame, because I didn't hate how that game was going for Stats. And overall, I find the maps that they played very surprising whenever I compare it to European PvTs. Somehow we're playing on post-youth. I feel like almost every single European Protoss vetoes that first. That's just like, no, I want some of that. And then Beyond is like, yeah, Dynasty is not a problem. And I guess if Protoss players expand like that, it is not a problem. But yeah, overall surprising. Bit of a shame that it ended like that, because I felt like this could have been maybe another one of those reverse sweeps like we saw it earlier. But yeah, well done by Beyond though.
Yeah, unfortunately for Stats out now here, and Beyond, as we said before, will be going on to play against Hero Marine, which honestly, he has a pretty decent chance in, considering that, I mean, yes, these knockout stages are brutal and stuff like that, but a TVT for Beyond, it's not undoable.
No, definitely not. I think Beyond is one of those players who is always a beast in the matchup. You know, the one thing that always lowers, I think, a lot of Korean Terran's win rate is having to play Maru all the time. That's kind of tough. But when he's up against just about anyone else, Beyond is one of the favorites. He's an absolutely very powerful player. You give him Mass Marine and Medivacs and the mobility style, he can play it. He can slow it down and play the 2 starport kind of tank Viking pushes as well. I mean, obviously, Proxy Reaper all-ins are just his best build, and they're very scary.
I do feel overall this patch is a little bit better for Gabe in TVT than the previous one. And don't forget that Gabe beat Clem yesterday. Like, that's not something that happens a whole lot anymore in this day and age. I think the Cyclones being changed back, well, they're still different than they were like 2 patches ago. But I think this favors Gabe a little bit more. And yes, Beyond can kind of do everything, but at the end of the day, Beyond is Marine tank. Like, that's really where he shines. And I have the feeling that Beyond is going to be very aggressive throughout the series. Hero Marine should have plenty of practice against it, because a couple of the European Terrans play like that as well. I think it's a 50-50. I really do think that Gabe has a shot. I think Gabe will look at that as well as like, okay, it's obviously not going to be easy. It's Beyond, who started, by the way, in round 1 of the open bracket. So one hell of a run for Beyond so far, but that's actually going to be a really cool TVT.
And actually, a lot of these games are going to be going on the B stream as well as the C stream, and you guys can have that kind of multi-stream view. So all of these rounds that are basically qualifying you into the playoffs will be covered for the most part. Now let's take a look at those knockout brackets, because our next matchup coming along is going to be that Clem versus Hero match on the main stage. That's a big one. Clem obviously 3-2 against Gumiho, down to the wire here, Pig, and now he finds himself against Hero.
Yeah, that was a series where I just kept kind of refreshing the bracket and looking at the updates on it, because it's been so nail-bitingly close, but the Hero Clan match is such an exciting one to look forward to. Honestly, Hero's been all over it. I feel like Hero's just looked unstoppable in PvT, other than Maru being able to barely stop him a few times. It's a really tall task, I think, for Clem.
I am thinking back though of Hero against Spirit. I do hope he's going to bring some slightly different build orders. Like, I walked into Hero yesterday, or I ran into him at the hotel lobby. And I was like, Hero, what is this expand on Ocean for? And he starts like laughing in a very cheeky way. He's like, haha, me stupid. And I was like, yeah, but it's okay. And I was like, Pylon and Cybernetics core block. I was like, you think it's PvP? He's like, maybe new build. And I was like, oh, come on. Like, I was like, you know that this doesn't make any sense. And he just started laughing it off. I think he's going to be a little more serious against Clem. I don't know. Like, I think coming into the weekend, I would have still favored Clem, just because Clem is an absolute animal when he's on point. But throughout the weekend, it hasn't really been the very best Clem yet. Now, there's a chance that he's powering up, right? You got some confidence. Nice win over Ro8. I think Clem in game 2, 3, 4 played incredibly well. A nail-biting win over Gumiho. But Gumiho, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that he was in the finals of Yon Chopping back then. Gumiho can absolutely shine at events like that. So that being a close win is not a bad thing for Clem.
Yeah.
I mean, Clem Hero, that's something that could have been a semi-finals of this entire event.
100%. I mean, it feels like definitely Clem is powerful when he's on point, but Hero, as you said, if you're willing to Cybercore block a Terran from expanding in a Premier Tournament, there's like no fear. He's just going to commit to trying to throw Clem off his game, and Clem's going to be like, please play normal. And Hero's just not going to let that happen. I'm so excited to see what happens there.
Yeah, definitely. Aside from that, of course, as we mentioned before, on the B stream and C stream, all of those knockout matches are going to be going on as well, so make sure to tune into those. Just before we actually do go to the break, though, here, Roddy, you know, looking at the fact that we're going to have Beyond versus Hero Marine down there, what do you think for that? Any anticipations?
I mean, we just kind of went over it a little bit. I think Beyond Hero Marine really is close. I think Gabe is better in this match on TVT than he was in the previous one, where it was all about spamming those cheap Cyclones with their non-stop lock-ons, and it was a lot about speed and multitasking. In those kind of games, I do favor Beyond a little bit over Hero Marine, because I just think Beyond is a tiny bit quicker and is able to extract slightly more value out of 1 Medivac and 4 Cyclones than a man like Hero Marine. But I do think that I favor Hero Marine like proper late-game TVT, because I feel like Gabe has some more experience in going for the Liberators, tanks, Vikings, and that kind of stuff. It's actually going to be a really fun series to just analyze the build orders and see if they can both get where they want to be. Where Bjorn is obviously going to be the aggressor, and I think Gabe is going to be the one defending. Maybe one cheeky aggressive build, but throughout the series, it's going to be a little bit like Bjorn against Maru, but then obviously it's not quite Maru.
All right, well, thank you very much, boys. Make sure at home to not only stay tuned in here, but just only the B stream as well for the other knockout matches that are going on. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we have got a banger once again. Hero versus Clem. Stay tuned.
Hello, this is Clem, and I am joined by Maru, and we're gonna do some fishing. Let's go. Ready?
Let's ready.
Go. You have two?
Yeah, two. 왜 zero?
Zero.
Why zero?
Oh no! They don't bite. Oh, one.
Oh.
Three?
Three.
No.
Oh, very hard.
Ah, yeah. Oh. What?
Oh.
I can't do that. Doesn't work for me, what? Oh, wait.
Pressure.
Huh?
Hey.
I'll watch you, I'll watch you. Teach me.
Okay, okay.
So close.
Oh, yeah?
Oh? Wait, which fish? This one you can't.
Oh, okay.
I'll watch you do this one. What? No. No.
Try. Hey.
I can't.
Oh,
one.
good.
Come back. Oh. One more.
Okay.
This one?
Oh, good.
Very nice.
Oh. Oh.
Maybe I win?
Green heart. You try. Oh.
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 That's not what I want.
Green, very hard. Oh.
Very good. No.
You can.
No. You do.
Okay.
Oh. Very hard.
Very hard. You try.
I try?
Yeah. How?
Oh, good. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ah, GG. Good game.
Okay.
Down by the river bend is where we'll meet again. I hope I will see you there at the end. Will I remember waves of crashing on the wall? 10 feet tall. I recall that we're running from the high waters, running from the driving rain, running from the high waters, running from the driving rain, running from the high waters, running from the driving rain. If you get this letter, then I wish you the best. Greetings and heartfelt warmth, and you know the rest. Do you remember when the waves were crashing on the wall, around 20 feet tall? I recall that we're running from the high waters, running from the driving rain, running from the high waters, running from the driving rain. Yeah, you gotta run. You gotta run from the driving water. You gotta run from the driving rain. Keep on running, baby. Keep on It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky.
that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under? Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. There I was in the corner, looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, "My name is Misery." She introduced herself as Misery.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, welcome back. Of course, we had a little bit of an extended break there because Clem has just come off the back of having a banger 3-2 match against Gumiho and needed a little bit of a moment. And now we'll recoup and trying to get into this one. We've got the Team Rocket desk. Jesse, James. Can that ditto turn into a Meowth?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, there we go.
You
My
were,
voice is
there
back.
we go.
What did you say?
Well, I said Meowths can talk anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm good.
I
I'll
also...
You don't want to be Jesse.
I really don't appreciate this.
I'm so sorry.
Zombie Group goes along with so much that we do.
She's like, why do I have to deal with these
This
people?
is just a step too far, apparently. Yeah, she's like, Roddy, why did you run over here to join the desk? Could you have just let Roddy be in here?
That's true.
Yeah.
And also, you even had more time than we thought. But
yeah,
anyway.
I know. I want to say sorry to the couple of people who I was just at the signing session with. I was like, I'll be 1 minute. I'm just going to quickly go do the desk. I'll come back. And then the timer went up. So I'll be back soon. I promised.
This is a disaster because we're also really not analysts right now. Aligulac is down, y'all. This is...
Wait, what?
This is the end.
How are we going to do the death segment?
This
if
is
the
the
legal is down?
apocalypse.
You actually really did need Roddy.
We really did actually get in here.
He's our
be like,
backup.
well, it was a
This is my
54,
bad.
55 series, and he's gonna, and then I don't know what Clem Hero who.
All right, let's talk about it. It is going to be an exciting one here, to say the least, of course, as these are two absolute titans of StarCraft 2. We've got Clem and Hero. These two may as well be names that you would expect to be in a grand final here. However, one of them will go down now.
That's a brutal throw, James. Yeah,
That's
one
correct.
of them will lose. They'll be worse than the other. It's a good series. I mean, Clem really does have good TVP, and if he can just re-rally himself from yesterday against Stats, I really think he can play great TVP and take on a Hero who's been looking great in the matchup lately as well. And that's what's really cool about this, because I think if they both play their best, it's going to be a lot of fun. Because also, Hero plays very aggressive. He plays chaotic. He doesn't play in the way which I think Stats beat Clem yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's a whole new kind of staging ground for Clem. And it's going to be a whole new challenge from Hero compared to what he got to see yesterday out of Clem.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. I really wonder what Clem is thinking right now. Does he think that it's easier because he got beat by the guy with that one particular style, or does he recall the games he played versus Hero, which not all of them are very pretty? Some of them were in his favor, some of them weren't. I'm guessing. Aligulac's down. And so, I don't know if Clem feels more at ease, but maybe the best of 5 also might give a little more confidence, right? You do feel like you have more chances to figure the guy out. But it's Hero, so can you ever actually figure him out? He's still the one that's willing to do a lot of things that are maybe out of meta now. Like maybe he'd even throw in a Phoenix Charge, which I haven't seen in months, it feels like at this point. But Hero could do that. So you got to be scared of Hero. But maybe in a way, it's like, well, at least it's not Stats again. Because clearly I couldn't take that guy out, but now I get a chance against Hero.
Fair, fair. All right, well, I'm getting word that we can release this Wardy back into the wild here, and we can get back on ready for the stage. One of these players is going to the playoffs. Let's do it.
One man looking to run it back to another trophy. The other trying to qualify for the Esports World Cup on his way to the trophy here in Dallas. As the desk said, the winner moves on to the playoffs, but the other eliminated. Their run ends here live in Dallas. This is going to be the last round of the knockout stage. Gamers, I give to you Clem versus Hero.
France's premier Terran, a fantastic macro beast, a man who is unstoppable in standard play, up against one of the most chaotic, aggressive players who gets underneath all of his opponent's skins. The Protoss from Korea Hero on the left side of the stage. He is an absolute menace. I'm going to be casting this with State. Are you excited for this one, mate?
I could not be more excited, man. The high-quality Protoss games keep on trucking along here, as Hero and Clem are getting ready in the final round of the knockout stage to decide who is going to be going to the playoffs. And this is a match that I am very interested in. I know the desk segment, they were talking a lot about Stats versus Clem to kick off the whole weekend, being a little bit of a different matchup than this one, because Hero, as you said, is so aggressive. He is so good at getting under his opponent's skin.
Yeah.
He's so good at finding the one weakness in his opponent's armor that he's able to breach and capitalize on and deliver the win. And I cannot wait to see what he brings to the table in this one, because Hero's play absolutely electric, but at the same time, Clem, top 2, possibly top 3 TVP in the world right now. He has been on fire. He's been kind of breaking away from this trouble that followed him for a while in terms of performing on the big stage, on LAN, and now he is one step away again from the playoffs.
Yeah, we've seen him grow up so much in the last 5 years. It really does feel like Clem is so much more at home up here on the big stage. He knows this is an important moment, and it is also something which is a harder bracket for him. You know, he finally overcame a lot of adversity to win in Atlanta at the end of last year. But that was, whilst it was very deep opposition, it was probably the 3 hardest opponents in the tournament in a row. It was Zerg into Zerg into Zerg, his best matchup. And Hero here, especially as a guy who is so unpredictable, so difficult to, figure out. Is he gonna proxy me? Is he gonna go super greedy one game? You never know what Hero's gonna bring out. I mean, we saw him block a command center with a cyber core yesterday, which has got to be one of the silliest things I've ever seen in pro PvT. We're gonna see what happens in this best of 5 series and who will progress to the top 8 of the tournament. In the bottom right side of the map, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming, our Protoss player with a lot of fans out there. Everybody, let's make some noise for Hero!
And spawning in the top left on Golden Ore, one of the fan favorites, one of the best foreign players in the world representing Team Liquid, it is Clem.
Clem is an unstoppable force in a standard game. You let him have his bio and his Vikings just on the edge, just outside of your shield battery range, and those Vikings, they will get volleys off on your Colossus. His bio will dodge storms, they will dodge disruptor shots, and he will dance around the map. When he gets that slight Terran edge on you, where he's like on the edge of pushing but not really committing, anytime a Zealot charges in, it gets shot down without doing anything. You know, any little disruptor that's exposed a bit, it gets focused down. But for Hero, of course, he very rarely sits there defensively letting Clem be the aggressor and do that. We see Hero as a player who loves to get out of the map, be in his opponent's face, Prisms in the backdoor, Blink Stalkers all over the shop. And of course, he is a big fan of those 2-base Storm drop openings where you can just pounce on the Terran, drop Storms, charge lots like drive in. It's such a dangerous style and something Clem's got to be wary of.
And man, look at the stat on screen right now. Clem actually only surpassed by Serral in TVP, or not in TVP, when it would be remarkable if Serral was surpassing Clem in that. But versus Protoss, 72% to the 73% of Serral. I mean, Clem is a guy that quietly has just been getting better and evolving over the past couple of years. As you said, we've seen him grow into one of the best players of all time in StarCraft II's history. He's a phenom of StarCraft II, and in a matchup TVP that for a long time was dominated by players like Maru, by players like Pure, where historically foreign Terrans struggled a little bit. In this matchup, Clem is breathing new life into the game, and as you said, in a straight-up macro game, he's one of the hardest players to beat, but not just that made Ari control, it's also the Widowmine drops, it's double medevac drops, it's all the harassment that he's able to do. I mean, Clem is one of the fastest players alive, and I think we're going to see that demonstrated here today against Hero, one of the best Protoss players when it comes to multitasking and control as well.
So far, the Reaper's been blocked. That Stargate opening has been disguised very well by Hero, with the early Stalker pushing the Reaper back. Reaper's still scooting around, seeing if it can find its way in, but with the Adept on the ledge, there will not be a scout of the Phoenix opening. You know, you were mentioning, hey, Clem's become so powerful, but it's so funny for me. I always think of like 3 years ago, 2021, online circuit. There were so many hopes for Clem to suddenly become a world champion. And I remember it was guys like Zest who would always catch him out. It was a few of these Korean Protoss players who mix in those timing attacks and those aggressive plays. They would always catch him off guard. And I think, you know, everybody knows that Hero is a player that absolutely, if he can get Clem's number and kind of predict what he's going to do, Hero could cause big problems. So these opening build orders very important. The fact that he's hidden the Phoenix opening is really good, because if Clem commits across the map with an early drop, that can get punished so hard by Phoenix.
Yeah, luckily for Clem, this is one of the drops that is the hardest to punish with Phoenix. It's going to be 6 Marines and a Widowmine, so there is potential here for Clem to still get something done as he knocks on the front door with this Hellion, with this Reaper. We have to see exactly how Hero's control is going to play it out, because I believe there should be 3 Phoenix on the map when this drop reaches the main base. Is that going to be enough? Is there going to be the gateway support or potentially a battery to defend as the drop is commencing now in the main base? Hero spots it, battery not yet done. Phoenix, they're trying to get their damage done. They're lifting up a Marine, but you have to focus fire, you have to target. Widowmine gets lifted as well. Phoenix taking a lot of damage, but the control for Hero is good.
Ooh, Hellion Reaper runs into the natural. They're going to start picking off 1 or 2 probes here. The shield battery is getting a bit of intermittent healing, though. Only 3 probes going down, and that is a fantastic cleanup. 4 probes, it's damage, but I really feel like the moment you see Phoenix, the best case scenario is you get out and you save your units, which Clem did not manage to do with anything. So much stuff went down, and now the Phoenix have complete map control. That Raven, an easy pickoff if it gets caught in the open. There's almost nothing that shoots up for Clem.
Yeah, a lesser Protoss player wouldn't have been as quick focus firing on the Marines with the Phoenix as Hero was, or getting the Widowmine just in the nick of time, or pulling that low HP Phoenix back. But Hero, I mean, among all the players in the world, I think is one of the best in terms of control and getting all the value out of his units possible. Absolutely excelling in that defense, and now he's right on the doorstep of Clem with these Phoenix trying to find more damage. A Cyclone is out, and that will dampen the aggressive potential a little bit here for Protoss. Hero scouting that both with the Phoenix and then confirming the position again with the Adept.
Hero's hitting the probes really well, though. I like the way he's like applying pressure but not overcommitting. This is the Hero you really want to see against a guy like Clem, like not getting too over-eager to counterattack. We've all seen the 3 Adepts just dive into the Cyclone and kind of get overwhelmed, but this seems very calculated and controlled.
Yeah, it's very good patient play here for Hero, and Phoenix honestly is a style that we don't see him play too much on the Korean circuit. He's much more of a Blink Stalker Robo guy, usually a delayed Robo, and for a long while it seemed like he was almost following in Max Pex's footsteps in the online cups, going in with 4-gate Blink after 4-gate Blink after 4-gate Blink. So to see here him execute a Phoenix play and have it be this clean all the way through the beginning, as he has to be careful with that one Phoenix, though. Barely surviving. I mean, this is so much value. It's like a natural play here for Hero, and that's not something I necessarily expected after seeing him up for the Stargate, but it has just been so on point.
Forge and Twilight transition's already on the way as well, so he will be swapping into ground. He's not going to continue too far into Phoenix production. Raven sneaks down the right side, but this is a one-and-done Raven, and we get spotted by the pylon. Hero doesn't seem to have noticed it, though, as his Phoenix are actually going in on the aggressive, getting themselves a Marine and a Marauder pickoff. Very nice for him. The Raven's going to go for that auto turret spam in the main base. If it can drop 3, it definitely can overwhelm this. And focusing down the shield battery before getting some more. Single Phoenix, look how quickly it kills that Raven.
Yeah, that Raven goes down in an instant. Third auto turret, a little bit delayed there for Clem as he was wanting for the energy. And oh my goodness, actually the Phoenix going down, if I'm not mistaken. Out of my
that was
glasses off for a moment there, so I didn't quite catch it. But
did I just see that right? Yes. Obviously, these Phoenix being microed here. Big push across the middle. I don't think Clem has the army to really actually get direct damage, but he's doing a good job of scaring Hero. And if he just backs off without committing, that'd be great. Fighting would be crazy for Clem right now. You do not want to get caught.
Yeah, there's so many force fields in the bank right now on these sentries, at least 3 available. Clem's going to commit to the fight and then retreat just out of range on the force fields, and he's going to hold the bottom of this ramp, really threading the needle. I mean, he is so close to disaster moving forward against an army like that one before infantry weapons is done against this building Colossus count. And now I think the game going to quiet down a little bit more. Clem back at home, adding in a third base, going to be going for a drop on the right side. Hero, actually no, look at this Clem. He's not going to quiet down at all. He's setting his eyes once again on that third base.
Okay, here we go. I love the way Clem attacks when other players would defend, but it could get him in trouble. He's committing so hard in here. Widowmines do clean the front line as slow Zealots. The Colossus still doing good. The Phoenix in the back picking off all of those Marines in the top right side of the map, getting some good value. And really, I do think Clem's overextending a little bit here. The power of Clem is his ability to attack and scare you and make you worried about going down. But with how good the trades have been from start to finish, Hero is getting big momentum. He's got the Templar Archives. Charge is about to kick in. He's going to have Archon Zealot, and I feel like an Archon Zealot Colossus timing might just wipe Clem off the face of the map.
I mean, look at how few Marines we have on the field right now. It's mostly just siege tanks and Marauders because Hero has been so clutch at sniping the Marines and the Medivacs, at picking off stray unit after stray unit after stray unit with these 4 Phoenix. I would actually love to see the kill count on some of these Phoenixes. It feels like they have been putting in so much work. 7 kills on this red bad boy. I mean, 7 kills on another one, 4 kills on this one. These Phoenix have gotten basically more value than any 4 or 5 Phoenix you will see in a professional StarCraft II match. And Hero is doing it against Clem.
Indeed, he is. Admirably, Clem's worker count has evened out, which is so impressive considering the trading. But his first goes to only now entering the fray. His Viking count's still very low. Oh, going after the Colossus here. A very ambitious move out by Clem. Hero turns around for a moment, not able to fully commit to the fight. Both sides back away, licking their wounds, letting their units heal up a little bit. Second Forge coming down for Hero, so he's got double Forge, 4th base, but he's staying relatively low on workers. He's only at about 70, and with that proxy gate up there as well, it feels like Hero's kind of in this middle ground of attacking, macroing, adding upgrades. He's trying to do a bit of everything at once. It feels like a very balanced Hero. This is not the Hero who gets overeager and just tries to win with a single strategy.
You say that, but I feel like Hero is getting ready to ramp up the aggression. He proxied a pylon and a gateway. He's warping in Templar. He is not getting Storm. He's going for Archons. He's trying to add mass to the army that he has on the ground. And I think once +2 ground weapons and +1 armor completes here for Hero, in addition to these 3 gateways, we might see Hero nearing a max supply, getting ready to try and dismantle Clem, because if he wanted to play the late game, we might see a Fleet Beacon. We might see Storm Research. Instead, it is really just Hero powering up for the fight.
Single Robo style is very good for getting out Masters at gateway units, and part of it's about draining the EMPs and the stims before the fight really starts. If you can get Clem a bit overstimmed, if you can bait the EMPs out, that's going to be really good. But if they land in the middle of the Archon Zealot, your front line does disappear quite quickly. Army supply is very similar for both sides. Hero does take a 5th base on the gold. He's starting to march forward. You pointed out that 2-1 timing. We're nearing it. We're about 30 seconds out from that +1 armor. Is there a Warp Prism on the map? I'm not quite sure. He's got the gateway, or he had the gateway try to go up earlier, but without a Warp Prism, it's a little hard to commit to the all-out attack. It does feel to me like Clem's managing to drag this out to the late game. He's getting 2nd starport, 3 more barracks. Clem just needs to survive for a little bit longer, and I think the early advantages of Hero will start to wash away.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard to survive with only 1-1 and 2-2 just now begun here for Clem. The upgrades are late, and Hero very close to max supply. He is looking for a fight. Clem might give it to him. First disruptor shot is going to miss. And now Clem stimming forward. He's going for the engagement. Hero crushing in on the right side. The Zealots are charging forward. The Vikings gets the good pickoffs. Most of the Phoenix have fallen now. It's just the Stalkers here for anti-air. And actually it's Hero who's on the run.
Colossus pulling back along with those Archons. The stim's running out, though. There's not many Medivacs here in the mix. Only 4 or 5 Medivacs. As the second stim comes down, Hero happily disengages. If he can get you to do a 3rd stim, that's when you're in trouble. Clem needs to pull back now. Give himself some time to heal up, and a wise pullback for Clem. Historically, Clem's over-aggressiveness is what's bit him in the butt. It's what's really ended a lot of his tournament runs earlier than they should have. But it seems like he also is being very calculated, and 2 of the best aggressive players in the game really showing a lot of respect for each other.
Hero once again moving forward. Now with the Stalkers, another warp gate getting warped in on the top side of the map as Hero is looking to try and ramp up this aggression. Even Zealot's getting added into the mix-up there as potentially that third base could be a target. And Hero, you can tell he wants to fight. Once again, blinking forward. Snipes the Marauder. EMP comes in. That's a good money one. Disruptor very far in the front. Will not be able to get a shot off. Hero does not carry. Blinks forward. Vikings going down. Those Colossi are going to be uncontested. And licking his wounds. He's going to retreat away after the EMP. Allow his shields to recharge. Or maybe no ping. He's going in again.
A lot of the Ghost went down in that previous engage. A lot of the EMPs got used up as well. So this is absolutely very nice for Hero. But remember, the gateway's just come up. So he's got a quick warp in point just up to the right of this army to reinforce. His gold base is also mining, which is why Hero now has that double red arrow income advantage on the minerals. He can make a lot of Zealots. He's making 3 more gateways right now. Hero continuing to push. Clem on the back foot. Even army supply. But Clem does not have a great answer to this splash damage.
No, and the siege tanks get taken out there by the Stalkers as well as they blink back to reconvene with the rest of the army. And Clem, maybe he wants to pursue right now while the Stalkers have Blink on cooldown and try and pick off 1 or 2 more Colossus. One of them will fall, the other one very low. Does get taken out. The Colossi are going to be out of the equation in a moment here.
Good
and the
fighting.
Disruptors, they haven't really gotten the damage done yet, but the gateway count is so high. The Zealot streaming in. Hero's going for the jugular, but I think Clem can hold.
Clem, he's got to be very careful though. That economy is now in range. It does feel like Hero's already used up most of his splash damage. Nice focus on the Disruptor. Unable to fire. Hero loses all of his Disruptors. He blinks forward. He tries to get revenge with the Zealot Stalker. It's a low tier Protoss army, but it's starting to shave down Clem's units. His third command center is getting low as well. More Zealots coming in. My gosh, those gateway warp-ins are ridiculous. It's neck and neck in supply. Hero trying to overwhelm the third base. It's burning. The orbital goes down, and that is going to be massive. Hero now up 2 bases on a gold base with a 20 worker advantage, and he's got more units coming in behind. He's got shields plus 3 armor as well. Beautiful play by Hero.
The upgrades coming into this base, getting taken out is huge. Oh, he blinks forward again. Maybe potentially an overextension. He's trying to take down some of these medevacs, but the bio ball on the ground is so big here for Clem. He's kiting back, and what a favorable trade. After losing the expansion, yes, 15 workers did go down, but the army supplies, they are equalizing. And this Colossus, a little bit straight coming down here on the south side.
That's on purpose. What are you talking about?
Take it out.
That's a flanking Colossus. It's there on purpose. Hey, get out of here. That was meant to happen. It distracted Clem for a few seconds. Obviously not the greatest. But he gets it. No, the command center gets out.
I thought for sure he was going to be able to trade it there for the CC, and now this Marauder heavy composition once again has to micro away from these Zealots. Of course, they don't take a lot of damage from these Marauders. They can absorb the impact as another big warp-in comes in. This bio's been stimming so much. It is solo on HP. Look at the energy on these medevacs. There's so many of them, but they're almost entirely depleted.
And that 5th base in the bottom left for Clem is mining now. It's been ignored. A single Zealot, I think, could have denied it. But that being there, yeah, it's actually got a planetary up on it. It really is quite nice. And I feel like Hero is in the mindset that Clem's on 3 bases mining when he's actually got the 5th up the bottom as well. Colossus rallying in, more Archons, more Zealots, more Stalkers. Clem has a good medevac count for the constant healing, but he's down on army supply, and that's a scary spot to be with Protoss warping in on your front door. Widow Mines clear the front line of Zealots. The Archons do cop a few EMPs, but there's so many shields left over, and Hero is absolutely relentless. He's making this army stim itself to death. Clem just cannot keep up this pace, even with such a high medevac count.
Yeah, but the EMP's been so clutch. Once again, a blink forward here from Hero, and he's focusing down the bio. There's very little left. Another flanking Colossus coming in to secure the command center kill. Hero with the efficient trade there on the Colossus, now chasing down with Zealot, and Stalker's actually blinking forward. He's able to get multiple medevacs, almost even the full one there as Clem in full retreat might finally have gotten broken. And yes, Hero with a stunning and relentless attack on the third base of Clem finally breaks the French Terran and takes game 1 with a win.
It's not easy, but he shows how to do it there. I love the preparation. The hidden Phoenix spell catching Clem off guard, giving Hero an advantage from early on in that game. Despite that, he had to work hard to finish it off, but that's a big defensive map. It's one where Clem really hung on well, but we could see that it was all about Hero taking control from the start and the build order going his way. The Phoenix defense was just so good, and yeah, Clem exerted a lot of pressure, but he didn't really scare Hero that much. Even though Hero sat on 62 probes for a while, he did pick off a lot of Terran units during all these mid-game trades. He had great upgrades coming in behind. The second Forge really paying dividends the longer this game went.
And one of the most important things for Hero was, in a lot of these engagements up until the very end, when he would trade, it would almost always be the gateway units going down. Instead of the Colossi, instead of the Immortals, instead of these high-value units, including the Phoenix up until, God, I want to say halfway through the map, those 4 or 5 Phoenix were still exerting value. And oftentimes the issue for Protoss when they go for these high aggressive plays is that the units they're trading out are units that are hard to replace. They're the units that you require to scale against the Terran to be able to win. If you're stuck with just a pure gateway army, it is nigh impossible to take down your opponent, but Hero did such a good job of retaining his critical units, trading out the Zealots, and just the non-stop aggression here. It was almost insane to me watching these fights happen, of course, with the Flaying Colossus, where the Stalkers, in almost any other situation, you would see them just trying to whittle down the medevac count.
Yeah.
But it was very rare. It was almost up until the end that Hero decided, no, I don't want to kill the medevacs. I want to just damage the bio and damage the bio and damage the bio because I'm not trying to end the game right now. I'm not trying to keep the medevac count under control or the medevac energy under control. I'm trying to force Clem to stim non-stop for 5 minutes until he eventually dies, and it worked.
Relentless gateway aggression. Wave after wave. And with that single robo style, like you said, you kind of have to trade out the Zealots and Stalkers. If you're losing your robo units and you're on the defensive, you do not have a way to reproduce, but keeping up the momentum and the tempo. And this is what I love watching about two aggressive players crash into each other, is who can get the lead on the aggression, who can lead the momentum and choose where the action's gonna go. Game 1 went very well for him. Let's see if he can pick the right opening build order for Game 2 as well. Representing Dragon, Kaizi Gaming. In the bottom side of Amphion, it is your red Protoss, Hero.
Spawning in the top left, down 1-0 in this series. He needs your support. Let him hear it. It is Team Liquid's Clem. So many fans.
But you know when you've got Nova leading the cheer for you as a Terran player, you're feeling good. It's like, you got Ghost out there cheering for you as well. That is exciting. Dude, this is old school.
Yeah.
This is really old school. We haven't seen a lot of this since about 2020.
Wow. Somewhere in Denmark, Max Pax is smiling.
To be fair, remember the OG Max Pax was your first gateway on the other side of the map,
yeah, this
right?
was the...
I don't know. I'm trying to think who did this a lot back in the day. I guess like Zest. Zest mixed a lot of these ones in.
I know, I did a lot on the ladder.
Stats did a lot, yeah. We would
maybe not in the tournaments, but certainly on the ladder. Yeah, this is a really fun build. Zealot getting produced down. That's back at the home of Hero. This second gateway proxied is going to try and pair up with Stalkers.
If he doesn't build a reactor straight away and goes straight for the factory and pauses barracks production, that's really bad for Clem. Oh, Clem's not going to scout this, and he's waiting for the factory, which means he's going to have one Marine to defend a Zealot, multiple Adepts and Stalkers cascading in on this natural. I mean, this should almost certainly be a cancel unless Clem pulls out some heroic micro, because he's going to be building a reactor. He's got no unit production.
I love this selection here. Oh my God, Clem, are you going to see this? Are you going to see it? Okay, he sees. Ooh. He sees the gateway. That is a must-need scout, and he's choosing not to cancel yet, Pig. Instead, he's throwing down the bunker, but keep in mind, these units are very low on HP. The Zealot already halfway across the map. The Stalker ready and willing. Here, coming into the natural expansion, it's already popped out of that gateway. Clem's going to need some good control, but that first SCV already badly damaged by the probe. There's only one Marine.
Yeah, if you don't get the Marine in the bunker, that thing is a paperweight. He's canceled his reactor. He's building Marines one at a time right now. But two Marines trying to make a run for the bunker. The Zealot and the Stalker go for the intercept. The Marine is not going to make it inside. Beautiful focus fire by Hero, and that bunker can't do anything. SCVs cannot shoot from inside a bunker, and this is a disastrous situation for Clem.
Cyclone is in production, but the Marines are streaming in one at a time, and I don't know if Clem is ever going to be able to save this command center on the low ground, maybe with some good control on the high ground. Pull the boys, defend with the Cyclone. There is a chance, but Hero, he's already in the main base. Those SCVs, they're going down, Pig.
That's a lot of damage. Already losing so much mining time. The command center is so exposed out there. Nexus and probing has restarted for Hero. This is not a I gotta kill you build. It's a I'm trying to mess you up, and boy has he done that. Clem with the salvage does get 75 minerals back. One Cyclone out. The Adept diving in the main, manages to take out a couple of SCVs, but the Cyclone cleans it up eventually. The problem is, without a second command center up, as Clem, you don't have that economic rebound, and this command center is getting frightfully low.
Command center very low. Cyclone locks in. on the Zealot, but the Stalkers, they do win this fight with the Depths coming in actually to reinforce. Those Marines are not going to be able to escape. The Cyclone also at low HP has to kite away. The Stalkers, they might take it down. It does go down, and Hero once again breaching the main base. There isn't even a full wall off at this stage.
Oh, the command center does actually finish, just barely. Even hides the SCV, pops it out into the command center, and then pops it out on the top. Cyclone continuing to micro, it's a little hard out. More Marines and Cyclones being built one at a time of each of those. Robo starting up for Hero behind this. He does get a lot of damage here. He's up 4 workers. Clem, if he manages to stabilize and come back from here, it will be a truly heroic effort. It will be very difficult to pull off, though. The Adepts still threatening the Shades into the main. They cancel it. 3 Stalkers, 2 Adepts. He does not have enough to deal with this. Even with 2 Cyclones, you can't really fight this as Clem, but he's got to keep that command center up.
Yeah, the command center must survive, so the SCVs are getting pulled, but those Stalkers, if they can get in range, one more shot will take down that first Cyclone, and the Adepts on the high ground. GG! Hero with some incredible aggression, proxying the second gateway. Goes for the killing blow right from the start, and boy, does he get it.
Beautiful choice of build order. When it comes to your build order choice, your preparation, Hero is devious. He's so clever. We've always talked about if Clem gets into a more standard situation, he's nigh unstoppable. But Hero, he's got so many tricks up his sleeve. That proxy gate is so rare in the last few years of StarCraft 2. But specifically against this sort of opening where it's Marine into Factory, then Reactor, oh, it is a massive shutdown. If Clem, scouting it, canceled the command center, pulled back to the high ground, he would have been fine. Completely fine by rebuilding the command center on the high ground. But the moment he committed to that bunker on the natural, that was unfortunately a mistake. There was almost no way he was going to defend that position. Just numbers-wise, with a gateway that close, it was the wrong choice. It's so hard in these tournaments. Your whole life is on the line now, and it's a split-second decision that puts you down 0-2. This is a very difficult spot for Clem.
And from this position here as Clem, I don't really know what you do going up against Hero, because this is a guy that has so many different builds that can come for you. You can go Proxy Stargate, Proxy Robo, Proxy Gateway. He can play a straight up macro game. He can go 4-gate Blink if he wants to. He can go for Dark Templar. There are so many tricks that he can pull out.
Yeah.
He only needs to win one map. And so for Clem, you kind of need to be prepared to either play the game your own way, be aggressive and force it, or be ready to absorb the inevitable impact from this guy right here on screen. The red Protoss spawning in for DKZ Gaming. He's up 2-0. It is Hero.
And in the top right side of the map, representing Team Liquid, he has to put all of his energy together, all of his focus. He needs to win 3 games in a row against the best Protoss first Terran player in the world. This is going to be an absolute trial. In the top right side of the map, everybody make some noise for Team Liquid's Clem.
Hero just one map win away from the playoffs. Clem fighting for his life now. Such a dangerous opponent to be up against, and down 0-2. I mean, I can only imagine what Clem is thinking right now, because there are so many possible ways this game could go. And I like the choice from Clem here in game number 3 to not go for a standard 1-Rax expansion, instead playing double gas, because in a way, if you kind of be aggressive against the aggressive player of Hero yourself, you can make the game narrower in terms of scope. You limit the possibilities of your opponent, and through your aggression, you can scout and have a better idea of exactly what you need to do to approach the game and try and find a path to victory. If you try to just absorb the impact 3 games in a row with defensive play, that is so hard to do, even for the best defensive players in the world. So I love this choice from Clem, going for the fast factory, the double gas. I think these are the kind of plays that we need to see at least maybe one more time in this best of 5 if he's able to bring it back.
The best defense is a good offense. That's basically what it's referring to, is if you get on the offense, you know, your opponent doesn't get a chance to get their attack going. And like you said, it gives you scouting. It limits what your opponent can do, lets you be in the driver's seat. It's also good on Ghost River because it's such a short rush distance on this map, and there's some nasty tank pushes you can do off this opening where you've got the early Reaper Hellion sort of aggression, and then bam, Tanks, Marines, Stim, get across this map so quickly. Hero, though, wisely is going for a Robo first opening. That's going to give him 100% information on what Clem's doing with early observers. He can make Immortals if he needs them for safety. And, of course, very commonly, he'll just follow this up with the Twilight. He can still play either Blink, or he'll go for, like, Storm Drop or something like that. This gives heroes so many options. I think it's just such a nice way to play this map in particular.
I like the choice here from Hero. Playing quite safe, in fact, even going for the shield battery relatively early here against Clem. And what is this? Double Reaper in production here with a Hellion. Clem is going to be looking to try and sync up some damage here, the natural expansion. And I wonder whether Hero is going to be throwing down additional gateways, because one way you can deal with this kind of aggression that's a little bit more old school. I mean, I haven't seen it so much in this patch as I was in previous patches, especially towards the end of last year, is that you just have a wall locked in, and yeah, you have grenades, but you build a pylon behind the wall in. You have 2 gateways, maybe even adding a 3rd gateway. You cancel it when the aggression's done. You can play safe, but if this catches Hero off guard, it could be a lot of probes going down.
I don't think there's a battery in the main. Just one Adept. 3 Reapers going to try and jump past. Great micro, though. Look at how quick Hero was to react. The Adept's already pulling out of there. Already got 3 hits off on those Reapers. Yes, the Adept goes down. The Stalker's doing damage to the Hellions as well. You need a fair bit of damage here as Clem. Just 3 probes isn't going to cut it, but he's not done just yet. 4 probes going down. The Reapers trying to find more. Hero, he's going to lose about 6 probes. Looks like it'll be 7 at the end of the tally, but it's a lot of Reaper Hellion to go down. I would say this is good damage for Clem, but it doesn't necessarily put him ahead. Like, look at his production. His own orbital's just coming up now, but it's a good enough start to at least put him in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think 7 probes is good damage here for Clem. In my experience, usually about 6 is maybe break even, where Protoss, especially if they go for Blink, have a lot of aggressive potential.
Yeah.
But the fact that Hero went for the Robo, in this case, is kind of biting him in the butt a little bit, because he doesn't have that explosive counterattack potential. These 2 Stalkers are going to get 1 SCV and delay this bunker a little, but Clem coming across into the main base of Hero in just a moment with Siege Tanks and Marines is going to be so scary, Pig. This is not the kind of drop you expect. Oh, the Cyclone, of course, excuse me.
Your battery got cancelled, remember. He wanted to spend money rebuilding probes after the earlier push, which means there's no battery in the main base. That being said, focusing the medevac down. The Marines and Cyclones trying to take out as many probes as they can. He gets another 6 probes. This is such a weird situation now, because Clem has sacrificed so much army, but 2 big waves of probe damage. If Hero can't do a counterattack like you were talking about, which he doesn't have a very mobile force for that, he's just got a few Stalkers and an Immortal, he's going to be behind an income. He doesn't have a 3rd Nexus to bounce back. Clem can afford to play very defensively now because he's got the economic lead.
War Prism is in production because Hero knows he has a small window to get some counter damage done and try and equalize. Otherwise, Clem is just going to shrug off losing all of these early units, because he got 12, maybe 13 probes in total there.
Oh, wow.
Over the course of this aggression. And man, getting the Observer. The Viking does get... No, it's not even a sacrifice.
Got
The
back to
high ground vision saves it.
Yeah, that vision break. You could tell the Stalkers were just starting their attack animation. They didn't get to complete it. This is such a nice setup. I feel like Clem is just so in tune with the situation that he's in now. Now that he's the one being aggressive, you see him being like, yeah, I'll build a bunker in the main and a bunker in the natural. I'll build a bunch of tanks. He's playing very safe after establishing a lead. The Liberator probably don't want to commit too hard with this, but already just denying a bit of mining, picking off a probe or 2 on the gas. This is great. It really keeps you in the information field as well ahead of Hero, because you're, hey, that's a quick forecast. What are you doing with that? I already killed a lot of probes. And you start to realize, okay, there's a good chance of these Robo openings that it's going to be High Templar, it's going to be Psy Storm drop, and against that, you just got to be really careful to not get ambushed.
Some nice micro here by Hero. Clem trying to focus down the probes, does get 3 in total. I love Hero with the Warrior Prism waiting for that Liberator to siege up just to guarantee the kill. Very smart move, and he is not going to be taking the 3rd base, I think.
Yeah.
Look at this. 5 more gateways in production. Storm halfway done, +1 armor. Hero is going to be going for a ton of charge zealots. He already has, I think, at least 2 Templar on the map with very high energy. And look at the army from Clem. He's moving out.
This is a crazy move out timing for Clem. It seems like he thinks there's a 3rd base. He's giving him an opportunity for Hero. If Hero can get this army with Storm, with Charge Zealots, it's a massive moment for him. Clem should be at home defending.
Yeah, this could potentially lose the game here for Clem if he's caught unprepared. He's sieging up right now, expecting there to be a 3rd base. There isn't one just yet. Storm's about to finish. Those are Marines still without combat shields. Clem only just now realizes there's no 3rds. Now he realizes the severity of the situation. Stalkers in, the Immortals coming in, focusing down. The Storm's raining from above, and Clem gets swept off his feet. Hero with a huge win.
Massive move there for Hero. It looked like he was falling way behind in this game. But Clem, he went from ultra defensive, careful play to getting a bit over-eager with the aggression. He felt like Hero was playing a 3-base macro build. He pushed into what he imagined was a 3rd base build with probes, and it simply did not exist. Another Storm landing on the Marauders. The SCVs are ready to repair, but a Storm on the repairing SCV is going to be very powerful. Clem's bunker is going to go down, I think, but the bunkers with the mass repair hanging on, and the Prism dies to the Viking as well. Massive hold for Clem. Hero getting a bit over-eager.
The Prism died with multiple Templars still in it, and the Marauder is able to focus one down. And what could have been a potentially game-ending move by Hero. Clem with an incredible defense, sniping the Warp Prism.
Hero has a big grin on his face.
Yeah, he's like, I bungled this.
He's like, oh, that was silly, whoops. That is what makes Hero a special player. A lot of players get stressed when they, a fight doesn't go their way. Hero cracks a smile, a grin, often laughs and goes, oh, whoops, that was the silly. I guess I'll just keep playing the game. He never gets tilted. That's part of his power. Prism does get focused. Nice move for Clem. That was actually really slick.
Hero was trying to be a little bit too fancy there and lift the probes that were getting targeted by the Widow Mines, but Clem instead able to focus down the Warp Prism, and suddenly the momentum is shifted yet again. I genuinely felt after that push got thwarted outside of Hero's non-existent 3rd base, the game was nearly over. Hero just needed to go in with the execution move on the other side of the map, but the Warp Prism going down to the last volley of the Viking. The bunker barely surviving with the mass repair. The Marauders moving forward and getting the last High Templar after the rest of them died in the Prism.
Yeah.
Such a swing of momentum. I mean, 2 back-to-back, one on Hero's side of the map, one on Clem's. And now Hero, once again, he's locked and loaded. He is recharged and ready to go for round 2.
That's a scary army. Honestly, I think this might be able to break this 3rd. Clem does not have a lot of units right now. It's a handful of Marine Marauder. The Widow Mines are getting value, though. But watch out for those Storms. High Templar storming the SCVs and the Marauders. Another big Widow Mine in the Zealots, but hits the Marauders as well. Big warp in the Stalker Zealots as the rally comes in from the natural. Immortals are going down. Nice hot pickups for Hero.
Yeah, the micro with the Warp Prism, very good as the Liberator siege down, and the natural expansion is going to try and stem the tide here for Clem. Hero, does he care? No, he doesn't. He's pushing forward. Another Liberator sieging up as the first one goes down. These Archons are going to retreat. And oh, the Widow Mine coming in from the top left side. Did not go for the drop in the main base. Another clutch storm for Hero, but look at the supplies, still very even pick. 42 army supply to 47 right now. More Archons getting morphed in. That tells me that right now, Hero, he does not want to bide his time. He wants to go for the throat.
But Clem, as long as he spreads his units out, he got Widow Mines, he's got Libs, it does feel like it's hard to win this. As Hero, it's pure Archon with a few Zealots. The Bio's pulling back. The Widow Mines are doing great damage. Sentries and Zealots are getting cleansed. The Stalkers die very quickly as well. Clem's got to be careful of those Archon shots, though. Those Archon shots do so much damage when they land. But the Widow Mines, the non-stop mine production really is the lifeline of Clem, and it's keeping him up. He's way up in supply right now. Hero's been probing a little behind this, but he doesn't have Robo Bay tech. He doesn't really have a huge amount of progression, and it's so scary because the moment you stop attacking, Clem's going to pounce across that map with Stim Bio, with Multi-Prong. He's got Ghosts now as well, State.
Double Archon drop now coming into the natural expansion. Hero trying to find value any way he possibly can. Does get a couple of SCVs, delays that barracks from going up. But the high-tech army Clem is building at this stage in the game, adding in Widow Mines, adding in Liberators, adding in Ghosts, is going to be so hard for Hero to deal with. Nice micro with the Warp Prism, diffusing that Widow Mine. The Hero, he's going in again, but I feel like at this point, Clem might just be a little bit too strong. It's all going to come down to these Storms, Big.
Here we go. Storms landing on the army. The Bio pulling back. Liberator is sieging up on Hero's 3rd right now. Hero, he's baiting the army into Storms. Force field's going down as well. A lot of big Archon hits. Hero does not realize that Liberator's killing every probe on his 3rd, but it doesn't matter if he can wipe out Clem on this side of the map. But that's a big if. The Bio Micro is good. The SCVs tank a little bit. Storm drops come in yet again, but Clem saves a lot of the Marauders, lifts them back to the high ground, and Hero has lost 18 probes behind this.
A lot of economic damage traded here, and with the reinforcements coming in for Clem, I think he might have just enough to stop this push from breaching. SCV's frantically repairing that CC on the front line. The Bio is so low on HP. Widow Mine, the Warp Prism goes down. No more reinforcements here for Hero, and this natural expansion is unbreachable with the Widow Mines, with the bunkers, with the Liberator in siege. Hero's gonna have to retreat again, rebuild that Warp Prism again. And from this position, it's very hard to play for Hero. You only have 35 probes. Yes, you do have a 3rd base, but I don't know how many more fights like this he has in him with Clem. Building these ghosts, building these liberators. The Widowmine count is getting so high. If Clem can safely secure his third base and lock it down on defense, I feel like he has this game in the bag. Hero has to stop it, but can he with the tools he has?
Looks like he's out of gas, doesn't it? It really does look like he's running out of steam here. Hero, he's making some more units, but he's on 35 probes, a few Archons, a few High Templar. Storm Drop is good, but my gosh, EMP landing on the Prism. That Prism is so low. Storms are doing great damage. Clem's still very clumped with the dangerous storms nearby. Oh my lord, another big storm lands on those Marauders. Clem's still up on army supply. As long as he lifts the command center and pulls back, though, there is no economic threat from Hero. That's the problem. Hero is so all in here.
Hero has been mining no gas for the last couple of minutes. Every reinforcement is going to be minerals right here as the Zealots now streaming into the natural expansion. Hero might have just been able to muscle out enough gateway units to break Clem. Clem now trying to hold the natural base ramp. SCV's tagging alongside these medevacs. Hold position, Micro. It's so hard for the Zealots to get any damage, but that's all Hero can reinforce with. There is no gas income whatsoever.
Those Widowmine hits are so big. Every time they land on the Zealots, they just do so much bang for buck. But so many Zealots keep warping in. Clem's now down in army supply. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that with this economy, after losing every probe on his third base to a Liberator, it looks like Hero might just barely be able to overwhelm Clem. Clem's mining is almost non-existent. He's mined out his main. His natural's almost gone. Clem has no money left. Oh my lord. Hero might not be mining gas, but look at that. He's got 3 red arrows on the mineral income advantage, and Clem can not make any more units. Clem is now down 10 army supply. Hero has actually managed to do it. From what looked like a position where Clem had held on, he just keeps on going and battering down, and eventually Clem's walls fall down.
The Zealots stream into the main base. GG is called, and fist bumps from Hero. As with the killer instinct, he is able to secure the 3-0 win against Clem and find his way into the playoffs. That was incredible, and what a gutsy call to pull every single probe off of gas, because Hero knew he needed all the muscle possible that the Protoss could bring to the table to get the win. What a victory from Hero.
Utter desperation at the end of that game. But when he's desperate, he doesn't play any worse, he plays better. He's got that clutch energy. That's always what's made Hero a different sort of Protoss. He has the ability to win from just about any situation, and he's done it once again. Let's hear from the man himself over on the stage.
All right, Dallas, give it up one more time for Hero as he moves on to the playoffs in the round of 8. Let's hear how he's feeling after that battle. 네, 먼저 승리 축하드립니다. 이제 플레이오프로 진출하셨는데 지금 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단은 너무 예상을 못했어서 얼떨떨하고 지금 얼떨떨해가지고 아무 생각이 없는 것 같아요.
Honestly, this isn't a result I was expecting at all for myself, so I can't believe it. I don't know what to say as I'm moving on to the playoffs. Well, I mean, let's talk about that last game a little bit. I mean, we saw the commentators call it out, had a big grin on his face when he made a little bit of an oopsie, but he still kept on going. How is he able to just kind of try to keep calm despite some of those moments? 그럼 일단 마지막 경기에서 저희가 그 차원 분간기를 이루셨을 때 약간 웃음 짓는 모습을 저희가 포착했거든요. 그때 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨었나요?
일단은 제가 너무 지금 그 승리에 들뜬 나머지 또 너무 들떠있구나 생각했고 마음을 다잡다고 생각했는데 그 경기에서 마음을 다잡지는 못했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, immediately I could tell I was getting a little ahead of myself. I was a little too excited about the prospect of victory, and I kept trying to tell myself, like, we just gotta calm down. I'll be honest, I don't know if I quite calmed down really throughout that game, but that's just how I felt during that match. Well, now moving on to the round of 8. It doesn't get any easier. I believe you will be facing Maru in the playoffs. How do you feel about that matchup? 그럼 이제 플레이오프에서 조성주 선수와 경기를 치르게 되는 걸로 알고 있습니다. Yeah, he's not liking it. 그 매치업에 대해서는 좀 생각이 어떠신가요?
일단은 경기에 앞서서 8강 대진을 제가 모르고 있었는데 지금 들으니까 청천벽력 같고요. 요새 너무 많이 져가지고 성주가 좀 살살 해줬으면 좋겠네요.
Yeah, I didn't know who I was going to be playing before entering this match, so now that I'm hearing it, it feels like my world is falling apart. But You know, since I've been losing to him a lot, I just hope that Maru gives me a bit of an easier time. Well, let's see what happens here. Of course, once again, for now, he's in that victory spotlight. It's Hero who moves on to the playoffs.
Well, yeah, even the very best don't like playing against Maru, and that is the reward here as Hero keeps Protoss alive going into the round of 8. And in live, he did, because it was a 3-0 for him here against Clem. And this series was a little bit puzzling for me. Game 2 goes completely alright. Game 3 was kind of up in the air here, ZG, but Hero makes it work.
These games are crazy, actually.
Yeah.
I know it was a 3-0, and Game 2 was kind of a bop as well, but the way that both of them fought tooth and nail for every little inch there, very exciting StarCraft action, right? And I think we really thought Clem had this handled. I thought he had for game number 1 handled, too. You get that bio ball, right? You get some Widowmines in there. But this game, the Storm, right, was a huge issue. I think there was a couple times the Widowmine did hurt the Terran a little more as well. I gotta point that out. And the Liberator was really the savior. We thought that's what really kind of nailed it for the Clem there. It was not. Hero does not stop attacking, and somehow he finds success where no other Protoss can.
The Archon's tanking, the Storm's never ending in this last game here, Wardy, and as ZG says, I also thought to a degree that Clem was handling the situation, but not to be.
There was moments where supply was really good, but obviously all it takes is a good Storm, a Protoss warp in, and that's where the numbers change a little bit, right? And it just sort of got a little bit too far. Every Storm was very good. I don't think there was a Storm that really missed in these situations, right? The Storms were always like on a bunch of units. And even till the very end, it kind of felt like there was some hope for Clem, but there's just a couple units he couldn't get rid of. That Prism Micro was doing absolutely everything it could also. I mean, they both fought their heart out in this final game, and kind of just sad we didn't get more games, because Game 1 and Game 3 were really quite good StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
This didn't really deserve to be a 3-0.
Yeah, a little bit of a heartbreaker for Clem, I suppose. Obviously, he comes off the back of being effectively our champion when it comes to the LAN situation, if you're ignoring Katowice for all of this. And as you say, it doesn't really feel like this should have been a 3-0 here. Clem had moments, ZG, where it maybe should have gone his way, just not on the day, unfortunately.
No, it did seem like the overall this tournament had it out for Clem.
A little, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, the start didn't look bad at all when you look at the bracket. You know, kind of feels like he should have been waiting in the quarterfinals, chilling out right now, not playing to the very last versus Hero. But it does seem to be a bit tricky right now for Clem to continue with the success, right? We know he's really good. We know that he's one of the best and that he gets a lot of very good practice online as well, but actually bringing it to the tournament, I mean, it's a whole other skill, right? And so that's why we talk about a lot of the Koreans still having that clutch factor, or just kind of like the inevitable aura around them that they are going to advance. And that's not something that Clem quite has yet, but I am absolutely certain that he will, give him more time.
Well, let's take a look at the knockout bracket then and see the results that are filtering on through. We have got ourselves Hero advancing on here into the round of 8. And as you already heard, he will be going up against Maru. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we still have all of those series unfolding. Reina's still yet to even have his opponent.
Yeah, actually, Spirit Astrea, they both had to take a break, man. I saw them getting some
Really?
water. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They, apparently, the games, I guess, are just super brutal and long. So
A long Spirit match, weird.
that's so weird. That's so interesting.
And Astrea, let's be real. Like,
Yeah,
Astrea's
Astrea.
also played a few long games in his time, so not surprising at all to see those two taking a little bit. Fortunately, we have some matches to go to cover until, you know, they're all caught up. Hero and Bjorn is 1-1-2, which is very exciting, and I actually think Shin is 1-0 up over Q. I think that's the wrong way around, because I just saw Shin Swarm Host and Q to death.
I saw him get the win as well. Yeah,
So that too. So yeah, I think Shin's actually 1-0 up.
All right, well, that's how this stands so far. We could take a look at the playoff bracket maybe and kind of get you up to speed as to where people are going to sit in this. And as you can see, if you do manage to get into that semi-final, for example, if Hero wins against Maru, that will be a new addition to the Esports World Cup straight away. Because, of course, Maru is already qualified thanks to the fact that he is top 4 from the ESL SC2 Masters Katowice. So it will be Hero versus Maru. Looking down the list here as well, Dark is waiting for either Hero Marine or Bjorn. We have Olivera waiting for either Reina, Spirit, or Astrea. And then we have Serral waiting for either Shin or Cure. So what do you make of that, ZG?
I think it's pretty cool that we have 3 people that are already in there,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So, like, that's the big story here, is that Maru gets in. Obviously, that's even better for him, money, prize, all that good stuff. But Hero is the one that's kind of desperate for that lock-in. There's the open qualifier for the championship, but that's it's going to be very, very difficult. So very unfortunate for the likes of Hero, be stopped by him, and then, of course, whoever's up against Serral, right? So maybe you think I can defeat him, and that would be great. Maybe you're starting to take a real good hard look at those points as well, especially as you start gathering quite a lot of them from being in the top 8.
All right, well, of course, thank you to our sponsors for joining us here so far. Thank you to Blizzard for making the game and making everything possible. We also have Monster, as you can unleash the beast at home and maybe here even in the convention hall as well, with a good old Monster energy to keep you fueled and good to go as time goes on. We have US Air Force joining as well. You can head over to www.airforce.com to be able to check out everything that's going on over there. And finally, we have ESL Shop joining us with some cool collaborations, left, right, and center, the Unsung collaboration, the Basement Dweller collaboration. Go over to shop.esl.com to check all of that out. Right. Well, thank you very much, guys, for your thoughts on that series. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to a bit of a break here. And when we're back, we are going to return with our quarter-final matches. These will qualify people through to the Esports World Cup and get you one step closer to the championship here in Dallas.
Hey guys, this is Scarlet.
And I'm Elaser.
We're going to be doing some questions we have to answer about the other person, how well we know them.
Yeah, I think I know Sasha pretty well. We know each other for a long time.
A long time, yeah.
We've been friends already, so I think we know a lot about each other.
Okay, I'm going to start. What has been the biggest challenge you've faced in your career? How did you overcome it?
Well, it's hard.
So I have to answer about a laser.
Yeah, you have no idea.
The biggest challenge? Maybe winning against Protoss in the current patch.
But I haven't overcome it, so...
Yeah, that's a big struggle. Well...
You have to... what's there in the question?
What's the biggest challenge you faced in your career? How did you overcome it?
Yeah, I didn't overcome it. So it's
I think... Have you not?
Oh, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, we both advanced, right?
We both figured it out. You just play like a clown. That's how we overcame it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's up there for sure.
Yeah.
It's a good answer.
Type one.
Okay. Oh my god. Who are your biggest influencers or role models both within and outside of StarCraft? Jesus, I have no idea.
I also have no idea. I don't really have role models.
No, so Sasha is actually a person that she never
I don't really
puts anybody in high regard. Like maybe like maybe she's a fan of Serral, I guess, because Serral is like the best. She knows he's the best.
The GOAT.
But like in the past, she would never say. I think she always wouldn't like talk about other players as they are like very strong. So in StarCraft, I don't see anyone. And outside of StarCraft, I don't see anyone, so I cannot answer. I don't think she has anyone.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't really have role models in that way.
Yeah, really? Okay. Yeah. That's I never heard of her. Like she never said something.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't know for you either, except for who's gonna carry the boat.
No, you know a lot of people that you know. Yeah, you could say like Goggins or something.
I don't know their names.
Okay. Yeah.
But
people would know if you say
who's going to carry the boat.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you miss from the early days of StarCraft?
Oh, it's easy.
About a laser?
Yeah.
About like the game itself?
I mean, you answered the question.
Anything a laser misses? Broodlord Infestor. No, he didn't play back then.
I never played it. I think early games of StarCraft can mean different something for me, you know.
When was the early days of StarCraft for you?
For me, it's like Heart of the Swarm, early Legacy even. So
I don't really know. Maybe more frequent events, just having more people in the scene. I don't know.
Okay, she has no idea.
I
think it's a nice try.
Yeah.
I definitely liked the events in the past, but I think by Hydra.
Your Hydras?
My Hydras are dead.
Your Hydras?
Yeah, I miss
That's not early days.
That's like early Legacy of the Void.
Okay, early Legacy, that's true.
Yeah, I miss having my Hydra.
My Hydra.
I miss it, yeah. My poor Hydras.
Poor Hydras.
Okay. Have you ever had any embarrassing moment during tournaments that you can laugh about? I mean, probably had some terrible game that you played.
Terrible games.
You had
I've had a lot of those.
You had a
over the
lot of those, yeah. Just like a lot of embarrassing games that she would like lose to a Protoss or something, and then she would like be so sad and.
That happened this season.
Yeah,
Against
like,
Trigger.
Yeah, exactly.
I was up 2-0.
Or the game versus Geralt from World Team League. Where Sasha was like up maybe 160 supply versus 50, and she lost that game.
Yeah.
And it was a team league, so.
And we would have placed higher in the team league.
So it was an important match.
We like tied in points.
Yeah,
and
so
if I won that game, we would have been like third.
So I
in
don't
the
know
team
if
league.
it's something to laugh about.
Do you have any pre-game rituals or superstitions that others might find quirky or unusual? I don't know. I feel like he likes to be really active. You know, some push-ups before games, something like that. Physical activity. I don't know if that's quirky or unusual, but
yeah, I don't know.
That's the only thing I'd
I'm like
say
super
for.
cold right now, you know.
Yeah.
And
My hands were so cold when I was playing today.
Yeah, that's why I like.
They weren't moving.
I like to really.
Yeah, warm
the
up.
body and
Yeah,
stuff,
that's what I mean. Yeah, some movement.
All right, so this was questions about each other with me and Scarlet. Thank you guys for watching.
You broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night.
All right, we move into what is effectively the finishing phases of this tournament. It is now going to be the round of 8 onwards to figure out not only who qualifies to the Esports World Cup, but also who moves one step closer to being our champion here in Dallas. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. I've got myself Pig, and I've got Fear Dragon, and now we have quite the fixture on our hands. We've just watched as Hero has dispatched off our previous champion for the Masters, and now we have him going up against Maru. What two names that have been etched in history as two of the very best when it comes to StarCraft II, Pig, and we get to see them clash once again.
Best of 9 series at LANs. They've played massive matches over the last few months. So I think it's really exciting because I feel like since the last patch came out, just a few little tweaks with the way Widow Mines don't kind of get that invisibility from the armory and so on. There used to be some games and series they'd play where it would sometimes spiral in Maru's favor. It feels like Hero has a little bit more comeback potential these days, and it's so down to the wire every single time they play.
It really is stressful to watch, and I do think that you're right. The balance changes and everything have made a difference, but Maru still seems to be getting the better end of Hero a lot of the time. It's close series, it's a lot of the time close games and everything, but I mean, even the most recent big victory, the final elusive premier international tournament victory that Maru's been looking for in Star Wars, happened over Hero. It was a 5-4 victory. It was close, but Maru still ends up getting the better end a lot of the time in the end.
I'm always terrified of best of 9s. It's rare we actually get them, but when they do come along, they are scary. Now, what's important to note here for Hero, if he does win this, he qualifies for the Esports World Cup, and notably here, it is Hero who is absolutely ferocious when it comes to attacking, constantly in your face, the aggression. And on the other side, Maru, the guy that is the bulwark. You cannot break this man. And even if you do go up against him, he will eventually be able to come back in those games, Pig. So it's quite the matchup.
And remember, we always go, look at that macro advantage of 10 stat versus Hero for Maru. Massive, he's so much better in the macro in the long games. But he's also got a 92 on the offense as well. He hits beautiful timing attacks in this matchup. He does not let Protoss players get to where they want to be easily. And it just feels like he's constantly in the Protoss player's face. Yeah, obviously it goes past mid-game. He turtles to range libs and Ghost. You're not taking him out. He's just better than Hero in the late game generally. But the early game, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He will not just give Hero a free pass. He will be constantly looking to catch him off guard, as good Terrans always do in this matchup.
And if you compare it to our previous series that we just watched, right, this kind of gives Maru a little bit more of scouting intel. I mean, of course, you always have to be kind of taking note of the fact that a 2-gate proxy that obviously just completely killed Clem in game 2 is possible, but the fact that Hero is showing it straight away against Clem, Maru can be able to kind of scout out those positions and be able to deal with it.
No, and I mean, one of the great advantages of Maru having just been in the playoffs for a while now is that he just got to sit back in the audience, watch those games from the comfort of, you know, whatever chair he was sitting in and saying, yeah, cool, this is exactly what your PVT looks like. I also got to see in a best of 9 all of your games and the way that they were playing like a week or two, like 2 weeks ago. So Maru should actually, in a lot of ways, feel quite comfortable knowing what he's going to be up against. And I think going back to what you guys are talking about, just the comfort of Maru going into the late game, the fact that he has that in the his back seat, he always has that potential to just take things to the later stages and feel comfortable. That is what makes Maru so scary.
It's an exciting one. Let's figure out then, will Hero not only qualify to the Esports World Cup, but make one step closer to being able to crown a champion here in Dallas, or will Maru finally figure this one out? Let's get to it.
Maru takes more and more control of this base tactical siege. Auto turrets coming down, STVs are pulling into their deaths, and that is just going to be it. GG.
Queens show up as well, but that's a day late and $1 short. All 4 queens will get picked up, and Hero takes the commanding lead in game 1.
It's time for the playoffs this weekend here for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals. We are now down to 8 players. First up, it's going to be a matchup we just briefly talked about on stage. Can the Spear overcome the Shield finally this year here in 2024? Trying to get one step closer towards that trophy here in Dallas. Dallas, let me hear it. Are you ready for the round of 8? Well, without further ado, I give to you your first matchup. It will be Maru versus Hero.
Hero. We do have them as good friends right there, as you saw, but we know them as the standouts of their races. We got Terran on the side of Maru, looking indestructible, only beat really by Serral whenever he does get beat. And on the other side, we do have Hero, who narrowly avoided winning against Maru in those Star Wars tournaments. So this is hopefully going to be a good one. But Hero's coming in here after an interview where he was a little hesitant.
He just 3-0 Clem, and honestly, he looked incredibly good in game 1 and in game 2. Obviously, a lot of things going his way early on in game 2, but that is just Hero. We don't often talk about Heroes like he's the very best in this or that, other than that we always compliment his aggression. But Hero is just so freaking effective in finding ways to win. Where Terran players are normally not necessarily afraid of dying, against Hero you're always afraid of dying because he is willing to pull the trigger on any given moment. You already mentioned that finals they had a couple of weeks ago over in China, an absolute nail-biter. That was a best of 9. It's not that crazy this time around, Zungro. We're just playing a little best of 5 over here. But what was incredibly cool about that final is not just that it was close, but it was also the story through it. 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. And it kind of went all the way. And Hero even took a 4-3 lead back then. Now, unfortunately for him, not a best of 7, it was a best of 9. Maru doing Maru things. Hero has already won, was already been successful in America in the past, winning Atlanta in 2022 back then in that crazy final over Bunny, but we were unfortunately not there. I mean, I don't see any reason why Hero couldn't do it here.
Didn't he beat Maru to get there?
Yep.
It was a semi-final. It was very, very close, a nail-biter, but I believe that Blink Stalker attack in game number 5 actually did the job, so maybe he can have some of that luck once again come in here when it comes to being in an American tournament. It's been a while since we've seen these guys win on the international stage, but they are both eyeing that grand prize championship. Whoever wins this also does get into the Esports World Championship. This is going to be more of an issue for Hero than Maru, who's already in there, and that is added pressure for this man. In the top right of Dynasty, he's on DKZ Gaming, he is Hero.
Bottom left side of Dynasty. We are looking at the main base of the man who is representing Vitality. It's the one and only Korean Terran player. Dallas, make some noise for Maru.
great shot, the awesome Nova cosplayer there, helping the crowd get hyped. Not sure they need help, though. It was packed for the Clem Hero Series. People knew that that would be a banger, and even if it was 3-0, I would say that it was very, very exciting. I believe everyone here in the stadium, in the Twitch chat, whatever you are, you're going to be cheering for identical games, but 3-2 along some way. But action-packed, back and forth, and a real test for both of them.
More of that Ghost River. Obviously, Golden Arrow was very fun, but Ghost River was ridiculous. And at one point, I was like, Protoss players are not supposed to win these kinds of games anymore. But that is where Hero is Hero. He's just so damn good in finding clever ways of winning these games. We can talk a little bit about our opening map most of the time. We start off on one of these maps that we always play on Zombie Grove. We can ignore it. We just keep an eye on the openings. But Dynasty, it's very funny because European Terrans hate Dynasty against Protoss. A lot of them even say that it's pretty much unwinnable if the Protoss plays it right. Meanwhile, the Korean Terrans don't really seem to hate it all that much.
Yeah, that's certainly what I've been hearing is some difficulty here, but I guess Maru doesn't really seem to mind it. I was trying to get the actual identical map order between the two. Last time they started off on Golden Aura Dynasty. This is a map 4 in their best of 9 series. Now, that's a little more complicated when it comes to the vetoes as well. They do not have a veto in a best of 9, obviously, when they have 2 for a best of 5. So that does change things a little bit. We got Maru sending an SCV out to a very suspicious location, and he is still on one base. Hero should be wary of tricks like this, but then finding where this is, it's hard on a big map like Dynasty.
I don't even think Hero has scouted at all, and that's definitely something that Hero does quite often. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at that, and you guys can see Hero has not even left the bottom of his ramp yet. He's got no idea. He's probably just thinking, I'm gonna take the gold. He's taking the gold on the inside, by the way. Pocket expand. That is awesome if you can truly get it up and running and you actually have enough to deal with it. Follow-up is going to be the Stargate. Yeah, there is a chance that these Hellions, actually Cyclones, by the way, from Maru.
Whoa.
That is very surprising to me. Maybe Maru just wants to one base all in, and maybe Marines rallying Cyclones to the other side of the map, and then that Star Pit is going to be used for like a Liberator or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Maru's cooking something, and Hero has no idea what it is. And this Reaper not going to be allowed in, but I'm more scared of what Maru's doing to Hero. I think Maru knows too. There's no way you're beating me to the punch. You have expanded. I'm going to be attacking you on one base while you try and Macaron up, you fool.
And this is incredibly unfortunate for Hero because he's playing Oracles, and Oracles are just not that good against Cyclones. And the follow-up is going to be Hellions, so Maru could still go for a medevac later on. But first, he's going to try to put some pressure on this gold. Hero does have a shield battery. One Stalker, if we get the attack, by the way, is not that useful. It's going to be useful against Hellions, but it won't be that useful against the Oracle. This is a very chaotic opening, because I can see this going really well for Hero somehow, if he just barely makes sure that he has an overcharge when he needs it, when he gets a couple Phoenixes out to help against the Cyclones, and maybe his Oracle finds damage. But there are also many worlds where this goes incredibly good for Maru, and then Hero just can't get any value out of his quick expand.
Where's it gonna go? Oracle sees that expansion only just now building. Obviously been under pressure from the Cyclones. Cannot mine from that base. Does not have a shield battery. The Oracle is getting quite a few SCV kills. You think that's not a lot of energy, and it feels like it's forever. But Maru is getting some damage done as well. The Liberator now sieging up this base. Needs to be taken care of, but when Cyclones are underneath it, how do you take care of it?
The work account is insane though, 33 against 17, even if a lot of these probes are not mining right now. If Hero can just ever stabilize here, if we can clean this army up one time and one time only, then this game is pretty much a wrap, because there's a very, very unlikely scenario that Maru can crawl his way back into this. But as long as Maru's got Cyclones on the other side of the map, Hero's gonna go for it right now. Does not want to see that bunker finish up. Phoenix is leading the charge. Can he get the Liberator? Not quite. But what he does do is push his army back. Not sure if that was totally necessary on Hero's side. But as long as he's got the battery here, he's got a couple of Stalkers, he can walk in a few more units. Hero just needs to win, and with 2 or 3 exposed units, he should be able to win the fight here.
It's just so obnoxious with those gold minerals blocking out his ground army. Then he has to depend on the Phoenix only as the Cyclones pull back, and Maru no doubt knowing that this would be a thorn in his side, even if he had a preferred build against it. Now his command center is done back in that natural.
There's a second overcharge available. That shouldn't really take a whole lot longer. Hero's gonna lead the charge. Loses one of his Stalkers, but they're trading out a Stalker for a Cyclone. It's okay, because obviously we're fighting on Hero's side of the map, as the Oracle is going to try to find damage one more time from the other side of the map.
He also lost the Phoenix. So that's it's not pretty. It's definitely a difficult scenario. Any Protoss player would find this difficult and just straight up obnoxious. Dynasty does have this peculiarity, this really weird zone that Hero's getting stuck up on. Maru's natural command center being done means that he is catching up on the economy, and Hero actually decides that he's going to go harass, but that means that his base is going to die. I mean, he's just actually giving up his natural.
Yeah, but this Nexus is going to fall. There is simply no way to really save it anymore with this many Cyclones locking on that Nexus over and over again. But Maru's also still taking some economic damage on the other side of the map. Some is turning a whole lot as the Oracle was activated. Pulse being was the last time. Maru's going to drop these mules. Phoenix is right on top of it. I don't know if Hero has a sentry, by the way. Is there a world where Maru just rallies all these Cyclones into the main base of Hero?
I don't know. We're not seeing what's actually moving on Druvino on the top half, but it is not a sentry. Phoenix also getting a little intercepted there. So this is exactly the type of game that we were hoping for, first of all. So congratulations us, but what exactly is going to be happening from here on out as Hero is sent back down to 1 Nexus? Well, Maru lost so many SCVs, but does still have double mule.
Yep, and it's going to be very difficult, I think, for these Phoenixes and Oracles to find more damage. Hero needs to be very cautious. He wants to take the fight. He's going to lift as many Cyclones as possible as 4 Stalkers show up. I love that he's trying to gun down the only Cyclones that were battling there for a split second, because he's always going to be able to kill these later. So now Maru's Starport could be in a bit of trouble. Not sure if you can really keep on going here, Hero.
Oh my god, he's going to save the Liberator. Oh, the Liberator does not go down. The Viking is still available as well, and the SCVs can repair everything on the high ground. Whew.
Felt that Hero should have been happy with what he got there, that final Cyclone, and maybe that's the moment to disengage, but he really wanted to get that lip. But yeah, Phoenix is above Cyclones. Probably not the right unit to chase.
Yeah, I can't believe it though. I thought he was going to get it too, but because he also didn't actually retarget onto the Viking, for instance, he at least could have gotten that. And unfortunately, he has missed a chance to actually get some, more damage done. I'm not sure he could have ever entered into the main base, but yeah, this has gone a bit awry here for Hero as he is double expanding right now. You rarely see that from a Protoss. Twilight Council finishing up, but Maru's already 80% done on his stim, ready to get into the next phase of this matchup, which is Bioplay.
It's going to be so hard for Hero, right? With just a couple of Blink Stalkers as he drops the Force, but the Force would really do a whole lot for him. Drops another one in the end. That's going to block those 2 extra Cyclones from making it to the low ground. Few more sentries coming in. I mean, if Hero can just keep the army small, it's going to be fine as he drops the Dark Shrine almost immediately the moment that Twilight Council finished up. And I kind of like that choice because Hero needs to continue making this game scrappy, and that is one thing he's incredibly good at.
You know, he is good at that, yes. He is trying his darndest here to make sure that Maru doesn't feel comfortable, but as he transitions over into more of that bio, he kind of starts to feel more comfortable. You have units of quantity as well as quality with the upgrades finishing up too. So Hero's not really in that same position. His unit count's not that high as of yet, and his army type isn't that great either. Those DTs will want to buy at least some time as he tries to get his 3 bases up and running, only ahead by 8 probes.
What a game. Hero is going to find himself in a bit of an awkward spot. Like, this is not the crazy amount of Marines that can just stim forward with no regard for Protoss defenses, a Guardian Shield whatsoever. But I do feel that Maru is just going to have a whole lot more firepower than Hero. So Maru's also dropping a 3rd orbital behind this. I mean, don't ask me how he found himself into a macro game, but it is starting to look like one. Hero's like, I feel like we've done this before. It is just really awkward to battle these Cyclones that are on the other side of those gold minerals. It does buy time, at least for Blink to come online, right? And that allows Hero to dream as he wipes in his first Dark Templars. Not the Liberator, by the way, stole that Dark Shrine. Perhaps it's one of these scenarios where he saw it, but he didn't really see it, because I haven't seen any missile turrets being dropped yet.
I haven't seen that either. He could be holding on a some scan, at least 1 or 2, right? As a 3rd orbital might finish as well, but that could be a problem. There we go. Missile turret finally slapped on down. Hero has Blink, so he can tackle this a bit better. Yeah, with the overcharge as well. However, the combination of all of firepower, Liberator included, did at least get one of those Stalkers. Many of them now injured. Another one goes down. Another one goes down. And, well, that wasn't exactly the break that he was hoping for. DTs, though, are getting some damage done in the main base. Should be forcing out a 2nd scan at the very least on top. No. Okay, 1 scan, 6 SCVs.
Yep, those are painful little mistakes there by Hero, because maybe Maru doesn't even have another scan available. Then you get a few more SCVs before any of these orbitals actually has energy. Apparently there was 1 more scan. But still, right now, if you're Hero, you want to see scans. You don't want to see or you don't want to see more mules being dropped, especially if the DT was already safe. Tiny hold position would have been able to save it there. Somehow Hero is enjoying a 9-work lead. Now he hasn't really been able to mine comfortably of any of his bases so far in the first 11 minutes of Dynasty. Didn't fire up charge immediately either. Blink has been done for a little while. On top of that, even if he gets Zealots with charge. He won't have any armor upgrades. It is going to be really hard. Maru's army is just scaling way better right now than Hero's army, as that was a very poor blink too. A couple of these stalkers are stuck, as obviously the minerals are not mined out yet. Hero's just in a bit of too much trouble.
Yeah, he absolutely is. That was a really bad moment right there, too. He was trying to control his Oracle and witnessed a missile turret, but then he noticed the Stalkers were being attacked, so I wouldn't have been surprised if he lost the Oracle. That got saved, but so many Stalkers died. Nexus dies for the second time in this game. Hero was trying to get to that's a replacement turret. He knew it was going to die, so not going to call it a fourth. Stasis Trap not going to save the day either. Hero down by 30 supply with 0 AoE on his side.
Yep, and no upgrades either. I mean, +1 did get fired up, but it's going to take a long time before that kicks in. The best Guardian Shield and Force Shields could potentially save him, or if Maru takes a really poor fight near Battery Overcharge. But Maru doesn't even really have to end the game here. All that Maru can do is just rotate to the bottom, cancel that Nexus as well, and a 3-base Terran is going to always have a good time against the 2-base Protoss. Hero, however, feels that he needs to take this fight, but he simply does not have the right amount of units. Maru, his Marines and Marauders are standing strong, and that should do it for Game 1 on Dynasty. What a build by Maru. Cyclones into Hellions, into way more Cyclones, backed up by a Liberator with perfect positioning. Just Maru things, DG.
Yeah, I guess so, and Hero's going to have to admit that as well. Tapped out of game number 1. Maru holds on to the lead he created in the early game. It definitely got dicey. It was very back and forth, and a lot of other things could have happened in that game. A multitude of universes here, guys, but as it is, Maru gets that very important first game as he continues a win streak against Hero.
Does really feel that Maru expected Hero to open up like this, or maybe the plan was to follow up for Maru. If you go for a regular 1 gate fast spend on the low ground of your main, well, then I'm just gonna go for a Hellion drop. But if my Reaper sees that there is no Nexus there and you're gonna take the gold, that's when I've got something special prepared for you. And this was obviously a big moment, because Hero did find a tiny bit of momentum there after lifting those Cyclones in the center of the map, but he got a little bit too carried away. I mean, that's Hero in a nutshell, right? We love him for it, but sometimes he pays a hefty price. Tiny mistakes, but maybe at that point the game was already too far gone.
Probably. Maru seemed very comfortable holding on to a lot of scans. That gold base had like 3 scans in it almost. So I think he was very aware that harassment was one of the best options for Hero in the game, and the ever pesky 1 DT at a time to slow down the push, right? So he really didn't want to deal with that, and he probably figured that he didn't need the mules. He had done so much damage to Hero. It was certainly an unstable Protoss environment in that game where the Terran was just able to get on track a little bit better.
As strong as Maru was in that game, I don't think that necessarily means a whole lot for the rest of the best of 5, because Dynasty is just such an odd map. That's a map where you can go for certain builds that are amazing on Dynasty specifically, but not something you can really get away with on any other map. So Maru's gonna have to bring a little more to the show. He knows that. I think Hero can just shake that one off and say, that was really annoying. Kind of forgot how annoying Cyclones and Liberators can be together if I can't properly attack them. I also feel, by the way, that if he would have just respected it a little bit more, instead of relying on 1 shield battery with 1 overcharge at a time, you get a second battery on the other side of the Nexus. Then your probes can actually mine from that gold for a little while. You can just stand there with Stalker. Like, it doesn't have to be 1 battery with overcharge or nothing. Sometimes you can just go for a second battery, and if those probes are mining up the gold, I mean, you get that investment back in no time.
I think you're right, though, that he underestimated it, because certainly we kind of did as well, seeing everything unfold. It was like, I think the Hero is going to eventually have enough to push this back. Cyclones famously glass cannons, and then without the Liberator, you know, they don't have much protection, I suppose, but vice versa. Everything combined together. That's the real magic in that very obnoxious area, too. You put that out in the open field, again, very, very different.
Yep, and Hero knows that as well. Let's take another look at our Nova cosplayer. He's been walking around. Die-hard starter fans over here, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, maybe we'll get the Nova skin in the game. You have to choose the female skin and then hope that Nova pops, but...
Yeah, what are the chances?
I guess like 1 in 100 or something, I don't know. it's a little rare, but it does happen.
Kind of funny, right? They put that kind of stuff into the game a long time ago.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about Novas, and I'm sure we'll see a couple of goals throughout this series as we have loaded into Game 2 on the side Delta here in the quarterfinals of the ESL Spring Championships. Bottom right side, he's down 0-1. Your remaining Protoss player, Dragon Kaisi Gaming, Hero.
And the top left, now up 1-0 for Team Vitality. He is Maru.
Tiny update, by the way, from one of the other matches that's currently being played in the knockout round 3. Cure has taken the 2-1 lead over Shin. He's shaking off those TVZ demons.
Yeah, and Spirit did 3-1 Astrea, now facing Rainer. It could be a very long game, we'll see. That's all happening in the knockout bracket. Of course, this match is in the quarterfinals. You win this one, you are into the semis, and you're into the Esports World Championship. And if you lose, it is still a very good result, but you don't get that same prize. So again, Hero feeling that pressure a little bit more. I suppose overall, Maru always feels a little bit of that pressure to actually perform internationally. I don't know if he actually cares about the whole story.
Yeah.
Obviously, the community has created this story for him.
I know, I feel like that's the story for us, and rightfully so, right? We've been watching him for so long, and he's always amazing over in the GSL Codes, and he's had his moments, even at WESG in China back then, but it is odd that a player that's so freaking good, so consistent like Maru, has not been able to do it a whole lot overseas. Not in America, not in Europe, and of course, it make it to back-to-back IEM Katowice finals, you know, that's not too shabby.
No.
But if you're Maru, you set the bar so high for yourself that we're looking for W's, and he's not been able to get a whole lot of those.
Yeah, denied by someone else's, superior tournaments, right? Just so close too. He lost out with Dark in a best-of-7 finals. He lost out to Hero in that Atlanta semifinals. It's always close, but never quite there. Now we do have Maru going for another one-base build. It is maybe just a factory expand. Yeah, that SCV went out to build the command center, where Hero is going to stay on the Stargate play.
Hero went for the Nexus before the Cybernetics core as well, so he doesn't really seem to be too worried about the very early aggression that Maru could throw at him. Side Delta is one of the safer maps because of the ramp leading into the natural. Don't think he has probe scouted. Hero really has been a pretty greedy boy throughout a lot of these games. Maru not STV scouting either. That's not too bad because that's why Terran players like to go for a Reaper. If they don't STV scout, then they also skip out on the Reaper. I'm like, all right, now you're playing kind of a crazy game because what if there is a Stargate going up next to your main and Void Rays start popping? But Maru will confirm right now that everything is normal. He's going triple command center, and if he's expecting another Phoenix opening out of Hero, I think that's a really good build order choice. And Hero also strikes me as the kind of Protoss that doesn't fly his first Phoenix immediately to the other side of the map. He's kind of maybe hoping that Maru goes for some sort of a medevac opening, keeps him at home for a little bit. Quick Twilight Council as well with Phoenix. That's great body blocking, by the way, by the Stalker.
Yeah.
So the Reaper is stuck, but will Hero actually reveal the fact that he's going Phoenix? And by revealing that, he can get a great scout, but if he wants to keep it hidden, he's actually keeping himself in the dark too.
Yeah, that's a conundrum. It really is. And he's getting a decent amount of gateways on top of that too. Phoenix is going to go across the map immediately, so as you were saying, it reveals that he had a Phoenix, but then it also finally we'll be able to see there's a 3CC. And what Maru doesn't know is whether or not more Phoenix are being created, so of course that is still a shroud that Maru needs to worry about.
There's a good chance that Hero just goes for a 2-base blink all in here, but you don't want to lose this Phoenix. It's so important. And it's not because the Phoenix is going to be very useful in the battles, but if he wants to go for blink stalk regression, then having that Phoenix to create some high ground vision is fantastic. He doesn't have a sentry at this point. And that's very unfortunate for Hero. He did immediately drop the third Nexus and said, I didn't want to do that anyway, but now you just make life so much harder. And it's also nice, like if you are applying some pressure with Blink Stalkers, even a single Phoenix can have a big impact by lifting a tank or just lifting a Cyclone. And of course the high ground vision is very important all around. Incredibly unfortunate there for Hero.
He was putting up a proxy pylon nonetheless, and that's a probe there as well. Maru, as I was saying, he's also not really in the know. There could be more Phoenix being built into the Colossus, into Charge, or it is an immediate into Blink, which is actually what it is. He's just very comfortable back on his side of the map. He's got tanks protecting him on 2 bases, 3CC, getting all the technology, double engineering bay as well. And Hero is going to be missing out on some of the additional scouting that would still be useful like that. So of course, when the starport's done, where those medevacs are going. Stalkers need to be active, but still worried about anything that comes by that they've missed out on. Hero is definitely going to provide the pressure. 4 more gateways on the way.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about how Hero's going about it in this game, because yes, he's gone up to 3 bases, and he is still building probes, but he's also not getting a forge, he's not getting a robotics facility. This is the kind of stuff that I feel works if Maru is just a tiny bit impatient and takes that 3rd base slightly before he's supposed to take it, right? And then he starts bleeding out units. The smaller the armies are, the more that is going to favor Hero, because Maru is going to be forced to stim over and over again. Stalkers can blink back, Zealots can just A-move. But if Maru just waits a little while longer and his army grows a tiny bit bigger and he gets his hands on 1-1 combat shield and stim, as Hero's already in the natural and says, all right, no bonk, it means I can just go ahead and go for that tank. and I should be able to get out relatively unscathed. This is good though, and it's so important for Hero. Even if he ends up losing a couple stalkers here, he needs to keep the armies tiny.
Yeah, that was really nice. I was not expecting that, but Hero with the plan there. Now just getting into that main base for the actual full-on scout and distraction, but then it was really about those stalkers getting in too. Charge is almost done, plenty of gateways. I'm with you. I'm a bit confused as to how he's getting here. It feels like his destination is kind of changing every now and again. And the journey is just a wild ride for everyone here. But I think what he is hoping for, of course, is that Maru pushes out, as you said, gets impatient, maybe tries to chase after the stalkers, even by like lifting the medevac and trying to get behind them. Boom, charge lots on top of you. And then that goes well, the macro game can happen behind it.
First medevac is leaving the natural. I don't think Hero saw it. Doesn't seem that Maru wants to flank with it, but hey, if the depots are lower, these Zealots storming in, and there are no Widow Mines here. A Guardian Shield is going to be excellent here for the Zealots that can make up for the lack of armor. It is right before +1 attack on the side of Maru. It's right before +1 armor. And these are the kind of trades that Hero is looking for as he finds that medevac that was leaving the natural as well. Zombie Grub, Hero, don't ask us how, but he is everywhere where he needs to be, and then some.
Yeah, he does everything, man. More Zealots coming in from the proxy gateway. Maru without a really strong army here. The strongest thing about it is that it has those SCVs creating some artificial Sim City. Tank at the high ground, better off trying to shoot down those stalkers, but it's shot down itself, and Hero is going to go for the blood, going to go for the neck. He has got this game. He has got a tied-up series. There's nothing Maru can do.
What a moment for Hero to strike. Depot's lowered. There is no bunker there. Tank already died. Right before 1-1 for Maru. I think right before combat shield perhaps as well. And of course Maru picked up those 8 Marines with the medevacs. So those were not there either. There really is no better moment for Zealots and Stalkers to fight. Especially complemented with a Guardian Shield. It's Hero who's able to tie things up after a game. Bit of a confusing game on Sky Delta. That started off rough, and in the end, Hero just does. Hero thinks, he's like, yeah, Zealots and Stalkers. Who needs the Forge? Who needs the Colossus? Who needs Storm? Like, nah, I'll find a way, and he did it again.
He was the one that was kind of doing some meandering, you know, the Phoenix and the Twilight Council into third base, but not really probing it up, and then deciding to go for the proxy gateway. That is Hero. Maru, it was finally choosing the kind of standard build, right? Factory expanded in the 3cc. He was hoping that he could just wait out anything that would be even slightly aggressive while he built up a bio army. Not expecting Hero to have dedicated actually quite hard, more like on 2 bases than 3, and then actually just swarming him on his side of the map. Anything else, if he gets a glimpse of the proxy gateway, if he gets a glimpse of charge lots on this side of the map, he is tightly packed into that natural, and he's going to use his own Sim City and all of the units he has against it. But that is the lack of scouting.
Yep.
Maru really never scouted at all.
It felt that Maru knew it was coming. He expected it because he knows he's playing as well. But then at one point, the game really is going on for a while. You're like, all right, he did open up with his Stargate. Even if he's not building any more Phoenix, and I haven't seen any Oracles dropping Revelations or Stasis Traps, at this point, there is a good chance that he's at least working on the Robo Base, getting up to Colossus. It is time for me to pick up some units and see what's happening on the other side of the map. Didn't build a bunker, like as simple as 1 bunker and 2 extra depots, and those Zealots just cannot easily break in. And that entire attack is not even an attack that Hero would ever commit to. Not even Hero would commit into killing a bunch of depots and then the bunker to then fight the army. Well, yeah, because Maru kind of thought, all right, we're in the next phase of the game, right? Never that easy against this man. He will find moments to win games where you really don't think it's possible anymore. And that is what makes him one of a kind. Representing DKZ, this is Hero.
And to the top right, says the Blue Terran. For Vitality, he is Maru. Diehard fans of both players here. I know a lot of people out there are cheering for, I believe now, the just remaining Protoss, as Astrea did lose out 2 spirits. So this is the hope. This is the hero we need. Actually feeling very similar narrative vibes to the Atlanta 2022. Speaking like that, but that's what we're doing. It's back to it. You know, sometimes Serral's the only non-Korean in the top 8. Hero's often the only Protoss in the top 8.
Yeah, sometimes Classic, right? Classic was that guy a couple of times where we had all of our hopes on him, but Hero tends to deliver a little bit more. If he is the last hope of Protoss, tends to be a little more clutch. There's another game, he will go for it. The Nexus before this Cybernetic score is going to give him a slightly stronger economy. It would be very annoying if Maru would have gone for a proxy barracks here with a quick Reaper. And I actually think this is an alright map to do that, right? There's a decent amount of spells for that Reaper to get into the main base, but Hero doesn't seem to be too concerned about it, and he's right once more. Maru did open up a double gas, maybe a couple Reapers and Hellions. Feels like it's not the best map ever to go like triple Reaper, double Hellion, because you can only really get into the main base by going up this tiny ramp. Unless you somehow have SCVs on the other side of the map mining out those mineral patches, but I don't think we're gonna see that zombie growth.
That would be actually so cool though, because there is a little dark space you can see, the gateway doesn't see all the way to the end. It could be kind of cute. In fact, I did see that in PvP with Astrea. He actually brought over like 6 probes to mine it out. That's a little different. Adepts are so lethal in that matchup that's worth it. Or are we not here? So we do have this first person view. It was Air Force aim high. And it's pretty fast. You know, we can see this, you know, in more action-packed games, then we wouldn't be able to see the action. But if they were microing like they were in that first game, this would be going like 500 APM, 800 APM.
Been a lot of fun. The Reaper is taking a little sneak peek up the ramp. You can see Maru double checking there as well. He's like, all right, I can see what you're building. Let me go ahead and see that one more time. And it's all good. Hero obviously making sure that he's going to saturate the gold mineral patches first. These are like the tiny things, but it does help. As Maru is going for the swapper room, you can see that factory being connected to the reactor. And what are we building this time around, Maru? It will be Widow Mines. All right, could be a quad Widow Mine drop if we're having a reactor to this factory that quickly. You know, the Widow Mine drop is a bit underwhelming these days, but Protoss players also really anticipate a 2 mine, sometimes a triple mine drop. If you show up with 4 Widow Mines early on, I feel like it does still have some decent potential.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if he's going to follow up some Liberators. Him and Beyond are good friends. We saw something similar as an opener with Beyond series, but we're going to wait on that. Medevac is being built and more Widow Mines as well. Rebus will trying to get the scout into the main base. Not sure it's seen that it is Twilight Council. 3 gateways so far, by the way. Could be some safety. His hero does not know what Maru is up to. So yeah, he did get some scout there, but then it's the question of 3 gate, 4 gate, 2 gate. What is it?
Hero's just chrono boosting out his blink, and he's obviously going to try to get a couple of observers out as well. I like the double pile in here to make sure you're not going to supply block yourself in the near future. Enjoying an 8 worker lead. You're going to have a few more minerals than you have on many scenarios, because obviously this expand is so close, so easy to rally units over. Maru leaves 1 Widow Mine in the center of the map, puts 3 of them. I think he's just going to try to run that into the main, or will it just burrow it? He's going to try to set up the trap, hoping that the Stalker will chase the Reaper, but Hero saw that coming.
I do like that he's going to place that so offensively, though. Widow Mine drop is commenced.
Oh.
Probes are pulled into it. Such a dangerous thing to do, Hero. Good lord, he did pull that probe away, to be fair, but Maru also counter-microed. Woo, okay, it's all good, guys. 2 Widow Mines still in play. Wait, Hero.
It hasn't fired yet. It's too far away, I think. Oh!
Oh, jeez. No. We're good.
Nice retarget, though, by Maru for a little while there.
That was the lost mining time that was what you're really going for once they don't pop off on the big probe count, but that would have made a very easy game indeed for Maru if it did. And the medevac is still pesky. Yeah, it's still waiting. It's going to go back in the main. And I know Hero's looking. He brought his stalkers back.
They just never fire anymore. Like, I still get excited when I see it. Very nice retarget once again. I feel like the devastating mine hits, you just don't really see it that often anymore. Protoss players obviously way better right now in finding which probe is being targeted. There's 2 Marines is somehow on the wrong side. Third one gets on the wrong side. There is one safety tank all the way in the back, but that tank is not going to be able to keep these SCVs safe that are mining in the main. On the turret, maybe get a couple shots off and buy a tiny bit of time. Hero does need to be cautious, because now he's running circles in the main base of Maru, but Maru did never unsiege that initial tank. That's -3 stalkers, ZG.
Yeah, but you know, who has a tank siege in the middle of their base? I'm with Hero on that one. Now, that was unfortunate, not exactly what he was looking for. Both players really getting a great scout, by the way, of both each other's bases, not with an observer or Phoenix or whatever, but just with their attacks. So Maru, I believe, did see that the plan was to go into the Colossus on 2 bases, and then Maru just saw the entire setup of his opponent. Wow, that really missed that? That was so darn close, but he saw the Robo on 2 bases, 4 gases, it's fine.
Colossus and extended thermal lens on the way. I do like it what Hero is doing here, where it doesn't always have to be the crazy aggression. Just the Stalkers, just the Zealots, right? And trying to be reckless and making miracles happen, because that previous game, I can guarantee you some of the top Protoss players out there are watching like, this doesn't make any sense what he's doing in this game. If I do that, I run into a bunch of Widow Mines, or they they always have a full wall of depots and they have a bunker that gets repaired. Like, you're just not supposed to win games like this Hero is good at that, but it's also cool to see him just play slightly more normal PvT every now and then. Cranking out a few Colossus, we're going to drop the Forge, and we'll take it from there. He's enjoying an 8-work elite. I'm a little bit curious, by the way, where he's going to take his 4th base. Because the main reason why a lot of Protoss players hate post-youth is you're kind of forced to take the gold, or people always think that they should take the gold, but it's just so freaking hard then to deal with those drops in the back of your natural over and over again. But if you start splitting yourself thin, that 4th base is also so far away from the 3rd. If you do want to not take the gold and you want to take the one that's above your natural, it's kind of like pick your poison. It doesn't really feel like there is an ideal solution to it. And you can't really go all the way up to like 9 o'clock either. So very curious to see what Hero will do. I think he's going to take the gold, but it does mean that defending this area right here that Mapu and Yo are showing us is going to be very difficult later on.
Just the merest glimpse of the medevacs that Hero did see it and responds pretty well. The Colossus definitely necessary. Raven could be saved. It is not. That goes down. Some Stalkers are sacrificed for the greater good as well, but this will be cleaned up. 6 probes in total killed. Not other units lost. Feels super great for Maru. Yeah, 5 Stalkers in total lost. You can see the resources overall favoring Hero there. Nice on that pylon positioning. The scouting pylon is really nice.
Yeah, Hero is the kind of
probe. Good job, probe.
Hero is the kind of guy that will make some move outs in certain moments where you're like, this doesn't really seem like the moment to move out, mate. You've got like a Forge, you've got +1 spinning, there's a 2nd Forge on the way, you've got a couple of gateways, you're investing in a 4th Nexus as well. Is this really the moment? What he maybe could be thinking about is walking the Colossus into the main base, as these Stalkers are going to blink into the main as well. They're going to gun down an eBay. Unfortunately for Hero, it is the one with +1 armor.
Do it, put the Colossus up there. He's not going to do it. Yeah, that's the +1 armor gone, which is, you know, you cringe less at that, but this is a good harassment. I really like the counter push though. Like, I agree it's a weird time to push out, but Maru did just lose 2 medevacs, so you're not thinking they're going to have Vikings to deal with your Colossus, and if your Colossus can abuse a choke, then you get a contain going. I don't believe he can break this, because Widowmine's Marauders, the tanks especially, are kind of covering that lack of Vikings to a degree, but Hero, he wants to give himself the options of aggressing, right? Because he is expanding, he is getting double Forge upgrades, but he's also getting a bunch of proxy gateways, which I really, really love. I love seeing that come back in. Zest, you do it like on either side of the map too. So I love that he's giving himself some options, really making Maru feel quite scared, but you know, Maru can be okay on 3 bases for a while. Obviously, eventually he wants to also reach out, although Maru is one of the best late game, so maybe he is comfortable with this.
I'm going to be that guy. Even the turret is very annoying, because if the Colossus really want to get their perfect shots up on Marines, they have to step a bit too far forward, and missile turrets will attack Colossus and have crazy DPS. And it's also very nice as Protoss to have an observer kind of like at least near the Terran army, so you know what you're stepping into. I really love that turret by Maru. These are like the simple things, doesn't really cost him anything, but it just makes it a little harder for even a man like Hero to figure out, is this where I should be or not?
Yeah, not to mention Colossus tend to shoot at buildings.
Oh yeah, they're very good at that.
Yes.
Depots, refineries especially. I don't know what the refinery has ever done to the Colossus, but the Colossus have it out for them.
Yep, we do have the Colossus stuck. Okay, this does not work on this map, FYI. Or he's hold positioning them. If he is, he's going to have to move them. Vikings are out, but the Stalkers go after them. 3 Vikings traded out, for a few more Stalkers than he was hoping for, but still cutting that number down.
As much as these fights are a little bit awkward, what I do always love about Hero is that he's okay with keeping the army supplies a tiny bit smaller. You don't want to just let Maru max out on 2-2 bio with a whole bunch of tanks, Vikings, EMPs raining over your army. I think these non-stop trades are good, especially because Hero is starting to take the entire map. A crazy forward blink into a couple of tanks and Widow Mines. I mean, that was expensive, but Hero is expanding like a mad lad. And maybe his idea once more is just keep the armies tiny. As long as the armies are tiny, that's where the Blink Stalkers can shine. Maybe that's where the Colossus can get the good shots up. Or 1 Nova could be game ending. Because we look at the minimap, I mean, Hero basically went from 3 all the way up to 5 bases. And yeah, it looks reckless what he's doing, but that's what he loves to do. And I do understand the game plan.
Yeah, I love it. I love these gateways coming down, all the pylons too. It's going to be scouting. It's going to hang up a little bit of the Terran army if they get a counterattack going. It's going to provide the run-by access as well. You don't have those war prisms, but you do have the gateways. Still a pretty much insane blinking. I really feel like most of us are agreeing on that. But Hero could afford it, and actually it kind of traded out, not evenly, but he was ahead in supply, so he still is by 20.
I didn't hate it. Obviously, it was crazy that he lost so many Stalkers at once. Big explosions, Widowmine's tanks. Yeah, that's gonna shred through Stalkers real quick, but he did get a couple of those key units as well, the Liberators, and that's gonna make it more and more doable for him to continue to be aggressive, as Maru desperately wants to get up to 4 bases right now. Widowmine fire players, but only had a single Zealot. These Colossus, by the way, have been very healthy for a long time. Even though Maru has been building Vikings, Hero finds another one. And picking up these starport units, whether it's Vikings or Liberators, over and over again, does really help him as well. And Maru decides that this is not the base to take. He's gonna go ahead instead try to take the other one.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan, but does he actually have time to do so? Hero is still gonna full send it. The tanks are gonna get destroyed by the Disruptors. Many of the Zealots injured, but alive. That was a good retreat, really from both parties.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Maru couldn't retreat fast enough to have the pre-setup prior to Hero's trigger pull.
Don't forget, by the way, that Maru lost that eBay when he was getting armor, so he's actually just working with +2 attack, and he doesn't have any armor upgrades on his bio units at all. I think he's trying to compensate for that with just more Widow Mines, more tanks, and then losing that +1 armor for the bio units does not really matter. Hero obviously is going to continue sending it. He knows that fighting before that base becomes a planetary is going to be a whole lot easier than fighting when it is a planetary. He's got a silly amount of gateway units. He's very close to getting +3 attack. Doesn't really seem like there's a great answer anymore for the Colossus. Like, the Viking count is non-existent, and the tanks, sure, they can sometimes get it done, but tanks can also be really derpy and just get swarmed by the Protoss units.
Exactly, especially Zealots, which is what is mostly Heroes making. So on the cheaper side, there's just a billion of them. Disruptors trying to take out some of the Ghosts and Widow Mines, not actually taking all of them out yet. So one more Widow Mine after 2 already hit the heart of the Zealots, injuring them earlier on. Maru is trying his best to really turtle. I mean, usually we say that as they're getting maybe Liberator or something, but he is basically trying to turtle, getting the best units possible to cover all aspects of the Protoss army, which tanks, if they're protected by Bio and Widow Mines they do give you a lot of space.
Maru knows that that's pretty much the only thing that he can do. Moving out right now is silly. You look at the mini-map, Hero is going to see any move out that Maru could even think of. Hero's going to see it before Maru loads up those units. As Hero swings around, says, all right, you've got a planetary, that's nice and all, but maybe now I can strike that original third base, and all the things were moved. So Hero gets a very easy path into, fires a couple of Novas that have potential, goes for the guaranteed damage instead as he settles for the tank, and I don't hate that either. Gets the Ghost there as well. I mean, this does really feel like Hero is bullying Maru, but it would also be incredibly silly and naive of us to think that Maru is never going to win a game like this, because he's done that time and time again, but Hero says, not this time, I just want to go ahead and close it out as he gets another tank. And a Guardian Shield as well, still covering all these Zealots, and Maru will be forced to tap out. GG, Hero takes the 2-1 lead, and yeah, a very Hero-like game in the end.
Yeah, it was masterful control over the map and the flow of the game, I think. It really started with the 2 medevac drops, which were lackluster in general, but then you have 2 less medevacs that you're worrying about flying around, looking to harass you or to counterattack if you decide to move out on the map. You also literally just got rid of 2 of their starport units. So if they're trying to build up their Viking count, now they go, oh shoot, I gotta build more medevacs. So getting on the map, yeah, you don't push the issue, or most people wouldn't, he kind of did, but you don't push the issue, you don't have to. You're still controlling them, still scaring them, and then getting all that map behind it. Hero is on 6 bases with everything scouted without observers. They were all proxy gates that were scouting any line of attack Maru could have chosen outside of this one.
That was a forward blink one more time, but you guys can see the Widow Mines did go down, a couple of tanks went down, the Liberator got picked off, and yeah, Hero knows what he's doing. As crazy as it looks like what he's doing, it does feel that he always has a plan. And sure, not every blink forward or every blink in the main base works out. I mean, that first ring around the Rosie in the main base where he lost 3 out of 4 Stalkers looks a little bit silly, but later on he does snipe the eBay. And he does reduce the starport unit count of Maru over and over again, and it really does start adding up. And then you look at the minimap, but it's so focused on these armies, you kind of sometimes forget to see, like, how are they macroing? Hero's always taking bases, getting more warping locations up at the same time. And I'm sure he's doing a really good job when it comes to the probe transfers as well. So sure, he may only have 70 probes or so, but the base is always properly saturated. And that's why he's actually really rich. He's richer than you would give him credit for if you just look at the probe count.
Well, this means that he is 1 point away from actually advancing on in the bottom side of Amphion. It is going to be the red Protoss for DKZ, Hero.
Hero is, of course, likely to make it to the Esports World Cup, but if he wins this series, he is guaranteed, as he will be a top 4 finisher here at the ESL Spring Championships in Dallas. This man is already confirmed, but of course he wants to have a great run here in America. He's had a couple, but he's never gone all the way. Can he turn the tide? Representing Vitality, this is Maru. Maru has that look on his face of here we go again. A Protoss player in NA, think back of a BlizzCon with SOS back then, and Hero has done it to him before as well. Something about these protesters, whenever Maru goes to NA, they can't leave him alone.
I guess not, yeah. The Probe Scout finally happens, and that's been missing for a little while. And it is interesting because Hero can also be the guy who always goes for an immediate Probe Scout for the harassment, and he just skipped him for a couple of games here. So changing it up even from the get-go, and also getting that crucial scouting in case Maru also changed up with the proxy. It's going to be a 1-Rax expand, and Hero will see that.
These kind of scenarios, by the way, already scare me a little bit. I think this is a really good Stargate map, and even if a lot of Protoss players like to play Phoenix here, imagine you go for a quick Oracle. Look at the amount of work that this probe has already done on all these SCVs. There are like 6 to 7 SCVs that are now going to die a little bit quicker if there is an Oracle than they otherwise would. And this is something he really needs to keep in the back of his mind.
That's true. He's going to high ground expand. So he's going to play it very safe here. And Hero is going to be denied scouting in that main base. Well, if he does go for Stargate, not for very much. We're waiting on that, really. We're waiting on Hero's decision. Forest, Technology, Twilight Council, Stargates, pretty much never a Robo first. But the other two, very much valid. Trying to check out who won whose map last time. And this actually, Amphion was the final map of their best of 9. That was clutched out by Maru. Things could change here today, as Hero does add on that Stargate.
Yep, and as much as Hero likes to be a Phoenix boy in this day and age, we've already seen him build a couple of Phoenixes throughout the series. Side Delta was obviously not all-out Phoenix, was just one Phoenix. That could have still been very useful. Unfortunately, he lost it almost immediately. I'm pretty positive this is going to be an Oracle first. It just kind of screams for it. If your first probe is able to soften up that many SCVs, you love the idea of going an Oracle here. And just finding that moment where maybe Maru moves out, maybe the Cyclones are not in the right spot, Oracle can actually get a handful of workers here incredibly quick.
I feel like we're really building up this Oracle. I hope it delivers. Step not going to be in there. It is an Oracle.
I mean, I'm a Phoenix boy, Zombie Grub. If I start talking about Oracles, there really is a reason for it.
And Maru has no idea this is going to be on the way. He might try and place a Cyclone in the direction of perceived Oracle, but maybe he gets distracted by something at the front, or it's just a little bit off. And you're absolutely right to point out that it's one less shot for a lot of those SCVs to be killed. Many of them going to be gone in the blink of an eye. The Cyclone does get dragged out of position, but not in the timing that works for the Oracle. The question is, will it stay here? Because all the units are rallying over there, man, right now. That open main base could be a huge problem. What is there for the Oracle defense?
Not a whole lot at the moment. It feels like Maru is just ready to move out. He had a tank on the way, and he just cancelled the tank. That tank was more than halfway done, and he cancelled the tank. He drops the mule. Oracle is waiting because Hero doesn't see what we see. He didn't know that that was an absolutely fantastic moment. What's happening here with Maru? He was building a siege tank, and he has decided to stop it when it was halfway done.
I guess he's... I don't know about the exact details, but he's definitely changing up how he's going to play, unless he goes back into tanks, and then I'm wrong. But perhaps going for that quicker starport.
2-1-1?
Yeah, to make it basically into a 2-1-1. A little more awkward than that, but yeah, that's what I'm boiling down to. Oracle still has not gone in, by the way, so that's not just for the SCVs that we've been talking up here, but also for just general scouting purposes. Finally.
Still has potential, by the way, because Maru still doesn't have a lot of units in position.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it does suck to do it a little bit later.
Yeah.
But it is going to happen. There we go. Yeah, the injured SCVs targeted up here. 3, 4 probably, and the Oracle can escape. Actually missing some of the last shots. Only 2.
It's not done yet.
It shouldn't be, but there we go, there we go.
Still has a lot of energy, and the Oracle still healthy. Hero wants one more, gets one more on his way out. -4, and don't forget, a perfect scout. And probably a little bit confused about what he scouted there as well. Can't really blame it. In the end, he sees the 2-1-1 setup. He's like, oh, okay. And he fires up a Void Ray as the Cyclone gets a lock on here. That shouldn't be a kill, but it's a lot of damage. A Void Ray Zombie Grub.
And an Immortal popped up as well. I mean, this is some eager anti-defense. So, I mean, I actually kind of like the Voider on this map. Obviously, you have that entire left side of the map that is blocked by the mineral patches via, from the ground forces attacking up, but it's very accessible by the air. Void Ray's waiting on the edge of Hero's base. Medevac dies instantly. Oracle did live, so it's coming back in for even more damage, it looks like. It knows there's still a couple of weak SCVs. It's got plenty of energy, and Maru's units are not quite in position. It actually even causes a stim, which is going to affect the Medevac energy later. Hero is getting every little bit here done. Up 10 workers at this point, now grabbing a 3rd Nexus. Robotics Bay was done. Colossus not started up yet.
Nope, but he's going to be able to fire it up as soon as his Immort comes out. I do kind of like the idea of getting an Immortal or two. It's always so good to just ready those Immortals forward and right-click down those tanks, because Marines alone are simply not going to kill Hero as soon as he gets a single Colossus out, and I think he's very confident he's going to get it out. I'm starting to be incredibly concerned for Maru in this game. Like, he's only down 6 workers, but it kind of feels that his first move out is it. And if that doesn't work out, then unfortunately another event in North America is not going to work out for the man who just keeps on winning GSLs like it's nobody's business. It's got to sting a little, as the Oracle did get picked off there, by the way. Hero dropped the Revelation right before it went down. Like, Hero's army here is not fantastic. To be honest, neither is Maru's.
It's a little weird on both sides, for sure. And we do finally have Maru moving out. So he didn't go for any type of drop, didn't bother with it. He did go back into tanks, and he's going for a forward push. But you're right, like the Void Ray gets caught on the tank for a second, overcharges. Prismatically aligned, sorry. It bops it pretty freaking quick. That is, if it gets the right angle, Hallucination's going to see the incoming attack, and Hero's going to meet it halfway, hoping to barbecue up those Marines, and Combat Shield was not done. So that was, well, hopefully a better chance than it was. Voider is actually the one that got mostly injured.
Charge on the way. Doesn't really take a very long time. Hero's got a lot of Stalkers. It's kind of funny because he obviously does not have Blink, but it's going to be so hard for Maru to go forward. And if Hero can just force Maru to siege up very far away, the way he's been doing, like, what can Maru really accomplish here? Maru seems to realize as well that the answer is not a whole lot, as he's going to get more tanks, more Vikings. Of course, Hero needs to be careful as well that he doesn't walk into those tanks when they are sieged up, but it's a bit of an awkward game, but I like it a whole lot more for Hero because he's enjoying a 6th worker lead. He already gets a bunch of Colossus out. He's dropping the Templar Archives as well. The combination of Colossus, Zealots with Charge, and Archons. And now we got the Void Ray. We can just put it on patrol on the left side. I feel like Maru really is in a bit of trouble. This might actually be a game where Quick Storm, even though it seems that, yeah, maybe then Hero's doing too many things at once, but I think I kind of like the idea of Quick Storm.
Yeah, I think I like it as well. I think putting a lot of your resources into high technology and upgrades and expanding, yeah, that's going to take away some of your unit count, but that Voider really does cover the left side quite well if you wanted to, and then maybe focusing just on this attack path is a little easier than wondering if Maru is attacking you from 2 other locations. He once again sees the incoming attack, and this time he's not going to try and meet it halfway, retreating back as he also buys time for more upgrades. Currently even with both of them with an attack upgrade, but armor almost done for Hero as he starts adding in a lot of Zealots too. Those Colossus can only stay on the front lines for so long. Viking numbers have increased. Hero's got a Warp Prism help Micro too, and that could come in really clutch.
Yep, for sure, because the Vikings do make Maru's army a whole lot better, but I think the longer this goes on, the more likely it is that Hero can send a couple Zealots towards the north side of our screen, then those Zealots can get on top of these tanks. I'm surprised that Hero doesn't want to use Battery Overcharge. He is going to use it in the end. Which battery is he going to go for? As that Void Ray is going to soak up a lot of the Viking shots, but it's obviously perfectly fine. As long as Hero doesn't lose the Colossus immediately, he should be okay, but he does end up losing both Colossus.
Yeah, this actually is going to be it, I think. 50 supply lead for Maru as he lands the Vikings. Overcharge is going to have to try and make 6 units win against the entire Terran army. That fight was simply not it. He did not have any access to the tanks way behind the front army. And if he had some way of getting those charge lots back there, that could have been very different.
Or if he would have just used Overcharge immediately, even if they weren't battling at that point, because the moment you have Overcharge, Maru is obviously not going to get close there, and it felt that every second that would go by, it's more likely that Hero's army gets stronger and stronger. Even towards the end, they had 1100 minerals in the bank, but Maru gets a pretty damn clutch victory here on Amphion. And a game that just felt a bit awkward and things totally weren't going his way. I don't think Maru was very happy with it either, but I do absolutely love that after that first Marine tank move out, Maru was smart enough to preserve all those units, and he realized, like, okay, I'm not going to get it done here. His army is too powerful. I need to wait until I get a couple of Vikings. Those Vikings were here, and he obviously did a really good job in keeping them alive, but look at these batteries. I think Hero probably thought that he had energy, and he just didn't have enough energy for Overcharge.
Yeah, literally as we're speaking, he's finally get 50 energy, so that was incredibly awkward. Also got to highlight some of the micro of the Terran, of course. The tanks were blasting away on the preferred units, the Stalkers, and those Marines will pull back behind the Marauders. And then the Colossus do what they do best, target anything but the Marines. A couple Marauders came on the left side, totally distracted them. I think that was a really clunky game for both players, but it was one that kind of staying the course worked out better for Maru. Like, he had to change his mind. He took more damage to the Oracles than expected. He didn't get anything done to Hero for most of that game. But staying the course and knowing that your big push is going to be a troublesome push to defend, because you're going to get on that high ground, you're going to get those tanks in that position. Stayed the course and won out, so we go to a game 5.
Yep, still kind of sad that Hero wasn't able to like maybe keep that army at bay for a split second longer. Perhaps that's because the Viking count was high, because it did feel that he was seconds away from extra gateways coming online. Zealots flanking, we've seen that time and time again. Hero is really good in those engagements as well. But instead, Maru fights off those NA demons and sends us into game 5. Elsione. In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss, representing Dragon Kai-Z Gaming, playing a good series so far. Can he advance into the semi-finals and punch his ticket into the Esports World Cup? It's Hero.
And in the bottom left, tying up the series 2-2, he is the blue Terran for Vitality, Maru.
Maru looked pretty unhappy a couple minutes into Amphion. He was kind of making some funny faces, shaking his head a little. Didn't really feel that he was happy with how it was going either. But those are the best moments to then suddenly find yourself in a game 5 where you're like, whew. Was down 1-2, wasn't totally satisfied with how things were going in game 4. And to then still see yourself start all over again one last time in game 5. That's got to put momentum a little bit in your corner, but I feel like Hero is a man who doesn't really care about momentum. He has it, he loses it, he takes it back. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't really matter to Hero.
Yeah, there's been no pattern between this best of 5 and best of 9 as far as the map wins, but I will say that this is a map that Hero won. He did win Elsione, so maybe some confidence gained from that as he is forced into a game 5 after a good game 4 start. Unfortunately, couldn't quite finish it off. Maru gets another chance to advance on and continue forward in an international tournament. A lot of eyes are on the Protoss here to take the natural base. Maru has gone for a 1-Rax expand into a factory, nothing cheeky from either player.
It's funny how a lot of the other Korean Protosses are very fond of that, like quick transition into carriers, right? The triple Stargate, fleet beacon, fire up +1 air weapons before the first carrier is even out. And Hero, I feel like I've never seen him do it. Like Hero just loves his Zealots, his Stalkers, his Colossus, Disruptors as well. He likes it a whole lot more in this matchup than he does in PvP. That's not his strongest suit. Well, that's why we love Hero, but it is cool to see even the same players of the same race that are obviously among the very best in the world.
Yeah.
Completely different playstyles in certain matchups.
I feel like Classic can be the best of both worlds, Stats and Hero, because he does the fast carrier thing, but he can also be really aggressive and even straight up cheesy. But you know, then you divide the Classic in two and you get the defensive Stats and the aggressive Hero. And aggressive Hero doesn't often get those carriers. Another Stargate opener, and we're going to put that in the natural too. That's actually where Maru is headed. There's a hop-up spot there. Oh, blocked by a pylon.
Phoenixes this time around? I would love to see Phoenix. I feel too many Protoss players throughout history have tried Oracles. Like, last game was a good scenario for the Oracle because the SUVs were a bit better than Bruce, and I saw the potential there, and it's a good map. But I have seen too many Protoss players losing game 5 because their first Oracle flies into a Cyclone or a Middermine, and this is almost game over immediately. So please no Oracle, and it is a Phoenix for Hero.
Oh, this Reaper not going to see that Stargate. It was almost a juke, but not going to know what the technology is from Hero. Could be Twilight Council, could be a Forget on the way. You don't know. And if you don't know and you're going for a medevac drop, theoretically that medevac drop can go right into the waiting arms of the Phoenix. Yet again, going to scout first with the Phoenix, so he's going to know what Maru is up to, and ditto on Maru knowing with the Phoenix.
There might be a Widowmine burrowed somewhere.
We did hear it.
Okay, no, they got picked up. So that's very good news for Hero, and like A, now he knows, and B, you can see that it's a triple mine drop. I think that's a little bit silly by Maru. Maybe it would be better to only unload like one Widowmine and pretend like, like this is it. Because now you reveal the fact that you've gone triple mine. Hero's still not going to fly into it, no matter how many mines you burrow, if he has vision of where they are being burrowed.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been better for Maru to keep at least one of them inside of the medevac.
It's a good point, but I think it's very good that actually Maru was able to see the Phoenix at that time, because now we can use these Widowmines to be a little more defensive, Marines obviously, and not just potentially straight up lose the medevac. Maru's going to add on a Viking and a Cyclone. He got some attempts at the Shade Micro. It is very difficult to do.
I love that, because I was casting a game once at home, and I was like, yeah, this is actually kind of difficult. It's very easy to dodge it with my shield with Blink Stalkers, but with the Adept guys, it's kind of difficult. Skill is in my chat saying, Ro8, it's not difficult at all. Just went in like 25%. 2 days later, I cast Skillers. He tries to pull it off, loses the Adept to the Widowmine. I was like, oh!
Yeah, of course.
And even Hero messes it up apparently every now and then, so it's okay. Like, It is doable, but especially in a high-pressure scenario like this one, offline event, I understand that it doesn't always work out, not even for a man like Hero.
Yeah, it would have been really nice, though. Taking a couple of Widowmines out of the equation of the push would have been fantastic. Hero realizing, of course, that he's being pushed, stopped harassing the SCVs, and is coming home with everything that he can. Shield battery prepared gives me a lot more faith in the defense.
Ooh.
Cyclone pickup. Widowmines will be not shooting. One did. One is not quite enough to kill a Phoenix. The Marines are gunning them down. They are gonna hold. I mean, where are the rest of the units here? And Immortal is about to pop out. The shield battery and the natural is going to be a big help as another Phoenix joins in.
Oh my goodness, these batteries are really saving Hero here because that fight wasn't looking all that hot. There was a lot of battling, but not a lot of units falling on the side of Mara, but it's that backup initial battery that really saves Hero there, and obviously the ability to drop battery overcharge. Now the Immortals in the mix. One Phoenix is very low in HP. I would love to see Hero send that one back for a split second. That's exactly what he does. So Hero keeps all three bases alive, keeps a couple of the Phoenixes alive as well, and he's still hunting down these Terran units. One final Stalker shot is good enough for the Viking. The Phoenix is really one that medevac zombie grab. He's not quite getting it. He might still get it. No, in the end, Maru saves it. But you gotta love this if you're Hero. You save the Nexus, you save the Pylon, and he actually keeps quite a few of the Stargate units alive.
Oh man, Maru. I gotta assume that was a misclick, almost sending that back in. Oh, but I always feel, yeah, Hero should be very, very happy. Maru is trying to save everything they possibly can to give him at least some harassment options later on, like the Viking can go across and maybe get some probes, but he has been entirely set back on his bases. Now, this is just a very awkward scenario for the Terran. Interference Matrix on the way, something that I'm not really sure about.
So hit or miss, right? Like, I like to criticize this, but then it's Maru and he always keeps his Ravens alive and he drops the game-ending Interference Matrix because it does take a long time. We just saw that technically on Amphion for these Protoss armies to really start going, right? Before Phoenix into a Robo into whatever truly gets as powerful as regular Protoss armies. So yes, if you can disable the Colossus with these Ravens, you're absolutely flying. But it's also so risky because they truly are paper planes. Phoenixes deal double damage against Ravens because of the way that these attacks work. I often say, unless your name is Maru, you don't do this. Good thing his name is Maru. Yeah. Let's see if he can keep these Ravens alive.
Yeah, that is the trick. But again, like a lot of Korean Terrans seem to be, I don't know if it's okay with scenario, but he did invest into the second Raven as well, even far beyond the Phoenix knowledge. He invested into the first one. So
he knows.
Yeah, it's maybe kind of a gamble, right? Because if he does get both Ravens with interference pitches on the Colossus, yeah, that's most of the Protoss power taken away, but it feels like an even better chance of having those Ravens die. I wonder if he's going to try and distract, obviously with a drop or with one of the Ravens, get those Phoenix out of position and then go for it, or if he really is going to have to be forced to play into a later stage because it's clearly an uncomfortable game for him.
And look at that. +1 air weapons, by the way, for Hero. El Cyane does seems to be the ultimate carrier map for Lord knows whatever reasons, but the Koreans absolutely freaking love it here, and maybe even Hero is willing to drop that fleet beacon and a couple of extra Stargates in the near future as these Phoenixes are going to try to get maybe rid of some of their energy, but it is hard for them to find an opening. If there's nothing else happening, Maru is sitting at home with 60+ army supply. It is unlikely that these Phoenixes are going to be mega successful.
Once again, Hero adding on those proxy gateways as opposed to getting a harassing Warp Prism. He did have one last game that did not end up saving any of those Colossus, got shot down. Quicken a Storm and another Stargate, so a Fleet Beacon should be following that up. Once he has enough gas, seems to be the problem.
I would actually kind of love any Impulse Crystals, because his Phoenix count is a little bit higher than it is on some of the other Korean Protosses, and that could actually make the difference as well between your Phoenixes getting in range of that Raven and just one-shotting it right that easily. Maru is moving out, but I mean, Hero has plenty of batteries, so even if these Matrixes land on the Colossus, Maru shouldn't just be able to step forward and win the game, right?
I don't think so. Storm is done, absolutely not. And Storm is about 80% done, guys. High Templars are ready. Maru's going to be able to see that, know that Storm... The thing is, for Terran, you don't know if Storm is ready or not, so you also can't pull the trigger here. And the Ravens are still waiting for that ideal scenario. Scan on the very intimidating Protoss army. Upgrades currently favorable to Maru, but pushing through all of that potential AoE. So darn difficult. I'm actually a little surprised that he... I mean, sharking around as long as he can. good on him, but actually taking the fight, I don't think so.
No, I don't think he really wants to either. Hero's very close to getting that plus 1 air weapons. Widow Mines, though, get a couple of very good shots of as an anti-armor missile goes down. Not sure if Hero really had to take the fight the way he did there, but that final storm makes it okay. As one more Widow Mine shoots at a Colossus zombie grub. Not an interaction we see a whole lot there. Lands in the dead center of the Protoss army. Hero's getting another Stargate, so it will be triple Stargate fleet weekend as he keeps on flying into Widow Mines. In the end, the storm is what made all of this okay for Hero, as he's got a pylon right next to the 4th base of Maru. Alrighty then.
Yeah, the Widow Mines were almost going to make that a disaster for Hero. If 2 had popped at once, that would have been a disaster on the High Templar. They would have all died, and then the Phoenix as well. One more did pop off, but kind of on the tail end. So Widow Mine's still going to be a bother. We do have Hero taking control over the map, once again expanding and getting those proxy gateways up. But this time, he has a lot of resources sucked into the carrier transition.
But he is also on 82 work as the Ravens are a bit exposed here. We land a feedback on one of these Ravens. Double interference matrix has landed on 2 of these Colossus. Not a lot of energy left anymore for these High Templars, so these High Templars going to be forced to morph into Archons. Hero could really use a big warp in right now, just doesn't really seem to be able to get it. He's going to get a couple of extra Zealous Archons somewhere, 2 more Matrixes land, and Hero in the end is going to try to recall out whatever the hell he can recall out the zombie grub. There's like 3 units. You said it, he spent so many resources, triple carrier, plus 1 air weapons, all that stuff, and just on that moment he takes a pretty bad fight. I think he's rich enough that he should be able to hold.
Well, he's a little less rich. 400 minerals down the drain there. It might have been a calculated, actually. Just a few extra seconds to ensure that Maru doesn't gun it for his 3rd. I can actually see that. Zealot's going to try and buy some time. As you said, he did have some minerals in the bank, right? And buying time is all he really needed to do, because not only can he replace the army he lost, but he's replacing it with that technology of the carriers, which Maru, I don't believe, is aware of. So he does have some Vikings, but he stopped building them. He's starting to prepare for that very late game, second starport, but not there yet. And I think Hero already has a few carriers out with that +1.
Yep, never fired up +2 though, and it is important because the buy units of Maru already have +2 armor. And Marines with medevac support are actually really good in dealing with carriers if they out-upgrade them. Now, of course, the Marines have to worry about other stuff like the Colossus, maybe some flanking storms even. And I believe that Hero snuck in a Disruptor or 2 there as well. But Maru, I think, is pretty confident in the very late game. He's throwing down a whole bunch of scans and he's saying like, all right, I took a great fight on my side of the map. Splitting up his army now a little bit as well, as he's going to try to knock Hero back to 4 bases once more. He's in the center of the map where he gets a cancel on that gold. He's here where he gets a cancel on this 12 o'clock position. Perhaps 5 probes as well. And it's really funny how this game has just been turned on its head. Hero looked so damn good, but he was so deep into Maru territory without an immediate way to reinforce. And with so much supply tied up in those targets, so many resources tied up, and then obviously not having enough storms anymore.
I think that was actually what really was it. He figured he'd have 2 storms to retreat with, and then he just ended up having nothing. So he had to reset. So, you know, he's not dead, but it does suck because he had that map control. He was doing his thing like he did in the last game that he won, taking over the map, and now he's been just pushed back to his corner where Maru is the one taking the map.
You see the production tab. Maru drops 14 missile turrets. He says, I've seen what happened to Clem. I've seen what happened to Oliveira in this tournament. You guys take somewhat alright fights and then a couple of carriers fly through the middle of all these Terran bases, get on top of the production. I was thinking about it earlier. It might actually be okay to just have a whole bunch of turrets, because turrets are excellent against interceptors. And Maru says, yeah, that's not going to happen to me. There's still obviously a tiny chance it could happen to him, but at least these missile turrets are going to buy him some time, as 4 High Templars are very exposed. Hero did not want to morph them into Archons, losing all 4 of them. At least the Zealous is going to be able to go to town on a couple of these turrets. Planetary will keep the STV safe. It feels to me that Hero is going to have one opportunity where he's going to have a lot of carry, he's going to have a mothership, a couple of storms coming in, and if he wins that fight convincingly, I can see Hero win the game. But if it's a bit of an even trade or it's a Maru win, then that's kind of it, right? And then it will be Maru advancing into the semifinals.
Yeah, certainly if the fight's a Maru win, that's probably going to be it. Hero's going to be very, very careful. He already made one mistake being a little over-aggressive without the proper retreat in mind, and he cannot do that again as he tries to perfect his overall army. Maru finishes up his 3-3 on his bio. Currently working on that +2 ship weapons as well. 6 Vikings, so 7 Vikings at a time. And of course, he's been in the know of carriers for a while at this point. So also perfecting his army. Fusion core on the way too. Obviously, for Liberate first, Maru is one of the few, I'd say, best Terrans in the world who does go into battle cruisers.
Yeah.
Very rarely, but this is kind of one of those games that could go that long, 25 minutes, we could see it.
There's definitely a chance. Could also just be for a couple of Liberators, right, with advanced ballistics. The Lips can also help out against the Interceptors. If you let them A move once in a while, you get a very good shot off. The only thing that I think Maru needs to be careful of is that he doesn't go mega ham on the Vikings while still having this many STVs, because Hero is adding extra gateways, and Hero will always have the possibility to remax on like 22 Blink Stalkers with a couple of High Templars left behind, and if you then stuck with 40 supply or 60 supply of Vikings, as that is a really good Purification Nova, and Hero is just going to take this fight.
I don't think he actually saw that coming. Missile turrets being destroyed, and a lot of Vikings trying to be the backbone here, but not getting necessarily the kill shots on those carriers. Lots of AoE as well. We got to those Disruptors, a Colossus still in play, and the High Templars. And Hero thinks that he's gotten a chance here. Mothership's going to go down. He is going to commit. This is what kind of got him in trouble last time. Maybe don't commit and have those storms for the retreat.
Would love to see Hero always keep one unit at the Zelnaga Watchtower, because Maru is going to have vision of his army with scans over and over again. Hero needs something else. Observers are obviously going to get picked off. You can make an Oracle here and drop some Revelations non-stop, but I have the feeling that Hero's not the biggest fan of that stuff. Maru, by the way, has nukes available as well, and I just saw a Ghost Cloak. Just going to land a couple snipes, but there's also a chance we get a couple of nukes. And I hope that Hero is not going to pull a classic over here on Elstine, because that is one that all still lives fresh in the mind of Protoss players.
Yeah, scan on the brand new base of Hero. Might be Maru's next target, and Hero is expanding to the left side as well. But not too many resources here for either player. Neither one's banked, because they are taking some engagements. Once again happening here. Disruptor catches a Ghost. Zealot's catching some of them as well. Another big battle with an anti-armor missile. Plenty of High Templars. Good lord. Hopefully they don't get EMP'd. That they are being split up there, and Maru is not able to really break through his own gold choke. It is an awkward situation for him.
I thought that was a very good fight for Hero. He got on top of a bunch of Ghosts. The Zealous killed one. The Interceptors killed a couple. As Maru is still building 7 Vikings at a time. As long as Maru doesn't have any great armor upgrades on these Vikings, like the Interceptors with +2 and in the near future +3, by the way. Hero's really been on top of that, as he does end up losing one of the carriers. The second one takes a lot of damage. Needs to be a little bit sharper there. These are the moments where the Vikings could potentially melt. One storm, one volley of the Stalkers, and then all these Interceptors with +3 air weapons. This is where it's incredibly scary for Maru. Yeah. If Maru can just survive a little while longer, he gets armor upgrades, he gets a few more, it's going to be incredibly difficult, as a nuke is potentially going to land in the bottom right side as well. There is a red dot, and I'm not sure if Hero's seen it.
Oh, he did not see it. It is going to be on the edge of his army, thankfully, though. He will take out the Planetary. Maru not getting the nuke that would save the Planetary, but he does have extra command centers, so he'll be putting that back down, and that's going to be something that Hero has to worry about, not just on the army, but also as harassment later down the road. That is 26 Vikings. That is so many, and I think you were just spot on. This is so much supply in the air and in economy that if Hero could just get these 13 gateways working after a decent battle, he would overwhelm a lot of places.
He never got Blink, actually, so he's thinking about it, but he's like, wait, if I want to warp in Stalks in the late game, I better get some Blink. He does have Zealot charge, of course. He's going to get some air upgrades as well when it comes to the armor. I don't know if that really matters. It kind of feels when the Viking count is so freaking high, these carriers are going to get pretty much one-shotted, right? If 26 Vikings shoot, especially after EMPs land, I don't know, +1 or +2 armor is really going to make the difference, as that is -2 carriers almost immediately. It felt that Hero was in a good spot in that bottom right, especially when a lot of the Vikings were better than bruised. Now he gave Maru some time to repair all these units. Does land a storm as it clips the majority of that Viking flower.
Yeah, there's a lot more storms where that came from, as long as they do not clump up and get EMP'd. And again, that is important for the retreat. Despite the number of Vikings, Hero is still producing 3 carriers at a time and getting upgrades. And I wonder if that really is the best call.
I personally don't think it is. I think you're right, Zombie Grub. Would be better to actually get a few more gateways, as EMPs have landed on the High Templars, by the way. I really hope for Hero that he's got a few more storms as he pulls those Novas back. The Colossus get obliterated. All the carriers get obliterated as well. Arkel's whole position get a shot off or two. The Vikings of Maru will land. This wasn't a fight. It was an absolute massacre.
Yeah, 60 supply difference, working on their way to 80 as well. Hero has to evacuate this base and get some type of maxed out army, at least on the ground. The Vikings can't be dealt with. Get rid of those carriers, keep them away for now, and worry about the ground. I think I just heard a mothership pop, and I wonder if it's going to be that safe.
Well, maybe it can hide to the bottom side and then we can recon. Maybe force Maru to go somewhere. And then Punisher pops and it gets one shot immediately. The carrier shows up. That one gets one shot and the Maru grabs another one right above this Nexus. I mean, those were the carriers that we were wondering about. Are they the right call or not? Safe to say they didn't have much of an impact. Hero now finally going back to ground. I was wondering if when is it time to get a couple of extra robos. Like, Vikings are cool and all, but one Nova can actually deal a devastating amount of damage. If Hero can buy a little bit of time for himself, get a few more gates, get some value out of a second or maybe even a third robo, there is still a chance, but he needs more units than he currently does. 58 army supply is simply not enough.
Yeah, it is not, and the Disruptors aren't exactly hitting either. Hero once again forced away from that gold base. He is once again down 60 supply as the Vikings land. Disruptor needs to get that shot. Not going to get it as they just simply lift. And now with the Liberators being included, it is not so simple to go back into the Gateway army. Before the Liberators were here, a big Gateway spell could have changed things up. Now Liberators helping out. Vikings landing with the wall. Hero is so close to defeating Maru, but once again seems to be denied access to those semifinals thanks to the godly Terran.
A 4-3 lead turned into a 4-5 deficit in Stars War just a couple of weeks ago. And now Hero up to 1, looking good in Game 4 and having his moments in Game 5 is once more not able to close it out. Maru is very likely to advance into the semifinals as Hero is just broke. He's running out of steam. These are the moments where as the brothers play, he's just going to try to get a few more disruptors because you always believe that a magical Nova can turn things around, but 12 Zealots, 3 Stalkers, 4 Disruptors, it's simply not going to cut it. Hero doesn't even have a single Observer. Don't forget there are Ghosts for days as well that have cloaking. This is going to be a zombie grab, and Maru is looking good here in the ESL Spring Championships. He's already guaranteed of going to the Esports World Cup. One Nova does not go up, but Maru will advance into the semifinals, and that means that Hero is going to have to work a little more in the future and hope that certain things don't play out in the worst possible way.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be paying attention to those points from now on. Another Nexus will fall. Disruptor's not going to get the shot. Hero did take out a Planetary, but it was costly. It doesn't matter as much to Maru as he has 5,000 minerals in the bank. And Hero just couldn't really complete it with the carriers. Overexerting himself earlier on as well, and this is a bloodbath now. There is the official tap out as Maru successfully gets the 3-2 and advances to the semifinals.
Maru won in Shin. Maru wins in Dallas over Hero, and that will do it for DKZ Heroes once more. Top 8 finish, played a couple of fantastic games and a strong victory over Clem. But it's Maru who once more has his number. Maru with his Ravens in Game 5. We're wondering, is this the right call against all these Phoenixes? And I'm glad I said, unless your name is Maru, you shouldn't do it. I still don't recommend anybody at home to try that. But those interference matrices were fantastic. And obviously Hero, right when he invested so much in all those carriers, getting his army obliterated in the bottom side of the map. It's the kind of best of 5 that if you're Hero, you're going to have a sleepless night over or two.
Yeah, probably. There's a couple other moments in other games as well that could have gone a lot smoother. I mean, Game 4 also looks promising for Hero. Maru does have that magic. It feels inevitable that he will advance on at least to the finals, in which case, well, maybe Serral gives him a little bit of trouble. All right, we're going to go ahead and head to the stage to speak to Maru.
Thank you very much. Give it up for Maru once again as he moves on to the semifinals this weekend here in Dallas. Let's first just hear how he feels after that victory. A very hard-fought one indeed. 이제 다시 한번 또 승리를 거뒀습니다. 김조 선수 상대로 승리를 거뒀는데 지금 소감이 어떠신가요?
오늘 솔직히 이길 줄 또 몰랐고 기대도 안 하고 왔는데 이렇게 이해돼서 너무 좋고 많은 분들이 와주셔가지고 더 힘나는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, honestly, I can't say that I was expecting to win today. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I'm happy for the win, but also thank you for this large crowd that's been cheering me on. That has absolutely helped in this victory today. Now, I want to talk about the fact that we saw them go over. Maru went over and had a little bit of a chit-chat. Hero seemed a little bit flustered after that chat. I want to know what they talked about. 경기가 끝나자마자 이제 악수하러 가셨는데 약간 얘기를 나누신다면 김조 선수가 굉장히 약간 본인한테 실망하는 표정을 지으셨거든요. 좀 어떤 얘기를 나누셨었나요?
그냥 준호 형이 캐리어 안 하고 지상 유닛 할 거리라고 얘기해가지고 저도 그랬으면 졌을 것 같다고 했습니다.
Yeah, I just heard Hero say that, you know, if I probably just went back to ground units instead of the carriers, I probably would have won. And I told him, yeah, you probably would have. And that's why Hero wasn't feeling too good about that one. Now, obviously, this is once again just another consecutive win against Hero. How is he feeling about the rest of this weekend? 그럼 이제 김준호 선수 상대로는 또다시 한번 연승을 거두고 계신데 이제 남은 이번 주말의 경기에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 예상을 하고 계신가요? 우승까지 한번 자신 있게 생각을 하고 계신가요?
원래라면 자신 있을 것 같은데 저 세랄 선수가 좀 무서워가지고 그냥 좀 열심히 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Normally, I would tell you that I'm very confident, but Serral is a very scary player, so I'm just going to say I'm going to do my best this weekend. That's it from Maru once again as he moves on to the semifinals this weekend here in Dallas.
Well, it could have gone either way here, but Maru is able to be victorious in the very end, 3-2, and he gets pushed all the way to the late game, and Maru will be successful. We've got ourselves the highlights coming in here. Pig, Fear Dragon joining me to talk about this one, and Pig, it did look like in a lot of instances Hero could have taken it, but it's not to be.
Really amazing start to the series for Hero, and I feel like the way he navigated throughout with the aggression. I mean, I love the fake Phoenix into Twilight. I think it was game 2. And it's just like these weird, beautifully chosen builds. But as we heard in the interview there, something which I was already kind of thinking backstage, no reason to go carriers in that final game. It played to Maru's strengths. Maru is the god of late game. And if he's ever going to beat you, it's going to be at a carrier stage. Hero had a lot of momentum there, and he himself was regretting that decision to take it into Maru's best part of the game and his weakest part.
Well, some of those carrier fights towards the very end as well, it felt like the carriers did absolutely nothing against what was like 30 Vikings, etc. Fear Dragon. This one in particular, they just had no opportunity to do anything in this fight.
There is just a certain critical mass that Terra can get to where the Viking count just gets so high, it's one-shotting your carriers before they really get the big damage done. You're losing your mothership, you're losing your carriers, and suddenly your army just kind of disappears, and that's when even the Vikings landing is just going to be problematic for any of the rest of your army. It's so tough to deal with at that point, but going back to the interference matrices and everything that Maru was able to throw out in that 5th game, that was really the big turning point that really turned things around.
And there we have it. Now Maru moves through into the semi-finals, denying Hero a spot in Esports World Cup for now, of course, as with Maru taking that spot means we now have another spot in towards those global rankings. So later on down the line, we will, of course, find out who that is going to be. But Maru, the hope killer for Hero. Bye-bye, Protoss. Dashed against the rocks, Pig.
Maru and ridiculous comebacks, name a more iconic duo, mate. I mean, Maru was getting dashed on the rocks himself, and he somehow turned that around. I mean, that's what Maru's so good at. When it comes to just surviving, bringing it back, and making it so hard to put him in the ground, that's what makes him special. I mean, we always talk about his defense and his survivability as being his special trait. He showed it there.
And in the interview, post-game interview there, Fear Dragon, we heard that was feeling confident, unless of course he ends up going up against Serral. Do you think we're destined for a Maru Serral finals?
Yeah, see, that's actually the funniest thing to me is because I want to double check on the bracket and everything, but that's not even next to his next opponent. He's literally just thinking Serral on the opposite side of the bracket. He's like, yeah, I don't want to say too much, but Serral, and I'm like, man, I mean, what more could you say about the form of Serral right now than just the fact that Maru is literally just looking at him on the opposite side of the bracket and be like, I'm still scared of him right now. And he's the furthest away he could be right now.
Yeah, definitely. His next opponent is going to be Byun or Dark, which I guess Maru feels confident about going up against, even though they are two very formidable opponents.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think he comes in with pretty big win record advantages against both of them, but neither player can be slept on. I mean, we've seen Dark at LAN, especially in these big tournaments, often comes out with very clever build orders. We're seeing him Bling Bane just flood Maru at the start, catch him off with these nasty roach timings and stuff. So no matter what, he's got to watch out for that. Byun's also known to cheese him with a lot of proxy Raxes as well. I think it is going to be no easy road for anyone to get to the finals here.
We'll see. Let's check in with that bracket then. As we do have our B stream concluded, that means we know everybody that is in the round of 8. So already Maru has been able to move into that round of 4. We now next up have Byun versus Dark coming up. Later on, we'll have Oliveira versus Reina, 2 world champions, or former world champion and the current world champion. And then we have Shin, aka Ragnarok, going up against Serral in a Zerg versus Zerg. What do you make of it, Fear Dragon?
It's definitely an interesting lineup. Oliveira versus Raynor is one that I'm pretty excited about. Raynor, I guess, getting that victory versus Spirit very, very recently there. So I think that's one to be on the lookout for, just because Oliveira has been an impressive result for me personally this weekend, because I know Oliveira won the World Championship and everything, but there was a little bit of a period where we were kind of wondering, okay, is he as good as we thought, and kind of fell off. But has been definitely showing up this weekend.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes, of course. Our next matchup is, of course, Bjorn going up against Dark. Thank you very much, boys. Time for a short break. When we return, we have more StarCraft action coming your way.
안녕하세요. 스태츠 김대엽입니다.
Hello, I'm Classic. 난 영어로 해야지. 내가 할까?
네. 그러시죠. 네.
웃는 게임인 것 같은데. 어떻게 해야 되겠네. 그냥 떨어뜨리면 되나?
네. 그 가운데다 하시는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 그래서 네. 가운데다가. 형 먼저 하실래 아니면 저 먼저?
너가 먼저.
잠깐만.
너무 쉽게 나왔나? 이거 어때 이거?
살짝 불안해 보이는데요? 그냥 안전하게 이거 이렇게.
고맙네.
잠깐만. 뭘 해야지?
이게 괜찮아 보이네.
네, 그러니까 이거
정말 멍청하구나.
아니 근데 어쩔 수 없어. 그래. 이거 이렇게 해야겠다.
게임이 너무 힘들어.
움직였네요?
아니.
그래서 여기까지는 수월한데요? 여기까지는?
너무 붙어있는데?
여기서부터는 이제
하나씩 빼면 되지 않나?
그래요? 이거 하나씩. 근데 이거 너무 붙어 있어가지고 어떻게 해야지? 이거랑
건드린 거 아니야?
안 움직인 것 같은데요?
잘못 봤나? 너무.
근데 이렇게 봐주셨는데도 뭐 어떻게 할 게 없네요. 이거?
이건 뭐야?
이 정도는 괜찮죠? 아니 왜 이렇게 잘하세요?
왜 움직였어?
아니 어떻게 해야 돼? 아니 너무 붙어 있는데? 이거
처음에 너무 못했나?
이거 되나? 됐다.
너무 붙어 있는데?
아니면 이거 한번 도전해 보세요.
이건 너가 날로 먹잖아. 그것도 못 보지. 안 될 것 같은데 이거?
뭐야? 아니.
되나?
어떻게 해야 되지? 아니면 이거 어떠신가요?
이거 빼도 너가 가져가면 똑같잖아. 졌는데?
이번엔 진짜 없다. 이번에는
또 어떻게 안 건드리고 빼지?
이번에는 진짜 없다.
이거 움직인 거야 뭐야? 움직인 거 같긴 한데.
근데 제가 한번 움직였으니까.
오케이.
한번 봐드릴게요. 네. 잠깐만. 한번 봐드렸으면 안 됐나? 아니 내가 할 게 없는데? 그나마.
무조건 조금 움직이는데 이 게임이. 너무 대놓고 움직인 거 아니야?
제가 졌습니다. I'm lose.
게임이 아니고 이제 스타2에서 만나도 이 결과였으면 좋겠네요.
뭐 스타2에서는 반대의 결과가 나왔으면 좋겠네요.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back as Protoss are raised once again from a tournament, and now we've got ourselves the real races to be able to figure out who's going to become the champion, the king, the victor overall. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Rotterdam as well as State. We now have Dark versus Bjorn on the way here to figure out if potentially Bjorn can directly qualify himself into the Esports World Cup, or if Dark can put a stop to that. Now, the crazy thing about this is, of course, we take a look at Dark. Technically, Bjorn's road has been littered with the bodies of Zerg, but none have lived up to the name, the pedigree of someone like Dark as we get into this Rotterdam.
Yeah, Bjorn is having just one hell of a run. Don't forget that he started in the very first round of the open bracket. Some people even feel that's not even the same tournament anymore.
Yeah.
Because you have to win so many games and you have to battle your way through that knockout bracket. But he's here. He's done incredibly well. I feel like there's no reason to assume that he can do it against Dark. I think it's an alright map pool as well in a best of 5. Dark is an absolute beast, and Dark has played well as well so far in this tournament. But I kind of come into this a bit 50-50, but maybe you feel different.
I feel about the same. I mean, Bjorn has been on an absolute tear, but Dark is Dark. This guy is a big match player. He's got championship basically running through his veins. And if anyone could put a stop to Bjorn's insane run, I think it's going to be Dark with his crazy antics. Maybe some Nidus play, maybe some Roach Ravager all-ins. We'll have to see what he brings to the table, but I think he has a really good shot at making it to the playoffs.
Potentially. I mean, it's fair to say, yeah, you say that, you know, the Dark is not an undoable fixture here for Bjorn, but it definitely is, I would say, the biggest test, considering the line he's gone through so far.
Yeah, but that kind of goes for most people that go up against Dark, right? There are very
fair.
few people in this tournament that's like, yeah, I like Dark because it could have been worse. Like, no, Dark is about as tough as it gets, but Dark is the kind of guy that you're going to run into in quarterfinals or even into the semifinals of tournaments like this. I don't know. It feels that if Bjorn can get things going, if he can just keep it together and gets a good start to the best of 5, a very solid first game, then I don't see any reason why he can't be at least very competitive here. Maybe even go all the way. Be a 6th story, man. Like, I feel like nobody has done that yet, right? From round 1 of the open bracket going all the way to the semifinals of a tournament like this?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, the closest, I guess, would have been Nightmare like 2 like Atlantis.
But there wasn't semifinals.
But it was nowhere near, right? So anyway, yes, you're right. All right, let's get to it then. Let's rock and roll. It is time for our next quarterfinal. Dark goes up against Bjorn.
Trying to also hold his ground to the third base, but not in range of the shield battery over there. The Queens are in such overwhelming numbers. What can Trigger do to stop this? There's Spine Crows going up in his main base, Navigro.
Bjorn is all over the place. His army is extremely injured. Maybe he has to retreat from this battle, but look at the supplies. 60 supply difference. Bjorn in favor is going to take the 3-1.
Around the world, I hope you're ready for more, because we've only just barely scratched the surface of the round of 8. We now bring you the second match of the playoffs. Like the desk said, this is the story of the winner stage versus the open bracket. Who will actually make it further into the weekend? Dallas, get ready and make some noise for Dark versus Byun.
Two Korean players going to be duking it out here in the round of 8, Dark and Byun. Both of these players been winning a lot of matches this weekend. Byun coming all the way from that open bracket, Dark coming in for the winner stage, and both of them have been doing so well throughout the tournament so far. My name is Peter again. I'm joined here by Wardy, and we are going to be getting ready to move into a Terran versus Zerg.
An important one as well. Dark, you can see just there, qualified for the Esports World Cup. Byun, probably safe on points, but guess what? Even better just to qualify right here and now. He's had close matches with Maru lately, so that semi-final is somewhat doable as well, even if he would be an underdog. And he's been playing well. His secret life hack so far has been not shaking hands on stage this event. He just did it there too, so Byun is all set and ready to play some StarCraft. I think Dark is just a rougher matchup. I mean, overall, in their history, 49-50 in favor of Byun in series between these two. They always trade against one another. It's going to be a fascinating matchup to see what they bring on the big stage.
And I really think it's always so fascinating when you have players where I feel like their strengths are not exactly going to be aligned. I feel like Dark has that potential for those comebacks where he's able to just make magic happen from situations where maybe the early game doesn't go super well. I feel like Byun is the opposite end of that. He's the player that whenever I think of him, especially in Terran versus Zerg, he gets a little lead in the early game and just everything snowballs in a matter of seconds. 10 seconds go by and you're like, wait a second, he just won the game. I feel like it's complete opposite ends of the spectrum in that sense.
I'm just super excited against this. Obviously, I'm a bit of a Byun fanboy. Everyone knows that as well. But I love watching Dark because who doesn't love watching someone as creative, as different, who can make scrappy situations work so well for himself? It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's dive on into it. It's post-youth to start off this series. One of the least picked maps in the tournament. I read Zerg in the top right-hand corner. Let's make some noise for Dark.
And down here on the bottom left-hand side of the map, the last of the Shopify Rebellion players. We have our blue Terran player. He is Byun. Loving that crowd out there. But, you know, Wardy, I really am also a big Byun fan. And it's been a little bit rougher. I feel like, you know, Byun has been one of those players that we've seen in the past be unbelievable. He's been able to make the deep runs. He's been able to make magic happen in those events to literally win a global championship and everything. But if you look at his results recently, I really feel like he has been kind of the master of round of 8. Round of 8 is kind of where things always seem to end for him, whether it be in GSL, Katowice, Masters Coliseum, just across the board, Gamers 8. It's always the round of 8 that has been giving him trouble the entire past year. This is the round he has to defeat in order to make it further than he has in recent times.
He's had heartbreakers in the round of 8s as well, by the way. 3-2 against Maru and Katowice. I think back to Jönköping, where he was about to win Game 5 against Raynor. Whatever happened there, the units started to move command, and it was just horrendous, right? It was an awful moment, and it all flipped in that second. It's been frustrating being a Byun fan, you're right. Like, it's been rough times. But that's the thing. He's always been looking hopeful. He looks good enough to go all the way. It's just about netting together one of those runs, putting it all on the line all at once. We'll see if he can get it done today against Dark. Tough opponent here in this quarterfinal matchup. And as we get ourselves going. Post-youth, actually very Zergy map. This is definitely a Zerg map pick here because you've got yourself the end base initially, sure, but then just in general, that gold base forward, yeah, there's some ledges and so on that the Terrans can set up on, but the map is pretty darn big as well. If this goes split, it's so difficult for the Terran to hold top left and bottom right, so the Terran really has to take one direction of the map. It gives the Zerg a lot of time to mine out the other side, so it's a map that accelerates the late game, and it's pretty okay for Zerg in the late game too.
It's going to be really interesting that Byun decided to let this through on the vetoes there just because we saw that little stat just above the player cameras. This is only 6th time this entire tournament that this map has been played.
This is the effect of best of 5s because what happens is you go veto, veto, pick, pick, veto, veto. So you only get one veto before the first map pick, so Bjorn clearly has one map he likes less than this, which I think is fairly reasonable, actually. And that is the kind of power of these first two maps, and that's why actually going down 0-2 is pretty rough, because you get one of your really favorable maps in the first two of a series, so it's definitely an interesting little point to kind of note. But yeah, that's why you're probably seeing Post Youth a little bit more in these best of fives, because one of the races that it favors can typically pick it.
Yeah, we already see a third CC coming out over there from Beyond. He's definitely going to be going for a nice little setup there on a map where you have an in-base natural and everything. Additional barracks and stuff being thrown down as well. But he's just going to be kind of annoying and just trying to get some basic scouting information on out with the Reaper. How do you feel about like the defensibility of like third, fourth spaces and everything on this map?
I think it's pretty fine, right? I mean, at the end of the day, this is still a map where when you look at this third, you've got to kind of go quite far to get to, and you've got to either come around the left corner or up around through the gold base location. And that's true on both sides. Again, it's a big map for running by on. It's a big map for dropping on. So I think that's going to be what we really see. There's a couple of ledges like Astrea and high grounds where the Terrans can set up tanks and so on, but that's if you want to play a tank style. It's not the best map for that in the first place, and we're likely going to see Ling Bane from the Zerg here at some stage. It might be Roach's into Ling Bane, but I'd be very surprised if this was like Roach Hydra Lurker map from Dark. And look at that, by the way, 7 Overlords on the way at once. That's kind of a crazy amount right away from Dark. So that's
a laser? Are you there? Are you playing on the stage? Is the camera lying to me? But no, it looks like he's just going to have a lot of those Overlords finishing up, freeing up a lot of supply, but it's just drones coming on out for now.
Yeah, it is. So a few Marines poke out. One of the things Beyond loves to do is he actually has a lot of little variations and little tricksy things that he does, and sometimes it's like, why are you out here with this many Marines? But, I mean, if you look at Doc's unit count right now, what does he really have? 4 Lings.
There's a lot of Overlords, Wardy.
Yeah, a lot of Overlords, that's for sure. A handful of Queens obviously is going to be what would defend this if this went any further forward, but Beyond knows that Dark is kind of playing like this, so he feels right now, I'm safe enough to be here. A lot of Terrans would not be taking this control. And I kind of like it, you know, he's just checking for an early gold base. He's able to say, oh, if I find an active tumor spreading, then I can make something of that as well. So just taking some activity around the map, and extra barracks coming up as well, by the way, from Beyond. So the aggression continues to come on through with double engineering bays in play, and now going into all of those barracks as well. Going to be a big part of the next few minutes.
It's so understandable to me that, of course, Beyond is not going to try and move on to creep before Stim is finished up, before he has medevacs or anything like that. But it is funny when you did look at the unit counting station, there was like 4 Lings, and then a lot of Overlords and maybe like 2 Queens that are on the front lines. That really was a kind of vulnerable Dark where he was just making non-stop drones during that.
If this was anything more aggressive from Bjorn, he would have been in a lot of trouble, right? The fact that this was just like a funky little move that Bjorn didn't get punished for or anything, it was kind of fine. Obviously, Queens would have probably managed it if the Marines had gone any further forward. This next push is going to be interesting. This is going to be an attack from Bjorn where he's going to have medevacs. He's going to go before 1-1 combat shields, but he's going to be before 1-1 of the Zerg and way before even a Baneling Nest. So this could be very intriguing because he's very Marine heavy. No Hellions all game, right? So in this next couple of moments, we could see Bjorn on a push that could at least catch a hatchery, because I'm not sure how well prepared Dark is going to be for it.
Yeah, this is going to be really funny though, because we even have Dark making 3 hatcheries at once. Do you actually feel like he could give up one of the hatcheries and just say, yeah, I can just need to cancel this as long as I defend at least 2 of them?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need all of them. Yeah. Obviously, this is why Bjorn attacks in the position he does. The most important base for him to deny is that gold. Don't give him the freest access point towards economy. But yeah, he's got other bases, so losing a hatch is not the end of the world. These Queens, though, are kind of on their own. Now the Lings start showing up. Finally, 3 Queens went down already. Bjorn will still a step backwards. The Lings will get a wrap around. That should be Bjorn's time to lift up and get out of there. But this was a pretty good fight because you got a few Queens to start it off as well, and now Bjorn can pull back, and he's about to hit a power point. Combat shields, more Marines, more medevacs, first tank or 2. He can definitely go for a bit of a bigger push to keep on denying some of these bases if he would like to.
Yeah, this is really where he can actually start taking fights a little bit more in earnest if he wants to. And he may very well end up just kind of waiting around until he has 2-2 or something, as a lot of Terran players do decide to do. And there we see 2-2 in the production tab being fired on up. Lings looking to threaten a counterattack. It looks like Bjorn's going to have plenty of time to deal with that, but does even force a little bit of a supply block there. So that is nice for Dark.
Well, cool burrow upgrade as well. So early in the game, it's going to be such a frustrating thing for Bjorn because he's going to have to be scanning all the way throughout for Banelings, potentially even just Lings scattered around the map to scout is one of the things you can do with burrow. So there's actually a lot of potential here on a map that's large like this. Having burrowed units all over the place could be very, very cool. As you can see, Bjorn already trying to take a very forward position on the right side. He's defending with a few units very forward on the left side, taking a 4th base. I tell you what, these two have played a lot of long games against each other. This could absolutely be something that we're heading towards here because this is a map that allows for it. could absolutely expect that possibility. As we are going to deny the gold again. Again, that's nice, but there's a lot of other bases that Dark is still working from.
Yeah, another one of those hatcheries been taken at the very top left. But this bottom right-hand base is going to be a little bit harder to defend, and that's a lot of Marines, a lot of firepower. Dark is going to have to just give that one on up. So this is actually 2 hatcheries getting sniped at once. The other hatchery is not even complete in the top left, so that is going to hurt Dark a bit.
It's very interesting because now you've got an expansion pattern for Dark that you don't typically play on this map. Usually you leak down the right side from the top right and kind of take those bases, and then you take the top left when the Terran's busy down the bottom right. In this game now, you're kind of playing across the top, and in a way that's kind of cool because I guess the Terran can't push across into you as easy. Like there's no direct, like, where do you go as the Terran? The closest base is that kind of 4th base in the center, but that's quite deep on creep and everything, so that's intriguing. I guess you just gotta be super careful you don't let Bjorn dive in on the right side even deeper. As we actually see Dark on a bit of a counterattack here, and he is gonna start to find some SDVs as they are not pulling away on that right side. Now they do the Widow Mine on hold position, apparently buying some time. We've got Banes in the main as well, and that's gonna be a bunch of SDVs dropping 16 fall. Honestly felt that could have been a lot worse as we actually still have 1 Ling left over. Is going to try and get through 1 more SDV, just being an annoyance, and there is that Burrow coming into play as well.
Yeah, do you really want to scan for that 1 Zergling that's Burrow? It's going to be so annoying for Bjorn to deal with. Still so effective there. Dark keeping Bjorn at home that entire time as well. So the little bit of creep spread that he can get going through the center and the sides of the map, just preparing for whatever angle Bjorn wants to push through. That siege check is very much so on its own for the moment, but it's about to be supported by the rest of the army.
Tank firing away, Ling Bane gathering together. Adrenal's kind of in this plane. Obviously, Dark getting into a comfortable spot, right? He's getting all the upgrades and everything he would like to play with. Bjorn has to make a decision of what point does he want to go beyond the bio-tank force. Like, when is he going to say, okay, I actually really need to get Ghost out? I don't think he needs to just yet, but it's definitely going to be ticking towards that moment as Bjorn just stands there and fight. There's only 1 Bane, unfortunately, for him. His Widow Mines eventually do pretty okay. There's a counter-attack as well. He's got Marines nearby. They should be able to get there to defend. There's a lot of choking here, and these Lings need to turn around. Dark is clearly distracted. Don't get me wrong, he's gotten a lot of SDVs here, but he also lost a lot of Lings for it, so it's a little bit of a win, but also a bit of a loss. I don't think Bjorn should be too upset. Yes, down on workers, but his army supply leading. I think it's okay for Bjorn still.
Yeah, I think so too, and I really think that Dark, like you were saying, got a little bit distracted because there was the attack at the front. There was also the double medevac drop that we saw in the picture-in-picture for a moment. So then also trying to deal with the Lings on doing the counter damage. You can see that Dark just got a little bit out multitask there, and we can see Bjorn getting a little bit out multitask there as he's trying to control his army in the front, losing a lot of those Marines from the Banelings. Parasitic bombs also coming out on top of those medevacs. He does pull out the 2 parasitic bombed medevacs. The rest of the Marines in the healthier ones. That is going to definitely be nice for Bjorn to escape on out of there, regroup with the rest of the army.
You've got to be playing some fast StarCraft 2 for Dark and Bjorn to be out multitask. Yeah. Right? I mean, and we've seen both of them kind of end up in a couple of trades where they're just not looking because there's a lot going on. And obviously this map, again, lends itself to that because it's wide. There's a lot of different places we can fight. Tell you what, Bjorn is starting to do a very good job of continuing to deny creep. There's nothing in front of this space here, so that's a great pushing position. And even in the upper left, I don't feel like that creep is super far forward. It's a couple of creep tumors deep, right? So it's possible to kind of break up here if Bjorn wants to. And that's one thing that will become more of a factor the deeper that this game goes. As Bjorn continuing to bio it up with mines at the moment, still yet to kind of make that bigger set of tech for himself.
Yeah, kind of interesting spot. We do see some burrowed Banelings that coming into play there for Dark. We'll see if he ends up getting to leverage those later on as Bjorn makes the push out across the map. This is definitely a map where there's a lot of those little choke points around ramps and everything, so burrowed Banelings can be so effective, especially since Dark doesn't actually have the most amount of creep. This could end up working in his favor.
Yeah, it's actually one of those things where creep spread would maybe hurt you a little bit more, so Bjorn does know about the burrow. How cautious is he going to be moving around the map? That's one of the questions. You've got to be so persistent with keeping your army pre-split, scanning ahead, just trying to ensure that this never happens as the Nidus comes up as well from Dark.
Yeah, that Nidus Swarm going to be so threatening. We saw how effective Dark can be with those Nidus Swarms. Scan comes out and he catches all of those burrowed Banelings on the ramp. Beautifully done there by Bjorn. I see a lot of red dots on the bottom right-hand side, so it looks like Dark is getting ready to have some vision in the bottom right. I also see a lot of drop overlords being morphed right now, but Dark may just be a little bit more concerned about the army showing up at his front door, because this is not just a light pressure arm anymore. This is actually a very sizable force for Bjorn.
I was about to say, why aren't we going to late game? Like, Bjorn is just chilling on bio mine.
Yeah.
Dark has a few ultras, but even then, it's like his army is like not super late game when he's making dropper lords. Like, he kind of doesn't want to take up too hard either. Now the Hydroden's on the way. That's a big step towards Lurkers, which might be something he wants to head into. I can't imagine why else you're going to add the Hydroden on at this point. Nice scans again from Bjorn. He's been so good about those burrowed Balins so far, but how ready is he for the dropper lords as they come into his base while he's pushing in different locations? Bjorn now going to have to deal with that while also fighting, but he is fighting well on the gold, which he's looking to deny for what, the third time this game? Blinding Cloud coming down as well. The Ultras will continue to chase those Lings on the picture-in-picture. Honestly, not doing that much, so Bjorn able to control back at home, able to deal with this army here so far, and he does keep on pulling back to his tanks and his Widow Mines. Kaboom! And the Zerg army is getting a little bit blasted.
That was absolutely phenomenal from Beyond, managing both of those fights at the exact same moment. I literally am seeing moments where he's pulling the SCVs away as he's also spinning up his army at the front lines and starting to do the start step back micro. Beyond a master of that micro, a master of that control, absolutely tearing through the defense on both sides.
And now we go into more command centers. The late game really will develop from here as Beyond continues to just, again, control, and like you say, multiple sides. Keeps control of this army, keeps control of this map, and keeps Dark in a weird position. Dark is switching towards Hydras, but I'm not sure how much he's going to be able to do with it. This base is typically a very important stronghold for the Terran once they get that up, so that's going to become a priority for Beyond fairly soon. We saw a little bit more action in the base as well on that picture-in-picture, but it looks like the Dropper Lords are more or less out of love right now, and we're still just chasing away. Like I say, Beyond, put some attention over here, get that base up. Feels very important. These Widow Mines not burrowed, but there's still no show points about it. I mean, Bjorn's still not really paying attention. Again, there's a lot going on, and it's shown by the fact that both players have missed moments in this game.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a really weird situation now, because you were talking about how this is an abnormal expansion path also for Dark, and he is starting to grab some of those expansions on the right-hand side of the map, but Beyond is expanding further and further up toward the top left, and that is where a lot of still Dark's more recent bases outside of that right-hand base is. So Dark is having to defend this left-hand side, but as soon as he's able to defend it, he can start immediately putting pressure onto Beyond's side of the map.
Yeah, Beyond going to stand here and fight that one Ultralisk gun. Still on the right-hand side, this gold base is in trouble. It's actually kind of interesting. I think what Dark is struggling with, he's like, why is there so much stuff? Because Beyond is refusing to tech, and so it's kind of a little bit more than Dark is used to dealing with. Now he's starting to rectify that, getting more units back on the right-hand side. He is once again going to push onto the gold, and Beyond is not allowed to get that fifth base. We've seen it throughout the weekend. The emphasis on not letting the Terran have a fifth, that has been such an important point of contest for the TVZ matchup. So if Beyond can get that gold base up, he is absolutely rocking forwards, but that is his next big hurdle. He needs to get over it at some point soon.
It's so tough. Dark has been so aggressive, and I have to say, even from the early stage of this game, the Ling run buys have been relentless. Now going into the continuous drop overlords into the main base, into the natural, into the third base, have been so annoying. There's a lot of supply that Dark's not going to have here for the army fight. You can kind of tell it's mostly just the Ultras, a handful of these Banelings, a lot of the Hydras on the right-hand side over here, and they are getting some good damage done. Not a whole lot to defend over there. The drop overlord Lings are not actually doing anything right now, though.
Yeah, they're just that chilling. A couple of Banes get very close here, but we will start to take out these Ultras. Marauders putting in work. Going to start losing his CC. That's somewhat affordable for Beyond, but I think the problem is he's running out of money to rebuild on the back of this. He needs to get a cleanup right now and then just get himself a bit of time. Again, the lack of that fifth base is definitely struggling. Losing a few SCVs here will not help him either. And I think he is just starting to run into a bit of trouble. Not mining from all the bases right now is adding up big time.
Yeah, look at the triple arrows on that production tab on the very bottom. You can see they're all pointing toward Dark, indicating the mineral income, the gas income is all so heavily in favor of Dark. Dark even has a little bit of that bank to work with as well. A single Ultra just taking on a handful of these Marines as the Lings come in, just swarm through, take out any remaining Marines there, take out the SCVs. Lings and Hydras on the south side of the map also getting very, very solid trades. And that is just too much. Dark overwhelms Beyond in game number 1.
Does a fantastic job of keeping himself in a good position, put himself, defending on both sides. There's definitely moments when Beyond nearly broke through, but he just kept on being very active and pulling Beyond to the right and taking advantage of being Beyond on the right to deny that gold base on the left. For a long time, that gold did not matter, but eventually it became the point of contest. And I do think Dark, like I say, kind of struggled a little bit with the fact he's like, man, I feel like this is the point where you're meant to be starting to build some ghosts and starting to get a better army. Like, I've had Ultras out, right? And Beyond never really made that move. It was just Biomine. I think that's the only stumbling kind of block Dark came upon. And otherwise, he played a very good game. Of course, this is Dark's map pick. We expect him to have a good shot on this map. But obviously, it does always feel good to get that first map win, no matter what. This Beyond, again, just could not quite hold off the power of Dark in this opening game.
Dark did a phenomenal job with a lot of that little counter harassment and everything. We saw both of these players really taxing each other, taking each other to the limits of their APM and what they could handle, what they could deal with. And at the end of the day, even though Bjorn put up a really valiant effort in a lot of that, I mean, this defense was a really great example of it. Bjorn really not losing a whole lot in that situation. Still, at the end of the day, Dark managed to just overwhelm it. What's actually really cool about that game is there wasn't just one fight where you can point at and say, yeah, this is where the entirety of the game shifted into Dark's favor. It was a lot of just gradual fights, little victories, and slowly but surely you saw Dark just climbing further ahead of supply, further ahead in economy, and again, further ahead in the overall mining.
There's definitely an issue at the end that Bjorn just bled out a little bit too much of that eco as we get ourselves up and ready to go for game number 2. Dark going to be happy with that 1-0 lead. Of course, already qualified to the Esports World Cup. Dark, we were talking about this on the desk the other day, but it's got to be nice coming into this event. Already qualified, kind of just chilling. Yeah, you want to win the tournament, right? But the fact that the Esports World Cup is coming up is on a lot of players' mind. Right now, Dark can just focus on doing his best to win this.
He absolutely is, and this is still going to be for a lot of pride as we move into map number 2, Crimson Court. Starting down here, the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have our red Zerg player sitting up 1-0 from Talon Esports. He is Dark.
In the top right-hand corner, our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, we have Bjorn.
Okay, so we got our low ground barracks. Now, we've been seeing more and more Terran players do this recently, the kind of low ground, 2 racks, barracks. I feel like this has been getting more and more popular the last couple of months. What kind of is like your thought process on it?
Super interesting, because obviously this was all the rage, let's say, 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Coming into Katowice and so on. Now, you know, the last couple of months we've seen less and less of it when it was more like a mixed in build still here and there. And then this event, it's being played a lot more than I expected it to be. You know, we saw Kyo using it like every game against Raynor. But what's interesting is that when Kyo played against Dark, he never did it. So he never felt like it was a good idea against Dark, but he did against Raynor. Interestingly, Bjorn feels like it's worth mixing in here against Dark in this game number 2 now. Obviously, overall, and actually he's going triple barracks as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a little bit more of an aggressive version of this, and that's definitely one thing we've not seen. We've seen 4 Reapers have been kind of the go-to, but a 3rd barracks puts the pressure on a little bit extra. I mean, hey, Bjorn is the man that got the Reaper nerfed in the first place.
Yep.
Let's see if he can pull out some micro here, because I do still like it. It's still a good build, and if Dark plays a bit too greedy, you can absolutely make the most of it. Let's just see if that will come into effect. And Dark is playing Gasless, which means he will not get link speed against this, but because you play Gasless, you've got a little bit more minerals to play with when it comes to getting Queen production up and so on. So actually playing this in this kind of way was actually one of the ways people figured out to defend against the Reapers. Against 3 racks, it's going to be a little bit tougher, but it might still be okay with that Queen count getting high.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of talked about it before. This is literally the unit that won Bjorn an entire BlizzCon event. So this is a unit that Bjorn is...
Dark.
Yeah, actually, you're right. This is a unit that he is extremely experienced with. So if there is someone that I could very well see win the game off of the Reaper control, even if Dark is kind of going for a little bit more of that Queen income and not actually going for the Gas Geyser, then I could absolutely see Bjorn pull that off.
Look at how serious he takes it as well. He saw the 3rd barracks, and he's just like, cool, I'll build a spine crawler. I'm not afraid to, like, you know, a lot of people would say that's way too expensive, that's way too much of a commitment, you can't get away with that, but Dark just says, yeah, I can. I'm playing Gasless. I'm not going to have speed. If I get a spine up and put it at the front, it limits so much of what this Terran player can do. I think Bjorn's realizing he's got a chance to chase that Queen down, though. He's going to get it in the main base. No transfuse because that was the higher MG Queen. Now these Lings in a bit of trouble as well. This is where the spine crawler does absolutely nothing for you. That one Reaper getting low. It's actually still going to take another shot to go down. It will stay away. New Queen's dead, and Bjorn is rolling into this mineral line in the main. Drones are running. The new Queen is going to be in trouble, and Dark, he gets the fuelings out. That will help, but he's still bleeding out. Yes, the drones come for the Serral. The Reaper's still dodging away. They're so low. Surely one dies. In the next couple of moments, Queen on the low ground. Lings will get the trap. No! Reapers get away. And that was a bit chaotic. And in the end, Bjorn did lose quite a few Reapers from it. But he got damaged too. Oh.
Wow, what a swirl of emotions there. Beyond, like you said, does end up losing a handful of those Reapers, but even escaping out of there with as many as he did and still getting the trays he did. It wasn't so much a ton of drones, but he killed off a lot of the links. He killed off multiple Queens, and he's still going to be active and going for it. Still additional Reapers being made on the other side of the map, but just 2 at a time now, not the 3, because a tech lab is being built, and Beyond is starting to think about the next stages.
This is the problem of losing those Queens early, because now Beyond just has those extra numbers to kind of bully a bit more. He forces cancel on this low ground. This is absolutely getting out of control. He's going to click the spike crawler here. Yeah, he's actually going to unburrow and move away, so he wasn't even confident in being able to keep that alive. Beyond is now just going to hop back up to the high ground, and again, this is just all that snowball effect. There's no Queens in this main base currently, so Beyond is going to go hunting. He doesn't want to get in too deep like he did previously. That's one thing he wants to be a little careful of. More Reapers still showing up. Like you said, there is add-ons now on the way, so these are going to be the last Reapers added on. But look at the value found. Wow. It's crazy. And now you just sit here and hit this hatchery, force your opponent to come across with the Queens. If the Queens come across, you jump in the main. And this is just a constant dance because there is no threat of link speed. So these Reapers do not have that usual fear they're playing with. It's drones on the production tab from Dark. So if these Queens can't keep each other alive, then Dark really ain't got nothing.
Yeah, it's so scary for Dark right now. You can see that even the Reapers using those grenades so effectively, continuing to stun them. The hatchery is getting down to the red hit points. There's no way it survives.
Well, there's a transfusion available, but I don't think Dark could do anything as we get GG called, and Bjorn is going to have a game number 2 victory. Cool, calm killer as he just straight up wipes Dark off the map with the power of Reapers.
That was the most Bjorn way to win a game as well, right? It was not only just the fact that it was with Reapers, it was just the way that Bjorn snowballs. We've seen this from him for so many years now, where it's just a situation where any normal player would say, yeah, I'm getting a nice little lead in this situation. And Bjorn says, I'm winning the game off of this now. Like, you've taken a little bit too much damage. I can seize this moment.
Kind of wild. Obviously, this first Queen going down started it all. It's one of those things where it just adds up because now this second Queen got into trouble. It was slow links, so they were never going to come to the aid. Keeps that Reaper alive for a long time too, which is a big deal. Just extra damage output. Yeah, and then at the end here, just so many Reapers. He could have kept the hatch alive with transfuse, but if you drop the transfusions there, you jump into the main, then the Queens don't have transfuse for each other, and then you just can't win because you're building drones because you need an economy, right? So that was the reason for the GG.
Yeah, it was a very tough situation from there, even though it did look like maybe, the supplies are still even. Dark was in a very, very rough spot because he knows that Beyond is transitioning behind that. There were 3 CCs going to be behind that. The tech lab was finished up and going to be researching Stim. It was a really brutal spot, and Dark just wants to move on. He says, I already had 1 game on you. I won the macro game. Gonna make sure that doesn't happen again going into game number 3, but I just do not want to give you more momentum.
Did not at all. All right, well, here we go. Game number 3 in the bottom right-hand side, trying to recover from getting reapered up in game number 2. We have our red Zerg player. Make some noise for Dark.
And up here at the top left-hand side of the map, representing the Shopify Rebellion, our blue Terran player, he is Beyond. Loving how loud that crowd has been. Got to do our signing session earlier, and just so many wonderful people out there in the Dallas crowd. So good to meet so many of you. Hope you guys have been having a good time there, enjoying the matches.
Amazing to hear how many people are here at a StarCraft event for the first time. It's freaking cool, man. It's 2024. You'd think it was like the drips and drags of like the StarCraft diehards. Been traveling to events for 20 years now. No, people coming out for the first time. Awesome to hear, awesome to see. I met some people who have started watching StarCraft in the last couple of months.
Wow,
awesome,
that's amazing. Actually, I want to hear from the crowd really quickly as we see the 2 racks coming out here from Beyond. How many of you out there, this is your first StarCraft event? Can you make some noise? Listen to that. So many people coming out here for their first StarCraft event. That's so exciting.
That's more people than cheered for Dark.
All right, well, now you're just rubbing it in Dark's face. But well, we do have that 2 racks opening. Not going to be that 3 racks, but still going to allow Beyond to put on a nice bit of Reaper pressure, and that may already just be very, very painful for Dark to face off against. If he's already just rethinking how that last game went. If the Reapers get even a little bit of damage over here, it's going to be quite annoying.
It is 2 racks, of course, not 3, so
yes, it's going to be a little bit less pressure. I feel like there should be 4 Reapers because I feel like that's what everyone's been doing. But then Bjorn is usually the player to push the envelope and be like, hey, everyone's doing 4. How about I do 5? And I know, well, why do you do 5? Bjorn's like, I don't know. I just like to be different.
That's how many I had when I had killed the queen and just started snowballing.
Yeah, I just felt like a good time to build 1 more Reaper. I've never done it before. Don't know what the timing works out as, but I don't think you start a 5th with them.
Oh. All right, well, we got our first drone getting a little bit of a bounce around, but the queen should be out nice and early on, and this is a very different situation from the previous game as well, because Dark not only is not facing off against 3 Rax Reaper, but he also is going to have Zergling speed and everything coming on out. This is going to be a very, very different situation for the last game.
He's doing it. You build a 5th Reaper, man. No,
I love it.
Did he cancel it? He canceled it, I think.
Okay. Love it. Still like it.
I really felt like Bjorn was on our side, but apparently not. I was wondering if this was more of a thing that people were doing when they were just in the right spawns, because that was kind of the case up until now, but this is obviously spawns where the add-ons will be exposed. 3rd CC and the factory coming up from Bjorn, so just continuing through and just looking for this cancel on the hatch. If you cancel this hatchery, that's a massive win with 2 Rax Reaper.
There's no
if you
way
do this with 3 Rax Reaper, it's kind of okay. Like, that's meant to be a denial. But with 2 Rax Reaper, that's kind of wild. This Reaper just wants to get over there. It's cancelled, and that's a dead drone as well. Fantastic start for Bjorn. It's not like there's like roaches on the way and some big attack. It's just plain old link speed. So yeah, this really beautiful start from Bjorn. Fantastic out of the Reapers.
Literally the only thing more that Bjorn could ask for is that he was able to like snag a creep tumor or something as well right after killing off that hatchery. But that is already asking for a lot. Bjorn has done so much damage with those early Reapers relative to what you would normally expect, but eventually, Zergling speed finishes up, and that means that Dark should be able to secure that 3rd base location. He throws down another drone there and is able to just continue droning on up and start getting his own transition set up.
Getting that already. You have a hatchery coming through, a couple additional queens coming out, drones on the way. And a few Zerglings continue to get into the center of the map, just going to go pick their way through a set of rocks. So opening up the map, that's what Zerg players like. Easier access, easier surrounds, and all of that potential. 3rd hatchery is, of course, finally on the way, so gets that going. As Bjorn, was that 2 engineering bays or just the
2
one?
engineering bays, yeah.
I just saw the one at the very end finishing, so yeah, it's just double engineering bay, everything normal. Of course, he was on a fast 3rd CC, so it's just macro time for Bjorn. Nothing but macro from here for the next little bit.
Yeah, and I think that is something important to note, is that Bjorn did a great job in game number 1 with the micro and the macro, I should say, where he was able to take that to the later stage of the game. It was definitely a map that Dark was going to feel a little bit more comfortable on in terms of how the expansions and everything worked, where it went more and more to the corners of the map. But at the end of the day, it's still worth mentioning that Dark looked really, really good as the game went into the later and later stages. It is going to be interesting to see on a more neutral map, how is Bjorn feeling about that late game stage versus Dark now?
I honestly think he'd be fine with it. Honestly, I think he can absolutely tackle Dark in the late game. Bjorn was one of these mesmerizing players a couple years ago who suddenly went from being this like mid-game, focused on always being active and micro and everywhere player, to all of a sudden he was like, hey, by the way, I'm going to just stop playing the mid-game and I'm just going to start camping. Everyone's like, Bjorn, you can't turtle. And he actually, for a while, was probably one of the best turtling Terrans out there. And it was like, what? You know, there was a bunch of games on Curious Minds he played against, I think, of Ro8 and I think it was a Cast Civil War Chess Team League, one of those. And, you know, just so many times where he just slowed it down, played super long macro, and I was like, Bjorn, like, you're not meant to be that kind of player, but it's definitely one of the things he's perfected over a long time now, and it's definitely one of the things he's improved on massively, so I don't think he's afraid if he has to play long against Dark. This map's actually kind of nice for Terran in that respect because the bases are quite spread out, so you can actually really kind of with drops and kind of going left and right really kind of pull the Zerg around a little bit.
Yeah.
And you do that while there's less avenues for attack for the Zerg, so while on post-youth it was kind of Dark pulling Bjorn around a bit, I think it's more likely Bjorn would be pulling Dark around a bit here on Site Delta.
Yeah, there's so many opportunities to continuously hit in a lot of different avenues of attack here for a Terran player versus a Zerg. A lot of the Lings going down over there, and that is going to open up opportunities for Bjorn to just be a little bit more annoying.
We have an armory finishing up, so
with the Hellions there, yeah.
You morph in some Hellbats, Stim about to be done. This first level push is terrifying because Dark is working on double melee upgrades, and he's not really, I mean, he's going to be down on upgrades. He's not going to have really anything at all to deal with this. This is a terrifying push timing from Bjorn. 27 Lings, 12 Queens is pretty sizable. But he needs them to all be in position to fight this right now. Those Queens are gathering, so it looks as though we might just be okay here, but man, definitely felt scary. 3 Banes morphing, but those are the first as we push on in. Let's see what these Lings can do. Not much just yet. Going to dive on one Hellbat now. Bjorn will sit and he will fight as he has the Marines continue to pull backwards again with 1-1. He trades that a little bit better, but look at those Queens go, transfusing each other up, and the wall of Queens will hold.
Yeah, I think like 5 to 7 transfuses going down on one of those Queens at the very beginning of the fight as those Marines tried to target fire it down. but Dark was just not going to let it die. Beyond forced back, only ends up losing the Hellions, which, you know, of course you can absolutely sacrifice, but it's always nice when you can keep 1 or 2 of those alive, add in an extra Hellbat or 2 on the defense, especially with how good Dark has been about those Zergling run-bys. I feel like having 1 or 2 of those Hellions alive would have been really, really helpful.
Man, I'm actually a little bit afraid for Dark, I think, because I feel like there might be the slightest of timings where Bjorn might have 2-2 to 1-1 and no Baneling speed. And I mean, like, slight. Every second that goes by without Bane speed starts up now, I think there's going to be like 10-15 seconds or so.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, that would be a huge moment from Bjorn to try and just force the start of a fight. It's going to be very difficult to hit, and he might just not hit it because he's not expecting it, but possibility. Hydra Den coming down as well, so you see Dark heading in towards Link Bane Hydra is the next step. This hatchery likely cancelled. I don't think Dark's got much nearby enough, and it's obviously low HP, so we stim in. We're going to get this hatchery. We'll just cancel it instead of running the Link Bane down there.
Yeah, nice and easy there for Beyond. Even gets one of the active creep tumors over there. Lots of queens to replace that. A single Reaper also tanking some of the damage on the front lines. Doesn't need any medevac healing on up. But the medevacs are going to load up and actually head over toward the main base. Spotted by an Overlord very, very quickly over here. So it's going to give Dark a little bit of time to react. It even has a Spore Caller set up over there. Queens on the low ground as well. Really, really nice position on this map.
Yeah, no Bane speed is the reason why I think Bjorn makes a move like this, because he knows the Banes won't get there quickly. So he just forces the Lings to come back. Now he's going to have more units reinforcing down the left side. Dark just caught a glimpse of that. We stepped on creep for a second, so Bjorn is known about in this position here, but this is the moment. It's 2-2 finishing. Okay, Bane speed was pretty much done as 2-2 finishes, so it's not going to be that much of a problem as we do see these queens going down. The drop actually stayed in towards the main base, so it's keeping a lot of the units over there. Now the queens are going down because of the power of those 2-2 upgrades. Bjorn is getting a lot of these kills. The Bane's finished up. Can they reach these Marines? They do just about, but Bjorn has a few Marines left over, still fighting. A Hydra eats up the transfusion. We will get rid of every queen. The Hydras that were freshly spawned, and now the tanks are here as Bjorn will continue to set up on Dark side of the map.
And that hatchery, the Baneling Nest Wardy is right there at that hatchery. If he loses that, that's going to make things so complicated and so difficult for Dark. He's morphing in a couple more of these Banelings. It does look like the Baneling Nest is not going to get target fire down or anything as the hatchery goes down, and Dark is going for the counterattack, but Bjorn is prepared at the third base, at the natural, and he still has that army on the other side of the map. He can continue to push if he wants to. No, he's going to go for the Lings that were going for the counterattack.
I think pulling back's fine here because it's very scary that those Lings become a flank, right? And the last thing you want is to be caught like out in the middle of the map with those units and just get all of that cleaned up, and it would reset a lot of Bjorn's hard work to get into this position. So a very responsible time to turn around and move back, as Dark is going to try and get to the infestation pit, load into that hive tech and play from there. But the timings from Bjorn are just looking good, right? I think that early game really threw Dark off. A lot of his timings have just been a bit later than expected, and that's why he keeps on struggling. That 3-3 now halfway done from Bjorn. He's going to have many more timings still in this game, and he's taking this whole opportunity as a chance to set up comfortably on 4 bases.
Those upgrades, he's been so on point about them, and I love that you point out the 3-3 upgrades because we have another little push out over here with the medevac drops in the top right. As long as he keeps these Marines alive, it's continuing to just do on the edge of creep pressure, clean up some of that, and then he times it out with his army in the bottom left with 3-3. This is going to be such a scary moment here for Dark.
Pulls back with those medevacs up that right-hand side. A couple of Widow Mines are going to start to get burrowed. Obviously, this is where Bjorn looks to split up a little bit. Love the retargeting onto Hydralisk. That's a fantastic set of shots for the Widow Mines. The Lings are going to go down to the Marines anyway, so you love that. You can see Bjorn is set up on the upper right as well. I think Dark knows that this multi-prong is going to be coming, so he already moves into position as Bjorn stims up. Uh-oh, runs into the Hydras though, and he will lose 1 full medevac. There's a bit of a momentum breaker from Dark, and that is huge for him because he was definitely starting to struggle a bit here. As Bjorn now is actually going to get completely jumped on over here. Dark realizes he will not stick around with the loss in the bottom left. And so, yeah, Bjorn is going to be pushed back. That one medevac going down, I think, gave Dark a bit of confidence and really allowed him to move into position so preemptively.
Yeah, absolutely. And another one of those medevacs on the north side is so low on hit points. I think Bjorn did not want to stick around and let it happen yet again. But 3-3 is now finished on up. Bjorn looks like he's migrating a lot more of his army to the north side. It's no longer going to be that kind of split push along multiple sides. He's grouping up everything along this north side. Going to target fire down a couple of these Banelings. Widow Mine does manage to hit quite a few of those units, but a lot of Lings are still left over.
Oh, the Widow Mines are beautiful. Fear Dragon dead center on the Lings, dropping the main base 3-3 to 2-2. So the picture-in-picture shows you a lot of dead units for the Zerg. The Banes might catch here a little bit. Bjorn's spreading out in the last second, and he will continue to run back with a 30 supply lead. He's run out of medevacs though. No retreating now, just pure running away or turning around to fight. That's what he decides to do, and he does get a few kills. The drop still going in the main as Bjorn's over
overall supply. Definitely looking good. And Lurker Den is on the way from Dark. If he can just hang on to a couple of Lurkers, maybe he can draw this game out to a much deeper state.
He's definitely going to need to rely on them at this point. He does not have a massive bank either, so 11 Hydras may be on the way, but he cannot exactly fire up 11 Lurkers or anything along those lines. So this is going to be a bit of a tough moment here for Dark. Yes, a lot of Bjorn's Bioforce is still low on hit points from the earlier stage of the game from all those medevacs being sniped off as well, but Bjorn has a lot of fresh units ready to push as well.
He's going to come in on this right-hand side of this base, currently unprotected. Where are the units from Dark? They are not here at all. Widowmines will cover the entry, and this base goes down. It's kind of terrifying because the drones are there too still. Bjorn has no medevacs to speak of. He's just got to run. Widowmine blows up Zerg and Terran alike, and he just has to get away. The low HP of those units is terrifying for Bjorn, especially with Lurkers out. That little bit of splash can go such a long way. This Marauder is fighting for his life in the main base. The Queens cannot kill him. He cannot kill Queens. The fight that never ends. Well, I guess eventually the Queens win.
3-3 armor Marauder. It does survive for quite a while against those Queens, but eventually it does end up falling, like you were saying. But I mean, Dark losing that top right-hand base, it was massive. That was a really important base for Dark. He's down to just 4 bases. A lot of these bases are quite old at this point.
It's not ideal. Bjorn is going to be feeling comfortable to start taking a 5th as well, because Dark has not had a lot of run buys in this game, and anytime he's been across the map, Bjorn has been there to meet him, so he doesn't have that incentive to keep on being aggressive. And now that this base on the right is down, the new target is this base here, and you just can't lose these bases, so Dark is forced to be more and more defensive. These Lings run in. Once again, Dark will just run through into a less than ideal situation in terms of upgrades. I think in the end, Bjorn is just outnumbered, so he'll have to lift up and get out. He really doesn't want to lose the medevacs at this point as well, right? He's lost the medevacs already. He would really like to keep the numbers a bit healthier this time. Of course, behind it all, we didn't really mention, but the ghosts are coming up. The cloaking is already done for those as well, so they are really well set. And that's, again, the benefit of what Bjorn has done. He's been able to very freely tech up during everything that's been going on in this game.
Yeah, and this is a big difference from where we saw in game number 1, where he really seemed resistant to get into that hyper late game tech, whereas Dark was adding on some of those ultras, getting into that later stage tech. Lurker number 1 does get very low on hit points, but not actually going to get picked off over there. Going to even end up retreating on back to a slightly safer spot. Bjorn moving in onto the bottom left-hand side. 1 or 2 active creep tumors over there is going to also give Dark a bit of an advanced notice about this angle.
Yeah, Bjorn, obviously, he would love to keep Dark on 4 bases, and that's what he's threatening, because he's obviously pressuring this right side, he's pressuring that bottom side, so he wants to stop Dark from getting more bases up or to kind of having a 5th. But at the same time, he's got 3 more CCs on the way. It's not essential for him to stop this. If Dark sits on 5 and Bjorn's on 5, then Bjorn should be kind of all right with that. There's one tank here a little bit alone, so it will go down, and Bjorn loses a little bit of the setup that he had. The Lurkers get further forward now as well, as we do still see a dive in the bottom left. We're going to catch Balins on the Morph, which means they are not ready to fight. The Snipe's coming through too, but units come around from the other side. The surround here from Dark, and Bjorn has to go running. Widowmine will try and free him out. The Snipe's coming through, somehow getting off on a bunch of the Hydras. Now we got a boost on out of there. That medevac low, but does get away as Bjorn kind of gets away with that one. That was a good catch from Dark.
It really was, and I have to say, though, a lot of the ghosts, I think, were on the front lines. I'm not sure how many of them actually managed to get out over there, as a lot of them did get end up getting picked off. Most of the surviving units were Marines and Marauders, so that's going to kind of hurt Bjorn. He wants to build up that ghost count. He wants to get to a solid late game army where he can deal with all those lurkers.
A little bit too busy to decloak those ghosts. Should absolutely do that. Do not want to drain too much energy on them as they start to push down the left-hand side once again. Still playing the split army. I wonder if at some point Bjorn could have played a bit more kind of all together, all at once, as we are going to see this set of units is going to be a little bit outnumbered, and so Bjorn will be losing out here. This kind of feels like the moment where you want to make a play on the right side, but I wonder if there's just too many lurkers there for that to be an option. Okay, Bjorn's going to have to pull home because Dark is on full-on offense mode. He's coming across the map, and he is going to get the lurkers into this deadly position between all the bases, so Bjorn has to fight his way out of this. Otherwise, he's in a lot of trouble. The only good thing is the lurkers aren't on top of the bases yet. Bjorn has to find himself the right fight here. Patience is an absolute necessity right now.
Yeah, but I mean, even in that fight earlier on, he had, I think, maybe 7, 8 ghosts over there, and I think he got reduced down to 2 or 3. More of them ended up dying in the retreat on back. More that were getting reinforced in from the main and the natural ended up also dying off. So there's a handful of ghosts, sure, but it's so difficult to break through this many lurkers at such an awkward angle.
No, it really is. All of his SimCity works against him as well. Dark, he waited and waited, and he sends one fatal knife wound into the heart of Bjorn. Setting up in the middle here has been absolutely huge for him, and Bjorn is just not able to recover from it right now. Trying to fight his way out. Here we go. These lurkers on the low ground will start to get sniped. Liberators will siege up with the Lings, trying to protect them. Bjorn is going to battle his way out of here, but so much worker damage taken. He's down to 40 SCVs. If there's ever a time for Bjorn to slow it down, just turtle up, this would probably be it, because he just needs to find a way to survive right now. He's got the CC still. He's going to have to do a bit of replacement and resetting, sure. Obviously, I don't love it for Bjorn. It's pretty darn awful. He needs to get back and deal with all of these lurkers. He cannot let these get into better and better positions, as everything's going to start dying here if we're not careful.
Yeah, continued lurker run-bys, Ling run-bys. They're just making things so complicated. Bjorn already has his army out in the center of the map, so all these lurkers should end up dying. The command center, the orbital command, looks like it's about to burn down. 4, 3, 2, 1, kapow! That's one less orbital that he has to work with. Another lurker managed to get a burrow off, forcing another scan over here. Those scans really need to be mules when you're down to 29 workers.
Doc, really, again, he was in trouble, right? I mean, you still look at his setup. It's like 5 bases are just about strung together. It's really not been ideal, but he got to a lurker count, and he knew the best position to be with those lurkers is between all those bases where the Terran has to fight down ramps to ever break out. And if he has less units in one position, you just run up that ramp and, fight that location. So Bjorn really is now in trouble. Doc found that moment, fantastically done to survive to that point, because Bjorn was pressuring throughout. He was always on both sides of the map. He's going to run in over here, and he's still going to find some value. And this is going to get maybe an extractor, a few Lings. Eventually, you just got to pick up and get back. But this is at least giving Bjorn some time to move around the map again. Bjorn's army supply is up by 20. If there's anything Bjorn has right now, it's actually potentially the chance to kind of get a bit more aggressive. Lurker does not go far enough away before being sniped down. We are going to transfuse here. We go for some queens, just getting whatever snipe damage we can get done. Once again, Doc realizing the problem is that maybe a straight-up fight is okay for Bjorn. So he goes for the counterattack straight through the middle. There's a lot of Marines here. Is that enough? It might just be.
Yeah, a lot of the angles that Dark was able to find and force awkward fights on the defensive there for Bjorn, those bases didn't really get retaken. It wasn't like that low ground forward third base location. It's all along the line of the left-hand side, and with the planetary fortress and everything, it's so difficult to do those big run-bys. Dark's counterattacks are simply a lot harder to get the damage done with right now. He kind of has to mount some kind of defense at the front line.
He really needs to hold on here, and it's becoming a little bit of a struggle. The Ghosts are sniping, and that's getting rid of a lot of the Queen transfusions, so the lurkers will stop being transfused soon. There's a lot more lurkers on that right-hand side. Bjorn just caught a glance at them with that scan. Ooh, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble if Dark can get a wraparound. And Dark's is going to make the same move he made before. A lot of lurkers up through the center. This is where Bjorn absolutely now has to break through on this bottom side. If he doesn't break through, he has to then bring it back and go after that army. This army's going to go for the fresher, more mining-focused bases now from Bjorn. This might be Bjorn's chance to go and jump on that army and clean it up. I honestly don't know the best move as he gets jumped on here. The base goes down already. What does Bjorn want to do? He's in a tricky spot.
Single-digit worker count for Bjorn, and he's just making a single Marine, which is very telling of his economy right now. He finally sims 4, takes out all those lurkers at that location. Liberators siege up on the wrong side now for the moment, but at least can be able to help out a little versus these Lings and Banelings and these lurkers charging on forward. But Dark is overwhelming Bjorn forced to pick up and evacuate, but what is he evacuating back to? He doesn't have any economy behind this.
Apparently he's going to drop in and try and fight these lurkers right now. The scan comes down. Bjorn is going to get hit by the splash damage, though, and it's not going to be enough. The Lings flood forward, and Dark will defend his lurkers, and he will be okay here. He has done enough to absolutely close this out. As the resources lost are so close, it's been an absolute battering from both players. But Dark has done enough to get himself a 2-1 lead.
Dark does it again. Playing from a situation where things were looking a little bit dire, losing that 5th base, losing those hatcheries so often in that game. Bjorn really looked like he was starting to see a little bit of momentum there, but Dark still hung in there. You were talking about the defensive capabilities of those lurkers. If you can survive just a little bit longer with those lurkers, and he made it happen, Wardy. He really made that happen.
It was, I mean, obviously Bjorn had a great start. He denied that 3rd hatchery right off the Reapers, and that's why everything that Bjorn did felt so powerful, because he kept showing up with attacks and Dark wasn't quite ready. You know, he lost this hatchery, and from there, the Baneling speed was a bit late. Some of the upgrades were always late. Bjorn had all of the edges in this game, and I really think the one thing Bjorn could have done is he really could have just, instead of being right side and left side, I think there was moments where he could have collected everything together and made that one solidified push. Instead, he let this game go on, and to be fair, he did set up for the longer game correctly, right? He got himself the bases. He got himself the CCs ready. He was ready to play long, But if you do that, you can't let Dark make that one move up the middle with all those lurkers, especially just after you lost your ghost.
Yeah.
Because losing those ghosts in that moment is exactly what you were saying. Then you can't snipe the lurkers down, and you can't just go running into that many lurkers in that kind of a position. So that was an absolutely huge moment. I mean, look at the supplies here. Bjorn's up like 40 supply. Banks are huge on both sides, but bigger for Bjorn. And he was just never able to turn that into one final fight. And that was his problem in Dark, again, because he's a master at playing in weird situations, low econ situations, bad situations. Because of that, he was able to just about survive. And this, where you saw a lot of the ghosts going down.
Yeah, really, really tough. And at this point, just getting between all these bases, making things so awkward. Even with all those lurkers going down, Dark already found the damage there. And this is where he just had such a substantial supply lead. He just had to clean up the army, and that what ended up being enough. But that is now 2 different games where Dark has been not necessarily super far behind, but he has been in a at least somewhat weird spot after the early game stages where it looked like Bjorn was firing back. He was creating awkwardness there for Dark, but Dark still gradually turns thing around. In game number 1, it was a lot of the expansion pathing that Dark was forced into, some of the weird trades and advantages that Bjorn was able to get. Game number 3, it was a lot of those upgrade advantages and everything, but we just ended up seeing Dark still overcoming.
Yeah, it was honestly a really fantastic bit of StarCraft 2 because you just have Dark. You could see where he was in trouble. You could see the problems, and he just was able to play, again, patience, right? You wait and you wait. You kind of see what you need to be doing, and then eventually he's like, okay, this is the moment where I die. And we've seen Dark do that so many times in the past, right? Where across loads of different matchups, he's in tough positions, but he's able to draw it out. He's able to kind of, look for the one win condition. And that is, what a lot of the top Zergs do, where they have that little bit of survivability. They can just keep on hanging in. It's not looking great, but they know that one fight does exist that would put the opponent in too much trouble to recover from.
Yeah, I really do love that about Dark. I've kind of talked about it a bunch of times, but it really is just that magic that Dark has where he's able to pull those magical victories out of nowhere, kind of find those opportunities, like you were saying, to just seize the moment in order to turn a game around. And I feel like Bjorn has that potential in the opposite direction, where we saw it in game number 2. He's able to just win games out of nowhere in a moment of micro, but he just has not been able to replicate that, I would say, in this series so far. It's really just been that second game, the 3 Rax Reaper, which really is just one of those kind of throw in a series builds. Maybe you do it twice to be extra tricky, but it's not really something you can rely on.
Again, Bjorn down 1-2, but if he was able to win this series, he would be able to join the roster for the Esports World Cup this August 14th to 18th for StarCraft 2. Very exciting. The biggest prize pool StarCraft 2 has ever seen. And Bjorn obviously wants to qualify into that with a series win here. As, we are just waiting. I think Dark has requested a little break. Of course, after 3 games, you can do that. Take a moment to reset and resell.
Yeah, it's going to be very important as well, as Dark is going to be getting into the right headspace. Maybe he's also hoping that Bjorn's just going to be rethinking about that first game and that third game over and over again, and maybe getting into a worse spot. But Bjorn, also a very, very experienced veteran of StarCraft. He's going to have his kind of methods and ways to try and solidify himself mentally and get ready to move into game number 4, where he is going to be down now 2-1, 1 game away from elimination, 1 game away from being robbed of that experience of getting to go to the Esports World Cup, like you were saying, through that qualification spot.
Is Bjorn going to be the round of 8-man again? Will Dark get to set up a semi-final against Maru, by the way?
Yeah.
That's why the winner of this will play to start off tomorrow's games. How about that for a little bit of awesome?
I mean, either one of those players facing off against Maru, I feel like is going to be an absolute treat to start the day of StarCraft tomorrow. But
yeah, I think back to the Beyond Maru Katowice series. That was really top tier TVT. It was really good. I know people don't like mirror matchups, but that was one of like the peaks of a mirror matchup in my eyes. As Dark gets his headset back on, we should just be a few moments away from getting back into StarCraft 2 action here from DreamHack Dallas, our ESL SC2 Masters Spring 2024 finals. That was the end of my sentence.
Yeah.
Once you say that tournament name, there's not much breath left in you.
I'm like, oh wow, you got the whole thing. I was mostly just perplexed and amazed.
Honestly, I was hoping you would like turn around and be like, whoa, you got it right.
Yeah, that's actually, that's how I thought.
I work so hard to impress you, and it never happens.
I appreciate the effort, Wardy. But of course, these two players look like they are getting ready and warmed up to move into the next game. Remember that with the way that those map vetoes work, game number 1, that was going to be Dark's pick. Game number 2 is going to be Beyond's. Game number 3, again, going to be Dark's pick. And now we move into one of Beyond's at least slightly more comfortable map picks. It's going to be Alcyone as we move into the top right-hand side of the map. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 4, the Red Zerg player from Talon Esports, 1 game away from moving on to the semifinals. He is Dark.
If you're a fan of this man in the bottom left, it's time to make some noise because he might be in his final game of the tournament. So Dallas, let's send some energy to Bjorn.
He is unbelievable.
I believe there's an SCV on the map.
There is, and it's in the top left in a very, very curious position, building a second barracks.
What a thing to do when you're down 1-2, tournament life on the line, about to be round of 8-man once again. And at the moment, Dark is on the way over there. I don't think you will see if he continues to stick to that rally point. Yeah, it's so interesting because obviously this is just 1 extra proxied Rex. That does mean additional Reapers are going to show up a little bit sooner, and those few seconds can sometimes make the difference. It's one of those slight things that Bjorn is hoping to take advantage of.
Yeah, and Dark, he's going to have that Overlord moving so close. So the fact that he gets that close and doesn't scout it is also going to make him think, okay, well, it's less likely to happen. Even turns around early on and says, no, you wouldn't proxy that far away, but... that first Reaper, is it going to get rallied straight on over, or do you kind of hide it for a moment, then rally it forward?
I think it's going to time in quite nicely with this Reaper from the main base, right? So Dog's going to stay here, 1 barracks, then he's going to keep moving through. He's going to say, okay, no second barracks. Interesting, he's going to see the SCV as well. Bjorn wants to make this look like the CC is going to come down, which it should in a moment anyways. The money is going to be there very soon. The thing is, Dog should recognize, well, if this was just 1 barracks, you would have a command center, you'd have that money already, so he should roughly know. And to be fair, it's not really about hiding it so much from Dark anymore. You can only do the same things, right? It's also like this Reaper showing up earlier, it just allows you to be more aggressive. Look at this damage being done on this build and Spore Crawler that's trying to save the drone. I don't think that's enough to actually eat through it, is it? Are we going to get there in the end? No, not quite. Ling does go down coming across. Queen will be out in a second. That's a lot of wasted time kind of hitting the Spore that will never really mean much.
Yeah, because the Spore does eventually get canceled in theory, so the drone can continue to just mine. The Queen getting a little bit lower in hit points is annoying, but these Reapers are also low on hit points, and a second Queen comes forward from the main base. A lot of Lings also were made, so Dark is definitely respecting this at this point. He is not getting caught completely off guard, but losing the drone at the 3rd, that's a nice pick off there for Bjorn.
Yeah, Bjorn able to catch that as it was opening up the wall down to that bottom side. Ling's in position here from Dark. Bjorn, gets pushed around. He nearly got caught there, so that was very dangerous. Now hops up to try and just get some extra shots off. So the overall effect of that proxy Rex is he really got more damage on that Queen before the other Queen was able to join up. He's not being able to capitalize on that at all here, so now you've got to flow that second Rex home. That does weaken your follow-ups, so that's one thing that Dark will be happy with. Our picture-in-picture showing us the epic action of that barracks flowing home.
Flies fast, man. It's flying home as fast as it can to start building some additional Marines and help get that transition set on up, because that is exactly what Bjorn is thinking about. 3rd CC factory. And these Reapers getting caught potentially by these Lings. Can Bjorn be on his way out of the situation?
Oh, he's doing an extremely good job with the grenade. It's been fantastic up until now. Obviously, eventually Reaper will go down. He uses another ledge over here. Obviously, this is not home, but the Reapers are still alive. Lost 1. I think so far he's honestly doing well enough, as we are just going to lose another. Can these 2 get home? It's just nice to have them still around just to kind of act as a defense behind the wall off etc. for a little while longer. Although Hellions are here, so I think he's okay. Honestly, he got a lot of the Lings. I think that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, I feel like Bjorn should still be relatively happy with how those trades ended up going in the end. Forced out so many of those Lings as well. Dark now is going to have his Overlords come out on up to unsupply block himself, but also just get into his groove, make it a lot of drones at this point, because really, you've dealt with the Reapers for a little bit, and he does have a Roach Horn being added on at a nice little time over here, but this is a difference from some of the previous games we've seen.
Yeah, we have not seen Roaches at all, I want to say.
Yeah, not from Dark for this particular series, at least.
Yeah, throughout the weekend we're here, Dark, we have seen some Roaches. Yeah. That is a true observation. No, it's definitely new for this series. You're right. So there's going to be a little bit of a switch up. here on Alstini, and maybe just because he's seen Bjorn kind of doing some of these more aggressive attacks, like last game he was quite happy to kind of get in there with the Hellbats and everything. Roaches will naturally help you kind of get through that phase. We'll see what the commitment is, especially off the Evo chambers. Are we going to go missiles? Likely to go missiles, but you might never go into like full-on roaches and like +2 missiles. At some point, you can expect to transition back into Lings and Banes, so we'll see what the overall choice is. Time will tell.
Yeah, not just the 5 or couple of roaches that are there. It's going up to 8 roaches before he adds on a couple more drones over here. So how many roaches is Dark actually going to go for over here? 8 roaches is a fair bit of a investment into that to make sure he's not really going to take too much more damage. But for now, that is definitely going to be more than enough to just push back any of these Hellions that are trying to get some damage done.
That single Reaper is not going to be saved. The Hellion's not close enough. As we get a couple of Lings, missile upgrades on the way for now. That's expected because currently the main investment is roaches. Like I say, it'll be the follow-up later to see exactly what Doc does. He could just hit a 1-1 roach timing.
Yeah.
If he really wants to, you just kind of really go aggressively. That could be part of the plan. We'll see if that is the idea right now. I don't think there's enough roaches to be that scary. There's a good amount of Marines out. There's a few Hellions to play the buffer game as well. This should be fine for Bjorn.
Yeah, likely a calculated little supply block there, but he did have to make a couple more overloads before he could really flood out any more roaches. So ended up just going back into drones there, pulls back with those roaches and says, yeah, well, I mean, slow roaches making their attack against that army is going to be hard to make a whole lot happen, especially once you start getting those siege tanks on out. So don't mind the Dark just puts on a little bit of pressure with that while he tries to get up his drone count up a little bit higher behind it and continues to add on a lot more roaches.
Just keeps on building them. 6-7 drones. That's 3 base saturation. From here on out, he'll probably build roaches until that 4th base is ready. And again, that definitely sets him up to potentially send it with the 1-1 roach timing. This is where obviously some preemptive bunkers would be really nice for Bjorn. This is where the siege tanks are going to be very important. That 4th command center is the sort of thing that doesn't help you at all in this scenario, as he is going to see these roaches. It's not like he sees roaches. He knows roaches are there. The question is figuring out how committed is Dark going to be to those roaches. As right now, Bjorn finds a chance to get rid of some creep. He's going to keep edging forwards. This is one of those scenarios where you might lose the Hellbats, but if the Marines stay alive, then it's kind of fine. I think right now he's going to realize it just isn't worth sticking around for any longer. And it's still just roaches and ravages on the way. Combat shield coming through from Bjorn as well, getting that going as, yeah, the roach ravage will start a chase here, and Bjorn just tries to evacuate what he can. It's preparation time, man. This is time to make sure you do not die in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, losing a handful of those Marines like you were talking about, even stimming a handful of them as well early on before combat shields is really finished up is going to make these a little bit more awkward here, but Siege Tank is sieged up in a very nice spot. We're able to shell away at any of those roaches. The starport acting as a very, very annoying sim city there for Dark to deal with. And bunker coming up behind it as well is going to be annoying, but that is also a very vulnerable starport.
It is. Losing the reactor and even potentially the starport having to relocate is very frustrating. Nice. 2 medevacs do pop out. The starport will just move away. Honestly, yeah, the sim city there from the starport was huge, but now this is a more open area. That's why I think Bjorn was already building the bunker there. There's a Nidus coming up in the main base, and Dark is looking to hit hard, and this is a problem, because if you start getting drawn out all over the place, that's going to become very difficult for Bjorn to defend, as he's doing okay at the front, but that's because roaches are about to pour into his main. He's got to realize something is up here in a second. He's getting a great catch, but it's too good to be true, and it's because the roaches show up in the main, and now Bjorn has to do some crisis control.
He absolutely does. Not picking up any of those units in the medevac immediately just over there. Still wants to be able to have some units on the ground on the front line to deal with those roaches that were there, but main basically going to get evacuated for the moment. There's still the damage potentially happening over the 3rd base. Siege Tank gets volleyed by the Ravages, but not actually killed.
Yeah, and these Ravagers actually starting to go down there. The attack is going to be in the main base. That's the focus right now from Dark. As we move on forwards, Bjorn is trying to fight this off. The Roach taking damage. Reinforcements of Bjorn are getting here. It is not looking super pretty, though. He doesn't have a tank in position. The tank is trying to get there. If it's Sieges now, I'm a little afraid it's too close, and the Ravagers will get a good bile on it. Bjorn just does not have access to his main base at the moment. It is just covered in Roach Ravager, and everything is evacuated from this position. And this is where it is just looking very, very good for Dark now in Game 4 of this series.
It is weirdly beneficial, though, that because Bjorn went for that low ground, barracks and everything, even the factory is down there, the starport was down there, so it actually means CJ production is continuing in a situation where sometimes if your main base is overwhelmed by a Nidus Storm, you just lose your factory, you have to rebuild your tech lab and everything. Bjorn has at least been able to continuously produce those siege tanks during all this, and you can see how effective those siege tanks are in helping defend against other attacks from other angles.
They are huge, but 2 of them go down here, and that is going to be brutal. We just really need to hold on to as many of those as we can get.
That hurts.
SDVs are trying to surround some of those roaches. It still feels like Bjorn has a lot of army. He's also 2-2 right now. so he does have an upgrade lead to help him trade with these roaches. But Dark has done enough where I feel like he can obviously just start to try and get away. This Nidus will go down. Bjorn will reclaim his main base, but he's down to 43 SCVs. He doesn't honestly have that much army supply to show for it. He does have a 4th. Apparently, somehow this Nidus does not quite see that. There's another saving grace of Dark of Bjorn is Dark. One Roach. He's going to go hunting for SCVs.
The scouting Roach does identify that 4th base and scares it away, even forces a lift off over there. But like you were saying, Dark can just retreat back. I love the investment in tunneling claws, getting up the burrow upgrade as well. He's just looking at ways to maximize his current existing army as he gets into a better composition, whether it be through better upgrades or eventually other tech.
Infestation Pit, Burrow, Tunneling Claws, Dark just playing with all of the tools he can get to make this Roach play continue. But he was very committed, and that's the thing, because this was so committed for so long, this is where Bjorn has the recovery opportunity. You know, and he is getting back up there with SCVs. Dark's only on 70 drones, which is not as high as some Zerg players play with, right? So, yes, that's kind of a Dark thing, and yes, Dark is now starting to tech freely, but it means that Bjorn is at least still in this game, and that is something which I don't think was necessarily a guarantee based on what was happening before, and Bjorn even going to start dropping around the map as he knows it's safe enough to play defense at home. Now he can obviously try and turn this game around a bit with some drop action that goes well for him.
Nidus Storm coming up in the main base, but it is immediately spotted and dealt with. Nicely done there by Beyond. And remember, with such a Roach-heavy army, Roaches and Ravagers, yes, you can theoretically Corrosive Bile down Medivacs, but it's pretty difficult to actually punish Beyond when he's just able to pick up all of his units into these Medivacs and retreat on out. So Beyond should have a window of opportunity to take advantage of this, at least be annoying.
Goes to the main base, which is the right call here because we're playing that low mobility Roach Ravager, so everything was on the map, and Bjorn realizes this. He's going to jump in the main. He will lose one Medivac. The other will be targeted down. I think if he only loses the one, it's okay, and he also only going to lose one, which means he can continue to fight for a while, and that's going to be value for Bjorn. Look at him go. He's going to target down Ravagers as Bjorn is going to get a bunch of Ravagers. Still fighting in this main base. Finally picks up and pulls away, and now pushing through the center. Roach counterattack going nowhere. I feel like they might have been maybe meant to be burrowed, but there's a missile turret there. Bjorn is playing a very good follow-up from that initial defense, which was flailing around crazily.
It absolutely is, and we are seeing the Marines trying to charge up that ramp, not able to make any headway over there, but the Medivacs, hard to punish when so many of these queens have gone down. Marines that manage to unload in the main base at the same time. Dark is going for the bust on in through here, takes out all those speed ticks, takes out so many of the Marines. The Marines in the main base are managing to find a little bit of damage, but not a ton. It's a handful of drones going down, and Dark is still cleaning up a majority of the main army.
Those tanks again are just so stacked up, and multiple times in both of these phases of this fight, Bjorn's tanks were just so exposed. Dark was able to get on top of them so quickly. Finds another one. Bjorn fails to lift up. The micro is not there. And this is huge because without tanks, dealing with this is going to be so much tougher. He had so many tanks as well. He lost so many over the last few moments.
I believe with the Tunneling Cloud Roaches coming on forward, Nidus Worm in the main base yet again. Is Beyond prepared? He doesn't have vision in that location yet again. And now this is going to mean that Tunneling Cloud Roaches combined with the Nidus Worm, combined with a potential fight at the front, Beyond is going to be extremely tasked, not just with actions, but literally just spreading out his army now.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I think Bjorn obviously felt very desperate to get something done, and maybe even too desperate, because from what we could see, it was maybe okay to kind of let it go on a little bit. Maybe it goes stimming through. Obviously, the tanks left in the background. They will not have a great time. Bjorn is going to kind of think about going for the base, decides to go after army instead. He is still looking okay when you look at part of Dark's army, but then there's units from the other side. And of course, as Bjorn bleeds out, he just doesn't quite have as much economy as Dark does to recover from. And that's the problem. Although all said and done, army supplies are still close enough that I can kind of believe of Bjorn. These scans are expensive. He is mining up for gold right now. That's a factor. Yeah. Killing more Ravagers, but losing Medivacs. Oh my goodness, this game is a whirlwind.
It really is. And you're absolutely on point there, Wardy. Remember that, yes, there are a lot of Ravagers that are not, or they're still going to be relatively supply efficient, but a lot of Roaches as well. Going to be inflating some of that army supply there for Dark. So Dark has to find opportunities like that. Rick kills off a bunch more workers there, reduces Beyond down to 30 workers, but Beyond still has a lot of orbitals to work with. He's still getting some of that mule income. Vipers being added in, though, might complicate things.
Yeah, Dark is slowly grappling full control of this game. It's weird because I feel like Bjorn's had like a moment here and a moment there where I get hopeful for him again, but it's immediately countered by Dark killing 20 more SCVs and giving Bjorn even more of an issue for the further stages of this. Like right now, Bjorn kills a bunch of Roaches. I'm like, well, that's going to be kind of good. And then there's a Nidus in the main base. And this has been the ping pong game that these two have been playing for the last few minutes here because, again, I think Bjorn did a lot of things right on the follow-up. but then he got a bit too desperate, and then Dark kind of messed up a little bit, but then he found a bunch of damage. So it's been back and forth across the table. Dark still leading by 40 supplies. Yeah, might lose this base, and honestly, every mule so important right now.
Yeah, looks like the SCVs are going to be able to repair that, and some of the reinforcements continue to get picked off over here. A very stimmed up army cannot take a direct fight against this. Viper's going to abduct those medevacs. So annoying because that army is already so low on hit points, but using the mineral choke point is a great maneuver. The units in the main base are still alive, though.
They are, and they are putting in work as Bjorn comes back into the main. He's still got the gold, kind of mining a few SCVs here, going down. Only 30 SCVs left in the game. Double Niduses will be denied as Bjorn tries to recontrol the main, splitting up those roaches as Dark, burrowing them around just to force any scan that he can. And every scan that does come in is just, again, expensive for Bjorn in this phase of the game. He does not want to be scanned. He wants to be mule, and he needs money. He needs anything he can get to help himself out. He's still hanging on in there. You mentioned those medevacs dying. That's huge. Look at how low health everything is of Bjorn.
One medevac being made, I think, just a second ago, and no additional medevacs being queued up behind it. You really just see how much damage Beyond has taken when you just look at the production tab. It is 2 medevacs and a concussive shell Marauder upgrade. Finally, a couple of these Marines start on up, and the Nice Worm is also going to be able to get up, and these Hydras and Roaches survive long enough to defend it as well.
Microed back into the Nidus, man. What a god. Dark having a little bit of fun here, but I mean, you can't have too much fun because it's still not an easy situation. High ground Hydras because every little thing is counting right now. It is down to every single unit as Dark is starting to stretch out that supply advantage a little bit further. Beyond's army supply is still somewhat there, but I think it's worth noting that this is almost purely bio at this point.
Yeah.
And the longer that it goes on as being purely bio, the less good this really feels.
It's so true. And not only that, the Roaches and Ravagers that have been taking all these trades down instead of upgrades are about to finish up +3 weapons. +3 armor a long ways away from finishing. But if Dark ever congregates his army up, as he is now starting to do a little bit in the center, has those Vipers with blinding clouds available or abducts on the siege tanks, this could get really dangerous for an actual direct fight with Dark, who is nearly maxed out.
Absolutely. Medevacs around that left-hand side will unload a few of those Marines. Roach will start to take some damage. The orbital moving across into position. We got more Hydras, Roaches, Ravagers pressing on through. A couple of SCVs continue to drop. Our bio gets there and will just about play defense. But again, that burrow upgrade is so good for Dark. And as we tick towards a Lurker Den, I fear that Beyond's time is really, truly running out.
That Nidus Worm just barely alive. A couple of Hydras in the picture getting out over there. Finally, Beyond doing some counter damage on the other side of the map. Finds a hatchery at the high yield gas. But Dark shuts down another important base there. And he's going to be able to find his army. He's going to find a couple of the medevacs as well. We were talking about how important those are for Beyond to be able to keep alive. He has now so much supply.
Okay, though.
He still has army supply.
Yeah, he's being outmaneuvered right now is the issue. The Viper does not go down, but that's another base. Suddenly, Dark only has 3 bases. There is a world where Bjorn can maybe get Dark in a lot of trouble because Dark just can't build much more, right? 3 bases only. It's not just economy, it's also production. So Bjorn, army supply 80 to 90, it's still somewhat doable. Lurkers would be an issue, but with what money? Dark has no cash left. Bjorn is mining more minerals than Dark. 19 minutes on Alcyone.
He's actually starting to do it a little bit. The mineral income for Beyond is paying off that gold base, but Dark says, no. A lot of Hydras here. Orbital command going to go down. That's not just the mules. That's also going to be the scans of these burrowed units.
Oh, the medevacs just flew over those Hydras as well. I feel like you need absolutely everything here. You're going to see the weakness of those units being heard from before. Now we are chasing away up the left-hand side, but apparently that's gone a little bit wrong as well. We do get more units showing up. Beyond his army supply is way less than it was. It was like a 10 to 15 gap. Now it's a 35 gap.
What is the medevac count at now? I want to see 3 medevacs, 1 siege tank, and a lot of Marines that have to contend against 3 Hydras.
It's crazy that Bjorn almost made us believe this long. Like, it got to the point where even moments like this, I'm like, God, he's killing the army. But obviously, there's so much more from Dark, and it's screaming over. It will get here. It's still mostly Hydras. We actually burrow there for a second. The scan comes down. The Viper will parasite bomb, and GG has to be called as Dark moves through to the semi-finals, setting up a matchup with Maru and denying Bjorn that qualification to the Esports World Cup.
3-1, Dark does it. A lot of very hectic moments in that series. A lot of scary moments for Dark, but he does it again. A punch from Beyond, a hug from Dark, a reluctant hug there from Beyond. But Dark absolutely earning that victory, Wardy. You cannot say he did not earn it through just sheer force of will.
He really did, man. That last game, I I was like, I feel like I'm crazy because like, I have some hope for Bjorn. I'm like, I think the fanboy inside me is just picking up, and then Bjorn like starts killing all the bases, and Dark has no money. I think if Bjorn preserves like 2 to 3 more medevacks and gets his army back home, there is something of a world where it's possible, right? Absolutely crazy stuff. Bjorn fighting until the bitter end. He will not get his Katowice rematch against Maru. So let's go speak to our winner on stage. It's Dark.
Wasn't an easy match for sure, but Dark makes it through once more. Now going on to the semifinals. Dallas, give it up for Dark off of his victory here in the playoffs. Let's hear how he's feeling, because again, wasn't exactly an easy road here. 네, 일단 어떻게 보면 좀 중간중간 어려운 부분도 있으셨던 것 같은데 지금 승리 소감이 어떠신지 들어보고 싶습니다.
오늘 경기력이 좀 많이 안 좋고 약간 똥 같은 경기력을 보여드린 것 같아서 좀 부끄러워요, 사실.
Yeah, you know, my play wasn't that great today. Honestly, I think I showed you guys some poop games, so I'm not feeling too great about my victory today, I'll be very honest. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, a win is a win, but let's talk about some of those, you know, maybe the parts that Dark feels is a little bit embarrassing. Obviously, first of all, not a clean sweep. You know, the micro from Bjorn, I mean, how annoying was that throughout this matchup? 네, 그러면 오늘 경기력이 좀 안 좋다고 말씀해 주셨는데 뭐 그게 특별히 또 변현우 선수 상대로 하기 때문에 뭐 그런 부분이 있으셨는지, 왜냐하면 사실 3대0으로 이기시진 못하셨었잖아요. 그래서 그런 부분에서 뭐 좀 짜증이 나는 부분이 있다든지 그런 부분이 있을까요?
일단 시작 전에 악수하는 것부터 약간 매너 약간 싸가지 없게 하더라고요. 그래서 원래 그냥 편하게 하자라는 생각으로 왔는데 악수를 안 받아주고 나서부터 약간 화가 나서 그게 좀 경기력에 안 좋은 영향을 끼친 것 같아요. 그래서 멘탈을 좀 잘 잡았어야 되는데 아쉬운 부분이 있습니다.
Yeah, it all started with the handshake, or rather lack thereof. That meta really kind of messed with my head. You know, I came in today to the arena thinking, oh, we'll just kind of take it easy. And as soon as I saw him just not accept the handshake, it made me pretty angry. And I think that affected my gameplay a little bit today. So I'll have to work on that a little bit. Obviously, now moving forward, playing against another Terran tomorrow in Maru. How is he feeling about that matchup? Looking forward. 그러면 이제 내일 4강전에서는 이제 조성주 선수와 또 한 번 테란전을 치르셔야 되는데 그 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 예상하고 계신가요?
일단 오늘 같은 경기력이면 못 이길 것 같고요. 우선 돌아가서 다시 멘탈 잡고 약간 빌드 같은 거 준비 잘해서 성주는 약간 저를 안 보고 이미 결승에서 세라라고 하고 있는 걸 상상하고 있더라고요. 그래서 발목을 한번 쥐어잡고 싶네요.
Yeah, obviously, if I play like today, it's not going to be a win, but I think I'll just go back, you know, rest up a little bit, review some VODs, maybe come up with a couple changes to the builds. But most importantly, Maru seems like he's thinking way too far ahead about meeting Serral in the finals, so I think I have to hold him back a little bit this week. And once again, give it up for Dark as he moves on tomorrow to the semifinals here in Dallas.
The Micromaster gave the Terrans some hope, especially in game number 2 with so much Reaper power. But no, Dark will dash those dreams aside and find himself in the round of 4 once again. He is an absolute beast. It didn't look clean cut. Bjorn had some chances here, Rotterdam, to get back into it, but Dark too good.
Bjorn had some absolutely fantastic moments. I actually think he misread this game a little bit. Maybe he thought that Dark was very far along, massive economy, and all the scary Zerg units coming up on Hive Tech with all the upgrades. But if he would have taken it a tiny bit slow with those tanks, I really think this could have been Bjorn's game. Just banger games though. El Cyane, fantastic entertainment. Side Delta I thought was really awesome as well. I was huffing a little bit of that copium. I was like, guys, I think like maybe Bjorn can do this. And everyone's like, nah. And I was like, maybe. And nah, in the end, the Lurkers of Dark were just a bit too powerful. I mean, when you have the world champ of 2019 go up against the world champ of 2016, you expect fireworks. I think they delivered. I'm a bit sad for Bjorn because this really was one hell of a story. It was one hell of a run from the very first round of the open bracket.
Yeah.
But hey, Dark, perhaps a top 10 guy after all, Colaris.
Whoa, yeah, he's doing all right for himself, isn't he, this newcomer? Where's Benjamin Baker when we need him? But yeah, Stay, of course, looking at how things go as well here. Dark, just absolutely formidable. It's always good to see him, almost always seemingly getting through to semi-finals, never mind into finals.
Yeah, this guy is a big match player, and him coming up on Maru here in a moment could be a GSL finals in pretty much any season. It might even be the finals this season coming up, as both those guys are in the round of 8 here in the GSL Code S. So I'm looking forward to it. I always believed in Dark there against Bjorn. Maybe fatigue played a little bit, as Bjorn, as you said, Roddy, had to fight all the way from the open to make it here today, but really spectacular games.
Speaking of fatigue, though, the first thing I said to Dark this weekend was like, first of all, congratulations, thank you, how is it? He's like, oh, very tired. Not much sleep. So maybe he's sleeping better here than he did at home, you know?
Yeah, maybe that's giving him some superpowers. But I mean, one thing's for sure right now, we have now Dark versus Maru confirmed. One of those players will be going to the grand final state, which is just a fantastic fixture. Let's take a look at how this bracket is shaping up here. Now, of course, players, congratulations, you qualified to the Esports World Cup, but you already did, Maru and Dark. You're not giving these other players many chances.
It's almost like our game is about skill, Cloris, and not RNG. Yeah. Turns out that if you don't jump out of the right area of the parachute where all the good items laying around, that you can suddenly cause an upset. It's not how it works over here.
You know, the top teams over there are almost the top teams. They're
really
pretty
consistent.
Good. They're pretty good at the video game, all right?
All right, I believe it.
He loves taking these cheeky...
I believe it.
Yeah.
I'm a believer.
Yeah, right.
I'll be watching your next work, James.
No, of course, which is probably, I don't know, there's a million tournaments a year. We've got ourselves coming up, though, Oliveira going up against Reina. Now, the good thing about this match coming up, State, is the fact that we guarantee somebody new into the Esports World Cup, because neither of them's qualified yet.
Yeah, finally. I mean, it feels kind of like both these guys are having a return to form here in Dallas because, you know, Oliveira definitely proving that he was not just a flash in the pan, wasn't a fluke, him becoming champion before.
Yeah.
Coming here with a really good performance. And also Rainer, I mean, there were a lot of high hopes on him moving to Korea, competing in the GSL. He even got, I think, top 1, top 2 on the ladder before his Codes matches. And we all know he's better than the performance he showed on. So for him to be here in the playoffs again at Dallas, couldn't be happier.
Yeah, definitely. Final thoughts, Roddy?
I love Oliveira, Reina. That's 2 of my all-time favorite players. Oliveira gave us the most magical day of StarCraft 2 ever. And he, of course, played against Reina back then in the quarterfinals. You remember when he played that game 2 on Dragon Skills? We were like, oh my god, this game is so close. And that final bailing, the absolute last bailing, blew up those Marines. And we're like, oh, at least Oliveira put up a really good fight, you know? And he's like, putting up a fight. He's like, I'm going all the way, guys. So now it's always cool to see those two duke it out with each other once more. Reina apparently had a very strong showing against Spirit. I wasn't able to watch it because we were casting Hero versus Maru. But yeah, Reina seemed incredibly happy with his play. Looked good against Cure as well, right? I know that went on for a while, but if he just had a couple roaches earlier on Alcine, that would have been a convincing 2-0-2. So I feel like we've got 2 guys that are both going to bring their A game, that have delivered in the past. I think it's a very exciting quarterfinals.
2 more matches on the way for the day. Plenty of Zerg to tantalize you as well. And not to mention also, with Oliveira now on the way, over at the Intel booth, there's a fantastic portrait kind of commemorating his World Championship run as well. So you might want to go see that if you're here in the venue. For now, we're going to go to a break. When we return, it's our next quarterfinal match, Oliveira versus Reina.
Hey everyone, we're gonna play some Connect 4, me and a laser. Basically the goal is to get 4 in a row, anyway.
Yeah, 4 in a row? Okay. I was watching this game a lot with other viewers, how the Koreans played, and I always thought they are very bad at it.
So you have some strategy, Robert?
I have no strategy, but...
Let's see how it goes.
How much time do we have for a move?
5 seconds. Gotta make it short for the video.
I think you're getting old already, honestly.
Am I?
Isn't this like high level already, what I'm doing?
No. You're overthinking it. There?
I mean, it could be a draw, right? In this game. Does it ever happen when you guys film this? It never happens, okay, okay.
Okay.
Did I just throw?
You did.
But I wanted to put it in the other one, I think.
Then you didn't. Why didn't you put it there then?
I don't know, I missed the hole. Okay, maybe it's playable, no?
It's
GG, it's GG,
not
no?
playable.
It's GG. Oh, that's embarrassing.
Is that the strategy you cooked up?
Yeah. The diagonals are pretty hard to see sometimes in this game.
Watching from the side like this?
Yeah, yeah.
A rematch?
Rematch, I go rematch.
Sure. You can start.
I do your opener.
My opener?
Yeah. No, I switch up. It's a completely new position now.
Completely new position? Talking like this is some chess analysis.
Oh, I think you just got played.
Did I? I'm chilling.
Now this must be good for me. Now you're... Oh yes, oh yes. Doesn't that look scary for you?
A little bit, I have to admit.
The player that starts actually has
of course.
Nice advantage.
Of course. Mm.
But when I watch the other guys play it, it always looks like they just like random put the things at random basically.
Maybe they do. Don't really have many options, do I?
You're in a
pickle.
What do they say it in chess? The Zugzwang, where you don't have any move that improves your position, right?
Yeah.
Because at some point you're gonna have to put it here or here, right?
We'll see.
Well, surely. Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. It's like mate in 3 or something like that.
Mate in 3?
Yeah, mate in 3. It's hard to play it on the...
I'm gonna go here. I'll go here. I'll stall for a bit.
You're stalling for what?
For a little bit. Put it. Ah.
GG. Okay, so it's a draw. It's 1-1.
It's a draw.
All right, so this was us playing this game.
Connect 4.
Connect 4. It was a draw.
It was a draw.
It was a good match. I will be down to play more of this and learn all the strategies and like really like get good at the opening of this game. Yeah? Just
grind
improve.
Some Connect 4?
Grind some Connect 4, yeah. Maybe at home.
Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Believe in a sinner that will never mend. Love is always grimmer. Through the eyes of a killer, through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Sharp as a weapon, laying in your...
All right, plenty of ZVT action, and now we've got another one on the way, and this time it is a world champion versus world champion, so why on earth not? Because our previous one was world champ versus world champ in the past. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have Wardy as well as Fear Dragon to talk about Oliveira versus Reina. Two fan favorites at this point, duking it out to find out not only who moves on in another step here to try and crown themselves as champion here in Dallas, but also a guaranteed new name in the Esports World Cup finally in this tournament, Wardy.
Finally,
Hooray!
someone's going to the Esports World Cup that isn't already.
Yes.
I mean, Oliveira kind of is because he's unbeatable in Asia points.
That's true now that you mention it. Good point. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, we keep talking about this because of qualification, but there's some players who are just so locked in on points.
Yes.
It's impossible for them not to go, which probably is the case here. But there is obviously implications for other people. Because Spirit, for example, really doesn't want Oliveira to win. Because if Oliveira wins, Coffee gets the Asian seed for Esports World Cup, and that would knock Spirit out of the current kind of qualification to Esports World Cup. If Reino wins, Oliveira gets the Asian seed, and then the overall seeds go over to Spirit. So it's actually a huge match for Spirit in terms of Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
So while these two are probably both going to be there no matter what, it does have implications on who qualifies and how.
Good point, good point. So we'll see if they can kind of boil down to how this is going to work on out. Also, actually, while this is also going, we do actually also have signing sessions going on. So there are some players that are going to be doing signing sessions right now. And also, I believe me, Chobra, and Stay tomorrow at 10 a.m. are going to do signing sessions too. But that's a little bit before the tournament as a whole. Just making people aware, because I kind of don't want to be lonely for you, Dragon, you know?
Yeah, I mean, will you sign anything, James?
I will. No, wait, no, I'm not falling for this. No.
No?
I'll sign many things. Let's talk about the game. Hey, Beard Dragon, what do you think about Oliveira going up against right now?
I'm obviously very excited about this series. To me, I know that they've played a bunch of times, most recently like Basilisk big brain bouts and stuff, sure. But to me, this is always going to be a rematch from Katowice, where Oliveira had his miraculous run through, and Rainer was such a critical one in his big run and just gaining a lot of that momentum. To me, this is a rematch of that. This is Rainer's chance for that big revenge in a big stage.
It is.
Thank you, Wardy.
You know, you look at me like I have something. I feel like you made a great point. It is his chance for revenge.
Yeah.
Will he get it? I think so. Because honestly, I think Reino is at this point right now where his DVT looks very good. Like, out of all the matchups, I think he can be super confident. Yeah, Oliveira's going to hit him with some timings. Yes, Oliveira's probably going to be aggressive, but if Reino can just kind of, you know, hug it down and get past that, I think the later the game goes, he's going to be feeling great. We saw against Kua, you know? He just kind of, you know, had a tough time against one of the timers he wasn't ready for. He made a little macro error. He got supply blocked. He was telling us at a bad time, and that messed up his defense in the game too. But he made a lot of mature decisions in the longer game 3 as well, where he could have kept on attacking in because he had his opponent on the ropes. But even he said afterwards, he was like, man, if I kept attacking him, I think I lose that game. So he had to slow it down, be very mature, and he showed us that against Kua. I really think he's going to take it down against Oliveira.
I think there's going to be a lot of attacking in this one. This is going to be fireworks abound here. So let's get to it. Let's head on over to the stage for Oliveira and Reina. Attack, attack, attack.
Reina really picked his battles well, and at one point he realized he was getting a bit too carried away, took a step back as GG gets called, and the Reina does win.
There's no pile of that pile goes down!
Oh, there it is! The losses will not pop out. Stalker's went forward to try and do something, but this is a complete disaster. I said it was going to be better. He seemed to have a grasp on it, but it was easy peasy.
The desk talked about it. We're getting a little bit of deja vu here in this next matchup. But the question is will Dallas be another blip on the timeline? For this matchup, we have Rainer coming in to try to remind everyone that he is still indeed a very strong pro player. But is he yet again just part of Oliveira's fairy tale story? StarCraft fans, get ready for an absolute banger of a third quarterfinal this weekend here in Dallas. I give to you Oliveira versus Rainer.
Here we go. It's a big match with a lot of history behind it. The reigning world champion and Oliveira up against the guy who's been in 3 back-to-back world championship grand finals from 2020 to 2022. This is a very, very big Zerg versus Terran matchup, and I cannot wait to see how it unravels. Of course, that road to the Esports World Cup. You can see it there at the bottom of the screen. Right now, the players are in the quarterfinal. If you make it to the semis, you get that coveted spot, and that is so important.
Yeah, and honestly, Pig, I feel like both these guys on stage right now deserve 100% to be there. Rainer and Oliveira, these guys are legends in the StarCraft scene, and here I am hoping that we get one of those spectacular TVZs of the day, because really the action has been nonstop. Dark versus Jenna is going to be hard to top, but if anyone can do it, I think Rainer's got a really good chance here against Oliveira.
You know, Rainer right now, he's been struggling. Some people have said he's always been on a little bit of a downswing, but I feel for him it is a mental battle
to bring his A game in an age when the maps have changed, the styles that he had so much experience and success with, he's kind of had to move past those, and he's rebuilding himself as a player in many regards. Likewise, on the other side, the Terran player Oliveira, what a crazy height that was. I mean, to get that Cinderella Story World Championship, but then to struggle to repeat that success, to find yourself still constantly facing the Marus of this world, the Serrals in these tournaments, and to see that repeating that experience was very difficult. He was incredibly crushed in his performance at Atlanta, and he's done a lot of rebuilding since then. But standing in his way in the top left side of Oceanborn, a Zerg player from Italy with so much confidence behind him. Let's see if he can get back on top. In the top left side of the map, everybody put your hands together for Raider!
And at the bottom right side, looking to recapture the magic, the former world champ. Let's welcome Oliveira.
I love the way the desk set up this match, talking about that big quarterfinals match, which is on the road to Oliveira winning that world championship. It went down to the wire. It was incredibly close. And I think one thing I always think about as well is the tactical pause. Oliveira was like, look, Reina was getting out of control. He was vibing, but I felt like he was trying to rush. He really wanted to just finish it. He was like, go, 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 every lobby. He wanted to keep going. He was riding a high. I was playing a little bit off. I needed that bathroom break. And he said, you know, I just took that quick bathroom break. Just that little interruption in Reina's momentum. I slowed everything down. And he managed to completely change the momentum in that series from being down way behind. And that's something which, you know, it's something that doesn't get talked about much, but it was a very clever move for him and something which I think was really intelligent. And that, of course, is the frantic Reina we know, that guy who, if he gets the confidence going, it's very scary. And I think Oliveira is going to do everything he can to avoid playing into Reina's hands.
And Raider's going to have to use all of these mental tricks, I think, if he wants to defeat Reina in this series. You see right there on screen, trying to overcome his demons. Oliveira here in the quarterfinals, the lowest win rate of all players thus far coming in from the regionals versus Zerg.
Wow.
Just barely cresting 50%, and now here he is up against Rainer, who is undeniably one of the best Zergs of this generation in the world right now, today, in a quarterfinal match with so much on the line.
To be fair, on Oliveira's side with that statistic, he plays in a region which has very few Zergs. And that's where you get your easiest matches, is in your regionals, right? So when he's playing, it's you know, online in international cups, versus Dark, versus Solar, versus Reina, versus Dark. It's these top Zergs he's running into for the most part. So I gotta say, that's that. As you know, hard as that seems for Oliveira, there is a little bit of a redemption there when you look at the details of who those matches are against.
Yeah, third command center coming in relatively quick here for Oliveira. Notably, not going for the Bjorn-esque 2 Barracks Reaper opening. This is a little bit more greedy. Just the one Reaper here. Getting some pressure done, and then very fast Hellions I'm expecting to be the follow-up here for Oliveira.
I like a classic opening. You know, the 2-Rack Reaper is good. Its main advantage is denying creep, right? It's slowing down that kind of explosion of the creep, and I guess to be fair, that's what you're worried about with Reina, right? He became famous back in 2021 in the online circuit because he revolutionized the dual queen groups, where he'd have 3 different queen control groups, 1 defending the main from air, 2 out front, and he pushes creep forward. And just no other Zergs up to that point had split their queens up this much, and his creep would get outside his opponent's base by like minute 8. I remember there was games where Maru was like, is that creep going into my third? And it was like, oh my lord, like, it was just disgusting how good Reina was at that. Since then, of course, the Terrans have learnt how to pick off those queens if they get exposed, how to dart in around and try to slow things down. But Reina, known for being all-consuming on the map. And if he gets a small edge in Zerg versus Terran, he'll cover the map in creep, he'll get to 85, 90 drones, and he becomes just an absolutely swarmy, ridiculously powerful Zerg.
It's because of talent like that Raider showcased that really changed the meta of TVZ in the modern StarCraft II era. Now you watch Terrans play, and oftentimes they will go for pushes that are not designed to get big damage done. Not designed to kill a ton of queens, get a lot of drones, but just to control the creep spread of the Zerg, prevent them from getting map control through the vision, through the speed, to set up for later timing attacks. And that's kind of what Oliveira is doing right now with these Hellions, with this one Reaper, with the Banshee opening, one of the most classic TVZ openers in StarCraft II, is he's controlling the creep spread. But despite that still, despite these 4 Hellions on the map, despite the Reaper joining them, you can see Rainer with these multiple control groups, as Pig is mentioning, slowly but surely, consistently spreading these tumors all across the map.
Very nicely done. Armory's coming in interesting for Oliveira.
Oh, wow.
You know, Gumiho did have success against Reina with delayed Hellbat timings. He had a really late Hellbat battle cruiser timing, I think it was, one game, and some other kind of bizarre ones. So definitely something which he might be thinking about here. It could just be for an awkward follow-up mech transition, but yeah, this is looking like just a giant Hellbat Banshee attack, right?
I don't think it's gonna be mech. I mean, Sim coming in is just such a big telegraph that it must be bio. Now 2 barracks, of course, following up, but I wonder exactly how this is gonna go, because when I think about these early pushes with Hellbats, I usually think about them being stopped by huge masses of queens. And I'm wondering if the Cloak Banshees in this situation, their role is not to snipe drones, but rather to add the DPS that those Hellbats need and mess up the target fire on those queens to allow the Hellbats to really dominate on the ground.
Oversteer's already morphing in the front. He needs Banelings though. Reina needs those Banelings. He sees the Hellbat morph. He will lose the 4th hatchery, but I don't know if he minds too much. It's everything else that's going to matter. Oh, he just cancels. Wow, slight mistake there. Banelings are morphing. Only 3 Banelings so far. Very passive from Rainer. And interestingly, Oliveira doesn't overcommit. It's surprising to see someone go so hard on Hellbat just for the cancel of the 4th base. Is that going to be worth it? Only time will tell.
Yeah, with a delay coming out on the Banshees too, I mean, he wasn't out on the map as quickly as he possibly could have been with those Banshees. I thought for sure he was going to try and pick off some of these queens with that added DPS, but instead, no. Playing it nice and safe, and what exactly? Oh, is it the Ling? I actually missed what happened here. That's an odd location for the orbital to be flying in from.
Yeah, that's yeah, I'm not sure. A bit of a misclick here or there. Something weird happened.
Yeah,
but it's
I wish I could go back in time and see that. I am so curious right now. My curiosity has peaked.
The replay. We got to get that replay in the reel from the secondary kind of picture-in-picture observer that we've got set up over there. We'll find out, no doubt, later on. But Baneling speed, 1-1 upgrades. Reina's got 72 drones. His creep's getting out there. It does feel like he's a bit ahead of the curve. Yeah, Oliveira's got a very fast 4th command center, though, and I think that is, of course, potentially huge, right? Oliveira's clearly planning to play to the late game turtle stage. This is something Reina notoriously dislikes and has disliked for a long time. I mean, think of the game versus Spirit in the regionals about a year ago, where he literally was like dropping question marks and going, really, this is all you're going to do? And Spirit was like, well, I'm winning, aren't I? And Reina was like, well, yeah, but in the most frustrating way possible. And everyone was like, that's it, man. Hey, if the late game works, then the late game works. You know, you've really got to do what works in StarCraft. And Maru famously has beaten Reina many times by just forcing it to the end game, getting lots of command centers and planetaries, and saying, hey, you make a play. I'm not going to step on creep and let you swarm me. Heck no, you have to play late game, buddy.
It's a hard style to execute as Terran, but if you can do it successfully, I mean, on paper, it is not nearly impossible for Zerg to actually remain cost efficient. So as long as you get it to split map versus split map, that is a path to victory in TVZ almost always because of how efficient the Terran army can be. Zerg, it's more explosive, it's more swarmy, it requires a lot of resources and a strong economy to keep going. Terran, they can play a bit more passively, and with Oliveira, as you said, going for that really fast 4th command center, now transforming into a planetary at the 6 o'clock position. He's adding in drilling claws. He's continuing siege tank production. He's even getting vehicle weapons started already here at the 8-minute mark, as well as 2-2. This is him setting up in what could be a very defensive posture. That doesn't mean that Oliveira is not necessarily going to attack. But should he decide to stay at home and try to play for that endgame, it absolutely is in the cards.
So those tanks from the high ground now. I love this ridge on Ocean Pawn. Moving into the middle ground, this low ground area, that's really awkward with tanks because you can get flanked. But the tanks on the ridge behind the rocks, I mean, that's always an excellent position to hang out. And this way you can clear the creeps, start to push back, and a 5th command center does start. So yeah, Oliveira, I was wondering if he was just going to go hard on the aggression off a 4-base setup, but with a 5th command center, sensor towers going down, this really does look like Oliveira wants to play the long game. Now, Reina is interestingly going for a Hydra Den. Lingbane still skirmishing at the front, trying to keep his creep spread forward. But I do wonder, is this just going to be Viper, Lingbane, Hydra as like a flexible mobile army that kind of runs in, blows up a planetary, pulls back, goes and hits somewhere else? Or are we going to maybe see like Lurker Nidus try to pop up in the back at the same time?
It could be Lurker Nidus, but I think much more what you said before. It's going to be Lings, Banelings, and Hydras trying to keep the Terran under control because Reina right now, he's playing a very high drone style. 95 drones right now. He's expanding across the map to the top right, to the bottom left, taking control over effectively everything soon. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw more hatcheries go down, whereas Oliveira, he's building all these extra sensor towers. He's making some pushes into the center, but really just to exert map control and start trading efficiently, not to go for killing blows. And so if I'm looking at this game from Rainer's perspective, I'm thinking I need to have a high economy. I need to max out. I need to flesh out these upgrades, get 2-2, get Adrenal, and then I need to start trying to kill the Planetary and dampening the gas income of the Terran to stop them from reaching that end game Ghost Mech, which almost feels inevitable with the way that Oliveira is playing now, adding in an extra factory.
Yeah, the mass command centers as well. If you can start keeping the Terrans small before they get up to like 8 orbital command centers, stop them getting to the Iron Bank, that'll be big. You also want to mine these middle bases before the Terran gets too deep on the map. Rain is very aware of this. He talks about this a lot. Talked about this when he was actually on the analysis desk before Serral played against Maru in the Katowice finals. He said the secret to beating late game Terran is mining out their resources on their side of the map.
And you see that right there. He's already mining about the 2 o'clock expansion. So once that hatch rate gets up, and also this CC's taking a lot of damage. You got to lift that one up. All of there is the Ling and Bailing now coming in. We'll be able to deal with some of this bio. Nice Widow Mine shots, but really I'm waiting for all of these things to start to come together for Rainer. And by the way, look at this. Seismic Spines. Lurker range attack upgrade coming in, and once that comes through, I think you might be right about that Nidus Canal. It could be a way to kind of crack the shell of Oliveira, and right on cue, there it is.
Exactly as you said it there. Now, I like these skirmishes aren't too bad for either side. For the units, lost tab is something we do want to check in, because this is a game where neither side's committing 100%. These are small skirmishes, but you can already see about a 3,000 resource lost advantage for Oliveira. Now, obviously, you're going to mine a bit less, like overall resources on the map as Terran usually, and you spend a lot more money on infrastructure, so you do need to be much more cost efficient to win the game. Being ahead this amount is kind of standard for this moment in the game.
Absolutely is. Rainer coming in once again. Is going to be able to take out the Planetary Fortress with the cracklings on the right side, as well as some siege snakes and bio going down. So a pretty good trade, actually. Look at Oliveira's supply. Plummet to 148, and it is so important for Terran to get Gas Geysers number 9 and number 10 online if you want to play this Ghost Mech style. He is going for Ghost Cloak. He's adding in Liberators, double factory siege tanks. He has Reactored, Widow Mines coming onto the field. Ghost production is coming in, 3-3, all of these mechanical upgrades. All these things require a lot of gas pig, and as long as Rainer could just play this high eco style, those banelings. No. High eco style, 90 plus drones, consume the map and prevent Oliveira from taking a 5th base, he will have this game won. Oliveira needs to try to find a way to secure this 5th base expansion and remain cost efficient. Rainer, his job is to try and stop it with another attack coming in.
Lots of Zerglings on the front line, not a lot of Marines. Hell, that's the Widow Mines in here. Only a sprinkling of these anti-Zergling units, and that's the weak spot Rainer keeps finding. There's a lot of tanks, good amount of Marauders, there's Ghosts in there, great units to counter Hydras, but he doesn't have enough to deal with the Zerglings, and now with a Nidus in the back as well, you can see he's getting stretched in all directions. He needs to re-center his defense on that top side, but he also needs to cover his main. Now that the Nidus is being shown, this is where Oliveira needs to commit to shutting it down, which means getting rid of this Overseer and building turrets on the edge of the map to make sure that never happens again, because the distraction this causes can be game-ending. This is so difficult to deal with as a Terran. You've got to get rid of that Overseer and that Nidus in the 3rd base.
Yeah, I think the Sim units coming down to the 3rd right now should be able to defuse that, but Rainer's going to use that as an opportunity to strike again at the 5th. This time, Lurker's coming in, Blinding Clad on the Planetary and the Siege Tanks, but with those Ghosts there in the front line and the Banelings defused, Rainer should retreat. Snipes coming through. A lot of Lurkers go down.
Nice snipes there. Oh, is that another Nidus in the main, though? Uh-oh, it's almost up. Lurkers are in there, ready to go. That Changeling, it was the Changeling from the earlier round. Defending pretty well, though, is Oliveira. He actually gets rid of it. As long as he gets rid of the Changeling, another Nidus on the low ground. I mean, Rainer's doing everything he can to distract Oliveira. However, he's not mining the middle bases just yet. Rainer's doing really good offensive trades. He's picking off tanks, but he's not mining either of the central bases.
Yeah, and he almost needs to stop the 5th base from getting up or take those bases on the side. You need one of those as a win condition here as Rainer, because if you let the map go truly split map, Oliveira will win, barring some insane misplay. Because the Terran late game, especially if they're able to reach that Ghost Mech, it is just better.
100%.
Zerg's job is to try and prevent that from happening by taking these other bases so that they can afford to be less cost efficient or potentially go for a killing blow, such as taking down that 5th Planetary.
You got to go for one or the other, like you said. Why not go for both? You're doing good trades considerably, but you're still going to be behind on the trading. And on this map especially, those middle bases are so hard to take. The earlier you start mining them, the better. And Nuke does only do 500 damage, so it can't take out a hatchery on its own. But I feel like Reynor has been just a little bit slow to get those middle bases mining, and Oliveira has done such a good job of stabilizing. He's got 3 commands and is finishing. Another Overseer comes in. No turrets on that right side to intercept, though. This is allowing Reynor to really utilize his speed. Oliveira is having to defend 2 places at once, and he's not got many units on the south. That's such an exposed part of his economy. SCVs in the open. Banelings are going to roll in. An Orbital and a Planetary getting blasted.
Yeah, this Planetary barely going to go down as it goes come in to save the day, and Oliveira's going to use this as an opportunity to strike on the top right side. He realizes he's taking a lot of damage back at home, so he needs to disrupt the economy of his opponent. But for Reynor, he's not really centralizing his economy. And look at the Lurkers. They're already in the main base. We missed this. The Nidus Canal has popped in Oliveira's main, and now he has so many crises he needs to solve very quickly, lets his infrastructure fall.
Oliveira is a very aggressive player. He's really good at attacking. You can see his instincts take over there. He was out of position for the attack on the south, so he immediately counterattacked, but that left him open for this move. And that means he loses 31 SCVs, but he also loses southern position. Now his tanks have no support in the middle of the map. The Zerglings getting a fantastic trade. Nothing to counter the Zerglings. The tanks get cleared. And that Infestor just spotting everything. Beautiful play.
Another Nidus network pops in the triangle third here of Oliveira. That's going to be even more SCVs going down, and more than that, just as Pig was saying, this is another attack Oliveira needs to pay attention to. And look, there's even, I believe, creep being dropped either by tumors or just from the Nidus right here with these Lurkers. It's going to be so hard for Oliveira to regain control of this position, and Reynor is doing an excellent job of keeping Terran contained. However, Oliveira is slowly getting back into this. He's taking the expansion back at 2 o'clock.
I think you should probably give up on the 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock's a mistake because it stretches you out even thinner. All you need to do is deny those resources. Right now, Oliveira is getting pulled into the trap of trying to match Reynor's pace. He needs to slow down as a player. He's still maxed out with a lot of command centers, but he has to get rid of the vision in the back. And because he hasn't got a Viking, nor does he have turrets on the edges, these Overseers are going to keep sneaking along the backside. And he's letting Reynor continue to do that, and that's been the big thing that's costing him. If it wasn't for those Niduses, I guarantee you Oliveira would have a much better defensive setup on the front. As it is, he's got a giant army. He can still come back in this game, but these Changelings are just wreaking havoc.
The Changelings are getting so much done as Reynor's trying to distract Oliveira here on the front line with Lings and Banelings flooding in. He will get pushed back by the main force, but that Nidus is about to pop in the natural expansion. Another Lurker burrows.
Wow, this one doesn't have too much stuff inside. Nothing popping out just yet, but big fight on the front. Wow, Blinding Cloud Banelings getting some good connections. Reynor didn't have enough army to feel confident continuing with that engagement. The counterattack comes over, which means another one of these middle hatcheries going down. Remember, Reynor's had a big economy for a long time, but he's not able to really mine any of the middle resources. The longer this goes, the more it's going to move in Terran's favor. It's already a 10,000 lost resources advantage for the Terran. The Lurker's doing damage in the back. He's even in range of those SCVs on the low ground if he starts shooting those. This is a big problem. Oliveira is getting pulled apart by Nidus Worms.
Oliveira needs to try to find a way to get in control of the situation, and losing even more siege tanks over here on the left side. These are the kind of losses that he can no longer afford. His bank has been depleted. He is down at 150 supply. Reynor, his bank, it's still flourishing, very close to max, multiple thousands of resources in the bank. Another Nidus network about to pop, and the natural expansion does get defused by siege tanks and by these Marines. And Oliveira, he needs to try and find a way to slow this game down and quiet it, because you see right there on screen the income advantage. It is huge right now for Reynor. He even went down from 95 drones all the way down to 80. That's a lot of because of Oliveira's aggression, but Reynor is making a conscious decision not to repopulate those because he wants to try and attack. And he might be setting up for a big play with this Infestor Pig.
Could come in from behind that Infestor.
Look at the ghosts.
Yeah, if he gets the dual Fungal on that, that'll be huge. But the Infestor needs to be far enough away from the bio that doesn't just get shot straight away. Oh, no Hellbats, no Marines. Tanks and a few Widow Mines. Not going to be able to answer these Zerglings at any time you find those unsupported units. Those do so well. Abducting a couple of Ghost and Snipes to answer it. But I think still very good trades for a Reynor that is still relatively rich compared to Oliveira in this game.
Army supply is still very even, however. Reynor is getting a lot of damage done, but this is a dangerous position. Reynor only has about 500 minerals left in the bank. He's adding in another flood of about 60 Lings, but the mining has been severely disrupted. Over there on the left side, you see some distance mining. At the top side as well, that hatchery hardly saturated at all. And should Oliveira take a strong fight, with the kind of ghost that he has, he might be able to ride the momentum because Reynor has such a discrepancy between his gas and his mineral bank. He can't really repopulate. He needs to be able to survive and stay safe.
Reynor's not really mining off that top middle base, is he? And I think it might even be a misplaced hatchery. So you see he's finally transferring it. It is a misplaced hatchery, but that's been not mining for minutes on end. And that southern base got denied, and it was blocked from being retaken by a Widow Mine. So yeah, Reynor's mineral income actually isn't ahead right now. You can see Oliveira's got 2 blue arrows. Now, obviously, that's mules in action. You drop a few mules, you're going to get ahead on the income, at least temporarily. But if Oliveira remaxes, it is scary for, as we've said, Reynor's resources will run out in the long run much faster. Now, he's still got a few minutes where he does have a lot more minerals available, but only a few minutes. Once those minutes are out, Oliveira is naturally in a stronger position. So Reynor's still got some real urgency here. Those changelings, good handling of it this time. I feel like Oliveira is really respecting those overseers and their changelings this time around.
Man, these infestors burrowed all over the map are so scary. Look at the full force of Reynor coming in here on the left side. He wants to sneak down this base yet again and also prevent Oliveira from taking the 6th base at the 7 o'clock position. For now, he is successful, but keep in mind, Reynor, again, very minimal bank is another Nidus taps. Just like that Viper does in the main base of Oliveira. Another engagement coming in. Reynor is going to back off, and he needs to be careful. The upgrades are good, but look at the supplies. 187 to 170, but Oliveira with the army supply lead.
I'd love to see Reynor rotate to that northern base with a big wave of Zerglings, get on top of those tanks, or getting up the middle. He's just going to try and bust the south head-on collision. And a good trade, picks off a few tanks, pulls back. He's looking to really stretch out Oliveira's attention. Oliveira struggling to keep up with Reynor's pace. I mean, Reynor's pace on these Nidus Worms. Talk about an annoying person to play against. He's just non-stop, giving Oliveira something to worry about. There's changelings coming in to scout ahead. And Oliveira, he's trying to keep pace right now, but Reynor is making it so very difficult.
I love that pop right there on the Widow Mine and then coming back in. Not really giving Oliveira the anti-Ling shots that he needs from these splash damage units.
Another Nidus in the main. How many of these did you get a
right?
This is why I'm saying, like, a Viking.
Oh my god. I think
you've got to get a Viking off the turret stuff. At a certain point, this is so distracting. And to be fair, there's an argument that Reynor is spending 75 minerals and 75 gas each time. So, like, in the very long run of the game, Reynor's wasting a lot of money on this. But that's super long term, man.
This is the second time that Reynor's done this where he knows that the Nidus Canals are getting defused by these siege tanks that are set up in the main base, the natural and the third. So now he's just flying the Overseer over the siege tank and popping it in melee range. So it has to be assisted by Bio, or it has to unsiege. It's just so funny as more Balings now morphing in the base of Oliveira. The game quieting down a little bit here is going to allow both players to replenish their banks.
I'd really like to see Reynor bust that middle ridge planetary, because I think that area is Oliveira is so focused on the top right and the bottom left. I think if you bust the planetary on the middle high ground, you can actually just start running into the third base, and that's so vulnerable. Ghost gets some snipes off. Lings do jump on top. There's more tank slibs and Ghost behind it, though. This is an angle where, like I said, I don't want Reynor to keep fighting here. He's got to rotate and hit the other areas, because on this map, if you get trapped into fighting head-on repeatedly on that ramp, it's going to go massively in Terran's favor. We can already see that. Not only is the base getting denied, but the unit's lost tab is getting better and better for Terran. Another Nidus Worm gets shut down. Reynor's let Oliveira max out. And for a style that was meant to be inefficient, remember, he's mined almost nothing off the middle bases. He's only now starting to mine the right side middle base. He's just not able to get Nidus Worms up anymore. He's still on Lingbane Hydra. He's got to find a way to trade effectively, which just is not happening. Oliveira is being so cautious.
It feels like Reynor is losing a little bit too much momentum. 15,000 resource discrepancy between these two players, and with Oliveira securing these additional bases in the bottom left after retaking the 5th and then going for the 6th, now suddenly he has a pretty substantial income advantage. For the first time, he is ahead in supply, he is ahead in bank. Oliveira, he might have weathered the 20-minute storm that was the aggression of Reynor.
Yeah.
And if he's able to take down a high-yield base like this one, fully saturated on minerals, Reynor is going to be in a world of hurt, Big.
I mean, Oliveira's been turtling since minute 7, basically. You know, it's been 15 plus minutes of him just turtling up, sitting there defensively, getting to this position, but he's there now. He's got so many orbitals, he's got so many mules, he's still building more and more command centers, and he's hanging on very nicely, and Reynor seems to be running out of ideas at this point. This has always been the stage which Reynor hates playing. If it gets to this point where it feels a little bit of a stalemate, that's where Reynor starts to really struggle. And this was obviously Oliveira's plan from the start. I'm going to put you where you hate to play. This has been a big issue for you over the last last few years. Everybody knows it because you publicly talk about it. You hate playing these slow games. You like movement. You like action as Reynor. And he's just not able to get that going because it's just this Nidus Worm move, which was working well earlier, but he has not been able to find the repeat value, and he doesn't seem to have another option.
A clutch Infestor Unburrow might be the Hail Mary that Reynor needs to come back in this one because the army here for Oliveira is so strong. Watch this Infestor on the left side. If he can get some kind of engagement, some kind of fungal on these Ghosts and then collapse with all of the Banelings, all of the Hydras, there is a world where Reynor can bring this back.
He's got to make the play
set up
soon,
for it.
He's got to make it soon. He's got to go for it, but he gets scanned again. He's got to make that play at some point. He can't be sitting here just weathering this storm because he's losing these trades very badly. Anytime you're sitting on the edge of tanks and ghosts, it's terrible for Zerg. Movement and mobility is your advantage, but Reynor seems to be stuck in a bit of a corner right now. He feels like he needs to defend this base, but it's too late. He's got to go and blow up the bases of Oliveira. The longer he sits here, the harder this is going to get. Oliveira is grinding him down right now.
Yeah, more snipes coming in, and just look at this defensive position. Oliveira is locked in. The Ghost, they're basically even taking the forefront of the fight. All the Lings and Banelings going down. I think Oliveira might have just broken Reynor.
I cannot believe it. He let so many 90 Worms get up. Most players would crack under that pressure, but he refused to crack, and he gets game one on the back foot for over 10 minutes and refusing to crumble under the pressure. That was impressive.
That was one of the most impressive defensive TVZs I have ever seen. That was on the level of a Maru TVZ. The defense was resilient, and he did it in one of the most taxing ways possible, as you were saying, Pig. He didn't make the Vikings, he didn't set up the missile turrets, he didn't invest in all of that. He was using army basically the entire time to defuse these dangerous situations Reynor was setting up for. And over the course of 10 to 15 minutes, he basically played the game where Reynor was just banging his head on a wall. And Reynor with this high-octane economy, 90-plus drones, sometimes close to 100 drones. It felt like he was so close to breaking Oliveira, but Oliveira was just patient enough to weather the storm and get to this stage where once he finally secured that 5th base, got Kaiser's number 9 and number 10, and then the 6th base and the mules rained down. He was able to build up the bank, build up the army, and attack the bases on the sides, and Reynor just fell apart.
I think at this moment it was going very well for Reynor. I think it was such a good game. But once he made the Lurkers, I think the Lurkers were decent in the Nidus Worms. They didn't help too much on the front. And there was a moment at some point here where he stopped trading and he kind of pulled back for a moment. It felt like, well, this isn't working. I need to chill out. But I actually think if Reynor kept attacking and kept up the momentum, the fact that he'd done so much distraction with the Niduses and he was continuing, there was tanks in the main, the natural, the third, Ghost as well. He was getting so much of Oliveira's army supply stuck there. Remember, Oliveira was not maxed for a long time. So I do think there was an opening if Reynor was almost more confident. More like, I'm just going to grab my whole army, smash into the north base. Remax, smash into the south base, and take a few kind of sloppy bad trades in there. But I think Oliveira was still in that build-up point, and you got to realize once the Terran gets up 10, 12 orbitals, once they have unlimited mules and they can just replace those command centers, remax those armies, it hits a point where you can't quite recover. You got to get them before those orbitals have paid off and before they've got that infrastructure set up. And I think Oliveira did such a good job of just speed running to that point, just surviving. And once he got there, you could see how drastically the trading changed, and it felt like Reynor was kind of helpless at the end of that game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think if Oliveira goes for the same style of gameplay here in game number 2, Reynor, go for the same early game, go for the same aggression, go for the same high economy, and then use that momentum to break Oliveira before he becomes unbreakable. Let's see if he can do it. Spawning in the bottom right side, one of your foreign hopes, it is Reynor.
And his opponent, hailing from China, a player who has done such intelligent moves so far to allow him to play his comfort zone and stop his opponent getting any of that momentum. Let's see what he's got in store for game 2. In the top left side of the map, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming, it's Oliveira.
So much support for Oliveira and the crowd, man. He has his own cheering section. That is amazing. And I love this guy. He shows so much passion for the game. You can see it when he wins any single match on stage. Like that game 1 versus Reynor, the headset comes off. He is living the moment. He is feeding on the crowd's energy. His fist is in the air. I mean, this guy is just electric. And what a stunning game number 1. here against Raynor. I want to see what he brings to the table here in game number 2.
Just a normal man, you know. That interview after that World Championship, I think, will be something most of us never forget. He just practiced like he'd never practiced before, adjusted his time zone to the tournament, something he regularly does now when he's traveling to events. So there's zero jet lag concerns. Just does a little bit of a physical workout and then basically trains, studies videos, watches replays for the rest of his day. Lives and breathes StarCraft. And I really feel like Oliveira traditionally was a timing attack player. He was good with multitasking, momentum, aggression, all those standard Terran traits. But how he has evolved to the point where he can play a game like that is so defensive, where he's saying, look, I know this might not be the thing that traditionally I'm the best player at, but this is the best way to take advantage of Raynor, and it worked just like clockwork. Beautiful play.
Like I said, it was a Maru level defensive TBZ, and Maru makes it look easy, but it is not easy. There's very few Terran players in the world who can make a style like that work, and the fact that Raynor is just so against it.
Ooh,
He
6
plays
seconds.
to his advantage, and yeah, look at these slings coming in.
Why they pulled back though?
I don't know why they
the
pulled
Reaper
back.
is still there.
Did he catch it?
Yeah,
I wasn't sure because of the first-person view, but it seems like Oliveira has a pretty good idea of what's going on.
Yeah, he went SCV Scout. Really safe play, and because of that, he keeps the Reaper at home, so Raynor just keeps his Zerglings alive, says, look, if I go in there, I can deny the building time a little bit, but... Oh, he does go in. He's going to commit. He's just committing a bit later. Oh, the Reaper does survive. Oh, is that Command Center going to finish? No, the SCV has to pop off, and the Reaper and the Marine come to the low ground. Should be able to out-micro this. Oliveira, the 3 Zerglings coming in. You don't want to be losing that Reaper or that Marine.
What a hero, SCV. Give that SCV a medal. Give that SCV a medal. Look at those kills.
Wow. And he even shot the depot. He said, why was the door open? No, that was clean, dude. SCV getting a kill as well. 6 lings. Not a good opening for Raynor so far. Only a slight delay on the command center, whereas his hatchery was very delayed. And that really just ends up being a nice start for Terran.
And it's a really fast 3CC opener again for Oliveira, but this time a little bit of a different flavor. He's not going for the Hellions, instead going for the Cyclones, and only just now adding in the second gas, as well as the second barracks.
I wonder if he tries to sneak the Cyclones out. I know on this map, the Overlord can't quite see the edge.
Very
so you'll
close.
sometimes see the Overlord like just move off the pillar a tiny bit, and the Cyclones might try to sneak out that like northern to the right edge.
Yeah.
I think they usually get like a glimpse of it for like a fraction of a second, but will the Zerg actually be watching? Because obviously if the Zerg knows there's Cyclones, you just build a bunch of Speedlings, you can surround them, they're not that scary, but if they kind of catch you off guard, they can be quite annoying, picking off Overlords and just generally being a nuisance unit to deal with. It looks like Oliveira may have just made these as a general safety precaution though, because pool first often leads into like a 5 roach pressure. So they're not too bad of a unit to invest in. He actually even uses a scan to take out the Overlord, prioritizing information denial in this game.
Yeah, a bit of an expensive move there for Oliveira, but anything you can do to keep a player like Raynor in the dark, who is just so smart when it comes to reacting to information. He's very much like Serral in that regard. I like that move for Oliveira. Anything you can do to try to make the game harder for Raynor to play.
And Raynor seems to have almost bought the bait a little bit. He's massing lings.
Yeah.
So he's got like a bunch of lings going for a counterattack. And then he's also just massing extra Zerglings at home rather than droning. So it feels like he's saying, okay, you're going to go for Cyclone Hellion pressure. I got to be safe against this. Because it's almost always Cyclone Hellion. You never in this matchup see 2 Cyclones into 2 Barracks Marine, but that's exactly what Oliveira is doing. This is why he denied the Overlord. So now you got a Raynor who, if he knew what was happening, would go up to 60 drones really early, build very few defensive units. Now he's below the Terran in workers, which is a rough start for the Zerg.
Yeah, double engineering bay coming in at the same time as the evolution chamber, so at least Raynor won't be too far behind in that regard. They should be equal in step, at least through 2-2. If both players are on top of it. And I think Raynor right now might be catching wind because those Hellions and Cyclones, they haven't presented themselves. Even the Ling coming in, scouts the engineering base, still sees those 2 Cyclones. Raynor isn't exactly sure what this could be yet, but I think he knows he got duped a little bit because you see the drone count starting to really balloon right now. And now with a double medevac Marine, I mean, this is not the best feeling if you're Raynor.
No, not at all. He's been duped a little bit. Now, he should be fine with the Queens and the Zerglings at home. He's going to have to build a few more Lings to make sure he's safe. And there is 3 more barracks going down behind it. Oliveira's being very tricky, playing a very off-meta style. Hard for the Zerg to read. You never want to let a guy like Raynor just play against something that he's comfortable against. And Oliveira and prioritizing Raynor being just, uncomfortable, trying to throw him out of his element. This is just a smart way to play. This whole tournament long, the last few tournaments, Rainer's looked a little bit more tiltable. He looks more upset when he loses games. He used to always have a smile on his face. Win or lose, he'd kind of be laughing, you know, jamming out to his music. And I really feel like this is something Oliveira's clued into, and he said, let's just not let you feel confident. I can't let you be that vibing Rainer who's got his Italian rap music in his ears and he's just having fun. I need to make this as unfun for you as possible to win this series.
He succeeded in doing that in game number 1 for sure. I mean, that was 10, 15 minutes of Rainer just absolutely in frustration, trying to kill a Terran that was so close to death but wouldn't die until the inevitable happened and Oliveira grew too big, took over the map and just won the game from that position. And now once again here for Rainer, I mean, losing the momentum and feeling a little bit duped like this, it's not the best feeling. He's still behind in workers to an Oliveira who is macroing up to 3 bases and continuing pressure like this on the left side. Transfuses coming in, will save that queen. Oliveira should be able to get hot pickup after trading out these Marines for some Zerglings. And behind it, a lot more powering coming through. Second factory added in. Armory very early, perfectly timed for 2-2, although +1 armor just a touch late here for Oliveira. And I think he's keying in that Rainer really wants to lean heavily into this Ling Baneling style because Widowmine production already being reactored out and that second factory be a lot of anti-Ling AoE pig.
I love that choice. I really think that adds a lot of depth to your style. And Golden Ore is a map where it's really quite good to defend on 4 bases. Getting a 5th base is quite good. However, I do think the Zerg can quite easily take the corners if you turtle up. If you play like that last game, think about where those middle bases were on Oceanborn, and they're like right next to the 4th and 5th base of Terran. In this map, they're out in the corners. So I think if we end up in a similar sort of holding pattern where Oliveira with a fast forward command center seems to be wanting to go to a big macro game, that may be advantageous to Rainer. So far, just denying creep, looking for little trades, and doing a good job of not overcommitting. And Rainer also has done a great job of getting back into a good macro spot. I mean, you give Rainer an awkward opening, you make him take some damage, you make him misread the play. Two minutes later, he's back on 85 workers, he's ahead in supply, and he's just like got... Creep spread's not amazing. That's the one thing he's kind of missing. But I feel like his ability to recover is just so sick.
Yeah, Drilling Claws now coming in as Widow Mines are being produced 3 at a time. And even vehicle weapons getting researched here. If I'm not, or vehicle armor, excuse me, for Oliveira. So some tricky choices coming in. I love this engagement for Oliveira. These Widow Mines should be able to get some pretty big value as he kites back away from the Lings, but Rainer defusing them quite well. Now recharging with the Banelings. Is it going to be enough? Transfuses are buying time right now on the Queen. Banelings rolling in. The Widow Mines are on cooldown, so he should be able to shoot Oliveira away for now. But oh, look at that focus fire. Wow.
Oliveira bringing out some of that old school Beyond style, just frustrating focus fire, poking in and out, letting those Marines get some good trades. And this is low risk pressure. Remember, at any point he gets in trouble, he picks up, he walks away.
Yeah.
He's got a Liberator in the back as well. Where did that come from? Oh my gosh, Oliveira is flowing right now. Gets a couple of the Queens, pulls back there, only loses like 1 or 2 Marines in a medevac. The Liberator is dancing around, and Rainer struggling to keep pace with this. Is this going to do game-ending damage? No, but it's doing such a good job of slowing Rainer down while Oliveira races up to that 4-base setup.
Yeah, and he's using this to get an even better position on the map. These Widow Mines burrowing could get really big hits on the Lings. Not the best one right there, but still good enough for Oliveira to rotate around to the other side of that 3rd base.
Still no Spore Crawler getting rid of the Liberator. That's still denying mining on that 5th. 101 drones for Rainer, though. 101 drones. Rainer is rich in this game. It's a style that he popularized many years ago, was going up to 110 workers, playing Lurker, Hydra, Ling, Bane. A return to that rich Zerg play here for Rainer, but his creep spread, not what we're used to seeing. He's still building more drones. He's actually going to go back to almost 110 workers. Wow.
Yeah, that's... Well, I mean, with the losses he's sustaining right now, he kind of needs that economy to keep fuel in the tank as Oliveira just unrelenting pressure. Look at that shot with the Widow Mine. So many Lings going down. Cyclone even absorbing some of the impact right there on the Banelings. Not a bad trade for Oliveira, and the pressure on the right side and the left side is just unrelenting. He will not stop.
Biomine coming in. Those mines not getting the biggest shots, but it's just non-stop, as you said there, State. The Ling Bane is starting to go down. We're going to have to check in on that unit's loss tab at some point after these fights, because it really feels like Oliveira is not losing anything important. Just a few Marines and mines here and there, and Rainer is just stuck on the back foot, getting gunned down. The Biomine do take a bit of a Baneling hit there, and we've got still the drop unloaded on the left side, ready to come in again. Yet another good Widow Mine shot, and there we go. 3,500 resource lost advantage. Yeah, you're down 30 workers, but does that really matter? I don't think you want that many more workers than this as the Terran. You'd rather max out on a bigger army. You've got ghosts, Libs, +3 weapons on the way, 5th command center. The only thing, actually the 6th command center building, 5th one's already floating out, is +3 armor got forgotten for a little bit, but he's already noticed it. Oliveira is on point. He's just not getting carried away. A lot of people in this high pressure moment looking to qualify for that Esports World Cup, looking to get to the semi-finals as such a massive tournament here in Dallas, would get excited, but Oliveira is cool, calm, and collected, and Reynor is unable to get him out of Storm.
And Raider, even with his 107 drone economy, just really can't muster the forces he needs to get maxed and actually take some good engagements here against Oliveira. I feel like every single trade is just Oliveira killing Reynor by 1,000 cuts. Now another fight coming in. Hydras have entered the field here for Reynor. That should be a strong backbone behind the Ling Hydra, or behind the Ling Bane, to try and hold on against this aggression. And that means that Oliveira, for the first time in a long time, not getting the best trades. Even that Ling dragging in the Widowmine shot to the bio. Very well played there by Reynor, but Oliveira behind all of this, I mean, the medevac count has ballooned to an extreme number. He's taken his 5th base already. Remember how hard it was for him to secure that 5th base in the previous game. He's even floating a 6th in, and I know you said that taking the 5th and the 6th base, it is a lot harder on this map than it is on the previous map on Oceanborn. But if you are able to secure it, especially if the Zerg goes for the gold base, which overall has less minerals than the blue base in the top right, it can be devastating for Zerg. I think if Reynor wants to win this game, he needs to control the bottom left and the bottom right at minimum.
And there's no mass orbital. This is not the same late game as the last one, right? This is, I'm going to take the bases and mine with high SCV count, but I'm just getting a big army. I'm keeping the pressure. It's non-stop biomine pressure. Now with Libs and Ghost coming in, this is an unrelenting style where Oliveira is doing a giant macro push, and Reynor has such a high worker count. I don't know if he can get enough army up to clean this out. Hydra Bane running forward. The Hydras are getting pushed back. Remember those Hydras. 2-2, 3-2 stun for the Terran bio. Oh, more units are coming around from the left there, looking to intercept any reinforcements. He does hold it back for now. And Oliveira looking to siege those Libs forward. Drop finds the bottom left base. The gold minerals are exposed. He's coming back on the north at the same time. The Banelings coming forward, but the Libs and the mines are going to defend.
Oliveira still just taking such good trades, and I think you hit the nail on the head right there with 100+ workers right now. Once Oliveira reaches these maxed armies, he's having a Reynor, I should say, is having a very hard time taking the cost-efficient trades that he needs. I believe he needs lurkers. He needs lurker range to really anchor the defense. Otherwise, I'm not sure how he stabilizes, because it's now the 13-minute mark. Reynor, one of the best players in the world in terms of creep spread, if not the best, has been completely stifled on the map. Now setting his eyes on the 9 o'clock expansion. Will he be able to take that planetary out?
Oh, Baneling Hydra does catch it. Reynor finally gets a big opening here. And remember, Oliveira doesn't have mass orbital behind this yet. He's not as strong. Burrowed Banelings are there. They do detonate. Nice Burrowed Baneling move for Reynor. But he might have to give up this base, and indeed he will. He's going to abandon ship, move those drones to the bottom left side. Would be the way to do it. He's got a Nidus Worm on the way. Lurker upgrades coming in as well. Oliveira pushing forwards. Both sides are not that high on the bank. Oliveira slightly below max. Reynor is maxed out. He's getting a lot of Hydras. He's got to be wary. Too many Hydras can chew up your supply, and they get kind of stuck behind each other. You've got to have enough Ling Bane to actually force those Marines and Marauders to get out of there.
And now Oliveira pivoting into the main base, and then a little bit of hesitation, instead trying to decide where the best angle of attack is going to be. And my goodness, I mean, it's such a high medevac count. He can just choose to take the fight he wants to take.
Wow.
Look at the Ghost dropping in, snipes on almost every single Hydra. This base gets denied here by Oliveira, and at the same time, this squadron moving down into the bottom left side should be able to take out the gold base unless Reynor has lightning fast reactions. The triangle third once again getting denied as Oliveira, with what looks like on the board a relatively small force, is just everywhere. Look at the mobility.
Wow, the way Oliveira is playing this, from super turtly on Oceanborn on a small map to on the big map playing a faster, more mobile, pushing style. And Reynor purely defensive. For a player who's known for his aggression, his speed, and his micro, Reynor has been playing a very defensive style, and he hasn't quite been able to really be like saying, hey, I'm running into your base and blowing your workers up here. I'm attacking over there. The Nidus Worms are finally going to start trying to go up, but Oliveira is so aware of it. The Changelings do get in though. 3 Changelings splitting between the bases. That's going to be a big playmaker later on.
If Reynor is able to make that happen, I think he really needs a win like a Nidus Canal in the main base to disrupt the flow that Oliveira is in, because there is so much momentum behind Terran right now. Equal on bases with the Zerg, with additional command centers, means that his income is going to be miles ahead of Reynor's, and already the cost efficiency is just through the roof right now here for Oliveira. I mean, once again, this army, look at it, 126 supply, only 74 SCVs. Widow Mines Ghost Liberators. Raynor trying to go for the engagement, but he's not getting the connections he needs with the bio. And now the Snipe's coming in on the Lurkers. One of them already falling there in the front line. Another one falling. Yeah, there's no oversteer. He can't stop it.
Oh no, the Cloak Ghost are ruining him, Raynor. His Lurker defense scored out. He's got Lurkers on the other side of Ninitis to him. That could be a playmaker, but he's got nothing at home to defend. Okay, Lings do come forward. Parasitic bombs are big. The Zerglings getting on top of the overly stim bio. Nice move for Raynor. He won't be able to take it out on this first move. He needs a remax, but he's out of cash. Oliveira has more money in the bank. Raynor desperately trying to jump on top. He needs to get more defenses up. Not having detection for that previous round of Ghost and Snipe is a big, big problem.
And now Oliveira in the main base is cleaning up the whole attack. Liberator sieged up as well as Ghost and Widowmines. All the reinforcements from Oliveira's infrastructure is being dedicated to stopping these Lurkers. And for right now, Raynor, he does have a little bit of momentum back on his side. He was able to defuse the situation. He's even potentially going to take down the Ghost Academy here. Another Nidus Canal pops to the natural expansion. That's going to allow 2 Lurkers to come in and cause even more problems. But my worry here for Raynor is the bank. Raynor simply doesn't have the economy. He's on a 4-hatch eco.
That's
the gold base and the triangle third are only just now being replenished.
Yeah, that is such a big problem, isn't it? I mean, he's rebuilding them. He's got 70 workers, but every Lurker he pops out here, he's kind of dripping units into a point where it's going, I'm distracting you. But he's not really killing much. What do you get? A few more SCVs, put a few buildings on fire. If he was killing bases at the same time, that would be worth it. But I feel like the last few Niduses and Lurkers there, they basically fed value to Oliveira. He's still got Command Center in the north. He's still got very good mineral income. You can see those little blue arrows in between both of their minerals on the bottom of your screen. That does tell you the income advantage. Sure, Raynor's got a massive gas advantage. That does not matter. They're both running low on minerals. The Lurker Hydra Viper push, this is so important. If you can get that Command Center, that'd be big.
Yeah, Raynor needs to win right now. Oliveira's bank is too high. Abduct coming in on the Liberators. One of them going down. The second one also going down. Parasitic Bomb also huge. Able to get a lot of damage. The same time in the picture-in-picture. See the Lurkers on the right side taking down the Planetary. If they can stop that from the repair, it will be huge for Raynor. He's getting the wins on the map that he needs.
Dude, I thought Raynor was pretty much done for in this game, but he shows what we always know Raynor has, and that is fighting spirit. There's a reason we call him the Italian Stallion, because he fights from behind all the time, and he always shows us that attitude, that ability to make comebacks. A player who's renowned for fighting back when things get tough. Ling, Bane, Hydra, Lurker coming in, abducting the Libs at every turn. Those Liberators are just not getting any value now because the Vipers keep taking them out. The Lurkers don't have an answer. There's no Ghost here with energy.
God, what is the Ghost count right now? Do we even have enough to get on the field to stop this push in the natural expansion? There's only 3. And Oliveira, who just a moment ago had this massive bank, it has been completely exhausted trying to handle this, and Raynor has somehow miraculously, with this attack on the bottom left and the top right, taken the momentum away from Oliveira and almost even tied up the resources lost in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, this was huge. The Viper usage against the Libs has stacked up so much value over the last 2 minutes. They have taken so many Libs out of siege mode. The Hydras are just taking them down so simply. What beautiful play. And the Widowmines are starting to recharge. No Oversteer on the front line. You've got to be a little careful of that. But if he can defend this attack at home, that's all that matters. The Ghost gets shredded. The Banelings, the Hydras hold. And Oliveira unable to finish that one off. Raynor fighting back from behind and avoiding a 0-2 position that would have been nigh impossible to come back from. That was an impressive win.
I thought Raynor was dead to rights, Big.
Yeah.
After that, those Niduses popped in the main base in the natural expansion, I was thinking, you know what, Raynor, there is no way. Time isn't on your side. Oliveira has the bank. Oliveira has the superior economy. Oliveira has the map position. And then in one fell swoop with that attack at the 9 o'clock base, at the 12 o'clock base, Raynor is able to make magic happen. It's like he pulls victory out of thin air. If he doesn't make that move at that instant, this game is done. He is down 0-2 in this best of 5, but he just has that game sense to go for it. The one moment, the one opportunity, and he seizes it, rides it to a victory. What a come from behind win.
Yeah, a few more minutes, and think about how much Ghost energy there would have been. You know, if you delay those fights, those Ghosts that bank in energy, you're going to have those extra bases mining. You're going to have drops start to find the Zerg worker lines. And yeah, it felt like such a vicious counterattack. And even then, when, of course, you know, Oliveira came across the map, this push looked like it might break him, but out of medevac energy, that was a clutch hold right there. The second wave of Zerglings overwhelmed, and then this counterattack to the other side. And the Libs we see in small numbers, Libs aren't good. If you can EMP the Vipers, the Libs are amazing. But there weren't any EMPs ready for the Vipers. There was no snipes ready for the Lurkers. and we see that Lurkers are a siege unit. If they get in between your bases, you don't have the answer to them, man, things start to spiral out of control. Really nice comeback for Raynor on Golden Aura.
Yeah, but it's a little bit concerning about the rest of the series for me, because for a long time during that game, Oliveira did seem like he was in control, and it was a very different style from what he showcased there in game number 1, as you said. On Oceanborn, he played slow, he played defensive, 10, 15 minutes of just being this iron wall. And then in game number 2, so explosively aggressive. I can't wait to get into this map on site Delta. Here, spawning in the bottom right after a miraculous victory, tying the series 1-1. Give him your energy, he needs it. It is the Basilisk Zerg Raynor.
Meeting some resistance in game 2, but still looking overall fantastic. He's going to go onto a big, wide open map. We might see a similar style again from him here. It would suit this map very well. In the top left side, your reigning world champion, Dragon Kaiser Gaming's Oliveira. If I was Raynor, I would also be worried. State, I love the way you put that. Both of those games were going really not in the direction he wanted. And if I was him, I think I'd put on that Italian rap music. He does seem to be singing to himself. So that's number 1. Step 1, get in your groove. Step 2, build Mutalisks. Step 3, don't let him get to 4 and 5 bases. Like, just play a little bit of a dicier build, getting that win so you're not on match point. You know, you're not about to be defeated. Do something a little riskier here. Get the Mutalisk, get the mobility game, because we know that, honestly, who can match Raynor when it comes to mid-game multitasking? If you get a lot of movement and counterattacks going, Raynor is second to none. Clem might be one of the only players who can really match him in that sort of speed game. The weird reason, you might be looking at this and saying, what are you talking about? Oliveira was all over him. Yeah, that's because Raynor was playing purely defensive. All he did was make like 100 drones and sit in his corner of the map. There were no Ling Bane run-bys. It wasn't until the Nidus Worms came out that Raynor started doing things. And at that point, Oliveira had a lot of defensive kind of static up planetaries and tanks. I want to see Raynor really take this game by the horns and try to take Oliveira out or put the pain on him earlier. Maybe a Massling Bane style of just 3 or 4 gases, but really get in Oliveira's face and punish him. When he's on your side dropping, run Banelings into those worker lines. I don't think you can be purely defensive against a guy as good as Oliveira. We've seen how hard those first 2 games were.
And Site Delta being a map with so many different pathways you can run those Lings and Banelings across, I think is the perfect one to do it on. It is difficult to take those ulterior expansions on the other side of the map. It's hard to go up to 4 or 5 bases here as Terran, much harder than on Oceanborn, much harder than on Golden Aura. And so for Raynor, I think I'm right there with you. If he gets a lot more aggressive, if he leverages that 90+, 100+ drone economy into pure aggression and tries to punish the greed of Oliveira, I think he absolutely has a chance to end this game far before Oliveira is comfortable, because Oliveira right now in the late game, he feels like he is firing on all cylinders. He was very close to winning game number 2. In game number 1, there were moments where it was scary for him, but they were in the mid game. They were not in the late game. And so for Raynor, I think either in the mid game, you come in with the aggression, you go for the kill early on, or in the late game, if you get to 110 drones, you got to spend all those resources on going for the kill. Do not let Oliveira build this army that he's been assembling from game 1 to game 2.
Indeed. We're going to see how Raynor addresses the problems he's run into. Do the same, do it better, or does he change up tack and try to mix it up? For now, Oliveira is playing a very straight up 3 CC, 3 command centers. He's got Hellions on the way. Does look like he's going to swap over to Banshee production as well. And it kind of reminds me of the fact that, remember, he opened this, but he did Cloak, and he also went for Hellbats in game 1, but didn't really commit to it. Looks like Fake Cloak this game is the name of the game. He's upgrading Interference Matrix because it is the cheapest upgrade, 50 minerals and 50 gas. So if an Overlord comes in, he sees the upgrade and goes, oh, you're making Cloak. And then Raynor makes Overseers, he makes Spores, he builds extra Queens. Meanwhile, this is a defensive Banshee. You might go in, pick off a drone or 2, but you're not actually really committing. This is just a move to kind of get a bit of air control.
Yeah, and I love him canceling it, spending that money on other resources, on other things that cost resources, and then restarting it as that Overlord is coming into the main base. And Raynor is going to come in. Will he get duped? Will he start it again? Interference Matrix? But now's the time for the fake. It is a little bit too late. I'm not sure if Raynor is going to be falling for that one. If he was paying attention, he would have seen that that tech lab was not upgrading at the moment. It should have been upgrading.
Indeed. Did the first Banshee already come out?
Yeah, he just popped.
Okay, so he is making 2 Banshees. Stim does start up there. And of course, now that the Overlord's gone, you can cancel Interference Matrix for good, but he cancels it and restarts it. That's odd. I guess just in case the Zergling runs into your base.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, actually.
This is really weird. He's like, no. I'm going to swap to Ravens, and I need to be able to Interference Matrix those Vipers 23 minutes from now in the late game. Okay, State? Pig, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I figured out the meta.
Watch him start it up again. Come on, do it. You know you want to. You know you want to, Oliveira. All right.
I like making the tech lab go all bubbly. That's all.
Well, double engineering bay coming in. Third command center already planted at the triangle third here for Oliveira as the Hellions now approaching the third base here of Raynor. Looking to get some damage done. They are able to stop these creep tumors and slow Raynor down a little bit. In the meantime, Raynor, it looks like he is going to find this third command center, perhaps not just yet.
Indeed. Hellions are rotating around. Banshee's trying to clean those Zerglings up. Tanks on the way. So it's going to be tanks for Oliveira. No surprise on this map. I mean, this map has some lovely tank positions. There are ledges all over the place and these kind of little high grounds and rocks you can tuck them behind. Double Evolution Chamber's a bit greedy for Raynor, and I like that. I like greedy play. I like get your fast upgrades, you know, go real smooth explosion into the macro situation. It doesn't look like a Mutalisk build for me, which I'm a little disappointed with, but like I said, the other thing I'd like to see from him is a 4-gas mass Zergling play, where you stop at maybe 70 drones, you just massling Bane, and he comes across with Marines, you roll Banes into the natural in the third at the same time, you just look to overwhelm. You kind of wait for the Terran to push out with those pressures and you punish them for it, and so far, 73 drones, mass Zerglings, it's looking like Rain is getting set up for potentially that sort of game.
Yeah, 4 gases, Baneling speed now coming in, a ton of Lings flooding out on only 73 drones. I think he might be playing that. Another hatchery coming in as well, as Raynor's going to have a lot of larvae to work with. And Oliveira now moving across the map. He's adding in the armory to get 2-2. Siege Tank's continuing production right now, and for the first time, moving out with this bio. Small group of Marines, couple of medevacs securing the middle, but look at the creep spread here in game number 3. Compare this to game 1, compare this to game 2. The Hellions didn't really accomplish the same job they did with other units in game 1 and game 2. Raynor has a pretty healthy spread of creep on site delta, which again, with all these different pathways, it's hard to get a good creep spread going on this map. It requires a lot of APM, it requires a lot of queen energy.
It's actually so labor intensive, man.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest maps to really do it on.
The number of screens you have to go across to spread all those tumors, it actually does take a fair bit more attention than say on Oceanborn, but it's going to be spreading that creep pretty well. You know, he's respread it in the north where he got slowed down before respreading in the south immediately. Up to 78 workers now is Raynor, but you can see not much trading going on yet. The unit's lost tab still very dry, as it's been a slower paced style for Oliveira, not committing as much to the aggression. Those Banshees are more of a defensive unit than anything else. You don't really want to lose those, especially without Cloak. And there we go, Burrow and Hive. Okay, so Raynor's not going to go for the counterattack style, but he is going to rush up to Hive. I'd love to see an Ultra transition. We don't see it very often. I do feel like if you get it early enough, it can work really well, but I would imagine Vipers, Adrenal Glands, not to mention getting 3-3 is huge. Speaking of which, Raynor has got 1-1, but he's forgotten his 2-2 for a moment, and he will need to get a move on with that because Oliveira's starting to push. Oliveira's got a massive Marine tank and a 4th command center building, but this army is scary.
I'm not sure he forgot it. I think he might be afraid of this push. I think he might want to spend those resources on Banelings right now, and I love this counterattack coming in. As the Blighty Bow Wall is not up. The Lings are flooding. Siege Tank also getting in position on the natural. Now look at these Banelings finding relatively good connections at the third base, but Oliveira's standing army is still a little bit too much. Drones are going to have to evacuate from the triangle third, and this is one of the reasons why I think Raynor doesn't want 2-2. He is all hands on deck trying to stop the tide of Hellbats Banshees. Siege Tanks and all of these Marines flooding in. Wow. Oliveira's army in the front door is huge, but do not forget the counterattack is massive. 43 SCVs have fallen, the number continuing to go up. Oliveira's economy basically decapitated here. He needs to win with his push.
Absolutely. This is a very intense moment right now. Oliveira has an amazing position, though. He's got ramp control, but if he goes too far forward and those Banelings connect, it's going to be a bad time. Look at this. Baneling nest going down, but he's already restarted it. Raynor is on point right now. Look at this spread he's setting up. He's got a flank going around the left and the north at the same time. Oliveira's reinforcements cannot get to the front. He's trying to move through the middle, but I don't think he's going to get there because he's got to walk across creep to reinforce, and Raynor's going.
Yeah, the flank coming in on both sides. Raynor sandwiching this army with Ling, Baneling, finding connections on everything Oliveira has. Submarines, the reinforcing Marines do survive. This might be enough to continue pushing forward.
The immediate unload was beautiful. Oliveira says, you just used up all your Banelings, mate. And he shoves in Decisiveness. decisively. Rainer's trying to run away. The drone's trying to get out. He just doesn't have any banelings. 14 banelings and 30 zerglings building. Rainer has 80 drones, but oh gosh, he's got no baneling nest now. His queen's trying to hold on as best they can. The banelings trying to rebuild. Oliveira might only have 20 workers, but he is obliterating Rainer's economy.
Rainer's economy is in shambles right now, but so is Oliveira's. If Rainer can find a way to stabilize with bailing hits like these ones, there is a chance for him to come back, but still Oliveira, although this army is very injured, it's so hard for Rainer to deal with in this position, and that's it. GG. Rainer knows he cannot stop the force. The counterattack from Rainer, absolutely massive, but Oliveira persevering with a push to the front is going to bring it to match point.
Wow, what a push from Oliveira. And Rainer committed a lot to that counterattack, and it got value. It got so much value. It really did put Oliveira deep in a hole, and he did shut down the army, or it seemed like he did with the flank. But then, of course, Oliveira's reinforcements arrived. He immediately redropped the Marines that he saved on the first volley. And what a great way to push forward. The fact that Oliveira did all this, by the way, the first fight against the banelings, pulling back, spreading, moves forward, sieges again, multiple fights against Rainer while he was losing every SCV in his natural and his third. That's really important. It's something we didn't see in the replay, but when the Lynx first came in, I don't know if you noticed this, there was a siege tank popped out. It was on the ramp, and he instantly sieged it, and it created a full wall off. And that actually bought him so much time to get Marines out. If more Lynx got into his production, Oliveira very well may have lost this game.
Oliveira just performing so well under pressure in these clutch moments. Despite having no economy, he had mustered just enough army to take game number 3. And Rainer, I love the style that he went for. The counterattack was absolutely massive, but just a little bit too greedy with the expansions, with the droning. Did not have enough to stop a push that Terran, it felt like, was building up to the entire game. So many Hellbats, so many Banshees, siege tanks, and just a wave of Marines. And now Rainer, he has no room left to make mistakes. If he wants to find his way into the semifinals to fight the winner of Shin versus Serral, he needs to start the comeback right now.
It's going to be a real road to recovery here. I thought I loved that style for Rainer. I mean, the Ling Bane going for the counterattack so briskly. It's not like he hesitated. Sometimes players get forced into a corner and they go for the counterattack. He went for it very quickly, but Oliveira, man, just so quick on the tank siege, spreading Marines deep on creep. How many times have we seen a Terran in that position? They feel forced to stim deep on creep. All the Marines get hit by a few Banelings and suddenly it's lights out. Not so for Oliveira. What decisiveness under pressure. And he keeps on finding ways to get underneath Rainer's skin. I feel like on paper, you look at the stats of these two players, Rainer's a little scarier in the matchup, but somehow Oliveira just keeps finding his weak spots game after game.
All right, here we are on Alcyone, match point. And this player right here, the Red Zerg, needs your energy if he's to continue this run in the playoffs of DreamHack Dallas. Representing Basilisk Gaming, it is Rainer.
And in the top right side of the map, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming. What a beastly run so far. He just needs one more game to secure that spot in the semifinals. In the top right side of the map, everybody give it together for your reigning world champion, Oliveira. Luckily gets one of the longest reigns of any world champion, as we do have an exceptionally long gap between seasons this year around. It's been kind of nice for him to get about a year and a half, 18 months at the top before he does potentially get dethroned or gets the back-to-back.
I wonder what kind of opening we're going to have from Oliveira. He's shown a variety of different styles in every single game. Game 1, slow and methodical. Just playing as defensively as possible, really, on Oceanborn and weathering the storm of Rainer's non-stop attacks on a, 95-plus drone economy for minute after minute after minute. And then in game number 2, he turns that on its head. He doesn't play mass orbital. Instead, he invests those resources into army. He brings the fight to Rainer. And once more, on site Delta coming through with this insane timing attack of Hellbat, Siege Tanks, even the early game Banshees, culminating with a swarm of Marines able to kill Rainer in these last final moments in such a close battle. What is he going to bring here on Alcyone? I'm kind of leaning towards another push pig. Because here on Alcyone, if you're able to control the middle, which I think against a player like Rainer who is exceptional with the creep spread, you often want to do, lets it go out of control, that often leads very well, especially in the Korean meta, to a siege tank push, hammering down the third base that can very quickly spiral out of control for the Zerg.
Hit that 8 racks. I mean, I think we were watching actually, I can't remember who it was Zerg vs Terran series, and I think Rainer was actually watching it with us, and he was going, look, Alcyon, you know, 8 racks, it's going to happen. And indeed, the Terran 8 racks on this map with the big Marine tank push, and it was doing really well in that series. So I think it's something Rain is very aware of on this map because it is such a strong strategy. And the way to dissect that, probably going to be more Lingbane counterattacks, you know, but just being picture perfect on his defense at the same time when the Terran shoves forward, because it's just scary, man. Once they get that watchtower, it gives you such good center control on this map, and you can branch off from that in many different directions. So I think you've called a very solid strategy. It might be like, oh, well, if we're predicting it, if Rain has talked about it being good on this map, surely it's not that good. But no, sometimes strategies are just that good that it's still worth doing, even if it's a little predictable.
Yeah, the siege tank positioning can be so clutch. And also the way that Oliveira is building up in these games, he's playing a little bit greedier than your typical Terran would, especially a Terran coming out of Asia in the GSL. You almost always see the 2 barracks on the low ground. Oliveira, no, he just goes 1 barracks. He gets to the factory faster to control the creep spread much more quickly here against Rainer. He gets his 3rd command center faster as a result as well. His economy is on fire in the early game. And there was a stretch where me and Tasis were casting, it felt like every TVZ for a period of almost a year. Half the games were these 3CC builds into siege tank pushes on 8 racks.
Yeah.
Just like you're saying. And this is the best map for it. Oliveira is doing one of the best openings for it in terms of greed. And I'm just wondering if that's going to be in the cards here. But especially not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Well, especially if he doesn't go cloak. I'm really with you. Like when he skips cloak, he does like to do that to then hit a timing push a little bit sharper, right? And he's a big fan of skipping cloak. He did it against Rainer back when he won that World Championship. He talked about it in his interviews afterwards. He said he copied this off Innovation, an old Innovation build, he said, where you skip cloak, and it just gives you that little 100 minerals and 100 gas. He says it doesn't seem like a lot, but often the Zerg ends up reacting the same. They still build spores, they still make a lot of defense, and you still get to use the Banshees as a defensive unit, and that's often their main use, right? Stopping Ling run bys, denying a few creep shimmers on the edge, but never overcommitting with them. And what I like is, like, you don't get lured into overcommitting. You don't have cloak, so you're not tempted to just dive in a worker line and be like, oh, there's no spore, let's go. And then you lose both Banshees, and you're like, well, that was bad.
Yeah, and oftentimes in those pushes, as we saw in the previous game, just a handful of Banshees, 1 or 2, paired up with the siege tanks, it adds a lot of firepower. It's good at taking down Bailings, it's good about taking down Lings. It gets a lot of damage done, and now with Oliveira adding in the double engineering bay, I'm curious to see whether that siege tank production is going to begin, because those double engineering bays, the 1-1 timing leading into a 2-2 timing, it's often the time that you're going to be looking for Terran to get more aggressive. And look at this, 4 barracks in production.
Rainer going for a pretty quick layer there. We haven't really seen too much else in terms of the follow-up other than the fast 4th base. It looks like, yet again, another very macro-centric play, but oh, the first big diversion. We see a Roach Warren in the production tab. So Rainer is thinking of playing that Roach Ravager into macro style. Now, this is a style where the Roach Ravager is really good for holding off like an early 8 racks, any sort of overly committed fast push, but the weak point is when you're maxed out.
I love this Banshee just trying to get as much damage as possible to set up for the second Banshee on the right side.
There's no way.
But yeah, this is not going to happen. A little bit too ambitious is Oliveira. Now that will bring the Queens out of position, Pig, but look at how many Lings we have for Rainer. What a nice surround on the Hellion, dealing a lot of damage.
Looked like a misclick, but it actually worked out really well for Oliveira. I was like, oh no, AFK Hellions, you know, he's away from his keyboard, he's not watching, but actually worked out pretty well. Losing 1 Banshee, not the end of the world. The 1-1 upgrades are on the way for range, which means Rain is committing quite a bit. Now, he could, if he wants, commit to the old 1-1 Roach timing. The reason we think that's pretty unlikely is that production tab's already telling us this man wants a quick hive. He wants to go back into Banelings after +1 range, probably gets melee upgrades, Banelings, goes towards, you know, all of that more standard style. And the Ravages, the Roaches, it's just a way to hold on against the threat of the 8 racks Marine tank push.
Oh, we even have Tunneling Claws coming in here for Rainer. What? I love this against the style that Oliveira is playing, because should Oliveira go for the siege tank push in the middle, these Tunneling Claw Roaches are so good at causing mayhem on the Terran side of the map, but already the Hellion's coming through.
He's not building a 4th and 5th reactor. Oliveira is incredibly committed right now.
Yeah.
He's cut worker production already. This is the spirit push right here. It's a fake 3rd command center. Queen's trying to hold the front line. The Roaches don't have Roach speed. The Ravagers are still in low numbers. Rain is caught with his pants down. What a surprising push from Oliveira. This is getting in there, and it's getting so much damage. The queens are all down. Uh-oh, Rain is in massive trouble. He bios the tank. It finally falls, but there's no answer to those Marines.
And now 1-1 is finished here for Oliveira. He saw his opportunity and he took it even before the upgrades were done. And Raider losing a lot of production right now. 9 more roaches in production. Should start to stem the tide, but it might be a little bit too late. These drones really have nowhere to run. More queens and roaches reinforcing from the left side. This bio is so low on HP. Matter of fact, getting focused now, and the queen finally falls. Oliveira was not able to break him, but that's still a lot of damage dealt.
Wow, I can't believe it. I mean, this is such a Rainer-esque thing. To be so greedy, to go 6 hatcheries, 5th base on the gold, macro hatch, hive, and double upgrades, and to 75 plus workers, and to still hold against the 53 worker timing. No one else can do this. We've always talked about Rainer being famously greedy. And the thing is, I don't even know if greed's the right word, because if you always get away with it, it's not greed if it can't be punished, is it? That is the clutch ability to hold on that only Rainer is able to show.
Yeah, now he's going up to what soon will be about 85 drones. Hive halfway complete. Roach speed and research. Tunneling claws, again, is on the board, so we might see roaches start to move across the map as soon as Rainer stabilizes back at home. And Oliveira, he needs to try and find some damage with drops like these. He spots the gold base. He knows that Rainer's economy is going to be out of control, but the thing is, he just lost so much firepower in the middle of the map. Look at the income advantage. I don't know if Oliveira can really punish this.
That was such a big push. He wanted to make it look like a standard build, right? It's like, I got my 5 barracks. I'm not even building reactors on my 4th and 5th barracks. I'm just going for the throat. Mass unit production. Let's go, go, go. And, you know, he's got the 8 racks now. He's going to follow up with a big 3-based all-in attack. It does still find potentially a weak point at a Hive Tech where Rainer's so high on drones. He's got a lot of supply in Roach Ravager. He's having to rebuild his queens. His creep spread's not amazing, but the Vipers, the Ling Bane as it grows, the massive income advantage. I mean, especially with that gold base going, this does feel to me like Rainer is so far ahead after holding that he should be able to pretty much just A-move Oliveira's army when it moves out, swarm over it, and destroy.
I don't feel like Oliveira is going to have enough time to build the army that he needs to stop Rainer before all of these upgrades kick in, before the Vipers get high in energy, before the Ultras come out on the field as the Ultras Cavern just got planted down, halfway complete. And should those pair up with +1 Adrenalings, Banelings with speed, Blinding Cloud on the siege tanks, I don't know how you take the fight as Oliveira with such an unrefined army, but this is the one opportunity Oliveira has to make it happen before any of those upgrades are complete. He is stepping forward. All the Banelings get canceled. He might have found the timing pig.
Oh, where are the Banelings? Rainer being so greedy, he should not fight. Rainer has to just run away, make Banelings and be patient. He's got such a massive worker advantage. He can afford to give up a base or 2. He's just got to make those Banelings, which he's not making too many. 16 are done. He's got 5 more morphing. If he can get on top of the Marines, this could be a game changer. The bio is already triple stimmed. It's so wounded, it's deep on creep. Oliveira goes for the throat, but the Blinding Clouds cover his siege tanks. Most of the Marines do go down.
Liberator sieging right now on top of the Roaches and Ravagers, trying to stop these units from breaking this position. It seems like Rainer is barely going to hold, but the reinforcements streaming in for Oliveira, attacking the gold base. Rainer might be sustaining too much damage, big.
He's just lost 3 hatcheries. 3 hatcheries go down. You got 75 drones, but nowhere to mine from. He's not mining in that top left base. Oliveira is at double the army supply. Oliveira with a brutal round 2, and Rainer was simply being too greedy, not having any Banelings pre-morph, going to 95 workers on 6 bases. He was going for Vipers, Adrenal Glands. He was trying to get every single piece he could in the game. He was trying to have his cake and eat it too. And Oliveira with round 2 of a desperate all-in. And it was an all-in. I mean, he's just started his 4th command center. This had to kill Rainer, and I can't believe it. It actually found the mark. Oliveira, a mixture of passive, turtly, slow play in game 1 and also game 2, but then super decisive timing attacks in game 3 and game 4. Not to mention this one. This is brutal play.
Oliveira on the brink of destroying Rainer here and finding his way into the top 4. Rainer is fighting for his life, but I mean, the writing, it feels like it's on the wall. It's only Roaches and Lings in production. Rainer does no longer have the economy to sustain what he's been building up to this entire time. He can't get the Ultralist out. He can only afford 1 Infestor. He only has 1 Viper on the field and cannot afford to get more. This bio stimming forward is going to stream through all these Lings, and I think Oliveira might have done it.
Here we go. Big Blinding Cloud does land, but there's no units doing damage for the Zerg. And the good game well played comes out. Oliveira. Sweet, sweet victory for the decisive Terran.
Oliveira had 1 timing in that game to secure the win. He found it, he took it, and he did not miss. And in what might have felt like an upset. Looking back, I don't know if it was. His form is unbelievable right now. Repeating the magic of the past. We have another Terran in the semifinals, and Oliveira looks like he might be strong enough to become a champion again.
When you dispose of that, Classic and Raynor back to back without breaking a sweat, that's when you know you are on your best form. He is looking fantastic, is Oliveira. Of course, an unfortunate loss there for Raynor, but that was just so damned impressive. I can't wait to hear from Oliveira over on the stage with Chobra.
A year later, he's done it again. Oliveira moves on to the semifinals tomorrow here in Dallas. Give it up for Oliveira on his win as he moves on in this tournament. Obviously, huge congratulations. First of all, I just want to hear what's going through your mind right now.
非常恭喜你，李少。想问一下，你现在心情是怎么样的？然后你现在想的是什么东西？
说实话还挺激动的吧，因为我没想到这次能进4强。当时看到分组的时候，其实感觉已经凉了一半了。然后就我这次来想呢，因为上次我觉得 StarCraft 0-3其实对我自己打击挺大的，我就觉得这次就放轻松去打就好。
To be really honest, when I see the groups in the winner stage, I thought I'm already finished. Especially after the Stars War, when I was 0-3, I thought everything was over. But look at me now!
Look at him now. I mean, whether you expected it or not, he's standing strong today. So you said that coming into the tournament, you were a little worried. But in today's matchup, it seemed like you came in with some strong ideas just already in each map. Do you think the match went the way you exactly planned, or did you still have to go through a little bit of trouble to beat Raynor today?
说实在的，虽然你知道这边现在今天的比赛比较麻烦，但是你像今天的比赛最终的结果有没有跟你的设计或者一开始的准备没差多少，还是说还是有东西超出了你的预期？
其实我今天开打之前，我就觉得这次跟他打差不多5-5开吧，因为我们两个其实也有练习，然后其实跟 Serral 练的比较多。我觉得只要能发挥出跟 Serral 打的时候的那种状态，就今天拿下比赛应该没什么问题。
Actually, we have been practicing a lot together, and also I feel like it's always 50-50, and I have always been practicing with Serral, and I believe before the match that if I play as well as I have been playing Serral, then I could win this quarterfinal.
Okay, well, you were able to show it on stage. Now, we'll keep this last question short, but a lot of people have been saying this seems very familiar to last year, the run at Katowice. Do you think you're going to be able to go all the way again this weekend here in Dallas?
有一种似曾相识的感觉啊。你觉得你今天在达拉斯有没有像您那个23年的时候在卡托维兹一样的，能进入决赛最终夺冠？
其实对我来说吧，有一句话说得好，夺冠之后是小说的结局，之后才是真正的人生。所以我觉得这次对我来说其实无所谓，就是不管输赢，我都会好好打的。
I have to be honest, after winning a championship, that is the end of the story. But what comes after is life, and it's the long journey forward for all of us.
All right, well, we'll see how it ends. Obviously, for now, it does move on. Once again, give a big round of applause to Oliveira as he moves on. Now, of course, we're not done just yet because this match determined that one of these players would be moving on as a spot into the Esports World Cup, and it is going to be Oliveira. So we do have the signing ceremony to secure that spot here for the Esports World Cup. So Oliveira, if you could please leave your signature as you secure your spot at the Esports World Cup. And once again, a big round of applause for Oliveira as he qualifies not only to the Esports World Cup, but also the round of 4 here in Dallas. Big congratulations to you, Oliveira. And for now, we'll send it back to the desk to review that absolute banger of a match.
Is the world champion back? Is it magic round 2 here in Dallas? He's able to get himself through into the semi-finals after looking pretty much stellar against Raynor of all people. Joining me here at the desk, we got Wardy as well as Spear Dragon Wardy. What a performance by Oliveira. And then he said he was practicing against Serral. That could potentially be his opponent in the round of 4. What? It could be happening.
You know what is happening though, James?
Huh?
Life.
It goes on. It comes after championship.
That was an interesting answer. Correct. I was confused.
I just really the highlight for me. Absolutely fantastic series. What a way to show up. You know, a lot of people are thinking, you know, even us were like, man, he came in, won a couple best of threes, quarterfinals. Can he go any further? Man, he just put on a clinic.
Yeah.
He is so aggressive. He does not back down from any kind of a fight, and he just will absolutely just make moves that a lot of other Terrans are a little bit more cautious about, and just makes it look awesome. It's so fun to watch him play TVZ.
Yeah, he's so unbelievably aggressive. We saw that, actually, when he won the World Championship, he was being aggressive. And these kinds of moments where you think to yourself, normal Terrans, oh, you're going to clear up the creep, play a little bit patiently. No, he just blasts into the scene here and is able to dispatch Reina.
Yeah, this is actually such a great screenshot of it where he's just deep onto creep, taking these fights and still making them somehow magically look okay, or where he ends up trading surprisingly well. Even some of the earlier games from, I think, game number 3 were just amazing. Some of those fights he was able to take. It really is just kind of mind-blowing. I was able to turn some of those fights around. Keeping up with someone as fast and as quick as Raynor as well with his aggression, forcing Raynor to the back foot is not an easy feat, and I don't feel like Raynor was playing poorly.
No, absolutely. And Rain now, unfortunately, he is out of the tournament here. Obviously, when it comes to potentially qualifying for the Esports World Cup, there is the points that will go down. And obviously, we have our situation where there is a close qualifiers as well. But we'll see how that all unfolds in the coming time. But Oliveira, what do you think his prospects are here? He's got to go up against Shin or Serral here. I think a lot of people are expecting it to be Serral, unless we have a repeat of the previous Katowice, actually, well, not the previous Katowice, but the other one where he kind of left a bit prematurely against him. But Oliveira, if he's looking this good against Zerg, that's a scary prospect.
Man, what if Shin beats Serral again and then Oliveira goes on to win? Because that's what happened in that Katowice,
that
right?
is, yeah.
So, you know, it's... Honestly, you can't say he just takes down Reynor like that and then he's just going to flop, right? You would expect him to have a good shot. Yes,
Wow.
If Shin moves on over Serral, I give him a better shot. If Serral moves on, I think it's going to be tough. But he can do it, man. Like, if he can take Serral away from some of those comfort zones, then I think that's huge. And he clearly plays in such a way that does that. And if you can do that, it makes your whole life a lot easier.
Yeah, I feel like a big part about what you have to pay attention to with how Oliveira played is that it wasn't just strategic victories. It wasn't, oh, he went for the right build order against what Raynor was doing and just got a massive lead and carried that into a victory. No, he was just playing really mechanically solid, making the right choices with his army and how aggressively he was pushing. Those are the kind of things that actually can contend with Serral. I feel like players that just try to go for the strategic wins versus Serral, that's where they end up kind of falling because they say, well, Serral's just really good mechanically. He makes up for everything.
Yeah, definitely. Well, again, magic here on the international land stage. I can't believe it. And of course, we are going to be going to a break in a few moments' time. But before we do that, I do need to remind everybody there is a signing session that is going to be going on tomorrow at 10 a.m. And you know what? I pulled some strings. Wow. I even got myself a graphic. I've got a lot of money to spare.
We have done so many signing sessions. Not once have I seen a graphic on the broadcast. This is the most biased thing. I want to know how much.
Look at me.
I want to know how much State and Chobra paid in to be on with you.
Nothing.
Those aren't the photos that I remember for State and Chobra and the talent announcement.
Yeah,
That's a good one, though.
Hey,
they got new ones.
Look, right, let's be real. The King of Krakow has got deep pockets, right? I pulled some strings and made it happen. Look at that lush ginger beard. 10 a.m. tomorrow before the tournament. I don't know why I'm doing it like this. All right, thank you very much, boys. We're going to go to a break. When we return, don't go anywhere. It is Shin going up against Serral for the final match of the day.
We are here again with me and him, and we are playing the Summon StarCraft II player game. And let's see who's the better player, I guess.
Alright, so I guess we start with attack.
Yeah.
Let me double check here what I want to do. Okay, you ready?
No, not quite. I'm still thinking of what's a smart move here.
Okay, do we turn them around?
No, we go 3, 2,
okay.
1.
3, 2, 1. What do you see? Let me check.
I would.
Oh my god, you outplayed me.
I would Shin.
Because I put trigger because I was expecting you to have the highest attack guy.
Yeah, well, that's pretty basic mind game, so I did outplay you, but it's a bit of an overkill still, so it's like a 50-50 there.
It's like a 50-50. So now it's defense.
Correct.
I do as well.
I don't want to waste.
My card is settled here.
I don't think you have this strong of a defensive player.
Well, we'll see about that. 3, 2, 1. How much?
Piotr has 84.
Dark has 88.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he has 88.
So he's better defensive
yeah,
than Piotr?
Of course he is. He's a dad now, Ben.
That's unfortunate.
He's built like that.
Yeah, it might have been a mistake from my side, actually, now that I'm counting my cards.
What is the strategy?
Yeah, I think so.
Oof, I have a big brain player right here. On my right hand. Settled in for me.
This is not too good.
Stop yapping and make up your mind. What is this? I tell you, you cannot beat this guy.
Is he that good?
Yeah, you cannot. Cannot beat him.
3, 2, 1. Oops.
Oh, that's a fail. What is this?
It's Astrea.
88?
How much do you have?
I have 87.
Oh my
no
God.
way, Astrea. What
Astrea
the hell?
was my
the
backup
NA,
card.
NA's coming in clutch. What the hell?
That's what I like to see.
Speed.
Unfortunately, my players aren't that fast.
Really?
Yeah, maybe.
I have a very fast guy right here.
Might have to use my fastest player just to try to get the 3-1 lead. Or whatever the score is.
I'll have to throw it out.
Okay, let's go.
You tried to bait me.
71.
It's my boy, Oliver. He's 83 speed.
Yeah.
I got you. Easy money.
Had to play it a bit.
You misplayed here for sure.
Well, I'm not so sure.
My boys here. These 3, they're my boys.
Yeah, you have some good ones left for sure.
You cannot beat them, I swear.
So what do we have next? Macro. I'll just have to go with this player.
I'm telling you, there's no way you win this one. He's a macro monster.
We'll see. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. How much do you have? I have 96. Nice try. My boy Maru has my back. And this is the easiest game of my life.
But are you winning 3-2 or what's the score? I already forgot.
3-2.
That's okay. You have a Clem of me there. That's a bit scary.
I don't have Clem. I thought you did. What? I don't have him.
He's out of the table or what?
I don't have him.
No. Okay, let's go for the micro then. I might have misplayed this.
You have this guy. He's untouchable.
I think I got the worst cards. Oh, I'll have to go with this.
He's balance finding. What is this?
Yeah.
Cannot beat this guy. 97, baby. Fastest fingers in the West. And the most precise as well. That's 4-2.
But this is micro. How much did he have?
97, bro.
Micro.
Yeah, he's clean with this micro. Fastest fingers and the most precise.
It's already over, but let's get the attack again. Or...
Yeah, I know you have Hero right there.
I want the last one.
Yeah, I knew it. Nice game. Destroyed as always.
Here we go. 95.
95. Oof.
Bit low on the attack.
How much?
92.
Bit low.
You wanna see? Well, I'll go through them. 92 attack, 97 defense, 92 strategy, 94 speed.
94 speed?
About right. Maybe a bit low.
Where?
97
Maybe
macro,
5 years ago.
96 micro.
I'm worried about mine because my last results weren't too hot, I'll be honest. My guess is like
but
85.
90 is the least. 90 is the lowest.
90, I have 90.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's fine, that's fine. I have 91 attack, 85 defense, 83 strategy, dumb as a rock, 96 speed, macro 93, micro 92. I think that's fair. Maybe a little bit low on strategy.
You think so?
Yeah.
You are a bit of a Nike designer, but so
I'm cooking so hard lately. I'll show you this tournament.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, it won't be an international tournament without a little bit of a sprinkling of Zerg versus Zerg, as we've got a banger here to finish off the day, and we have got ourselves Shin going up against the Finnish phenom in Serral, who currently is looking to weirdly prove himself, considering that he was at the military. We didn't know how it was all going to go, but he looked fantastic in his previous matches. Joining me, ZG as well as State to talk about this one. Zerg versus Zerg. It's kind of an almost infamous rematch, considering some past results from these two, ZG.
Especially for the people who are waiting in the rest of the semifinals.
Yeah.
Serral has already gotten revenge on Katowice against Shin, but it was in a less prestigious tournament, although still a fairly big one, the Champions Cup. So that's already happened, guys, and we all know that that was a bit of a fluke. Not to say that Shin doesn't have the capability of doing it, but there was a bit of magic happening in that Katowice, and we did have that Serral leaving a little early, to which he kind of also admitted in a later review of the actual game. Seems very unlikely to happen again, and it is a best of 5, so you also want to reduce kind of that volatility that ZVZ usually applies, and Serral has already proven himself, at least to me. I think to a lot of people here, that even with the minimum games that he's played, he is in fine form.
So, your thoughts coming in?
Well, Serral undeniably the favorite coming into this one, but I really think Shin actually has a chance to come in for the upset, because Serral, we know he's in military service, we know he's not practicing quite as much as he would like to, and when he is practicing, it's not the best conditions. He's not always at home in his normal practice environment, and I feel like in that kind of situation, some randomness, some crazy builds could be a lot of trouble for him, and that's something that Shin excels at. He is not very good at late game ZVZ, but early game and mid game, he's dangerous, he's aggressive, he's explosive. I think he could bring the fight to Serral.
It is one thing that Serral said, because he's been not practicing as ideally as usual, it's if something weird comes at him, he says he will feel uncomfortable. I think he is doing a little pro gamer exaggeration. The way that he practices doesn't really, I feel, get hit as hard, you know, because he's not practicing 14 hours of ladder every day. He is usually like doing visualization techniques and replay studying and all that stuff. So, I mean, I think he always is a little bit of a modest guy, right? But it's fair to say that if it's a tricky guy and a tricky matchup, that would be what Serral is most concerned about, and that is Shin to a T.
Well, of course, if Shin actually does move in through to the round of 4 as well, he would also be qualifying for the Esports World Cup. And one huge facet of the Esports World Cup, of course, is those club championships. So let's get a few details before we get into our final match of the day.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
There it is. There it is. Now let's focus on this matchup that we actually have coming up here, because again, for Shin and Serral, these two, Serral technically already qualified into the Esports World Cup and will be representing Basilisk, as well as bearing down on the lion's share of $1 million at the Esports World Cup, which is just, it's such an unfathomably huge prize pool, the biggest in StarCraft 2 history, and Shin is looking to qualify alongside it. It's going to be a tall order though here, State.
Yeah, I mean, Shin is going to want this bad though, for the reasons you just said. A lion's share of that $1 million, that goes a long way. And Shin, he's a fighter, he's going to want to make it. We can see right here these lovely cards. I think Shin a little bit undersold here, because
you think so?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely put him above an 83 in my opinion. I think he plays a lot better, especially in Korea and GSL. It feels like he's a little unlucky, constantly fighting against players like Maru and just getting absolutely popped.
So interesting, right? Because I think that these numbers are collated, and they're basically from pros and the community.
That's right.
I feel like if you compared the pros' perspective of Shin compared to the community's perspective of Shin, I think the community values him a little bit lower than maybe the pros may do. So that might be coming into factors there, all things considered. But then you're going up against someone like a Serral who's 95 and has all these amazing stats here, ZG, so it's difficult.
Yeah, I think we also have to consider that when it comes to the pro gamers, you know, how many non-Koreans versus Koreans are voting as well.
Right.
So, yeah, it would make sense that Shin is a little undervalued, as he is not a. You don't come into a tournament saying, "Well, I think Shin's going to win it all," but you do now, after his repeated performances, say, "I'm not sure about Shin, but who knows? He could make it to the round of 4."
Yes,
because that's exactly what he's done. So I think it's maybe more like an 87-88 situation.
I would agree.
I would, yeah.
Yeah, but it also depends on the day. And I think right now, of course, Shin is playing some very grueling StarCraft. He had a 3-2 long match versus Cure. Is he a little exhausted from that? Potentially. But ZVZ, very momentum-based. He could get the reinvigorating passion back as soon as he Banelings the guy. And then he's good to go. Or it could be the test that he has yet to have tested, the ZVZ. He did not play one in this tournament. So he played up against Serral first. That's a tall ask.
Yeah, we'll see if it goes down. Of course, Shin currently representing Gaming Gladiators here, one of the big organizations over into the Esports World Cup. But for now, let's get to it here. It's going to be our final series of the day. Zerg versus Zerg. Serral versus Shin.
That pylon is powering everything. Astrea is just kind of dead. There's nothing here.
Serral attacking both on the bottom left and the bottom right side. Hero going to blink up to the north, trying to escape the situation, but you can see the firepower of this Zerg army. Levying so much damage on the Hero. You need to retreat from this position, Hero.
It's been a long day 2 here in Dallas for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 final, but we're not done just yet. So if you're feeling a little exhausted, make sure to grab some water, grab a snack, because we've got an amazing, interesting rematch coming up. The desk talked about it to full extent, so obviously these players need no further introduction. Dallas, get ready, make some noise, because this is going to be the last match for the night. It is Serral versus Shin.
A big Zerg versus Zerg match. Shin, one of the most ruthlessly aggressive and innovative Zergs from Korea. A player that always takes maps off his opponent here in Serral, but most famously, he not only took the map of the series and took away his chance of a World Championship a couple of years ago. It was a very big victory, a controversial victory, and one which is going to be in the forefront of both of these players' minds.
Yep, Serral may have won 3 out of 4 encounters against Shin, the man who was previously known as Ragnarok. But of course, Shin is the one who won back then. 2023 Katowice with that famous or infamous, no matter how you want to put it, game on altitude. A game that left a lot to debate in the StarCraft II community. ZVZ is a fun one pick. It's always an explosive matchup. Historically, it's been an aggressive one as well. But I think especially ZVZ on this map pool, like the patch doesn't really have that much of an impact in ZVZ. But I think it's the map pool with a lot of these weird bases and crazy attack paths that are there that could make this a very spicy series.
You know, I was looking at it and I was like, let's see how spicy we get. Obviously, the vetoes give a little bit away. and with the veto on post-youth for Shin, Serral removing Dynasty, it's very predictable. I'm like, of course Serral's going to get rid of the wildest map out there in Dynasty. But I was a little surprised that, Shin getting rid of post-youth. I was like, hey, there's gold minerals, there's a weird in-base. You're a mind game player. You love your weird rushes and your greedy builds and this like mix and match kind of creative, aggressive play. I thought he'd leave that in there.
I couldn't agree more. The Serral veto is not surprising indeed at all because Dynasty is just wild. It's crazy. You can gamble, something that Korean Zergs have historically loved in ZVZ. But yeah, post-youth is a great map to really make it weird, force a lot of Link Bane skirmishes and make it seem like you're tacking up, but then you're not tacking up, and then it's just more basic units. So I'm with you, and I'm sure that this man does not mind at all that map got vetoed as well. In the top left side of a standard map, Oceanborn, we're looking at the main base of the man who won Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024 and is of course already qualified for the Esports World Cup. Representing Basilisk, it's Serral.
And his opponent in the bottom right side already putting a special twist on this early game. In the bottom right side of the map, the blue Zerg, he may be an underdog, but he always strikes, even when everyone counts him out. Right now, put your hands together for Shin. Went for a 14 Overlord in this early game. A very odd, slight variation, and he's rushed into his gas in his pool after a hatchery afterwards. So I'm not sure if this was just a slight error in his early game, but it just felt like he was a few seconds behind on a few of those drones. And I'm not sure if there's just an umming and ahhing, because it does look like the hatch gas pool timing ends up very similar to Serral at the end of the day.
We may be able to see everything pick, but I think even for us, it's going to be hard to truly understand where these players are going in certain scenarios. Spoke a little bit with Lambo and Scarlet about what to expect of this ZVZ, and they say, well, they're both going to make a lot of roaches early on. Serral's going to make them because he wants to be safe. Shin is going to make them because he's going to fake Serral out a lot. He's going to make it seem like he's all-inning, and he will either commit or he's not, and it's going to be incredibly difficult, even for arguably the best scouter in StarCraft II history, Serral, to really always figure out what is happening. And that's what's going to make this a very exciting series. We've had plenty of long, epic macro games today. Even the previous series really gave us some fireworks. I think this is going to be one of these buckle up and enjoy the ride best of fives and a lot of these games. I'd be surprised if we see multiple games go into double digits.
I love that statistic in the bottom right side. Serral's worst matchup, only just below 70% win rate in Zerg versus Zerg. A little bit tongue-in-cheek, that statistic. And of course, it has historically been one where Shin, Solar, a couple of the Zergs that have gotten the better of him in the last few years. Before that, Raynor was obviously a big thorn in Serral's side for quite a while there. And despite that, though, Serral's never really had a nemesis. He's never had a Zerg player that just kept beating him. He's never really had any player who got the better of him for a very extended period of time.
Yeah, the impressive thing with Serral is that even when you think somebody has his number, Serral will set the record straight, right? It's like, okay, you beat me once, maybe twice, perhaps even 3 times, but after that, it's my turn again. And then he can easily win the next 5 series in a row. Those are just things that Serral does.
Dominant always. He strikes back, and his planning is one of his best features. In recent years, Serral hasn't looked like just the ice scout and defend and do unstoppable late game like he was back in his early days when he was coming into the 4 in 2018. Serral now mixes in timing attacks. He cheeses, and he'll show the full gamut of strategies. He'll Nidus Worm. He'll throw out whatever he thinks will win the game, but against a guy who he's so favored in his mind like Shin, we may see him adopt that more defensive stance here in Zerg vs. Zerg.
One thing you could maybe say that I'm a tiny bit worried about before we really start paying attention to all the tiny details that I'm sure the ZVZ will offer, and plenty of things that we can keep an eye on, is that it may have been tough for Serral to play a lot of high-level ZVZs over the last few months. We know he's obviously been busy with the mandatory military service, but even in the few times that he's been able to play Zerg players in Europe, we don't have crazy many of them. Of course, Elaser and Lambo are around, and there's a couple of feisty up-and-comers, but with Raynor spending a lot of time in Korea, it's unlikely that Serral's been able to play a whole lot of games with him, even with or without ping, right? It's just maybe the time zones don't line up, so it could be a little bit tricky for Serral to truly figure out how he wants to approach his ZVZ on this map pool and on this patch.
Yeah, actually, you know, I was around and someone was asking Raynor, hey, did you play many games with Serral while you preparing for this tournament? And he just kind of had a bit of a laugh and was like, what, with 200 ping on NA and ZBZ? No thanks. We have not been practicing at all.
First 6 roaches get fired up on the side of Shin as Serral has gone Roach Warren first, is going to drop the Evolution Chamber. I really wonder if Shin is going to drop a lot of Evolution Chambers throughout the entire series. 6 roaches becomes 12 roaches real quick, and of course we haven't tacked up yet There is no lair here yet.
Fake drone transfer.
Oh, yeah, but all the roaches got spotted there. These roaches were helping the Queen rather from behind. I think at this point, Serral immediately knows what's up. Serral's also not played too greedy, right? No lair, no crazy amount of drones. He's got a 5 drone advantage. I would say that's the sweet spot in ZVZ. 2 should be totally fine in defending whatever comes your way.
This is a massive advantage because you're doing the exact same build as Serral, massing roaches on hatchery tech, but you're up a handful of workers, and you have been for a good minute now. Now, obviously, he's building a spine crawler. Whilst there is a massive drones coming out for Shin, Shin is saying, okay, you figured out what I'm doing. I shouldn't keep rallying Ling Bane. Let's transition into the lair in the drones. But despite that, right now, he's got to keep acting scary. And he's actually going to commit in. Serral has a lot of roaches. Shin's got to be careful. This fight will go very bad for him if he commits any further. He's got to get out of here.
Yep, he knows it as well, of course. This was a bit of a fake, and because of all the drones and the lair that got fired up behind this, now it's important that Serral was able to pick up on this. Serral still has those overlords at the bottom side of the map, so he'll see, all right, there are no units streaming to the other side of the map, no links being reinforced. Obviously, at this point, you are transitioning. I'm going to go ahead and transition as well. Now we're going to keep a very close eye on what Shin is going to do as soon as that lair is done.
Does see a lot of drones on the third, but getting that link into the natural. Not sure if he saw the lack of workers on that or not. That Zergling only got a glimpse of the mineral line. And of course, we know it's 53 drone mass roach for Shin. Roach speed starts, and he is looking incredibly committed. As I say that, 2 more drones start up. The problem now for Shin is that he's stuck in this middle road of, am I going for a big roach attack or am I building economy? Whereas Serral is 100% committed to a big 3-base, 65 workers, taking a 4th hatchery. He's way ahead on the economy. His upgrade timing's a little behind. That's the one thing that Serral's lagging on. But I feel like when you look at the army supply gap, right? If Shin moves across the map, is 10 army supply going to get it done? No, because defender's advantage for Serral is massive. Roaches will be popping out. He'll be able to set up the concaves, pull the queens to the front. Right now, Shin is lagging in this game. He might have to wait until +2 finishes and maybe some sort of like maxed out attack timing.
Yep, and hey, if he maxes out on less workers, he's going to have a slightly bigger army. I think a lot of people might be slightly uncomfortable with this position, but I have the feeling this is how a lot of the CVZs of Shin are going to look like. Can't even imagine what happens in those custom games that he might play against the likes of Solar and Dark. Yeah, he's been here before, Pig. This is not unfamiliar territory for him at all. And Serral knows so far so good, but he's going to have to stay dialed in non-stop because anything can go wrong on any given moment in ZVZ. But I kind of like everything that Serral has been doing. He's going to get a spine crawler here up once more. Overseer Scout was perfect. Sees no Spire, no Hydra then, has nothing to worry about with a quick lurker or something. Nope, it's just about the roaches, and as long as Serral keeps building the same amount of units, he should be fine. But a couple of those Ravages were exposed, and Shin actually gets a pretty good start to this engagement. But defender's advantage should be able to carry Serral.
So many more roaches coming out. Serral's +1 is not quite done, and that is very important. The +1 advantage for Shin through most of this fight. Finally, +1 kicks in. But Serral's numbers have already dropped pretty far. A lot more roaches popping as we speak. Queens go back to injecting the spine crawler on that north, doing so much damage. 30 damage a hit to those roaches. That spine crawler is doing so much.
If it wasn't for that spine, Serral would be in all sorts of trouble. But that spine was there. It finished up on the right moment, and Serral holds in the end. He's a 4-base Zerg against a 3-base Zerg that Shin continues to be aggressive, but Serral had so many units in production. You mentioned it, Big. 10, 15 roaches at a certain point on the production tab. Serral even confident enough to fire up +2 missile attacks. It seems that Serral has weathered the storm, and as long as he keeps having a perfect read on the situation, scouting non-stop once more. This is why we know and love you. The double overseer scouting even just wants to make sure he's not missing anything, and he ain't missing anything. It's nothing but roaches, and as long as Serral continues to build the exact same thing with a slight work lead, 4 bases against 3, this should go Serral's way.
Serral is miles ahead. Shin is looking desperate. He's not been able to surprise Serral so far. He's going for one last desperate shove. If this one doesn't work out, it's pretty much game over. Serral moves in with the roaches flanking, trying to take out the Ravager. He knows he's got the numbers advantage, and Shin's supply is dropping. That is a clinical game 1 for Serral. No secret from the Finnish phenom.
That's a masterclass by Serral, man, from the very beginning till the very end. And you can really see that Yona does not like the gamble. Yona doesn't want to be like, I hope that I'm okay, or cut a couple corners. No, not a single corner was cut there. There's a reason why the other Europeans call him the Helmet Zerg, because he's safe, he checks, he double checks, he triple checks, and he's okay with being a couple seconds behind in certain things, as long as that means he gets to play the same game as his opponent. And this was mega close, though, by the way, Big, and if it wasn't for that spine, I actually think this fight goes in Shin's favor.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very good timing, not having +1. I mean, That was one of the big things Serral massively delayed this game in order to be so safe against the previous attacks. A lot of players used to rush the Evo chamber, and many of them still do. But Serral was like, look, this guy is so unpredictable. I've got to skip the Evo chamber. That's going to allow me to get up to 3 base income. While I don't have +1 range for this fight, I have an abundance of roaches. And look at the worker advantage. 11 workers up a gas geyser. The follow-up here, he just had way too much stuff.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was asking the boys as well about the Zerg and the Evo chamber timings, the skipping certain things, and I was like, so Elazer was ahead of the meta. Yeah. And Lambo was like, not really, Elazer skips everything. And I was like, okay. Because it used to be very common to go Evo chamber first and then a slightly later Roach Warren, but now it almost seems that in all the high levels EVZs, you see the Roach Warren go down first because it really is the era of aggression. And Oceanborn is actually a slightly older map, and maybe you could have been able to get away with some of those older openings, but on some of the crazy maps that we are going to see that are upcoming, I think we're always going to see Roach Warren into Evo Chamber. The safety first in ZVZ.
Safety comes first these days in Zerg versus Zerg. I mean, Serral, obviously, he was the victim of like Solar. A lot of Roach Baneling attacks took him out. So many of these clever little Roach Ravager Zergling timings have caught players off. The Carapace builds were swarming over people. And we've just seen that shift away from the early Evo chamber into the safety Roach Warren to secure the economy before you think about the upgrades.
Still a lot of people over here in Dallas. It's been an awesome day. The crowd's been loving it, you know. Obviously a slow start on the Friday morning. People still working or traveling to the event. But from the very beginning till the end here, the crowd's been awesome, very passionate.
I'm kind of worried we're using up our good games today, though, Kev. I feel like
I know, you said this earlier.
How many nail-biters have we had today, man? It's been like 3-2s, nail-biting games, like that Beyond Dark series. Even though it was a 3-1, it felt like it was like a 4-3 or something. It's just been crazy.
Perhaps the patch and Mapu is just that good pick. That this time around, we won't live out that curse. As Pig is obviously referring to an old StarCraft II curse, where if we have a bad second to last day, bad quarterfinals, then the semifinals and the finals are amazing. But if our semifinals and finals, or if the quarterfinals are really good, then often the final day can be a little bit lackluster. I think it is safe to say that today has been a good day. But you know what, Piggy? Tomorrow is going to be even better.
Hey, we're here in Dallas, watching some StarCraft, and of course, the closest thing we got to a Texan representative. People have been cheering that he is from Texas for years. No one really knows why, but heck, let's give him a massive shout of support anyway. In the bottom right side of the map, representing Basilisk, put your hands together for Serral.
They just claim all the greats as their own, eh?
One random guy made a dumb comment in Twitch chat. He never knew it would spread so far.
In the top left side of Golden Aura, we are looking at the main base of the man who also went down 0-1 in that quarterfinals of Katowice 2023. He's been here before, a Korean Zerg player, Shin. Seemed like he was checking the replay after game 1, and that's when he started smiling and shaking his head a little bit. Yeah,
I think that's like, he saw everything coming. Like that's all I can imagine. I don't think it was like, I made a big mistake and was supply blocked at a crucial. I think it was just like, wow, I let that Ling in. Oh, that Changeling got in. That the second Overseer saw that. Like it felt like Serral just was not surprised at all.
Or perhaps he was laughing at those roaches, right? That he ideally would have liked to hide a little bit longer because yes, he made roaches and he faked Serral out and he went up to the lair and the Evo chamber slightly quicker. But perhaps it was the original plan to fully send it.
Yes.
And he's changed his mind because it got scouted.
If you're building 12 roaches, ideally you hide the first 6 completely, and then it's only when the last roaches come out, that's when you move across. Then you let the Lings reinforce because they're so much faster. But not everything goes according to plan. And I mean, back in 2018, it was famous. I mean, we were basically laughing every Serral ZVZ cast because his Zerglings would just find their way in the base and run in circles, and he'd see every single thing. The famous Serral scouting Zergling. It's actually the reason why these days the players are so good with those wall-offs at the natural, because no one wants to let the Zergling into scout, because if your opponent gets that information, they're always going to be able to be one step ahead.
Yep, throughout this best of 5, Serral would obviously love to sign a piece of paper right now saying like, hey, every single game, we're going to go for similar openings and we're going to build similar units. And I think obviously the key to victory for Shin is to make sure that Serral does not get to play those games, right? That if Serral goes for safety, Shin goes for greed. If Shin goes for greed, that, you know, he gets away with it and that kind of stuff. Maybe one game can sneak in Aspire. The one thing that Shin does not want to do is build the exact same units as Serral. And Serral has really been the very best in ZVZ when it comes to games like that.
Asymmetry is the key, and I absolutely agree with you there, Kev. I think the dangerous thing about Serral in recent years is he'll get up a game like this in a series, and the opponent will try to play mega greedy, and he'll hit them with like a 55 drone Roach Nidus. And he's just like, oh, you're trying to go mutas and 70 workers? No, silly boy. Like, I can hit timing attacks as well. And he's very good at mixing those in. So don't get me wrong, after game one, for now, it is just a solid opening. He's scouting, but definitely keep your eyes on it, because Serral's very willing to move across that map and commit to an attack, especially when he's ahead in the scoreboard.
It's actually worth mentioning that obviously game 1 was Oceanborn, game 2 is Golden Aura, 2 maps that have been around for a long time, right? They didn't get added at the most recent patch. If I was Shin, I wouldn't have done that. I would have actually gone for the new modern maps. And there's a good chance that he has played a few more games on those, especially when it comes to high-level ZVZ, because he's kind of playing into the experience of Serral. Now, of course, Serral's not going to be clueless on some of these new maps. We're like, oh no, I don't know how to play StarCraft anymore, but I would have avoided these 4 maps that have been around a little bit longer than the other 5.
Absolutely. I mean, you could tell he picked Oceanborn as the more rush-centric map, game 1. This is Serral's map pick. It's a bigger map. It's a great map for Mutalisks. If there is a map, you're going to squeeze them out. Lately, though, it's been very scary for players to get to Mutas. You can see those fast Roach Warrens. Both players are kind of on their toes going, are you going to commit? And to be honest, Shin's making Zerglings. He's going to go for a Ling Bane pressure, but he's going to follow it up with a giant Roach attack by the looks of it. Serral's up 7 workers. He's making a lair of his own. That's a lot of Zerglings coming out.
Yeah, but Shin is still building drones behind it as well, so I really don't think that Shin is going to be able to accomplish a whole lot here, Pig.
Yeah, very defensive with the Zerglings as well. Okay, now he moves out. He's got a single Baneling with it. It's a relatively light pressure. Serral's got 4 Roaches building. Combined with his Queen, a couple Banelings, his wall off with the Evo Chamber. This looks like a rock-solid setup for Serral. This looks completely impregnable.
Looks like the Helmet Zerg is doing Helmet Zerg things over here. A single Baneling leading the charge for Shin, but that Baneling does not find a connection. Serral, of course, doesn't just throw away his own Baneling and a Baneling of his opponent. Few more Roaches on the way for Shin. As Serral, his lair is almost done. 11 drones is a lot of drones.
Oh my.
This is kind of where Serral needs to stop. He's going to try to get a little bit of information here, with a low HP Zergling doesn't really get to see a whole lot.
And he sees 2 Roaches.
Nothing that should make the alarm bells go off, but another
looks
scout.
pretty. That guy, he got saw maybe the drones? I don't know if he saw that. That's an undersaturated mineral line, but I don't know if he's aware.
I don't think he got to see a whole lot, but at 57 drones, I think Serral will always stop building drones anyway for a split second.
He needs a spine, though. Honestly, I don't think he can defend without a spine. He's so outnumbered.
Yeah, he's done 24 arms play. Serral's actually the one building a Nidus network, but the funny thing is that is screaming aggression. That means he's going to build nothing but units. Nothing but units is what he needs right now. He has to cancel that Nidus immediately. And of course, Serral is going to do that. A spine or 2 would indeed be very useful. But perhaps Serral feels that he already has the right amount of units. He is going to get a couple of safety spines and even the wall of it, the evolution chambers.
He needs it. There's 11 Banelings on the way, Roddy. This is a massive all-in from Shin. He has got so many Roaches, Lings, and Banes. He's going for it. Serral has a lot of Roaches coming out. They're mostly in production, though. The wall-off is actually pretty smooth.
Wow.
Evo Chambers buying time. A lot of those Banelings not really connecting on the Roaches. The Ravagers coming in the Biles, forcing him back. Beautiful setup here for Serral.
I think Serral's totally fine here. The Queens are going to soak up a couple of these shots as well. One of the Queens is going to get picked up, but defender's advantage is so freaking important in ZVZs like this. And Serral with a 15-worker lead with a tech advantage is not just holding this push. He's absolutely crushing it as Shin is running out of steam already. A 40 supply lead for the Finnish Phenom as he's making it look easy. He's about to get his hands on +1 missile attacks as well. Could he have done anything better there, Pick?
Dude, that looked like when I was playing my older brother in Age of Empires as a kid, and I'd rock up with like 2 clubmen, and he'd have a stone wall with like arrow towers behind it. I was just like, that was impervious. No damage happened there. He lost, what, 2 Evos, 6 Roaches maybe? Cancelled his spines in the middle of the fight. The spine crawlers didn't even need to kick in. That was a complete shutdown. And to be fair, it's a good map for defending, right? It's a long rush distance. It's a surprising ramp. But Serral, the fact that he was going for that Roach timing meant he was perfectly set up. The 55 drone Roach Nidus, a beautiful strategy. And Serral was a little confused there.
Yeah, because he dropped the Nidus network, right? Which obviously meant he's like, hey, I'm gearing up for an aggressive attack. I'm going to go ahead and bring the fight to you. And so he's like, wait a minute, you're attacking me? And then he didn't just hold, but he held absolutely perfectly. He passed that task with flying colors, takes the 2-0 lead convincingly here in the final best of 5 today, and is now 1 map away from having a best of 5 against Oliveira tomorrow in the semifinals. I mean, these Banelings of Shin did absolutely nothing. By the time that these Roaches finally get up to the high ground, look at the numbers that Serral is already working with. You would think it's a bit closer with the economic advantage that Serral had, and the lair, and the +1 missile attacks, but he made it look easy.
The concave as well with the roaches. And the funny thing is, we're like, well, oh, Shin should have changed it up. He shouldn't have done another roach baneling attack. And you're like, well, no, what's the other good play? Mutas. We're saying Mutas would be a good way to create some asymmetry. He was preparing a Roach Nidus that counters Mutalist play. Serral has really thought this series out very well.
It's almost like he was preparing for an all-in there, but instead his opponent did it and he died.
Yeah. If you do an all-in that attacks into your opponent who's preparing for their own attack, and they're like, oh, I built this army. I thought I had to go to your side of the map to kill you, but you're coming over here. Thanks, buddy. No worries. Like, I don't even need to get the Nidus out.
And you can even pull the drones as well temporarily, right? If you feel like it is going to be close. We did see the drones coming on the left side of the hatchery for a brief moment, but I don't think it was really even needed. And that means we're already looking at a 2-0 lead in the final best of 5 of the day. For this man, your Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024 champion, representing Basilisk, it's Serral.
And in the top left side of the map, in the blue, representing the Gaming Gladiators, he has to dig deep. He has to make it work now and win 3 games in a row. It seems like an impossible task, but if anyone can do it, I know he can. In the top left side of the map, in the blue, it is Shin. A player who I always look up to. I think Shin's build orders are really genius and they're very hard to stop. It's a testament to Serral's skill and his perception, his preparation in the series, to how well he's dealt with it.
What do you make of Serral's opening over here, Pick?
My favorite. He's basically trying to be very safe against the 12 pool. Any sort of early rush struggles against a 15 hatchery, 15 pool. So this is an alternate economic opening. It slows your gas down, but your spawning pool and your hatchery are both up 11 seconds early, which means earlier queens, earlier zerglings. If Shin went for like a drone pool, 12 pool, anything like that, it would just get completely stopped in its tracks. So this is just an exceptionally safe way for Serral to open up.
Historically, Korean Zergs do like to be aggressive on these weirder, smaller maps, even though it's not even that short of a rush distance from natural to natural, but it really does feel like it is, right? It almost feels like your neighbors on this map. It does still take a little while, but this map could scream some very early aggression, early pulls, perhaps.
It's not Beckett Industries, right? It's not like the 27, 28 seconds, but it's still, like, I think, 31-second rush distance, which is 3 seconds less than the middle distance maps.
But it feels even shorter than that, right?
Yeah.
It feels like you're so awfully close to each other. And,
especially with like the ramp out front, you're third, right? Because often you don't have vision up there, so you don't really see their army until it's halfway across the map, and it's like, oh gosh, he's already in my base.
Shin is the first one to fire up Zergling speed. Obviously, the guess of Serral was a little bit later. There's a chance that Serral stays on 2 bases for a little while.
It's the natural way to play with this build. Is a lot of the times you go 4 queens. Because he's gone for the gas with only 2 workers, I think he's going to play a full 2-base build. So we are going to see 4 queens, very likely to go straight for lair when the next queen pops out in the main. And Serral has some really, like, you can play macro off this, don't get me wrong, because you're going to saturate your natural way faster than Shin. You're skipping ling speed, but you can also just walk your queens across. Like, this is kind of it goes into the alpha star push. I don't know if you remember that. It's just a ton of roaches. You drop creep out of your overlords, 3 to 4 queens walk across. It just hits a brutally fast timing. So that's something that he could go for.
Shin actually gonna go for an evolution chamber here before the Roach Warren this time around. He still has Zergling speed on the way. Not expecting him to cancel it. We'll keep a close eye on what Shin has in store for us here on Ghost River as he sneaks the Zergling into the main base. Since Shin is a world-class Zerg, I feel like he's probably been able to put 2 and 2 together by now. As Serral fired up Zergling speed there for a little bit, cancels it immediately as soon as that Zergling gets picked off, and he fires up the lair.
Very nice. He's got that quick Evo chamber as well. I imagine we're going to see that fast +1 range. He's got a bit of a wall off, and you can see it's a bit hard to wall off on this map with that Evo and Roach Horn, but of course with the double extra queen, it shouldn't be a problem. Already up 8 workers is Serral. Here comes a bit of a ling pressure. Serral's going to have to quickly build an Evo chamber in that wall. He's got to react fast.
Yep, he is going to do that though. He still has a couple of seconds. 1 queen has energy, almost enough energy to drop its transfuse. Things are going to be okay. I wonder where Shin is going to go because he's got +1 aeroplanes on the way for these Zerglings. Zerglings will not have enough DPS to nibble their way through that evolution chamber. You can't really stay like this if you're Shin. You're gonna have to either make up your mind right now, drop a Roach Warren, and still send it. He is gonna drop a Roach Warren, but it's late, right? It's very late to be aggressive of this.
This is like a 3-base Ravager Ling, all in. And it's really good if Serral pushes into you and you surround and you land the Biles.
Yeah.
Problem is, Serral played a game just like this. I think it was against maybe Dark, Katowice. And if he realizes what's happening, like a lot of players do Serral's build kind of like an all-in, but he scouts with the Overseer. And if he sees what you're doing, he'll back off and he'll build that Roach count up, and because he's getting way better Roach upgrades, and you don't actually have an income advantage, even though you've got the 3rd base. Serral's army will scale better, Shin is basically looking to surround him and catch him out one time.
Shin is also firing up the lair as well, a few more Overlords, and Serral's is going to build a few more Roaches. Obviously, these are going to be safety Roaches for now, but by the time that the Roach speed is going to kick in, +1 missile attacks might be ready. I mean, when it comes to Roach battles, you much rather have +1 missile attacks than +1 carapace, as Shin does snipe the drone there. That's actually very nice. That gets a pretty decent delay on the third base of Serral. So a little victory here for Shin in game 3, but he does have to pay a pretty hefty price for it.
Serral just faked carapace there. He saw the Zerglings at his wall off, so he started carapace to make it look like he was going double upgrades, immediately cancelled it. And because his third base is delayed, look at this. Overlord Highway starts. This is that alpha star push I was talking about. Queen's walking across the map. They're going to start taking out the Overlords. His Roaches will rally out behind it. He's got +1 in Roach speed, about to kick in, and he's not started a third hatchery. Serral, very committed to army right now.
Kind of feels that Shin has the right tools to deal with this, right? He's got +1 carapace himself. It is going to make his Roaches a tiny bit tankier. He should be able to defend on top of this ramp, and that might force Serral to go the long way around. That is obviously going to give Shin extra time to crank out even more units. Right now, the Roach numbers are incredibly similar, which should always favor the 3-base player, but Serral is going to make a couple Ravages. With a couple, I mean 5. 5 Ravages definitely better than 1, but this is going to be really, really tight. I kind of think that Shin might be able to hold, but it is hard to dodge those corrosive balls, right, if you don't have Roach speed yet.
Yeah, Biles and Queen's getting quite a few Overlord pickups. This is actually really good value. Shin's now lost 3 Overlords. He has similar Roach count, and +1 range, remember, is going to give a little bit better value to Serral. But if Serral full-on commits, he may get overwhelmed by the numbers advantage. Transfuses are so good, though, and those Biles forcing Shin to back off.
That's a big victory for Serral there, as he doesn't lose a single unit. The Queens indeed are able to spend the vast majority of their energy. Corrosive Balls is still going to force these Roaches to disengage over and over again. And that means that Serral's taking a very good fight on the left side. Some of these balls are connecting on the top side of our screen. Shin, of course, has defender's advantage, but Serral is getting a phenomenal start to this fight.
Those Ravages are destroying. They keep forcing Shin to disengage. Every time the Roaches are dodging, they are not attacking. And the numbers are beautiful. Serral, oh my gosh, landing the Biles, even getting a triple Overlord snipe. Serral commits hard to the 2-base push on the small map, and he does it in style.
Just like that, it is all over, and it will be Serral advancing into the semifinals once more, where he will have a date with the man who was the world champ of Katowice 2023. Just a couple of world champs duking it out with each other tomorrow. Big Oliveira versus Serral will be your second semifinal. What an absolute masterclass by Yona from start to finish. I mean, that's as close to a perfect ZVZ best of 5 as you're going to see.
Not just in how he played it in terms of macro execution, but the strategy as well, the planning. A perfect macro game, scouting, reacting. And then from there, what does he do? He hits you with the Nidus attack or attempt in game 2. In game 3, he once again just goes for a big decisive push, and it's that range that makes Serral so hard to stall. Not only is he the best macro player, he hits the timing attacks, he gets in your face, and that is just an impossible Zerg problem to deal with. Once again, at the forefront of a matchup which is supposedly his weakest matchup.
Well, if that's his weakest matchup, he looked very good. There's a chance we can see more ZVZ if him and Dark go all the way to the grand finals. But so far, Serral's just having a phenomenal run here. 2-0 over Nice, 2-0 over Hero, and here a 3-0 over Shin in the quarterfinals. We haven't seen a whole lot of Serral over the last few months. I almost want to say we still haven't seen a lot of Serral here in Dallas, but he's already in the semifinals once more, Big.
Yeah, he's speedrunning it so far. Of course, he'll be facing Oliveira in the next round. Another player who's also speedrun through the winner's stage. So it's kind of cool to see 2 players are in fine form clash tomorrow in that second semifinals. What a fantastic performance. Let's go over to the stage with Serral.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Serral as he moves on to the round of 4, playing yet another day here in Dallas. Let's just get your thoughts, because that seemed like a pretty smooth match for you.
Yeah, I was pretty smooth. He went with the all-ins a lot, and I was just able to hold. To be honest, the second game I wasn't too happy about it because I read it as a muta play. I was already building my extra queens and an Idus, but I guess more units usually defense all-in, so it ended up being fine.
There you go. Sometimes things just work out your way as well. Now, moving forward, obviously, into the top 4, still a lot of tough opponents left, but for you, I mean, I'm looking at the records, all pretty favorable, I would say, on your end. Is there any particular player that you're trying to avoid here in the remaining top 4?
Well, CVC has always been the hardest one for me, so probably Dark is the one I want to avoid, but obviously both Oliveira and Maru are absolutely amazing, so everyone's going to be really hard, but Dark is probably the player I want to play the least.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the casters talked about it as well. Didn't affect you too much today in this matchup with the ZVZs, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, you mentioned, obviously, you still have to go through Oliveira as well. So far, a perfect record for you in terms of matches. You've been on that winning streak against him in terms of overall series, but he's been looking good this tournament. What are you thinking about that matchup tomorrow?
I think it's going to be very exciting. Oliver is one of the people who helps me practice a lot, and I have a lot of experience playing against him. And like you said, he's been playing really good this tournament. And I think it's going to be an exciting match for sure.
All right, well, we'll have to wait until tomorrow for that one, because for now, Serral will be taking a break to come back tomorrow for that round of 4. Dallas, give it up for Serral once again as he moves on to the semifinals.
Does the military man from Pornainan even break a sweat? Oh my days! Absolutely blasting so far, finding himself in the round of 4. And quite honestly, at this pace, he's going to be staring down another championship to add to that already storied trophy case. Joining me, ZG as well as State here. ZG, we barely sat down.
Yeah, that was quick, but excellent play here from Serral all around, as the caster said. The strategies that came out and the 1-1-2 punch, or whatever you want to call it, defend 2 all-ins and then do 1 yourself was just such a great way to tie everything up in a nice little bow. I mean, we always knew that Serral was pretty freaking good. And again, the only reason that we say ZVZ's worst matchup is that everything else is even better. So Shin went up against the toughest opponent that he possibly could for the semifinals, in my opinion.
I said I thought Shin was going to be able to stand a chance, and I got a little bit of egg on my face because Serral absolutely showed that he is still the top dog, still arguably the best player in the world. That was not close against the Shin that, even in the GSL, is doing well against Sue. He's doing well against DRG. He came in, he played the same explosive style I was expecting him to play, and Serral just parried every single attack.
Yeah, Serral does it very, very well, and it's looking difficult for the other players to really stand up against him. Again, he in the interview, he did mention that Oliveira is practicing against him. He knows he's very familiar with his play style. It's going to take maybe something a little more wild from Oliveira to try and take out Serral here. If he knows that aggression's going to be coming, maybe we have to go into other stages of the game. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting round of 4 game for sure.
Yeah, Serral said they practice together, so that just makes it automatically more interesting with all the mind games that do go in it. But Oliveira said that if he played at the same level as he played versus Raynor, he would have a 50-50 chance of beating Serral, which makes it sound like he's being humble, but actually is actually a big call on him for a 50-50 chance versus Serral. That must mean that the practice has actually been going kind of well for Oliveira, at least maybe 50-50. So that's actually very good information from both of them for that.
All right, well, let's look at the bracket then and see what's happened here today. We have confirmed our 4 players making it through to those semi-finals. Again, Serral is another player that has already qualified for the Esports World Cup, so there you go. 3 of our 4 players from...
Consistent, Kalaris.
Yeah, they're pretty good at the video game. Found themselves there. Oliveira will join them as well. So Maru, Dark, Oliveira, and Serral have made it through into the round of 4. 2 excellent matches, State. Like when you're looking at Maru versus Dark as well, we've seen it many, many times, and it really doesn't disappoint.
No, it's always one of my favorite matchups, and it very well could be the GSL finals as well later on in season 2. I mean, these guys are 2 of the best players in the world, and really, for me, Oliveira making it to the top 4 is the big surprise. You always know that Maru's contesting a title, Dark's contesting a title, Serral, there were some questions about his form, but obviously he is still in great shape, and so for Oliveira to have a return to form like this in the top 4, so exciting.
And there is Serral, of course, finishing up his match. Hanging out with the crowd, hanging out with the fans. Awesome stuff here to see from our Finnish phenom as things go on. Actually, State, checking in with you as well.
Yeah.
We have something to take a little look at.
We do. We've got the qualifying players for the Esports World Cup, and I think I can do the honors of adding in Oliveira here, now that he's in the top 4.
That's correct. Guaranteed.
Already a step ahead of Robbie from previously.
All the ones from the right.
Remove the predicted ones.
So Hero,
right.
No. Gumiho, no. Byun, no.
Yeah. So I'm wondering who else you guys think is going to have a good chance of making it in to qualify, because we got a lot of other players here. Maybe on the verge of making it to that
So-
World Championship.
So we were memeing just a little bit just then, right? But I still think Hero almost certainly is eventually going to get that. Like, to
Yeah,
looking
I'm
at
right
the
there with
caliber, like the play that he is able to exude. What do you think, ZG?
Yeah, no, I think that is actually the case. There's definitely going to be some regions and some positions that are going to be very, very close.
Yeah.
For instance, with Oliveira getting top 4, now it's Coffee, and then Cyan, I think, could actually give him a run for his money with the points.
With the points,
They're very,
yes,
very
correct,
close. But then there's other cases in which it's like, it's not technically confirmed, but
Right.
pretty much is. Especially since a lot of the people who barely did not get the semifinals just needed a few more points to really solidify them, and they definitely got it, being at least in the quarterfinals. So like Rainer, for instance, most likely going to be at the Esports World Championship.
Yeah, Hero in the same way, just racked up a good amount of points right here. Did not quite get the top 4, but let's not forget GSL Season 1, top 2. Season 2, he might do the same repeat performance. He looks to be in pretty spectacular form, just barely got knocked out. So Hero, as far as I'm concerned, he's basically qualified. I think this guy absolutely has what it takes. If he doesn't make it, I will be shocked.
Will you eat a shoe?
I was going to say, I thought
I
you were
will
going to do a
not eat
forfeit.
a shoe.
Even if it's chocolate?
I will eat a chocolate shoe.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Wow, big claims here for the tournament. Anyway, all right, well, I'm going to shut you guys down. We're done here. And we have had a great day of StarCraft once again. Tomorrow, we are back with our semi-finals. We have 2 excellent TVZs on the way, Maru versus Dark, and of course, Oliveira, our current reigning world champion, will be going up against the Finnish phenom in Serral. 2 of these players across the board will be making it through into that grand final, but don't forget, we also have a show match before that grand final as well. We'll leave that for a little bit of a surprise down the line. That does it for us for today, for day number 2. Thank you very much to everybody at the desk. Thank you to the casters. Thank you to everybody in the crowd as well. You've been awesome throughout the day, and we hope to see you tomorrow as well. Day number 3 is on the way. We'll see you tomorrow for more StarCraft action.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
You broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night. Did I deserve what you